Lots of capitalism will create stronger individuals, but there will also be people that fall apart. But I pretty much agree with most of what you're saying. I just wanted my main pushback is we have to have a limiting principle for government involvement, or we won't just end up where we are today, and we'll get worse and worse and worse. So my point is that I agree with you that strong individuals will create a stronger society. Now there will be people that make bad choices and fall apart, and that's a problem. There will be orphans that have to be taken care of, that will rely on the charity of their neighbors. That I agree with. But strong individuals will make a strong society. Now, if we don't have this limiting principle, we say, I'm just going to help here a little bit. What you're actually saying is, I'm going to forcibly take money from these people, or resources, or work, whatever it is, and push it to those people. And you might have the greatest intention, but without, again, this limiting principle, it'll be abuse. It'll be gone for reasons. It'll be crony capitalism we have today. It'll be pushed to people that are running it for whatever reasons, and it doesn't work. So
let me ask you a question. That's all well and good. So your individualist-led society, right, is not doing the work of taking care of their poor people. What's the remedy?
Education, explaining to people that it does, but the remedy, well, I'm going to be hyperbolic. The remedy is not going to the one person that you think is doing well.
No, tell me what it is. That's not. Tell me what it is. Don't tell me what it isn't.
Education, only education.
So that was my point too. Wait, so I think that was my point too, right? If you're teaching people.
Give Alan. Alan wants to.
What I'm saying is we need a strong limiting principle and say government involvement is evil in these cases, even under the best intentions.
So what would you? How would you draw the line?
Go ahead.
When it's protecting negative rights, when the government is protecting people from infringing on my rights. Once they take away my excess, which I would give up on everything, and give it to someone who is less, no, taxes are not intrinsically evil. Simon would say that it's wrong. Part of protecting my negative rights is making sure there's an army that doesn't allow outside invaders. No, that's not true.
No, because Meyer is talking about a framework of law, that is not imposing what you ought to do.
Correct.
But it delineates what you're not able to do, like killing or stealing private property or owning people, for example.
Us supporting a court system that if we get into a dispute, we can go to a court system, which was the only way to have a functioning capitalist society.
And why call it taxes?
Right, no, well, the tax is not intrinsically evil, it's what they do with the taxes.
What do you mean? Do you know the definition of taxes?
I'm very aware of the definition of taxes. And
But
I'm aware that,
hold on, before we move to
I'm
taxes.
fine with the government stealing my money if they're doing with it what the government is meant to do.
That's like a woman saying I'm fine with a guy raping me as long as he gives me an orgasm.
Okay, that's fine.
That's
retarded. That's a dumb thing to say.
That's a dumb thing to say, exactly.
Okay, so the point is, in order to have a functioning society that our individual rights are protected, we need a centralized government. We are fine with contributing to that. Once the government starts doing things in the best of intentions that are taking away from one and giving to another, that's where I have a problem with it. But protecting the courts, the fire department, the police system, the army, those are all things, please, those are all things that are protecting the rights that I'm saying is a government's job. Government needs to be funded, government needs to tax. Without that, you're going to have freeloaders.
So with that,
Hold on, dear Lord. Alan has been waiting. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, because now, personally, I believe that if one is doing well, one can help
and will want
and do not be an asshole about it. However, this idea, first of all, that the government is the best vehicle by which to help the poor is one that the left has been pushing and is not necessarily true, and historically it's not been true. So, for example, during the time of Henry VIII, it was the Catholic Church that was providing the aid for the poor. Not the government, not the monarchy, not the poor, it was the church. The second issue is, and this is, coming out of what has happened is the left has weaponized charity. And what I see happening, because I was involved in this, is the whole New Age movement in the 90s and the early 2000s and spirituality and all of that. I see that coming into play now. The difference is the first rule of, of helping someone is to understand that each person is on their own path, and you interfering in what that path is actually robs them of their dignity, of the ability to learn, the ability to emotionally grow, the ability to spiritually grow, and the ability to physically grow, which goes in line with what you were saying, Isa, about and my ear about, creating strong people. You can tell someone how to swim, but at a certain point, until they jump in the water and have to realize, crap, if I don't move my arms, I'm going to go under and I'm going to drown. They have to do that. They have to experience that. There is nothing in the world that is going to change that equation.
You are interfering with their agency, which is one of the inalienable rights. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So when it comes to the question of helping the poor, and when it comes to how do we allocate resources to help the poor, because Caleb, I agree, a society that lets, orphan children go hungry does not reflect well on its, dare I say it, Christian values. But the way in which we do that and the way it's being done now, and the communist or Marxist or socialist example of saying that government is the vehicle by which we do that, that is not the answer. Because then ultimately you end up with, like my ear, people who are pissed because why am I giving money because some other person can't get their crap together? I'll end with that. Thanks.
I agree 100%. I would say I want to address one comment you put in the chat, Caleb. It says the government can be a force of good, but not necessarily so. I would at the same time about a totally individualistic society can be good, but not necessarily so. I would agree with you. Now the difference is that when you have it centralized in the government, you open the door. Well, so if it ends up not being good, we're all fucked up. If an individualistic society, some individuals end up not being good, the good individuals will make that balance, that check and balances when you have a decentralized power. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, in the extremes, I don't hear anybody here advocating for the extremes, right? Total government control, totalitarianism, and I don't hear anybody advocating for, the absence of some kind of social structure, call it government, call it whatever.
I'm advocating for that.
You want to call it.
I'm here.
You're advocating for that? Okay.
Diego's advocating for complete anarchy.
Okay. Well, that's a position. What I hear that perhaps is, right, what's the best way to manage individual rights and liberties and collaborative needs, right? And those are never going to go away. So, I tend to be in the middle position here.
Because they're never going to go away. The principles don't matter.
Well, so nobody's named the principles here yet. I think that's interesting. Right? Nobody's said what are they.
You're a pragmatist anyway. It wouldn't matter if I gave you a principle.
Absolutely a pragmatist.
Why wouldn't it matter if you gave me a principle? Give me a principle.
If I said stealing is wrong, then you would agree that theft or that taxation is theft. But if you say, well, but we need government, then you're going to say taxation is acceptable, even if someone doesn't want to pay it, because we need it for the good of society. So you have no principle.
Humans are great. Humans are. I don't think any of that would be entailed if I just said stealing is wrong. So I'm just on that. But humans are amazing creatures. We're also shitty creatures, right? And so the question is what keeps us in check towards productivity, towards well-being.
Centralized shittiness known as the
Right,
government.
and so there's a clearly legitimate debate, right? It's a legitimate debate about the best way to go and handle that, right? You'll notice I'm not here saying objectivism or individualism is wrong. I'm saying we need to have some of it, and I'm not saying government is totally good. I think we need to have the right size one.
Wait, I gave
Right, so I'm-
clear principles. I said exactly what the government's role should be, and anything outside of that is wrong. And taxation to fund what the government's role is okay. Those are principles. You can argue with them, but I definitely get principles.
Yeah,
No, 'cause you said
not to
you have-
mention, like the moment you give up the notion that someone's need is a moral claim on someone else's property, you've completely obliterated the entire concept of individual rights. It doesn't exist anymore.
That's the point. That's
So
why
you can't say you want some social welfare, but also individual rights. You can't say like there should be public schooling and individual rights. These would be contradictions as to what a right is.
now you can say that you have schools for children that are paid for through donation. That wouldn't be a violation of individual rights.
Yeah, because
No,
it would be
that's
a voluntary
totally fine.
contribution. But as
So, but that's the thing. But that's the thing you said before, right? That each individual, from some result of their civic education in some way, should be motivated to give what they can. In other words, it shouldn't just be about I want to or I don't want to, but there should be a sense of there should be a sense of some kind of obligation to the other.
well,
No,
the
there's
thing
no
is that
obligation
I
to
don't think the word. Hold on, I don't think the word is obligation, but more like an incentive. And I think that the incentive, and this is how some societies have worked, including the U.S. at the very beginning in its conception, is that people that had wealth, they wanted to live in a society where they could have happy people, where they could have people that had good values, good education, because they would benefit from that, instead of being surrounded by thugs. And so that would be an incentive for the people with money to try to invest in their society, including the education of people and the values and all of this kind of stuff. So,
Right,
I
but
want to make sure I understood that. I want to make sure I understood that. Hold on, can I make sure I understood that? Can I make sure I understood incentive here?
Okay.
Just want to make sure I got that. By incentive, you mean that
a reason I want to do
this. Well, no, just hang on.
Hold on, Diego.
Jesus.
open the
This
dictionary. dude.
remind. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
It reminds me of a conversation from a while ago about altruism. And so what you're saying is that the incentive here is if they're taking
Bring it up. Yeah, I was just going
Right?
to bring it up. Yeah.
right. So the incentive there is not that they will be good, but the incentive there is that they're in a better position. I'm in a better position, right? So it's a little bit selfish. That's what you mean incentive.
It's correct. It's in self-interest.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it won't be a charity all its own, It will not be, oh yeah, because just but I am doing it because in my best interest that my company, my enterprise or whatever, is surrounded by not violent people, but intelligent, that are civil, it's in my interest that the company is surrounded by a safe environment, that everything is clean, that everything looks nice, because it will attract more clients. I don't know, whatever you want to make the case. But there is always an incentive motivated by self-interest in us trying to keep the society good. Don't you prefer to live in a civilized neighborhood or in a ghetto? I'm sure that everyone would prefer a civilized society, where you can leave the door of your house open and nobody comes in. So all of these things are incentives. And now I just want to say that I agree with Simon with what he says, that it's incompatible, because when you make the case that someone else's need, whether it's a need for a loaf of bread or a house or whatever, that need gives them the right to make the claim on my wealth, then you can make any of these claims. You know, as soon as, oh, I don't have shoes, so well, Caleb, you need to give me that because I need to have shoes. You know, so it just makes things unfair. It's immoral when you are taking from someone to give to someone else, and it's not voluntary. It's stealing, as Theo is saying.
And yet we will need enough individuals who are motivated either by the incentive, right, or by some kind of sense of do-gooding to make sure that those kids have shoes.
Right, because the alternative is that you hold a gun to their head and say, hey, go ahead and give up the money anyway. And then what are you suggesting? You're basically saying, hey, that's a reasonable way to solve issues.
Yes, it is.
So that's the
What I'm saying is that it would be, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, wouldn't it be best if people understood, oh, that someone doesn't have shoes, I can get them shoes, I want to give them shoes. No one's going to take their shoes from me and distribute them, right? But that a healthy society is one in which more people than less want to give the good kid with no shoes.
Yeah, so that's the Catholic Church, the greatest organization for donations in the world.
Sure. So it's interesting because I come at this from a religious viewpoint, and at least my mayor's going to
But
disagree.
you should be Catholic.
Well,
No,
it doesn't matter which religion. All religions do charity.
No, but
No, because-
the
but
biggest
the-
charity.
Right, but they give charity because it's an opposite. But they give that. But that's the thing. That's exactly what I was going to say. In Judaism, at least, right, giving money and supplies and all kinds of things to those who don't have is not a matter of if you want to or not. It is a religious obligation.
Of the same religion, right?
Well, no, not true.
I'm not gonna go there.
He just said it. I didn't say it.
No, Diego. No. Hold on, Diego. It's not, Diego. It has nothing to do with if you're Jewish or not. Those who are in need should be provided for. The matter of religious obligation.
Correct.
But
Hold on, before you go, Simon, I just want to make a point. May I? Caleb, I think that you are almost agreeing with the fact that there needs to be the incentive, right? Or the motivation to do that. So that would go to my first point when I was telling you that an individualistic based or individual focused society will foster that because you are on your own. You are almost obliged to connect to the other people because if you don't, you're screwed.
Yeah, I guess I would frame it up like this is just the golden rule, right? My individual needs are always in conversation with the other people around, right? And the ways that I make the choices about myself, if I'm concerned with, effect, then I might weigh the impact of any decision I might make for myself and how it might affect others. I might or I might not, right? But I think that would be a healthy way to go about making some of those decisions. I agree that individuals are the ones that do things, right? They're the ones. We're just a bunch of individuals. And I also think that some of these principles.
But you see, like the golden rule already starts with how I should treat other people, whereas
I don't read it that way. I don't read it that way.
That's what it is. Treat others.
No, it isn't.
You treat yourself.
Right, but how do you know how to treat yourself?
That's okay, and that's where morality stems from.
Right. In other words, because that phrase is not about altruism at my expense. It's about knowing my needs.
At your expense. It's at the expense of myself.
No, that's not what that phrase means. It doesn't. There's nothing implying There's nothing implying in love your neighbor as yourself the expense to me. No, none.
Correct.
It's physically impossible to treat my neighbor like I would myself. Physically impossible.
Okay, but you know that it's a figurative.
You know that's not what it means. Yeah, you know that's not what
No,
it's
that's
going
why
on.
I-
And maybe
Simon,
Simon, what if
where
you
you
don't have any
coming
neighbors?
It
What
is
if you live in an apartment, you
impossible.
don't have any neighbors?
No,
Which
Simon, where
neighbors
you
are
coming
you
from?
gonna
You
treat?
coming from a religious question? On the religious text?
He's a capitalist.
Exactly. No, but that's also something that. So Simon is so he's atheist, and he doesn't want to take religious arguments as valid when it comes to his conversations, and I fully agree with it. Now, he feels the need to bring in arguments sometimes from a religious perspective to throw it in people's faces, and it doesn't work like that, dude. If you want religion out, you need to keep religion out. The thing about the treat your neighbor the same way as you treat yourself, I mean, it's obviously figurative. You know, it's like, don't do to others what you don't want to be done on yourself, something like that. But, I mean, if you take it literal, what if you don't have neighbors, Simon? Who are you going to treat? I mean,
So the reason I brought up sort of my own sort of influencing from my religious tradition is simply to say that the civics that I get from that tradition tells me that my needs matter, other people's needs matter, and both taking care of myself and taking care of others are a matter of obligation. That I have obligations to myself and I have obligations to others, and it has nothing to do with my desire to help others or even to help myself.
It's
It has to do.
Would you help
Kelly,
him out?
one question about your religion and your community. How, I mean, you're talking about obligation, and I think I can relate to that, you know, when it comes to the Catholic Church, like they make us realize we have an obligation towards our community. But I just want to understand, in the case of Judaism or your specific community, is it imposed to to make a specific contribution, or is it just something that within the community you just raise your children like that and be responsible for their surroundings? I mean, is this because in Christianity there are churches that they impose a 10%, you know, they oblige people.
Right. So we don't have those systems anymore of sort of national taxation for that. What we have is NGOs and nonprofits that collect money, right? All on a donor basis, voluntary. But the obligation still rests on the individual to give. Nobody is levying.
That they made you feel obligated to it. Like, where does this feeling come from? Does this feeling come from a role model who could have been your dad, or does this where does it come from?
Well, I think it's two things. Yeah. I think it comes from two places. One is when you learn the laws and you learn how to behave as a Jew, you learn about your obligations, and this is one of them. The other thing is hopefully you have role models who are showing you, and they're actively doing their obligations, right? So, like, you know, from time to time, periodically with my kids, right, we go out to do some kind of project helping out in the world, right? It's a soup kitchen, clean up a trail or whatever, right? And what we say that why do we do that? It's a mitzvah, right? It's a commandment. It is an obligation that helps connect me to the world and to other people. And that's why we do those things. I don't do it just because I want to. I don't do it because it just feels good. And I don't because they need it. I do it because those kinds of interactions with the world and interactions with other people is what creates societies. And I have to do the connecting work. If I don't do the connecting work, I might.
You see, this is coming from an individual initiative. Almost. It's not coming from a collective imposition. I went for 15 years since I was 4 until I was like 18, 13 years to like school. I mean, no religious school. You know, we were all. It was a mix. You know, it was an Austrian school, and we would have also outside of religion. You know, because there was no church involved. We would do also things like that. You know, they would take us to an orphanage and We would 1 day a year or 2 days a year, we would go out and pick up trash. And they would make us realize that what was happening in the world and that there was help that was needed. And so, but this is also again coming from an individual perspective. It is not.
So I would say it like this. All of the individuals have the same obligation, and it is up to the individual to do it or not do it. But the idea of helping the collective, right, and the idea of doing it with a school, with a community, right? You do those things so that that's what I mean by civic education. That's exactly what I mean, right? You teach collectively, and you teach about the power of the individual, and you hope that these will be, ingrained in them, and they will act as good people because we taught them. But that takes place within a community, right? So again, there's this constant interaction between the individual and the collective that is constantly being navigated around, right? The collective is constantly being negotiated.
I think this is deeper, than the economics we're talking about. I mean, of course, economics, but no, it's very interlinked, but it's deeper, because let's say I believe that this obligation comes from the sense of responsibility, right? Of the personal responsibility that there are things that will depend on you because otherwise people will not do them, or you just have to assume that you have some sort of responsibility or obligation towards your environment, your collective, and your society. So, but this comes from the sense of responsibility, now not from the sense of entitlement. And again, I think that an individual focused society fosters that sense of responsibility. A collective focused environment with a lot of benefits, as Maya was saying, it fosters entitlement because people don't see the relationship between freedom and responsibility, and that in order to be free and be able to do the things that you want to do and make the choices you want to make, you need to also be responsible for the outcome of those. And so, and I see it in such, I agree with you 100% about the civics. I see it in myself, here in Switzerland, I don't own a car here. I use the public transport everywhere I go. So when I'm in the train and I don't know, if it's almost empty, I sit wherever it is, even if it's like a thing for old people. So I just sit. But as soon as someone comes in the train and I see that they are actually someone that needs to sit more than I do, I just immediately stand up and I offer the seat. This is not the case with the newest generations, they just are entitled to a seat. And you see the old woman, standing there with barely she can walk and just grabbing herself
she has
from
4 bags she can stand.
So,
Hey, can I give a third alternative?
No, hold on.
I don't want to enter.
But I'm just like, oh my god. So you see the difference of entitlement and responsibility. But yeah, that was my point. Go ahead, Diego.
Okay, so here's the third option. All right, it's one in which no donations are necessary, yet everybody benefits. Check this out. My grandfather was a peddler, right? But he used to go and buy you people's used stuff and refurbish it and resell it, right? So let's say that there was some wealthy guy and this table's getting old, and so he puts it out on the street and he's going to pay the city to come and pick it up, right? And I come by, or my grandfather comes and he says, hey, wait a second. How about I take this for you for free? And the guy's like, really? Because I was going to pay $10. And he says, yeah, I'll take it. So now this guy is up $10 that he would have spent had the peddler not come by, right? Then the peddler goes ahead and spends a few bucks. He sands the table down, he repaints it, and then there's a new family who's getting married. They don't have a lot of money. They just bought a house and they need a new table, right? So the peddler comes up to that family and says, hey, I know you were going to spend $20 on a new table. How about you take this one? It looks great. Take it for 10. All right. So now all three parties are up, and have all profited, and everyone was trying to be selfish and save a buck. By the way, that wasn't my grandfather. I learned it from Rabbi Daniel Lapin, but I didn't want to invoke the Jews.
Isa, I think you're making the comparison.
I don't know how it linked to it.
It doesn't. Isa, I'm not sure that you're setting up the right things as opposites, right? Because I think we do agree that people need civics and people need to have an education that allows them to flourish as an individual, right? So I'm just not sure that the things that you're putting as opposite, right? Because you're putting responsibility and entitlement opposite each other. I'm not sure I think the opposite of responsibility is like apathy, right?
Well,
so when you're talking about, so I think the lines, the axes that you're drawing are, right, self-sufficiency versus government-provided entitlement programs.
Yeah, but
and then on the other, and then the other axis is, some sense of responsibility versus like a lesser sense of responsibility. And then so there's 4 quadrants there.
Yeah, what I'm not trying to put responsibility as the opposite of entitlement. I'm just saying that, let's say that the emotion, the feeling, or what will drive the person is either responsibility or entitlement. I'm not saying that they're opposite, but it's what will drive the person's actions. Like when you are expecting to receive something from the government without doing any effort, that makes you entitled. You feel entitled to your rights, your freedom, whatever, but you have no obligations. You feel entitled to the monthly check coming from the government, but you don't feel like you need to be responsible to go and look for a job. Now, when you're not getting any help, you're not entitled anymore. You are responsible, because if you are not, you're dead. You end up in the street. So it almost makes you have to go for that. Does it make sense?
Well, I think the moment you have individual rights, you completely lost any obligation you have to people. I think individual rights excludes the obligation. That's the entire point. Like, I'm not saying don't have a benevolent view of other human beings, like don't not help people, but I'm saying, politically speaking, no, it isn't.
You said don't not.
Yes, don't not help people, like help.
What are you actually asking us to do?
Don't offend Diego's grammatical sensibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying like just help
It is
people.
just necessary for this, Diego. We know it's grammatically incorrect.
Okay, anyways, like my point is.
But he's not asking us to do anything. He's just saying avoid not doing things. What?
Yeah, I'm saying exactly avoid not helping people.
How do you do that? By helping people? Why don't you just say
helping people? Yes, by helping.
Why don't you just say help people? Why don't you just say help people?
Okay, why are we sticking on this?
Because he's saying that the premise is that people will not want help. And so he's saying.
And people have a horrible view.
No, but if he says don't not, he means that we should. So why doesn't he just say it as a moral principle? You should help people. That's what Caleb's been saying.
Yes.
Yeah, we should help people.
Don't have an obligation. Yeah, I'm saying, and that's why I said.
But you're trying to remain an objectivist while saying this contradictory thing, because you're afraid.
Saying don't not help people is basically saying help people.
Right, but so you talk in these language games because you want to avoid saying the thing. You're the language game guy.
Help people if you have a good. Yeah, we should help people. We absolutely should. If you have a good view of your life.
He's not an objectivist anymore.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not gonna happen. But if you have a good view of your own life, then you have a good understanding of what life consists of, then I don't want to see people suffer. I don't want to see like other people do bad. That's why like anybody who knows me like in real life knows like if I can help you in any capacity, I go 100% for them.
You could get $50,000.
Why is it
with no obligation to repay?
That's right, exactly.
Oh, it's your old story.
Yeah, that's the old altruist in me. But anyways, my point is, if you have a good view of life just in general and life for yourself, then you should want to just help people. That doesn't mean at the expense of myself. It just means to want a better life for human beings in general. That's why I would give charity. I'd give to people to go to school. I'd give to like wherever I can if it produces the type of world that I want to see. And that's it.
Do you agree that if you could help two people and you can only help one, then you would help one at the expense of the other?
What do you mean at the expense of someone? Like me not giving money to someone else is not at their expense.
No, but if your choices are between two people and you opt for one, then the cost
not at their
of helping
expense.
one is not being able to help the other.
Yeah, but you can only help everyone.
That's the logic.
It's not at their expense, it's at your expense.
No. How does that make
It's at somebody's expense, motherfucker.
It's not at my expense.
You can't make money out of nothing. You can't help one person without avoiding doing something else,
Where are
right?
you going with this, Boost?
He's going nowhere.
No, I'm trying to explain to him because he says you shouldn't do things at your own expense. It's like, well, is there any other way to coherently say the matter? Like, yes, it is at your expense.
Okay.
That's why, even though I don't agree with Caleb, I don't agree with Caleb's.
Voice of two people.
Here's my whole thing. I 100% agree with Caleb. I think that Issa agrees with Caleb. It sounds like Simon agrees with Caleb. The only difference between Caleb and myself is that at some point, and this has to do with a knowledge of economics, he believes that someone down the line who doesn't want to help anybody, the hermit, should be forced to help, right, against his will, and that will create more prosperity. And that's where the economics thing kicks in and says, no, actually it won't, right? Because where the peddler benefits both parties, right, like he benefits himself and the other party also makes money, when you force people to do things, you benefit and they lose. They don't benefit as well. That's the problem when you don't do voluntary trades, you know?
I would just amend
because all trades are voluntary.
Yeah, just amend that. I think you strawmanned me a little bit. That when systems break down and people are not giving, then there has to be a way to course correct that. And I really jumped. Well, somebody had to. Well, I think there's a couple things. One is it can be very slow, and you can have a re-education process, and that'll take a generation or two to correct. Right? The other way, which is quicker, is force people. Now the question is do you reset it afterwards? Right? If you take from the wealthy guy to give to the poor person, right? At what point do you stop? You have to have an end game to that because it was a short-term course correction that you were trying to address, not a long-term strategy, right? So again, I'm down to the
societal my principles when I really need to. Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me?
I only violate my principles under extraordinary circumstances. I think is what you're trying to say.
That's everybody. No, I'm not unique that way. By itself. Everybody does that. Everybody has a limit.
Well, that's a test that Issa has tried to instill and lost. But she also believes the same thing, that everybody has a limit, everybody has a breaking point. Just not anybody in this room.
There are many principles I would die for. There are many principles I would be willing to die for, Diego. So.
But not for society.
Oh no, I'm not.
Well, it depends.
For Diego.
For society, we would definitely force someone as a course correction, right?
Again, we would have to look at individual cases about what are we correcting, right? And then we would have to analyze sort of how effective was that course correction. But none of this wasn't just in a vacuum. They were like real people out there.
Yeah.
Well, we have to think about the real people.
We also have to think about the principles.
Principles are only as good as they are applied.
Well, no, principles
See, Simon?
You need to be able to stand up for your principles when it doesn't make sense, or no, it doesn't make sense, but when it's difficult to do, because otherwise, just don't bother having principles. So if you have a principle of do not steal,
Do no harm, like Austria.
or no, do not steal. It's like, okay, your principle is based on the fact that you believe that you have a respect for private property and you're not going to be in favor of anybody coming and taking your private property, but you're not going to take anybody else's private property. So the moment you introduce an object that goes against that principle, even if it makes sense in terms of like virtue or charity or whatever it is, the moment that that principle of yours is being attacked, you stand up for it and you say, no, this goes against my principle of do not steal, and I'm not going to do that. So, for example, taxes, right? I understand that. I mean, what we're talking here is just pure intellectual exercise, because right now the reality is what it is, and we adapt to it, and we are born into some sort of social contract, and we cannot just reverse things and burn it all and start from scratch. But the way that our brains work is by being consistent with our principles, right? And so that's the only reason why, for example, I do not believe that taxes are moral, or that Simon believes that taxes are moral, or Diego, is because they go against the principle of private property and do not steal. The same reason why, for example, I am against abortion, because I do believe in the right of life, and nobody is able, whether you're outside of the womb or not yet, to take that life away from you because it's a different DNA code. But that's another topic. But so
Ayn Rand is pro-choice. Did you know that?
I know, but I'm not a Randian. I'm not an objective.
Not surprising.
I do like Ayn Rand, but I do disagree with her in a few points. Like, for example, we were talking about the other day, Caleb, when she believes that morality, there is a standard, there is an objective morality. I disagree with that. I believe that there's an objective reality, but not an objective morality. But anyway, that's another conversation. But yeah, so I'm just talking about the principles and trying to make a point.
Wait,
that
Isa, you're a relativist?
I'm not no, we're not gonna deviate right now. We're talking about principles.
No,
but I'm not a relativist.
No.
Yes, that is what she said. Yes.
But no, I am.
The person who thinks that there's objective reality thinks that there's no objective morality.
I believe there is an objective morality. Objective reality. I believe that morality can be different
relative
for different people. Exactly, based on what they value. Based on what they value in their lives. Based on what value.
Stance itself is.
Andre, you asked me a question.
I'm just
You're
saying
right,
my opinion. It's inconsistent. Like the.
Okay, but you asked me a question. I was responding to
it. Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so values are different for every person. You cannot expect that. For example, in the case of Ayn Rand, she puts the relative morality, the objective morality, she bases it on the value for life. Like, you cannot expect everyone to value life in the same way, not even your own, and so we act according to those things that we're pursuing or that are of value to us, even if that means killing myself. Ayn Rand would claim that that is immoral, but to me, if that, let's say I am in a lot of pain or whatever, and my body is the most private property that I have, and it's gonna, I'm gonna do something good, I'm gonna achieve something good with killing myself, I am completely entitled to do that. And so,
well, the position
Yeah,
is
sign it right now.
self-preservation at all costs.
This
I mean,
is
that's
signing
not
right
the
now my
position.
PTR.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, that is fucking facts. Oh my
Well,
god.
I don't care, but I would be pursuing my own objective, which as an individual I have the right to do, because I am valuing something differently than you do, and that is okay.
I mean, it's okay.
Well, I mean,
wrong. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
the position.
No, it is okay because I'm not trumping on your rights.
That's such a feminine take.
Wrong. No, hold on. That's not what the.
Just wrote this.
Yeah, the position is not like self-preservation at all costs, and if you kill yourself, you're immoral. The entire point is, if you want to live, you must value. So only the concept of life brings the concept of value to any significant meaning. So if you want to value something, you have to figure out what those values are in order to sustain your life. So like, if reality is objective, and because you're a being that must pursue values in order to sustain your life, then the standards to which you evaluate your choices and actions should be to figure out what those good values are that would sustain your life, as opposed to the bad values which would destroy your life. So the objectivity is everything that keeps you alive is the good. Everything that helps you be a good human being is the good.
Too. That sounds
How is that
relativistic.
relative?
Okay,
How
so
is that
let's say that stealing keeps you alive. Then that's the value that you should aim at?
It's the what?
It's better to.
If stealing keeps you alive, or killing people keeps you alive,
okay, so then
or raping
get a
people
little
keeps
more
you alive,
nuance.
just keep going.
Hold on. Well, raping people doesn't keep you alive. I mean, that's.
I mean, you know, what they. The Palestinians
and already, you know that you've ended up in an irrational contradiction in your own, like in the moral position, because if I know that which seeks to threaten or destroy my life is the bad, then you've already rationalized the good away to accepting the bad.
If you demoralize your enemy by raping them, it might keep you alive. Demoralization.
Why are they my enemy? Why are they my enemy? Well, why are they my enemy?
Well, now you're asking a different question. I mean.
Well, no. You've brought in a lot of nuance.
Let's just say they hate me for who I am.
Okay. Did they initiate force on me?
Sure. Let's say that they initiated force on me.
Okay. So then, what you're saying is I can't stand up for myself.
No, you can stand up for yourself, but let's say that raping is that extra step that's going to make you win the war.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what Simon I think is saying is, as soon as life is the most basic value, period, full stop. When the other person forgoes that value, they take themselves outside of that equation. They put themselves outside of the moral landscape that you used to be on. So now that the person doesn't value life anymore, his life is of no value either.
Correct. I agree with that.
I'm just trying to steelman what he's saying.
I'm just a syntax Nazi.
Yeah, which is
what if his death was of value to someone and he is willing to give up his life for something bigger than himself? Like, for example,
yes.
His country. No. His country.
A father?
No, but
so
here's a very interesting point, right? The only reason why we value those kind of acts of valor or self-sacrifice is because we value it against life. When the person willing to forgo the most important, or sacrifice it in the name of something else, that seems to us even more valuable, because look at that, the person gave up the most valuable thing for something else. It must be of a greater value, or at least equal to.
Listen, I do agree with you, and I think that the value of life is universal. And I have always said this, and I have said something kind of like in the lines of what you're saying. So even the civilizations that had human sacrifice, they are valuing life because they are offering that life to the gods, right? So regardless of how you see it, they're still valuing life, right? So, but my point is not questioning the value of life. My point is questioning in what in what in the ranking of values of your own personal values. How do you value life? Sometimes you value more life than money. Sometimes it's the other way. It's and I know that it can be stupid because without life you cannot have money, right? So,
Exactly.
Correct.
It's the
but
most fundamental.
ultimately,
Like, you cannot have value, period, without.
I understand the objectivity in looking at this, but then the way a person acts and the way a person makes decisions will tell you what they're valuing more in that moment.
Yeah,
So,
but they can be wrong as well.
That's fine. I am not talking about right or wrong. I am talking about the subjective value of things.
But that's okay. So as soon as we talk about ethics or morals, we talk about the right and wrong. We talk about normative, and in different permutations. Whether it's like where it's we're talking about more.
It has to be part of the argument.
Morality. Huh?
That's what that means. A normative value is something that has to be part of the argument itself.
What did you say?
I'm saying that it has to be part of the argument itself.
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my.
Yeah, it's you. We can hear. We can hear very well everything.
Okay, sorry.
Are you back?
Yeah. So I was. Wait. What were we talking about? The values.
No,
Yeah,
we were
we're
talking
saying
about
that values
normative
are
values.
subjective.
Oh yeah. So as soon as we start talking about morality, we started to talk about differentiation between right and wrong. What is good and what is bad. What is better or worse. So just to say that everybody has different values, okay, that's a trivial thing to say. I don't think anybody would argue with it. But I think the question that we're more interested in, whose values are better. Don't you think so?
It depends. For whom?
No, the question is whose values are correct. See, that's the, that's
you're
the
right,
difference.
You're right. Whose values are correct?
And so how do we define what is correct? How are we measuring that? Is it based on which values bring more
The law of
wealth or
non-contradiction.
more flourishing?
We vote on it.
More
No, it's
advanced?
based on-
No, fuck democracy.
But
Right.
it's based on the law of non-contradiction. That's how they decide.
Too bad, Easter. We're not going to tell you what to think. We're going to wait for you to tell us what to tell you what to think.
That's the perfect thing to do.
It's based on your ultimate value, which is life itself. When you measure how healthy is a person as opposed to how unhealthy is a person, and we can say, oh, if the objective for human beings is to live longer so that they can continue chasing their values, then what are
But the
what
objective,
are the things?
but why are you assuming that the objective of everyone is to live longer?
Well, okay, wait, hold on.
It's not about
Let me address this.
It's about
Let me
just
address this,
living in
'cause
general.
Simon's not making a good objectivist argument.
No,
Here's
it's
the
not.
objectivist argument using what Andre brought up, right? Normative values. One cannot engage in a debate in which they're going to assert the position that life is more valuable than death, and unless the debating partner assumes that value as well, because if they don't,
Hello?
then there's no debate to have anymore. You understand?
That's
That's
right.
why normative values and arguments are necessary, and that's how objectivists look at it. Simon is not a good objectivist, so he doesn't know how to articulate this point, but I think that's what he's trying to say. You cannot say,
I
I'm in
know I
favor.
went into the matrix for 2 seconds and I missed what you were saying. Gee.
Okay, you cannot argue, okay, with
Can you
another
repeat it?
person, a position
Hello?
that life is. Okay.
You guys?
No.
He did
Okay,
it
so
the
can you
first time,
repeat
but
what
the
you
second
said?
time, no, he was squeaking.
Okay, so the objectivist way of formulating the position is that when a person engages in an argument with another person,
Mhm.
there are normative values that are necessary by definition for the debate to take place. One of those is valuing life over death. Obviously,
fuck you,
because
J-Lo, I can't hear you. I don't know.
All right, never mind.
No, I think it's.
We can hear him. Isa, I don't know.
Really? Is
Yeah.
it me?
Yeah, it's on your end. I don't know
Yeah,
what
it's
the
you.
fix is.
I heard it.
Oh, well, then this is God trying to prevent me from listening
Yeah,
to you, so
that's
I'm
what it
just
is.
gonna go with it, yeah. I don't care, whatever you said.
agree with me though, Andre?
Yeah, absolutely. I think to me, this is why I kind of switched to the moral naturalist sense, because I think those are discoverable, and if everybody can just look at the things and try to deduct what is, the most effective way of living, and we can both agree on what type of values we can have as our base. So I think naturalist way provides a good foundation.
So the argumentation style that I'm talking about is called argumentation ethics, and it was developed by an objectivist named Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Okay, so 1 second, Andre. I like the way that you explain things, and I agree with you 100% of what you're saying. So, where is it that between my thinking and what you're saying, where is it that I just crashed? I mean, apart from being a woman, what?
No. I think you're taking the fact that there is plurality of different opinions in the way to act, and assigning that as if that is all good and dandy. Okay, like we all have different strategies of how to survive and how to live. Some strategies are better than others, and so as soon as we discover a better strategy, we try to adopt it. So to say that morals are relativist is to say that any, and this is a very important word, any strategy is good or good enough. And I disagree with that statement. I don't think that any of them. I think there's only one, and we're just trying to figure out which one is the best.
Okay, I need to think about this because there is some, I don't know, I have like two arguments in my head that are conflicting. So on one side, for example, I believe that, value, not values. Value is subjective, and you attribute value depending on what you have more interest in. Now, let me try to think where I was going.
Because you're talking about economic value, not moral value.
Yeah, I'm losing you, Diego. I don't know why I cannot hear you.
He said you're talking about economic value and not actual moral values, which is absolutely correct.
Moral values are objective. Economic values are subjective. There's a difference between the two.
Okay, but then why? So when we talk about moral values, okay, so. All right, I think I'm getting there. I'm trying to think, for example,
the reason that we say values are subjective, Isa, is because the science of economics argues in a manner that is value free, but that doesn't make the decisions that people make free from an objective moral determination. Like you can still analyze it objectively, but not in the science of economics, because the science of economics is like the science of mathematics. It doesn't matter what particular input you put in. It's about studying the functions of these of the interrelations between things.
What will allow you to continue to value?
No, I get that. And listen, I have always said, that's the reason why I'm conflicting right now, because I have always said and believed that, for example, life is a universal value, right? For what I said before, that even if you are a society or a civilization that sacrifices humans, then you're still valuing life because you're offering the most valuable thing that you have to that a society that doesn't value life is doomed to disappear,
yes.
To fail. So now, let's say we all are for abortion. Well, I mean, like people are killing their own, so you will in the end stop existing. Now, I think that where I am conflicting is when I give, for example, the thing about suicide, right? Like the I am going to kill myself. So we're talking also about life, but I think that what I am doing here and what the reason why I'm conflicting is because in that case, I might be, and let me, if it makes sense, I might be treating that life as a matter of market choices rather than as a value itself. And what's convenient to me in that moment rather than as a value, fundamental value.
Okay, so this is why I think it will be helpful if you think of it as the most basic currency value, because everything gets compared to it. Like, so when you say, for example, there's a society that sacrifices its own to the gods, and that's bizarre and kind of not awe-inspiring, but it's very shocking. The shock value comes from you saying, okay, so if life is the most important thing, and those people are willing to take this away because they have something else that they value even more than that, that is shocking. So in the moment, when you're making those type of value judgments, that's what you're comparing it to. And that also points to the fact that, life is the most basic, most fundamental value that we compare everything to.
Yeah, that is a word I like. It is fundamental. It's not that necessarily I value it the way that you value it, but it's just fundamental in order to achieve anything else.
Yeah, I think as soon as you recognize it as a fundamental and you start kind of seeing how everything gets compared to it, and this is why we look at the heroism the way we look at it, and we look at the people who are sacrificial the way we look at it, the way we judge them. You start understanding the psychology behind it, and you start understanding the whole calculus of comparing things to each other. And I think it builds upon itself the whole argument for private property and having property of your own body and valuing your children and valuing your family and building up from the most basic unit outward. So that, as life is the most fundamental value, you're building outward from it, and you're adding other markers that that change your perhaps attitude at times, but you're still comparing to the most fundamental.
I think one of my problems is that I am spending too much time listening to Simon, and it's just confusing me more. Yeah, because
I think. Hey, Isa, can you hear me okay?
yeah, you can hear me.
I think Simon. What's difficult about Simon's take is that it's very, very, very extreme. It's the 100th
Objective is extreme,
percentile.
yeah.
It's the 100th percentile of individualism, right? It could be argued it's the most
I'm more
selfish,
extreme than he is.
unless you can argue that otherwise, you could argue that, well, me being selfish in this way actually benefits you, whether or not you believe it does, right? Like, that's the only argument you can make that it's not the most selfish take. At the same time, it's not it would never work. It ultimately wouldn't work because human beings are greedy. It won't work because people retain more resources than they ever need. No, it's not. No, not true. Hang on. Let me finish, please. The problem with it, as it expands and as we see the wealth gap increase all around the world, is that we're finding out that people with trillions of dollars.
And what's wrong with that?
Diego, we're seeing people hoarding resources who are not altruistic. They're not willing to if like you argue, like basically it's in your best interest to make the people around you better for your own good. Who wants to live in a slum? I just read an article that rich people are just building reinforced bunkers. They're not only building bunkers now, they're building entire homes that are hundreds of millions of dollars that are basically giant safes to protect their own bodies. When people start doing that and they hoard resources, what's that?
But if they're doing it with their own resources and it's
I get it, but my point is they're turning inward and protecting their own best interests, and they're not helping others at all to make
But see, this is the part.
They're walking away from society instead of.
But this is the part. This is the part where an economic education would change your perspective, right? If a rich person hoards resources,
it's not going to change trillionaires from wanting $7 trillion when they can't even spend $1 trillion.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just finish this. Let me just land this plane. If a trillionaire, like let's say Elon Musk, goes from having $1 trillion in the bank account to $7 trillion, That's $6 trillion that are not putting a demand on resources that otherwise would be out. On things, which raises the price.
I can't hear you.
Oh, so it was him. I didn't say anything because I thought it was me.
Sorry. Let me say that one more time. I don't know why it dropped out. I'm not moving. Okay, so when a rich person goes from having $1 trillion in their bank account to having $7 trillion, that's $6 trillion that they have removed from the money supply. Am I gone again?
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
Shit.
When a rich person saves money, that's money that isn't putting a demand on products and raising the price, making everyone effectively poorer. When you want to take money from rich people and distribute it, but actually,
You're gone again. You're gone again.
then the app is crashing.
I restarted my app because
Even-
it only happens with Diego.
It's
Diego,
so
I think that they're
It's
go-to.
monitoring the absolutely ridiculous things that he's trying to say. It's completely.
Oh my God, Mike.
Yeah, now I'm hearing Mike.
Now, Mike, you sound terrible. I don't know what happened to your microphone.
Do we have a solar eclipse or what?
Can you hear me now?
You sound like your microphone is
You
like
meant the
this.
solar flare. Solar eclipse wouldn't make any sense. Why is Simon?
Sorry, solar flare, yes.
That's flat earther again. They don't understand.
I'm a flat earther, right? But you guys will get what I'm saying. When people save,
Yeah, but you're wrong.
it removes the demand on things, which lowers the price, right? You understand that?
Yeah.
When people put a demand on things, right? When you make it illegal to save, and you plunder from rich people, you just make everybody else poorer, actually, but not nominally.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but what the point here is, first of all, we have to talk about morals. Taking from someone that was successful is immoral, regardless of what your
Agreed.
intentions are. Second of all, we have to understand that when you talk about the wealth gap increasing, that's only because a few people have gotten so rich, the wealth gap is increasing. This is the misunderstanding of averages between mean voting and the median. The median has gone up. The standard of living for all of the developed world has gone up, and half the climate has came out of abject poverty. And that has been a tremendous improvement over years past. For most of human history, people have been living hand to mouth, literally. They were like,
By the way, Maya,
they have no food.
I just want to say really quickly, just for a pause, I'll let you finish. I just want to say there are solar flares occurring right now and throughout the weekend. That's all I want to say. See.
Cool. So
Useless intervention.
So this is all positive development. Now, when people are talking about the wealth gap is increasing, that's because a few people, like Jeff Bezos, have made such a great product that we all use and we all keep giving him our money, only because he has made all our lives better. That it used to be like you have to be in an elite level to have someone get to the store, buy your object for you, and return it. We got so used to things showing up on our doorstep, we forget what a luxury that is. So the point here is, when having each person work for their individualism, they might build a wall around their community because they want, like Beverly Hills walled in, but they're paying someone to manicure their lawns, they're paying someone to build those walls, they're paying someone to deliver their goods and all these luxury building goods. That's all trickling into the economy. You say they're hoarding resources, that may be true for a while, but the way they got to hoard resources was by building something that all of us want so badly, we're willing to pay and make our lives better, all voluntarily. Like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos would not have become billionaires if they wouldn't have created a product that we want.
And they wouldn't have become,
This man is right.
and they wouldn't have become millionaires if they had hoarded all their wealth.
Yeah, you cannot hoard yourself.
That's exactly how you become a millionaire.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Actually,
If you don't hoard your wealth, then you'll never have $1 million. I don't get what the problem here is.
No, but you need to make it work for you. You can't just sit on the money.
What do you mean? It generates interest. That's how it works.
No, it's not.
Meyer, I don't.
They didn't make billions off interest.
Interest rates are shit, man.
Look at Amazon. Amazon lost money for the first couple of years of its existence. They had to keep borrowing and spending and going broke until they finally were able to make it. Microsoft as well. It wasn't an overnight success. I have to look at the history of PayPal, how Elon Musk made his original money, and how quickly.
By not having a license.
He was
And
also
cheating
a
the
founder
system.
of PayPal, but
That's
Tesla was also losing a lot. Well, yeah, his original money.
Tesla
Yeah,
lost a lot of money, but that was after he was already wealthy enough to do it. The Boring Company lost a lot of money in its beginning. Even SpaceX did a long time. I mean, I still don't know if SpaceX is positive.
Hey, I don't mean to change the subject, but did you guys see the Elon's daughter or son? I'm not really sure how to refer. Like disavowing him and saying
Oh
he's
yeah,
lying.
it's a son who became transgender, and he brought it up with Jordan Peterson about that whole ideology and how he was basically fooled into allowing that process to take place. Elon Musk was talking about it, and that he lost his son basically, and then his son came out and completely disavowed him, like it wants nothing to do with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
hope that he doesn't want to do anything with his millions either.
No, I think he's an idealist, that individual.
Of course, he's brainwashed. That's a lot of the society at the moment.
See, Isa, that's why values are not as important as reality, because, values are subject to reality.
No, but reality is very important because reality is what actually is the most objective thing. Like, a penis is reality, And so a woman, a woman. Hold on. Let me finish what I was trying to say. A penis
Let her
is
finish.
a
Let the woman
reality, and
finish
that's
about
what
the-
makes. Yeah, Daniel came right in the moment and the like.
I mean, it's everything.
Right.
And that's what makes you a man. So that is reality. I cannot be a man because I don't have a penis. Okay?
But you have penis envy.
No, what? Oh my god, you're triggering me. You know that right now you brought me into a dark place. Diego, hold on, you brought me into a dark place, Diego. Hold on. Diego, you just brought me right now. My stomach, I felt like a punch, Thomas used to say that to me, that I had penis envy.
I didn't know that. For the record.
That's a fucking loser. Anyway. Yeah, I don't have penis envy.
So
Patrick in the chat says, fake news, Issa tells people to suck her dick. Ever the contributor.
Wait, but can I just exploring that Elon Musk child thing? Do you guys find that
I never said that. I have never said that. Honestly, no, hold on. I need to make this clarification. I have never said that. I've heard that when people are fighting, especially like in the Black community rooms. I have never said anything like that. So, no, that's not true. Anyway, go on. Sorry. I just needed to make that remark.
Don't you guys find that the typical
Not my style.
creation of a leftist in modern America is someone who was born affluent?
Is Diego talking?
Yes.
It's you're talking about
Shit, I can't hear anything.
privileged set of beliefs that they
Can
can.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear everyone but Diego. I think.
Oh, lucky.
Your prayers are answered.
That's a setting, Issa.
It's God. No, it's God. You
It's a
don't
feature.
believe in
It's
God.
not a bug, it's a
This is
feature.
God.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
I missed that. That's absolutely correct.
So Daniel, I heard you went up against Sam last night.
Yeah, well, it broke waves, I understand. Like,
Yeah, and I was caught in the
in the crossfire.
So Diego,
Isa,
were you talking about the luxury?
Smart guy, you were telling me that you were both said that, by the way. Isa, is this the smart guy you were talking about? The other one, Isa, is this the guy that you say was smart? Doesn't seem that smart.
Well, that was a mistake, I told you.
Are you talking about the luxury beliefs with the leftists? Is that what you're talking?
What do you mean luxury?
I'm saying that I find that what makes people leftists is usually people that don't have to work for like very hard to have, basic subsistence level shit. I think that they don't really like. It's like the daughter of Elon Musk. It's very easy for them not to care about getting access to Elon's
I can't.
money because the mother's taken care of through alimony, right? Like, she's always going to have money, so of course, like, it's easy to disavow.
I'm not
I mean, it's a I would say it's a patchwork.
Diego, leave the app, Diego, and just come back and see if she can listen to you afterward.
Please. It's just so weird. Like, I keep seeing the ring around his PTR, but I cannot hear anything he's saying.
How's that?
But all of you are. It's just weird.
Can you hear him now, Lisa?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can't hear you. I mean, I hear you, but then all of a sudden you disappear and just your ring stays there and I can't hear anything. It's just weird.
That happens to me and Josh when we're singing sometimes. It may be the sevens between I don't know.
Yeah, it's the first time it happens to me with Diego, but go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I think that there's a correlation between how well off you were raised and your socialist tendencies, and your views about how much people should be forced to give to the government and how many things should be free and available for other people. It tends to be correlated to like how much money you were raised with.
I mean, I would push against this because I think it's a patchwork of different types of people. Some of them are just losers or have-nots who are jealous and see the only way of getting on top is changing the whole social structure. Because I mean, essentially, that's what they are rooting for. With all of those revolutions, we can see it in practicality. When those revolutions happen, it just creates a different type of social hierarchy with the vanguard on top and then the proletariat at the bottom. But it doesn't really change much in terms of power structure. It just kind of puts people who are at the bottom to the top and vice versa.
You know what?
No,
I agree. I agree with Diego because as soon as my brother started paying taxes, he became a conservative. Funny how that works. All his life he never worked. As soon as he started working, he finally understood what I was saying all along. It's crazy how that works.
No, but there's a lot of people who are who think of themselves as untapped geniuses, right? Who are so good, so smart, so wonderful.
If they were geniuses,
so
then they're rich, bro.
So creative.
No, I was gonna say, are you talking about Tom? I was gonna say.
But it's the society that holds them back and holds them down. And so it's not that they need to change themselves; they need to change the society in order to fit their,
I mean, we do live in a fucked up society, real talk.
But newsflash, if you're not winning in society,
Hampton should be a YouTube star.
I am. Well, I mean, I have over 20,000 subscribers, but that's not about me. But I'm just saying, like, if we live in, like, what is the saying? To be sane in a sick society, it's really hard to be sane in a sick society. We live in a fucked up world.
Hampton, put up your link so I can subscribe to you and share it to my friends.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. I want people to win.
That's why I support Hampton.
Yes, Simon is a long
because I have a benevolent view of human beings.
Simon's like, I'm not bad. I was just born into this thing.
That's right.
So here's the question: how much does individualism is your responsibility predicating on the society you live in, predicated on the religion that you have taught? How much of individualism is yours and you're responsible for, and how much is society religion responsible for?
Well, individualism is an achievement. Individualism is an achievement that has to be recognized by human beings in order to have that sort of society. Now, if you don't have a view that like people should be free, that's why I always tell people the number one political value when living in society should be freedom, and you should understand why you should be free, and you should understand why people should be free, and then respect people's rights as a result of that.
But you also need to understand what freedom is in order to actually be free. Because freedom is not just I will do whatever I want, but I will be responsible for the outcome of the choices I make. So you're free to make choices, but you have to be accountable for the result of those choices, whether they were positive or negative. You have the freedom to make mistakes, but you have the obligation to take care of that responsibility when you make those mistakes.
That's right.
Does society share any of that responsibility? Because when
No, but that's the thing. Society shouldn't.
You're a grown-ass man.
You
take
are
care of
the
yourself.
One that, you are
Society is not the standard for anything.
Hold on, you as the individual are the one that has to take care of the choices that you make. So if you make bad choices, the responsibility lies with you, dude, not with the rest of us.
I got it. But when you're young and great,
that's your parents.
Okay, wait. So they'll give you values, directions, and beliefs, so that you didn't have on your own. So now you've been living by your parents' values, directions, education, and beliefs. How much do they owe some responsibility to your individual act?
You're the responsibility of your parents. I'm not the responsibility of you. I mean, if they raised you incorrectly.
I ain't your daddy, Leroy.
Hold on, and if they raised you incorrectly and with the wrong values, that's not my problem.
When did Issa's daddy?
Okay.
When
do the young person?
Not yet.
At what age?
What Leroy is arguing is structuralism. He's saying that everything, all the values that you have, all the choices that you make, are necessarily are product of the society that you live in. The problem with structuralism is that the fundamental question of where did those values come from, they cannot answer it, because they have to sort of fall back into this, semi-mystical idea of structures existing on their own,
absolutely,
and creating things on their own, which is bizarre, and it's
right. So exactly.
I sometimes love Andre so much when he talks about
everybody
things.
So
Leroy, stop dreaming about the rain god, man.
And Leroy, nobody's gonna give you shit for free.
No, you missing the point.
There you
go again.
Leroy.
There you go again.
No reparations.
So if there's structuralism that exists in a society, we know it exists because we're governed by it, by the laws, right? So that's clear that structuralism is there, right? And sometimes structuralism favors.
No, we said it isn't.
Wait a second. What law do you
structuralism
so you can become rich?
Yeah. So his misery is our fault.
What do you say?
It's even more fundamental.
No. What does he say? I don't hear him. What is your question?
I wanted to say.
Well, if you don't scream over him, you might hear him.
Leroy, I wanted to say, what law do you want to change so you become equitable and rich? What law do you want to change?
Oh my God, there's lots of laws that can be changed.
Give us two.
Redlining at the bank. Discrimination of not wait.
That's illegal.
Wait.
Even if I am a bad guy.
No,
okay, so listen.
To abolish they're making it illegal, which is quite.
He hates credit scores.
No,
it's illegal to redline. You want to abolish?
I want it to be right.
What is your credit score, Leroy?
Oh, why? You interested in marrying me?
I'm joking. You don't have to say it. I just wanted a reaction.
Let's just say it's not pretty. It's not pretty.
No, listen. We know that there's certain laws that is structural that makes a difference on what a person individualistic walk in life is, right? Because you just got to mention Elon Musk. Elon Musk. No. Elon Musk's son born into wealth. So therefore, he's not going to have too much of a worry when it comes to access.
And yet
sounds like Donald Trump. Oh my God.
He's a moron.
Wait. So his individualism is very different from when somebody's born into poverty.
No.
That's true.
No, but I think there is something to be said about.
It is true, but so what do you want us to do about it?
I mean, acknowledge that it's a factor. Don't sit and be like, everybody got what they got and it's all fair. And if you screw up in life because you're.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So
you're
it's a factor. It's good to acknowledge it's a fact.
Leroy, no one is born, no one has the exact same foundation. Even two twin brothers that are born in the same house from the same parents and are being given the same food will have different outcomes in life because they are not absorbing reality in the same way. They are not reading the same things. They're having different conversations on their own, and their mentality and their mindset will be different from each other. So how exactly is it that you propose that we fix the problem you're presenting?
Well, guess what?
There is no problem to fix, though.
But it's not, I guess what I'm saying, I think there's a point to be made about Obama's you didn't build that, even though he worded that very wrong. But basically what he was saying is in order to have a successful business, you're benefiting off the infrastructure that was already placed there. Right. That was already, that enabled you to have your business. You get what I'm saying?
But that infrastructure is called capitalism. That's the infrastructure is called.
Yeah, but they don't want you to fix that.
The roads are funded and built by the government. The space stuff we get from NASA and the space program. There's so many technologies we get from the space program and NASA, which are funded by the government. Yeah, but it's still funded by the government that we benefit from, like the internet. The internet is something that is.
Hold on. Let Hampton finish.
Yeah, like come on. The whole thing is there's a lot of things that people that are very successful in the private sector that they've gotten because they have utilized the public sector, the government spending, the infrastructure that was already there.
Because it wouldn't have happened otherwise, right, Hampton?
So I'm just saying, it's not like they just. It should be. Y'all just need to acknowledge it. I feel like y'all don't acknowledge it and don't want to.
What do you want to acknowledge? That the government.
Okay, Jules.
No, what I'm saying, acknowledge the fact that people that are successful a lot of the time, sometimes, a lot of the times, often than not, being successful depends on luck more than anything. A lot of the times in life.
Exactly, it's miraculous.
First of all,
I think we need to just.
Capitalism explains.
Oh my God,
Capitalism intrinsically is an exploited system, no doubt about it.
Okay. Oh my God, this is.
Yes, it is.
If you want.
Okay, I'm not gonna listen. to it. We're talking.
Is exploitive in its own way. So capitalism is the least exploitive. Let's put it this
No,
way.
I mean capitalism doesn't.
What the hell would
nothing.
you prefer communism with gulags and bullshit?
No, but I don't know that
I defund those same government infrastructures that those people that they benefited from.
There's a lot of gay
I noticed a lot of times, but boomers that have benefited from the post-war big expansion of the government, big government spending, they got up the ladder and they're kicking the ladder out from under them, and it's messed up. It's really messed up. They're trying to cut the things that they benefited from.
And with socialism, they would bring him up, and he would be richest. Than the people right now.
I'm talking about the levels.
Because socialism makes everyone equal, but equally poor, not equally rich.
No, I'm talking about access to education and stuff like that. The funding of the education system, the GI Bill. The GI Bill, for example, was government spending that.
Let me ask you a question, Hampton. Why do you want education if you, under your system, will not be able to actually flourish individually? What does education do for you if you're just going to be the same like everyone?
That said you can't flourish independently. Everyone has the same access to education.
But you already have access.
There's not just rich kids that get to go to the nice schools and colleges. Even before, right? Colleges used to be for the elite. Colleges used to be for the elite. Now it's more of a mainstream thing. Having an educated population is better than having a two-tiered system where people don't know shit.
And it has only served to screw the society. It has only
to have an educated populace.
Is a level playing field. It makes it possible for everybody to be on a level, as opposed to one.
In order to compete.
Right. That's the key. That's more fair to the individual and to the group when everybody has a level playing field.
But in America, you should only be able to go to college because if your parents can afford it or you can afford it. I think you should be able to go to college and get higher education because you strictly want to, and it's a principle and a value thing. It's not, economics. It's
But
just
I
a
want to
value
say
thing.
something to you, Hampton. Like every single child in America has access to education. Every single goddamn
Not the
child.
same levels
What
of
the hell
quality,
is going
not
on
the same
about
quality. It really depends on your zip
But
code
like,
who your
now
parents
you're
are.
talking about quality. Like
It
you
really
guys
depends
go
on your
to
parents more than
school.
anything.
Wait a
It's your
second.
parents.
Wait just 1 second. You started off with education and then you moved the goalpost to quality of education.
How is that? That's the
Wait
same
a
thing. It's
second.
not the
Wait just
goalpost.
1 second. Let me land. Wait a second. Let me land. You started off with access to education. Every single child in the United States of America has access to education.
Not high quality education.
By the way, wait just 1 second. And it doesn't matter where you come from. You can excel. Look at JD Vance. He started off in a fucking trailer park, wherever the fuck it was, with a drug addict, alcoholic mother, and he went to
No one is saying it's impossible. It just makes it harder. And not everybody makes it. That's why they're success stories. That means it's out of the ordinary. That's why people get movies made after them. Because it's out of the ordinary. Not everybody can be a Ben Carson. Not everybody can be a TD.
Not everybody can be straight, right, Hampton?
Most people are. 95% of them are. So.
No. It's just like.
So you're extraordinary.
No, it's a victim.
Exactly.
This mentality doesn't help you because JD Vance statistically should have been a drug addict son, statistically, where he comes from, the upper
Exactly, and he didn't, and that's why he's
celebrating. His grandmother was there for him. It's the same way that Barack Obama's grandmother was there for him, and he became president of the United States.
And without those people,
but no.
he would not
All
be
I'm trying to say is that,
Can you finish talking, and you guys can actually not interrupt each other? Let me finish talking. It's annoying to listen to.
Let me just land, please. Like, statistically, you can start off shit in life. I was born in a fucking war zone. And I have a degree, I have my own house, I pay my bills and everything. Statistically, I should have died in the fucking desert, And I don't go and bitch and complain and do whatever the fuck I do, I do what I need to do every single day, and I work hard to feed myself, feed my family, send money back home. Statistically, I should have died in the Sudan. So I don't believe this crap when you're born in America, the most freest, best country in the whole fucking planet. And you are telling me that you don't have access to education. You're born American. You're an American. You won the lottery in life.
He's a black American.
That kind of proves my point.
You won the lottery in life. You were born in America.
The lottery in life.
Yes, being born in America is what the hell are you talking to me about? Bro,
the fact that I live here, the fact that we all live here,
you were born in America. If you fail in America, you can't win anywhere else in the whole world.
Okay, no one's talking failure, but the thing is, we are incredibly fortunate to live here. We could live in.
But you're born in America. Let me tell you something, bro. If you fail in America, you will never win anywhere.
We're talking about two different things.
No, we're not. I'm telling you, you're born in America. You're American.
Yes, Hampton is agreeing with you.
You're not denying that, so you're agreeing. Okay, Hampton, what education are you referring to?
If I take a journey through your life, I'm sure there's a whole lot of people who help you get to where you are. You didn't walk through Okay, that's not individualism. That's a lot of people. It takes a lot of people to help people talk shit.
It takes a tribe.
Yeah.
So in America,
or is it takes a village? I think it's
right.
Takes a
So
village.
if you had a lot of help, if you just was one of the fortunate one whose family wasn't fucked up by whatever, who was able to be in position to help your ass after you were born.
But they
what family wasn't fucked up exactly?
Listen, there's a lot of family that were. My point. It's so relative fucked up. It's relative.
Let's look at successful people and see if they come from perfect families or messed up families.
I'm successful.
Oh, don't get me started on Elon Musk.
And it worked. Hampton, what level of education are you referring to? Your college level, kindergarten, middle school? Where are we talking?
Yeah.
I'm talking. Oh my God. I'm talking ideally. Okay. When we have mandatory education, K through 12, okay? And when I'm zooming out, I'm being so vague. And when we talk about quality of education, go to an upper middle class white neighborhood in suburbia. And that's the level of education I want everyone to basically have access
So we're
to.
talking about K through 12.
Correct.
Okay, K through 12 education in America could use a major facelift. Now, how do you propose doing that? How are we going to get everyone to get access to great education?
Stop
preaching
funding
the message.
schools. Oh my God! Stop funding your schools through property taxes, and just fund it through. It should be all equal. The funding shouldn't. There should be no differentiation between zip codes. I'm sorry.
Oh no, hell no.
Wait, so how?
What do you mean?
That's
Some
like-
zip codes have
that's
more
like
to lose
saying-
than others.
Yeah, that's like
Right,
saying like,
how
oh,
funding
even if you pay for better health.
How are we funding it? The same way we fund everything else.
So, Hampton, can I jump in?
You're taking out the incentive.
No, listen, you boys.
You're taking out the incentive.
So how do you want to fund it? You want to fund it through federal government?
Let the
Federal
lady
government?
cook.
Yes.
All right, can I
Okay,
just
so-
jump in?
Okay.
Hi.
Well, if you want to
Jump
do
in 1 second, I'm just gonna point out that, Common Core was a total failure. The healthcare taken over by the mental health taken over by JFK, the federal government, was a total failure. We have more homeless than we ever did before, more mental health problems than we ever did before. The federal government taking over is not the solution.
Okay, let me reverse that.
The solution is terrible.
You could go to the state's level, but as long as it's equally funded. If
So the
I just want
government.
it equally funded, regardless if it's by the federal or the
So the
state.
government.
Hampton,
Can I jump in?
the issue,
Yes, the government.
the issue is lack of
Gentlemen,
incentive, and I
let
think
the
I
that
pushed off, I'm sorry, I pushed off on one.
Andre, let Holly cook for a
Let the
second.
lady cook.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I pushed
I'm
off.
sorry, go ahead.
All right, Hampton. Many states, I know Georgia is one of them, already have something called QBE. And basically what that is they take money off the top from the communities that are considered high income, high communities, and they take the surplus. I'm not exactly sure how this math, equation is, but anyway, they take the surplus and then they divide it, they put it towards the lower performing, lower income communities, towards the school system in particular. So there's already a sort of process to try to bridge this gap. So that is happening. I don't know how we replace the school, funding schools based upon property insurance. I'm not really sure what the mechanism is for that, what that looks like, but we are doing, this QBE to try to even it out.
Right, but we see other countries do this. This isn't a foreign concept.
The problem
Other
is funding
countries
is
are
not the
able to.
answer. You can throw money at a problem, doesn't solve it. You have to solve the fundamental problem. Why are the schools in the lower socioeconomical areas giving less education? It's not funding.
The teachers they don't have good teachers.
Right, okay, so let's break the teachers union, because that's a disaster. We can't
They don't
get that teachers, good start.
School, that's the difference. Some schools get poor resources, and some schools are in food
No,
deserts.
that's incorrect.
Oh my God, I know when I'm a teacher, I go.
Overcrowded classrooms is another one.
I go into the school system, there's
Poor
some,
funding is the least of our problems.
listen.
I want to say something
It's
to
probably
Leroy.
because
You
all
know,
the
you
teachers
know,
in your country
Oh my
are
God.
dumb.
you know, Leroy. Before Jimmy Carter created the Department of Education, America was #1 in education. After he created it, I think right now America is number 25. So all your funding and all your bullshit has done nothing but made Americans' brains rot. That's why they bring people to
Bureaucracy. Talking about bureaucracy.
That's
Hey,
why we
guess
have
what,
teachers.
dude?
Wait a second, bro. This
You're
is why
talking
we have
about bureaucracy.
teachers. 1 second, bro. It's not bureaucracy. America was #1 before. Wait a second, bro. America was #1 in the whole world before the Department of Education. Right now, it's number 25. You know how that happened? Because you socialist, Marxist people chose ideology over education of America's children. That's why America imports intellectuals. This is it. America never had to import so many people from India. Look at the heads of these major companies that's from India and other countries. Get rid of the Department of Education, make America great again, and put the schooling back to the parents and back to the states. Get rid of this socialism crap that you're dealing with. The children in America, Elon Musk is a billionaire.
What is socialism? Because we don't have socialism. So what is it?
In California,
what
are you talking about? What are you
From
teaching?
everyone in
We
accordance
fully
with
have
their abilities
socialism.
to everyone according to their needs.
Okay, so where do we see that at being successful in America? I'll wait.
It's not
What you talking about, Lewis?
That's you're arguing.
Where is socialism success? You always say
It's not. That's the whole point. Are you trying to
Social Security and Medicare. Social Security and Medicare is successful socialist policy in America.
Social
That's
Security
very
was
popular, by the way. That's very popular.
That's
Good luck taking it away.
Social
Good luck
Security
taking it
is
away.
going bankrupt.
Let's see if you can get a.
Social Security is, yeah, it's actually really bad. It's failing.
Take it away then. Take it away and see how you can
No,
get it.
it's not about taking it away. It's actually going to dry up. It's going to dry up.
Well, Simon, it can't truly dry up because the money has already been stolen. So that just means that our future generations are gonna have to pay back the debt that they can't afford to pay back. So, you wanna know where socialism is in America? The infrastructure bill that was also Orwellian named infrastructure has
New Deal.
hundreds, and the Green New Deal kind of thing, has hundreds of millions of dollars that are given to specific sectors of the society that didn't ask for it, including black farmers. I do not know of any black people saying we would like to become farmers, that they decided to give money to black farmers. I don't know who's making money off that program, but that is socialism at its worst.
Hey
So,
man,
I
put the people at the back. Very important.
I think we need to draw a clear distinction between socialism and nanny state, first of all, and second of all, one of the key features of socialism is the control over the means of production. We do not witness this in the United States. It's a mixed system. So calling it socialist or saying that there is a socialist system is just wrong on the face.
Right.
Even Sweden is not a socialist country. So we can talk about nanny state programs, sure, but those are safety nets that are part of the mechanism of capitalist society that makes certain
Andre, are you Swedish?
No, I would definitely disagree with that.
I disagree with that. Andre, didn't Sweden default on their debt in 1997? Why don't you talk about that?
I'm not saying it's a good system. I'm saying even if some people say, "Oh, look at the great Swedish system, it's socialist," it's not fucking socialist. First of all, second of all,
the country went bankrupt. America had to bail out.
They used. Oh Jesus Christ! Shut up for a second. Just listen, so you don't misunderstand me. And the country lived off the profits that it made in the 60s, 70s. And as soon as they ran out, they needed to be bailed out. So whatever nanny state, whatever nanny state they implemented there failed. Not a good system. Not a good system to model at.
Bro, that's socialism. That's why it went bankrupt. You don't understand, do you?
That's not socialism. It's nanny state. It's different.
What's the difference between a nanny state and a socialist state? The socialist.
I just explained it to you. It's controlling the means of production.
You know, Simon,
it's socialist country.
But that doesn't.
It's socialist country. They control.
Yeah, but it doesn't. You don't have to say it's not socialism just because the entire country doesn't take care of every industry. You can say that's why we can call it a mixed economy, where you're adding some elements of elements of fascism. It's not. You're mixing different types of economic systems together. It's mixed.
No. But the thing is,
you're mixing fascism where the government regulates.
But government is not part of the market.
But
yes, it is. I mean, it quite literally is. That's what economic fascism is. That's where you get socialism, where the government takes care of, or not takes care of it. I mean, they hire independent contractors, but the production is going through the government, and you have the state that controls private businesses through regulations, and you have people who own. Well, yeah, however you want to say it.
But the thing is, Simon.
At the end of the day, you don't have a capitalist society. You have a mixed economy.
No, but the thing is, Simon, like the Swedish people did it, and they went bankrupt in 1997, and Sweden had a high inflation. And wait a second, let me finish.
and Bill Clinton and the United States got him out of this rut. Another thing that usually happens in these societies is they don't have any military budget at all whatsoever. So when Trump went to NATO and says you have to increase your defense spending because America cannot afford to defend Europe when Europe is living with this socialist breadbasket and Americans can't even afford fucking eggs. This is another problem that's causing all these issues.
Well, this is
So it's like when Trump told Europe, you have to increase spending because why are you Americans paying for the defense of Europe? Fuck Europe. There's a reason why you declared independence from Britain in the first place. You know, so I don't understand this. Wait, just let me land, bro. You can talk all day when you want. So I don't understand all these programs that the United States funds around the whole world. Even in Australia, the Medicare in Australia is subsidized by the United States through your drug program. So we get drugs like insulin that you like capped at $35 in America. You know how much insulin costs in Australia? $2 fucking. It's like $1.50 in American dollars because your government capsize that for Australian people and South Sudanese people and other people. So I'm just worried that, bro, what government is gonna come and take care of Americans? Because Americans are celebrating $35, and I'm like, bro, it's like $1.35 here. It's the most ridiculous thing I've seen in the whole fucking planet. When your own government doesn't look after you, it makes me sick in my stomach actually. And the reason I carry is my missus is American. She's like, "Do you wanna go to America?" I'm like, "No, babe, I'm never going to America, not yet. If Trump wins, I'll think about it. But if Trump loses, hell to the motherfucking no, because this government."
You're racist.
What is it?
You sound like a racist, bro, when you say that Trump.
I think I'm an economic opportunist.
Business Hitler. Fuck that guy. Fuck Donald
Fuck
Trump.
you,
Kamala.
He said, "Fuck Donald Trump and
So
go
I'm highly-
Kamala." I'm fucking dead. Go.
I'm highly skeptical that the United States actually subsidizes Australian healthcare. I would be very curious.
You have Google, bro. You have Google.
Yeah, but you made a statement, so the burden of proof is on you, not on me, to do research for you. Secondly, though, United States benefits greatly economically from creating sort of satellite markets. So we went into a different type of structure in the world where we don't colonize territories and set up our government in a satellite country. So what we do, we fight for markets. This is why we stopped doing hot warfare and it went into cold warfare, and now it's economic warfare. And so United States benefits greatly from having EU as its market, Asia as its market, Africa as its market. So I'm all pro United States spreading its international grip everywhere.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Ashik, I mean, the rest of the world benefits because, they get lower drug prices because of America.
That's right.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what Ashik meant.
We're everybody's daddy.
We do. American pharmaceuticals use even COVID. The COVID vaccine here in Australia, the people were taking, it was free, subsidized by America. All these things, America just gives and gives and gives. If I was an American citizen, I'd actually be pissed off at my government.
We're like Simon's PTR. We're holding up the world.
Did any Americans
You literally
pay
are.
for their vaccine?
This is the problem.
though?
Like,
I didn't pay for my vaccine, and I had insurance. I didn't pay for it.
I don't know why you're talking about insurance. In Australia, bro, you get sick and it costs 2% of your taxes. That's it. It's nothing. And you get free surgery. We don't have medical bankruptcies here. Nothing like that at all.
Exactly. That sounds pretty great, huh?
Well, American have that too because you pay 10 times the more per capacity than Australia for your medical insurance. You literally do. Like, if I was an American, I'd be so pissed, I'd probably shoot myself. as the incompetent
We are
government,
theft.
honestly.
We are.
Well, I mean, the American system, I mean, we can talk why American healthcare is extremely expensive, but again, there's government involvement in the industry and not the actual market
No, it's
reflecting
insurance
the.
company greed. It's medical greed. There's a
Well,
lot
hold
of
on.
greed
Well,
in
hold on.
medical care in
Okay,
public-
so number one, I don't know why people say this, but Obamacare was a nuclear bomb on the insurance companies, and the fact that you're able to sue hospitals like 20 years after like you have a surgery, to me is like absolutely ridiculous, and is held to like an insane standard that there's like no other industry that is held to.
Yeah, because it's
so,
dealing
yeah,
with
we
life
can
and
get into
death,
it, but-
Simon, and you can have a bad surgery that affects you 20 years later, and you can die from it. That's why.
Yeah, but as opposed to what though? As opposed to you like not being able to get the surgery
I think
because the
he's talking about
incentive.
gender reassignment surgery.
Yeah, I'm dead.
But Hampton, if you enter into a contract, that's a risk, which surgery is. We all know the risk of surgery. And let's assume the doctor explains to you, these are the benefits, these are the risks, this will be, and I'm doing the best. And the doctor does what they know best, and then something goes wrong, you should not be able to sue. So the point that is that if a doctor comes in and is like, I'm in the mood of removing your leg for absolutely no reason, obviously that's malpractice and you should be able to sue. But the parameters are so loose that it's ridiculous and impossible to have good medicine because they're spending more time trying not to get sued than actually giving you good medicine.
What about the pharmaceutical?
Are malpractice suits, like, are they successful?
Yes.
Usually?
Oh my god.
Highly successful.
That's why insurance is so expensive for doctors.
Like a neura is giving.
That's why medical expense is so expensive. If you would just allow doctors to have a waiver, right, then you could have much cheaper healthcare. But since they can't do that because they'll get sued, and the government makes it illegal to sign a waiver,
Diego,
they have to have insurance. Yeah.
You know what's crazy? My nephew broke his arm, and in the American healthcare system, because my sister lives in Dallas, she fell in love with a Black American guy, so she's an American now, has citizenship, everything. And you know, it was cheaper for her to fly to Australia, get the surgery, spend 3 weeks with us, have a good old damn time, and fly back to America.
Hold on.
Why?
I just want to let Nora say her piece because she was giving us the thumbs down.
I said my piece with my thumbs down.
Well, what were you objecting to?
You care to explain? You just want to say you're wrong.
And she only speaks when spoken to. That's a good woman.
This is spicy. Go ahead. All I'm saying is like it's cheaper for my sister to come to Australia to get her son's surgeries and then go back to America than that. When she told me that, I couldn't believe it. I was actually shocked. I thought she was a damn filthy liar. But it turned out to be true. She even saved $5,000. This as an American.
You're proving my point. I just don't understand.
I'll explain to you.
Nobody is saying that the American healthcare system is not broken and extremely expensive.
That's a double negative. Triple negative.
Correct.
But here's the thing. A check. Here's the deal. The reason that it's more expensive to have healthcare in America is because the market adapts to the supply available. That's exactly how it works.
The reason why we have such expensive healthcare in America is because we have a hybrid of free market and socialism. If we only had free market, we would have better healthcare. If we only had socialism, we'd have cheaper. It would just be crap.
You're not contradicting
the
me.
hybrid is the problem.
You see, your mistake is thinking that the free market has anything to do with the government. The market merely adapts the price to whatever the government intervention is, but that doesn't mean the government intervention is part of the market. Okay? So, to the extent that the government is purchasing services in medical care, that's not part of the market. That's not a real demand. Okay? What happens is that the supplies are lessened, and the free market, which actually sets the price, has to adapt to that. So what does that tell you? It tells you that government intervention into the healthcare system is higher in America than it is in Australia.
You gotta get the government. You gotta get the government out of your healthcare system like that. This is too
100%. But people get scared because if you tell them, I have a waiver for you and you have to take at your own risk, you get the cheap surgery. But if I fuck up, you can't sue me. People don't want that. They get uncomfortable with that. So they want to force everybody to have to do this thing where the doctors have insurance.
You're creating, look, I put a lecture up on in the link. It's called "Medicine: The Death of a Profession." You guys, I think this was done in like the 80s or 90s, but I mean everything still holds true, if not like scary predictions.
Meyer, is there any country that is like has 100% private health?
Switzerland. But you're forced into the insurance.
Yeah. No, I mean like
Cuba.
Cuba. What's it called?
Okay, we're not taking Cuba as an example.
Like private health insurance, like 100% like private. There's no government.
Cuba is a shithole country. Cuba is a shithole country. Like, why are you citing a dumb fucking?
Say that, but guess what? Guess what?
He's asking the opposite.
Okay, I'm not taking this. I'm not taking this serious.
No, that's fine. He's asking the opposite. He's asking, is there any country that has 100% free market?
Yes.
Well, Hong Kong at a certain.
If you come to my property
and you said no, Meyer,
it's free.
I don't know of any country that has 100% free market healthcare.
A micronation of Sealand has 100%.
So that would never work.
Unregulated healthcare.
Like that. So that would never like be a reality in America, like ever, or anywhere, because it's just never gonna happen.
No, America needs a philosophical revolution.
Correct.
America needs a philosophical revolution in order to get themselves out of this. Otherwise, you guys are just headed for decline. That's it. Like every other country, like Sweden, like Turkey, like China, like Russia, everyone goes down this path of like, oh my God, like we need to help everybody and blah, blah, blah. And then you guys all head for decline, and then you're scratching your heads and saying, holy shit, what the hell led us over here? We were just trying to help everybody. And then you adopt capitalism again, because that is a logical conclusion. You need capitalism, and to the degree you're willing to sacrifice your freedoms for the sake of other people, which you guys are altruists for, you will always end up failing. Always. There is no logical conclusion other than failure if you adopt altruism and adopt that in a political setting. And that includes for courts,
by the way.
But I have to say, the richest country in the whole world, Liechtenstein, it is 99% all private.
That's because it was created as a tax haven. It was created for that purpose.
Exactly. Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein. L-I-C-H-T.
I don't know how to say it. I'm not German. I can't speak that language. So. Liechtenstein or Liechtenstein or whatever you call it.
Luxembourg?
No, not Luxembourg.
It's named after a wealthy family.
I've never heard of Liechtenstein in my life.
Liechtenstein.
That's because you don't belong there.
I've never heard of that in my life.
They don't welcome socialists there.
I just put it in the chat for you, Anton.
I never heard of this place either. Where is that?
Liechtenstein.
Are you kidding me? Like, did you guys not go to school or what? Did you guys? Oh, you guys went to public school. That's why.
Yeah. Tiny and rich. It's tiny and rich.
Yeah, like it's a great country.
Between Switzerland. Yeah. And I think it's Germany or Austria.
See, this is why you don't want to let government do education.
I actually went to a private Christian school, so
I didn't go. Okay. We'll split about that.
Where is probably why you turned out altruistic, Anton?
No, most of the Christians were evangelical, and they were very Republican and very Trumpist.
And those people are all altruists.
Trump is not
yeah, those evangelicals are always like adopting black babies and stuff.
Wait. I just
adopting a black baby doesn't mean you're an altruist.
Wait.
I agree.
If you're white, it kind of does, dude.
Wait. It is about the topic. You know another country that's
it's definitely a virtue signal.
Wait a second. You know another country that's all private? Switzerland. All private, and they have low healthcare costs. Isa can talk about this.
They're not private enough because Isa lives there.
Well, Switzerland also has, I think Switzerland is actually the leaders when it comes to biotech and biomedical science.
That's a fact.
Hey, Lisa, do you agree with the statement Switzerland for the Swiss?
Do I know what?
About normal cameras.
Normal cameras, like what do you mean?
I could take it offline. It's a boring camera, and she's annoying me with that. I want to get her something.
A boring camera? I have no idea what that is.
Like
as opposed to a normal camera.
Okay, so an SLR. This is like a camera.
Oh, a normal camera. I
She
know
wants a
everything
point
about
and
it.
shoot, ugly camera. I want her to get an SLR, but I know to take pictures.
Yeah, get a mirrorless, not a DSLR.
Mirrorless is good too. But,
Man, tell you
she
what,
wants point
bro.
and shoot.
Yeah,
Man,
mirrorless is easier. Hold on, we'll talk about this. Hold on.
Man, tell your wife you're broke and you can't afford it. What kind of shit is this?
Telegram me like.
No, tell your wife you're cheap
I'll
and you
get
don't
you,
want to pay for it.
I'll find you a good camera.
Why does she want the camera anyway at the bottom? Don't you have guns?
I can think of a few reasons.
Pictures. That's my guess.
You don't have guns?
Guns?
You can take pictures of the guns. Yes, you can use a camera to take pictures of guns. Yes.
We don't have guns. She doesn't have access to guns. I'm afraid
Well,
of it.
you also live in leftist states, so.
I live in a leftist state, but I don't live in a leftist mentality.
Okay.
I would never, ever live in a blue state. Ever.
You live in Canada, dude. What are you talking about?
No, I don't. I live in France. It's even worse.
You should live in a blue country, but not a blue state.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's only because of my girlfriend. Like, I'm moving to fucking Texas, bro.
Bro, you fell in love. Why don't you marry her already and get the hell out
Bro,
of
I
it?
don't believe in the institution of marriage.
Why you gotta believe in it to get the fuck out of there? Just
I feel like you just want to be different and go against the grain, Simon.
Why don't you believe in marriage?
Bro, marry your girlfriend
because-
and get the fuck out.
Because it's a broken.
Wait, no
it's a
one's
broken
saying you have to like go and get a
Bro.
license. We're just saying that marriage is an institution, not the license part.
Well, where am I getting
No,
married?
I'm saying,
Where am I getting married?
as
It's not in a church.
as an objectivist, as a libertarian, as someone who values contract rights and agreements between consenting adults, marriage is an old, sacred, revered style of contract.
Okay. So I have to
So
get married
what do
where?
you mean that like you think it's a defunct institution?
For the fact that I'm gonna engage in like a prenup or whatever, and like there's no.
You
court
don't
that's
have
gonna
any money.
recognize
You don't have any money. Why would
No.
you get a prenup anyway?
Hey, whoa,
How do you
whoa,
know
whoa!
I have no money?
Let's say he's heir to the inventor of the beer bottle fortune. I don't
Let's
care.
say let's
I
say
love
Hershey's.
prenups.
Because you're always clicking away, Simon.
Dude,
Wait, what is it
What
in
I'm trying to
Seinfeld?
say is, as an objectivist, as a person that respects individuals and their rights to choose and consent, marriage, prenuptial agreements, formal marriage arrangements, and divorces, if it comes to that, are all mature, respectable,
I'll agree
conservative
with half of that
options.
statement.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no court that's gonna respect
don't
that.
believe
bro.
in divorce.
Like I'm actually I'm in a group right now that's debating, that's debating. I said debating like the legitimacy of contracts in Canada.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. You want to call marriage a defunct institution. Your state constitution is more defunct than the institution of marriage, all right? So piss off.
Are you gonna have kids?
I mean, I'm not saying. Yeah, I want one boy. I already have his name picked out and everything.
You know Hashem is gonna give you one girl.
Is it Simon?
And
The second?
No, it's
Marriage. Marriage is a success
it's
of
Philip.
humanity.
Filippo.
You know what
Oh.
Jesus is gonna do? You know what Jesus has a sense of humor. He's gonna give you one girl, and then you're gonna try again, and then you're gonna get a
Well,
second
Jesus
girl.
isn't isn't
No,
gonna fucking
no.
take
And then
the
you're
sperm
gonna
out
try
my
again,
balls.
and then you're gonna get a
So
third.
he's
He
not
doesn't. He doesn't care about religion, and Jesus wouldn't care one way or the other. He died a virgin, and Paul was super into having no sex. And like now, the church, by accident, just by accident of like inheritance of property, all of the popes and bishops and priests of the Catholic Church, his holy temple, where Peter built his church,
Michael,
they're all eunuchs and pedophiles and homosexuals, all of them.
Check. I have to ask you a question. I have to ask you a final question, actually.
Wait a second. He just
They
said
don't have
something
marriages. They don't have wives.
Wait a second, Michael. You just called the entire institution of the Catholic Church. Oh.
Gay.
Okay, abstract.
That's right. That's
I have a
right.
serious question for you.
God.
Wait,
Hey,
abstract. I have a
wait,
serious question for you.
You know how
Wait, no. Let me ask you a question.
None of those
Let me ask you a question,
fucking
McBed. Let me ask you a question.
Be quiet.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, abstract. I have to know this at this point. Okay, abstract. Are you a man or a woman or a little person?
Me? I'm definitely a woman.
He's a little bitch for the Catholic Church.
So actually, are you a woman? Are you a woman?
No, he's a man. He's a man.
No, I don't even know.
He's really
I
a
don't
man.
even know.
He's a man.
I'm a woman, 100%. Don't tell me what to identify.
I don't know. The way you sound. I don't know whether you're a man or a woman.
100%. I'm telling you, Ewan. I'm a woman.
I could definitely tell you.
Have you given birth to any children?
You don't have to give birth with your liberal mindset because I'm confused, Michael.
Are you like a hermaphrodite or something?
Oh, shit.
No, I don't have a dick.
Okay. I'm so confused.
I'm a man.
You're a man, okay.
Michael,
Yeah,
but
he's
Michael
lying
is
to you.
just so annoying because he keeps looking at the Catholic Church. The institution has been here for 2,000
Because it's gay.
bro, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
But you're gay.
So when you
church.
come here and tell me like with the bullshit, Michael, it's too early to be drinking. And you come
Your
here with the
church is
bullshit.
gay.
What?
Oh my god.
Is that all you can say? My church is gay.
I can repeat it forever, really, however much you want.
You can talk all day long you want. And it's like, and aren't you supposed to be a lawyer?
Yeah, sure. Where's the Pope's wife? Where's the Bishop's wife? What
Bro.
about that father character, the priest fellas?
Bro, you want to talk about homosexuality and gay?
Every
in
last
the Catholic Church?
Gay.
Jesus doesn't like gay people.
And you don't want to
There's
talk
too much faggotry.
Seriously.
the Pope.
He doesn't like.
They're just like what? Jerking off and then coming all
It's
day?
empty with Telegram.
It's disgusting.
Conversation is frustrating. It's empty with Telegram.
This conversation is like, yo, attacking
Marriage
my
is a
church.
sacred institution,
Bro.
and when you remove it from your church
Nobody was
becomes a
talking
homo.
about a marriage institution. Most people that get married are actually Catholic. By the way, MZ, whatever the fuck. And second of all, you're gonna come here and insult me for no goddamn fucking reason.
Not you.
I'm gonna come for you.
Your
Like
gay
you're
church.
actually annoying. Like you're not. I don't even give a shit if what you think it is. So it's like I wasn't
I
talking
was
to you
pointing
about
out
marriage
that
or
Simon
anything
was
else
not
like
going to
that.
care
You
about
come
the
in.
teachings
What
of
side are
Jesus
you
who died
talking
a
about?
virgin, or Paul.
Wait a
who
second.
found
What
it
year it is? So you
a
want to come
woman
attack
dating
Jesus?
man
You want to
club,
attack
gay
Moses?
club.
And you want to attack everybody else with the bullshit. The second I
He
say
wasn't
that
referring anything to Jesus,
And
and it had everything to do with my position on religion.
And
He's
how
not
gay
attacking
your church is.
a
What?
bit. Yeah.
What's your position, Simon? You're gonna.
My position is on
I
religion.
actually don't
His
give a
position
shit.
is he's against marriage. He thinks marriage is wrong.
No,
Something way older than that stupid
no.
church
I
of
didn't
yours.
say. Hold on. I didn't
What?
say that. I just said what my personal belief of what it is. I didn't say that is what constitutes marriage. That's just what I personally believe. I'm not
Marriage
saying.
is a deal, an agreement between
Man,
consenting
I don't give a
adults.
shit if your wife is overweight and gaining weight at the
When a
moment.
man and
Don't
woman
attack
love each
people
other
who
very
don't
much.
believe in fucking weight with the
Yeah, I
bullshit.
wouldn't.
I don't give a shit if your wife gained weight with the bullshit. Don't come here and
church is
attack people
gay.
about Jesus Christ. You don't even know
What do
who
you
you're
mean? I
talking
attack
to, do
Jesus
you,
Christ
Michael?
all the time. I said like 20 minutes ago, Jesus Christ was immoral.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not talking about you, Simon. I'm talking about MZ. I actually
How was Jesus
I said your
immoral?
church
What
is
did
gay.
Jesus
So
do?
back to that.
You're bullshit. You're
Oh
coming
my
up
God,
with
that's
Jesus
hilarious.
Christ for
Okay, so
what?
prove that your church isn't gay.
Can you prove that you're not a fucking wanker?
Because I'm not a wanker.
Bullshit.
Go ahead. Show us how masculine and
Oh,
like
I don't need to prove I'm
reasonable
masculine, bro.
the church
I
is.
don't need to prove
That it isn't just a bunch of
anything.
gay
I'm
guys.
telling you, bro. My mother and father gave me good genetics. I'm handsome and I'm tall. I don't need any of the bullshit with you.
Well,
all
according
talking
to
me
you, and you
about
sound like a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, like, are
this
you
is like a
with hardcore
trifecta
Catholics?
agreement.
Are you with the guys that don't have wives?
Are you a moron? Of course. I
Okay,
just
can we
told
just move on from
Simon.
this? This is
I
like
just told
really-
Simon.
so why
Wait
is
a
that
second.
not a
I just
gay
told
guy?
MZ, shut the fuck up. I just told Simon that being married is the best thing ever. And what you're telling me is like, are you gay? Are you a dumb fuck? Like, you're not even fucking gay.
You're lucky I was at the post office, man. You're lucky I was inside the post office. I had to listen to
like, what the hell are you talking about?
I mean, McZed, you know
I'm
that.
not sure if you're a
McZed, like, you're such a pervert in the fucking
McZed, you guys invented transgenderism. It's right there in the Talmud when it talks about genders.
Transgenderism.
Don't come here and talk to me with
You created the classification.
and then you come here and talk
kept
shit.
you
Like, shut the fuck up,
sex, which
bro.
is a naturally occurring
Oh, you
genetic
feel
phenomenon.
fine. So for like the last fucking 2 years, you've been telling me
Go jerk off.
the answer go fuck up, you dumb
They need
cunt.
more
With the
wine for
bullshit that you're
communion,
talking
if you
about.
know what I mean.
Oh, you think you're so funny, but you sound like an absolute fucking retard. So shut the fuck up and say with the bullshit.
Church is dead.
Go and fuck your fat wife.
Actually, shut up. Jesus Christ.
Bunch of pedophiles.
Go fuck your old fucking fat wife, dumb cunt. Shut the fuck up.
I might have to kick a check as much as I like him.
Church is gay.
Shut the fuck up,
Chill
dumb
out.
cunt.
Look.
There's an easy way to determine this, McZed. We just have to see what religion is more represented in the LGBT community.
Like a little fucking
LGBTQ.
And it's not going to be Catholicism. I promise you that.
I think Catholicism is like the most cucked one sect, to be honest. Like
Catholicism?
But LGBTQ is a cultural fad.
It's because you guys
It'll
are
go
like
out of
beholden
fashion
to the Pope, who's a communist.
I agree with that statement, McZed, but
It's just,
for
it's
now,
just people exploring their rights because they haven't had rights for a long time in Europe.
What are you
You
talking
think this is
about?
a European problem?
In fucking Europe.
No, it's
Catholic,
more like a
Catholic.
modern propaganda thing. People are exploring because with the advent of like
Yeah, because of what? Advent of what?
Scientific exploration.
Hold on, let him
Scientific
Provably
exploration.
true or
But
false
aren't you
rather
supposed
than
to be
dictated
like,
by God.
what is it?
Written
Like,
by priests with long beards, right? Rather than using the old moral system to say men should act like men, women should act like women, which was always like treated as true and like investigated at times when there were deviations. That's changed because we started to look at things more scientifically, and with the advent of the printing press and now the internet and 24/7 news cycle, we now have we can disseminate truth instantly and scientifically investigate all of these claims. And transgenderism is something that we're capable of doing. And I'm saying, like, it's a fad. Like, humanity is toying with the concept, seeing that it doesn't actually change much. They'll investigate and see that it didn't really do much, didn't help, probably kept all the suicide rates the same, probably didn't do much better. And, like, whatever, they're just flexing their muscles, and then at some point they'll say, nah, there's not really much to investigate here. It might become like a fad, like tattooing or piercings, right? But
Or jeans or bell bottoms.
Say what?
Or torn jeans or bell bottoms.
But I'm saying that the standard like Hellenistic model, which is at the root of Western civilization, is still going to be in favor of like respecting the human form and saying like, okay, this is a guy, that's a girl, that's some weird middle category we're just not going to deal with right now.
Are you familiar with the relationship between Catholicism and Hellenism?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if there's any religion that's propping up Hellenism, this traditional form as you described it, it's a Catholic Church.
No, I'm not. It's not about like a propaganda machine. I'm talking about just naturally the way people are. They're exploring it because they're free to, and they have the science to do it, and the alarm system to check if any horrible
What
thing
is it, the
happens.
$600 man? We have the technology. We can rebuild them.
No, we have recording systems. We're able to report to each other.
What a dumb fuck. Go ahead, Diego.
We're also gonna have like clone armies.
What the hell you
That's
sound
what
like a
reporting's
dumb fuck,
for.
bro? everybody's falling asleep, MZ. You know, nobody gives a shit.
People are
No.
still wondering whether or not you're a woman.
But
You're
I just want to
falling
know
asleep.
how the heck how did
Shut the
that?
fuck up.
So
Bullshit.
transgenderism was invented in the Talmud or the
No, in the
that's
Talmud.
I was being a little facetious.
Okay, in the
Oh.
Talmud.
I was being
they-
facetious. He was attacking my religion, calling it gay, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You don't
'cause
come
your
to the
religion
country
is
and say,
gay.
bro,
It is
there's a
gay.
lot of
Okay,
bro,
no.
there's a lot of subject matter here that everybody can
No, but
relate. So don't come with the
if we look at-
calling my religion gay.
In the
And calling
Talmud, in
Jesus
one
Christ
of the
gay.
Who
deep,
cares?
dark
Who
Aramaic
gives a goddamn
phrases
fucking
you
bullshit
can
and
find
talking shit?
translations of online.
Bro,
You can
you know
find
what?
a
You know what? If you
conversation
wanna,
amongst
if
Talmudic scholars about
what Talmudic
different
scholars?
types of genitalia,
What Talmudic
such as
scholars?
a
Name them.
penis that is
Name
covered
them.
over with skin. So
Name
you can't
them.
actually tell. Like, it's a penis
What
or a vagina, you
Talmudic
can't
scholar?
tell because the skin covers it. That's one
MZ,
style.
name the
Another
Talmudic
is
scholar.
crushed testicles.
Name the
Another-
Talmudic
I'm
scholar.
sorry, I'm not following you because I can't hear you.
I'm not following you, you dumb fuck.
Another
Name
that's
the
because you
Talmudic
just keep
scholar.
talking. If you were to talk less, people would be able to hear
Name
what
the
I'm saying.
Talmudic scholar. Like,
Another
you're
is
such a dumb
someone
fuck.
called a hermaphrodite, someone with both a
Bro,
penis
can you
and a
name the
vagina,
Talmudic scholar before you
having
continue?
both genitalia. And
Name
each
the-
of these are dealt
Diego,
with legally.
are you listening to this guy? He's talking so much shit. Like, name the Talmudic scholar you're referring to.
Actually, what do you want?
I want
Want
to
a
see.
name? Actually, you want a name?
I want to
Can
see you
someone
dumb
like kick him from
fuck.
the room? He like needs
Bro,
an
shut the
ice
fuck
cube to
up,
sit on
bro.
or something.
Name the scholar.
How does that help you? You want a name? I can give you 5 names right now. What will that help?
Probably
The
The
someone
Talmudic
like
scholar.
Rabbi
I
Akiva.
want 5
I'm
names.
gonna guess. I'm
Okay.
guessing Rabbi
Hit me.
Akiva.
Man, MC, shut the fuck up.
Maimonides.
Yeah.
With a scholar view.
Definitely Ravina and Ravashi will be involved.
Name the other 3.
Menachel Schneerson.
You got that's not a come to the scholar, Diego. You don't have to advertise.
What are you guys talking about?
Okay, so
Jewish
just
all
to be
He's an
clear,
idiot. No,
in
he's
the
an idiot.
Gemara,
Now,
they discuss for
that doesn't
legal
help
reasons
What
whether or
are you guys
not
putting
many
together a
of these different
baseball team?
intersex
No, that doesn't
categories
help
are
her person
considered
that's gay. She's
male
still just like
or
spewing stuff
female
that
because
doing
there
5
are
scholars
biblical
now.
laws requiring that men dress like men and women dress like
MC,
women.
shut the fuck up and let me answer the question.
I was telling you the law.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, man.
I don't understand the point. I just named 5 names. Now what?
No, you did name the 5 names because MC kept talking.
Mayor, what are you guys doing?
Because that was
Like nobody can hear you, bro. Like,
So, but then if you're classified as a tum, you don't have to wear either male clothes or female
What is a
clothes,
tum
right?
Diego?
Okay, the tum is
What is
I
it?
think the
Stop
one
it.
where it covers
What is
everything.
it?
Shut the fuck up and let me
Diego, what is
answer
a
the
tum?
question.
Before you quote things, what is it?
It's a asexual, right?
No.
No, it's
tum-tum.
a no sexual character. It's an androgynous, right?
No.
Okay.
No. So that's
All right,
why
go ahead, educate.
Tum means covered over. That
Yeah,
means that
covered
you
over.
can't tell from the secondary sex characteristics whether it's a boy or girl. But it's
Right.
either a boy or
Could be
girl.
anything.
But it has like a beard and breasts. It has a light voice, and we can't tell what it is. What exactly
Yep.
he's doing in like
Could be
the
anything.
garden area, I don't know.
What about an islandite?
An islandite is a barren woman, 100% woman, and she can't
Yeah,
have
that's
children.
something else.
Totally different. She's
No.
100% woman.
Isn't
That's
it?
a
She just
woman.
has
That's just
isn't
a
it-
woman.
She just has a disease of some
Isn't it a woman to male?
No.
No, she just can't bear
No,
children.
she
Leave
just
the woman
can't bear
alone.
children.
All
There's
right,
something wrong
she's
with
a
her
woman.
uterus. Poor woman can't have children.
What's
That's
the
all.
topic, guys?
What about
Diego's
The
Hold on,
different
one
genders
second.
in
What's
the
the
broke
topic?
up. The topic is Diego heard of transgenderism in the Talmud, and we're showing him that he's wrong.
Yeah, it's
So
not
you're bringing up-
transgender.
No, the
It's
problem
like
is
sex
no, wait, man, be honest. The problem is this all started with MC coming on here and calling out Jesus Christ is gay and everything else like
No, I
that.
called your
No,
church
that-
gay.
That's what he said.
I called
Yeah,
your God a virgin,
Shut the fuck
and I
up.
called your
think that's
church
true.
gay.
That's true.
I check. We're
He
gonna stop with
did
the
start
cursing
off-
of people, okay?
I think that's true. Wait, McZed did start off, and that's
Because they started off insulting man. If I came down hardcore and be like all these nasty things about Jewish people, you'd have kicked me out of the room a long time ago. And you let him say all these nasty
I
shit.
didn't kick out Diego yet.
But I didn't say shit.
I'm not talking
Listen.
like you. You didn't say anything. I said
Bro, this motherfucker literally came here.
What are you talking about?
Wait,
nigga?
I check.
That did start off with you, but that has nothing to do with the Eagles' claim that there's transgenderism in the town.
Momo, shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt. Like, get the fuck out of here. Go ahead, man.
He's wrong. He's not.
So,
Patrick, you're right. There was no point in that starting up, but that has nothing to do with the current conversation.
Yeah, it's disgusting. If I came here and started cussing at Jewish people, you'd be like, oh, I'm anti-Semitic and all this bullshit, which I don't even believe in. And then MZ comes here and calls Jesus Christ gay, homosexual, all this shit, and you don't even say anything. And then I push back and you're like,
it's not true
well,
that I
yeah,
didn't say
and all
anything.
this and all
Wait, that's not true I didn't say anything. I multiple times said this is not helpful, we should stop. I said it multiple times. I didn't mute people or kick them out of the room, but not true I didn't say anything.
Well,
I just thought we were having fun jabs at each other. But
you know there's like
you're taking it
2.6
seriously.
billion.
Did you
You
say?
do know there's like 2.6 billion Christians who it's actually insulting and it's disgusting. So it's like, for an example, if anything happens to Jewish people and Christians stand back, you're gonna be like, why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you doing anything?
Again, it's not true.
You get the difference? So it's like, it's like when you sit here and you let God, my God, wait a second. You let him, wait a second. No, hold on, you've been talking a while.
No, you're right.
Wait just one second.
And
it's called God gay? To be
What the hell
foul
bullshit is this?
in the defense of your
Yeah, it's a
sensitivity.
celibate men's club of God. They're not gay.
This isn't helpful.
Yeah.
Actually, but it's not.
It's not mandatory, exactly.
I called it out. I didn't throw anyone out of the room. I didn't mute anybody. And now you're coming and saying like if coming from your point of view, and you're saying that the church should be respected, which I agree with. I think Jesus and God is well capable of taking care of themselves, and they don't need my help. I don't accept this. You're telling me that I allowed it to happen. Like, what do you want me to do? We don't kick people out. I didn't mute anybody, but I did say multiple times it's not helpful. It should be stopped.
Dude, it's gay.
Oh,
that's what it sums up to.
Well, there's actually.
But I'm saying that
there's
Christianity
actually Christians who think the whole priesthood thing is gay.
My problem is that Christianity's conception of men and women and how marriage works is from a bit of a corrupted perspective, from the perspective of Paul and Jesus, who was unmarried and died. And I think that there's like some natural problems with its conception. There have been definitely several Christian communities and cults and churches that set up very nice family units and communities. But I'm saying the teachings at their core are corrosive and at their purest end up in this weird celibate gay men's club. For God.
Well, it's not mandatory. It became a tradition in the more recent time, and
Wait, I'm sorry,
there's a logic to it.
You're saying that it's not mandatory for priests to not marry?
That's correct.
I never heard that.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
It's really more a property rights issue.
But there's a logic to it, of course, that you think that someone that dedicates their life to the study of religion, as opposed to being distracted by family, which is not bad, might know something more than you do.
We seem to do that, okay.
So Diego, very respectfully, that I disagree with. I think that a community leader and someone that is into the religion should not be distracted by family, but should be enhanced by having their own family.
And should model.
I can see that argument. I can see that argument.
Okay.
And should model living by having a family. Should model what it means, the values, that everything that we hold dear should be exemplified, and the best way to exemplify that is through family.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. It's a choice, and it's become a tradition that most Catholics embrace as a thing that we like. We like that discipline. We like the fact that the guy should.
It's not a choice.
No, that's what we brought up, is that it's not mandatory.
What would happen if a priest would open a church that allows for marriage? Would would they be like thrown out of communion? Like, is it at all possible to be a married Catholic priest?
Yes, there are married. I mean, I've only met a married deacon.
Possible.
Wait, Diego, help me out because I'm not familiar with the other side of the fence. A Roman Catholic, the Vatican has said Roman Catholic priests can be married. Did I miss something?
They used to all be married until the recent. I guess what the practice is 300 or 400 years old.
They're not permitted to be married.
That's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Anybody want to cite that rule for me?
Do you know of any married priests that haven't been excommunicated?
How can I prove a negative?
No, it's a positive. No, far as they married.
I'm not saying that. Wait, hold on. I'm saying that
you could name
mandatory celibacy is not a thing that you find in the Catechism of the Catholic Church. That's just a fact.
For priesthood, it is.
It's not. It's not.
It's too.
It's not.
It is too. Where are the married priests that have not been excommunicated?
My cousin.
Really?
Is married.
He's a priest.
He's married to another. Well, wait a second. You said who's not been excommunicated? He's a member of the Catholic Church.
Name me a priest who is in good standing with the Catholic Church who is married in the.
I think what you mean is someone who is currently practicing and giving eulogies, or not eulogies, excuse me, but
no,
giving.
I mean an active priest who is married and is accepted by the church. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. What do you want me to say? That Catholics are extremely disciplined and there is no exception. No one goes into the priesthood without taking that vow? Is that what you want me to say to you? Because that would be true, but I don't think it would satisfy what you're looking for.
There are no priests who are married while remaining in the priesthood. They could remain Catholic. They are not priests.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
No, you can't give me an example of a single priest who is married.
Because it would be proving a negative. It would be proving a negative.
Diego, you're playing with games, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I can't prove to you something that someone doesn't do. If people don't do it.
There's a priest named Dwight Longenecker, who was an Anglican priest before converting to Catholicism and is now a married Catholic priest in the United States. And it also says, you're welcome. And it also says on ChatGPT, some Eastern Catholic churches, which are in communion with the Roman Catholic Church,
it's problematic, but
follow Eastern rites allow married men to be ordained as priests. Like the Orthodox Church, they must be married before ordination.
Holy Christ. Holy Christ, there's nothing left.
So the conclusion is that it's gay?
A lot of Catholic hating these days. It's a thing.
It is. It is.
When you're at the top.
How is that Catholic hating?
Because you're just making a fucking statement up, L. You're just making something up. There's no mandatory celibacy.
I'm gonna pin a link that's actually from the church, not ChatGPT.
Nora just proved it to you.
ChatGPT. LOL.
Catholicism. I mean, I used to be a Catholic once myself.
But not a good one.
No, there's never one. I never took Catholicism.
You used to never. You used to never, yes.
Yeah, I never understood.
You never used to.
Yeah. I never used. Fucking
syntax Nazi.
Yeah, swear to God. Yeah, that's it. Syntax Nazi.
No, just the way my brain works. When you say things that don't make any sense, I want to pause you there.
Yeah, but the thing is, you understand what I'm saying. Because you understand my point.
I know, but what happened? No, I understand that point. Yeah, right? But then what happens is you keep.
Well, you understand all of my points. No, but because you understand the point. It's not like what I'm saying is the end all be all of my point that is completely incoherent.
It's not good to start with flawed premises. I'm telling
No,
you.
it's not a
We're just
premise.
speaking colloquialisms.
It's not a premise.
It's a colloquialism at best. Figurative language.
Oh, I bet.
Right? It's an affliction. And it leads to socialism, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't.
Imprecise language leads to socialism.
Okay, hold on. I could understand, yes, but the deep premises of people's morals is what leads to socialism and epistemology. Not
Yes,
you miss it.
But
Oh, you're
one
missing.
of the first effects
your
is that
syntax is
they're built
incorrect.
on their bad morals. Is their language. The language fails. That's like one of the first indicators.
Well, no, it's their concepts that fail them, not the actual use of their language.
Okay. Well, the
That's why
language
that's why
reflects
they'll
their
tell
bad
you.
concepts.
That's why they'll tell you. Yes, I mean that I will agree.
So
with
when you speak in triple negatives, dude, what do you think I'm trying to say to you?
Well, I'm not a socialist.
Not yet.
Because my concepts are pretty clear.
No, they're not.
It's only a matter of time. Yeah, that's true. I've told him that.
What's
you
true?
speak in a lot of tautologies. Like if I ask you what is a standard, you'll say, something along the lines of, it is the way by which we develop like our values and what we approximate it. And then I'll ask you other questions, and you'll end up just speaking in a circle.
Well, no, I mean that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I've used the standards to evaluate. Like there's a middle, and then I use that like the standard of that middle to say, okay, this is the good, this is the bad.
But do you understand that there is no middle when you're talking about 1 and 0? You understand
But
saying
it's not 1 and
0.5
0.
is not the middle of 1 and 0.
No.
Yes,
But
it is.
see, that's my point. If I tell you
Middle
that
is a
life the
position,
standard,
dude.
if I tell you that life is the standard for all evaluations, and I tell you, according to you, the 0 would be death and 1 is life, then yes.
Correct. There's no middle stage.
Well, that's my point. The middle is, not being alive or dead, as opposed to being alive, and the other side would be dead.
What did that even mean?
What the hell was that even?
If you make if I'm about to walk, if I'm faced with walking off a cliff and dying, and not walking off a cliff and dying, and I say I want to live, then the standard of my action has to be I want to live, and the standard I'm evaluating that is my life. So I'm not going to walk off the cliff and die.
You used to be a Catholic. Like, what do you believe in now, Simon?
I'm an atheist.
He's an objectivist.
So you're an atheist heretic. So you're an atheist heretic. So why are you debating religion with us?
No, he's not necessarily a heretic.
I'm not.
He's not. He doesn't speak in heresies intentionally.
Yeah, but he's a heretic, and I think he's like a reprobate. Simon, you don't believe in anything anymore, so why are you talking about Christianity?
He thinks that's something to be proud of.
This is
be a reprobate.
something to be proud of. So, Simon, when you die, you're just waiting for the long shadow of the ghost to come pick you up. You don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Wait,
anymore.
hold on.
Why did you go
so
find
many
yourself?
claims? What ghosts? Hold on, like what ghosts?
No.
It's a metaphor. It's figurative language.
Okay,
the
so
long
he's
kiss
saying-
goodbye.
So he's
It's like the long kiss goodbye to Simon. You grew up in the Catholic Church. You don't believe in the Catholic Church. Obviously, you're a hater of the Catholic Church.
Absolutely not.
So why the hell
Yeah, I
should
think
you ever
religion
keep
is
answering your questions when you don't believe in anything? It's a waste of his time.
He's a nihilist.
He's a nihilist. It's like
Wow. To say I'm a nihilist is
you don't believe in anything.
especially
so why?
with the amount of
but
moral
Simon,
position
why
that I have.
is Diego? Wait a second, Simon. Simon, why is Diego wasting his time talking to you about the Catholic Church when you?
Yeah, I could be rearranging my sock drawer for something more valuable.
You don't believe in the church anymore. It's a waste of time.
I think
question for Diego. Ask Diego while he's talking to Simon. Yeah, that's fine with that.
I
That's
think
right.
Diego's bored.
Get out of my room, goddammit.
Diego's bored, I think. That's why he's
I'm having a great time.
There you go.
I
So
think
you
That's
see,
the answer. He's being
he's not
entertained.
arranging
I
his
think
sock
Diego's
drawer.
bored.
So he's not arranging his sock drawer because he values this discussion more. See?
Right.
Didn't need God to tell him that.
I value the keks more.
The kicks. I'm dead.
Oh man.
Oh, you religious people make me laugh.
I think it's a condition of being at the top. See, the thing is, check, you belong to a group that is number one. And so when you're number one, people want to take you down.
The
It's
crown
not
is
taking
heavy.
down. I think
Wait a second,
like Jesus is an immoral figure because he sacrificed his life.
Wait a second. The crown is heavy on the head of the king, and the boss is Jesus Christ. That's the boss.
And
they have to find it out yet.
And not only that, but you have a Platonist view of the world.
The boss.
Like you
the
need your
boss-
pope.
I'm telling you, bro. The boss is Jesus Christ. You don't even know it yet, and that's why you're so confused. You don't even believe anything. You don't
I know
believe anything.
because
What? Why are you gonna work? And what do you create when you're sick? What do you want when you're injured? Like it sounds like the most depressing.
What do you mean? Why do I have to pray to
Nothing,
something
bro.
when
I
I'm
don't care who
sick?
you pray to, bro. Like you, it's like
Oh
you
my
got
God,
rid of the
bro,
boss.
prayer.
I'm religious as well. Okay, I believe in a deity.
Thank God
differ.
you're religious. Jesus
Good. Listen, player.
Wait, let him
We
finish.
differ on Jesus. Let's not discuss that part. Let's discuss where we agree on. But you cannot attack an atheist the way you're attacking them. They don't have to pray. But there's a lot of things we can say to an atheist. Want to have that conversation, but your arguments aren't convincing him at all.
Bro, all you're telling me is that your wishes. All you're telling me is that your feelings can change reality. Like
No.
that's basically what you're saying.
No,
So
bro.
what's the point of praying?
Bro, it's not my job to convince you of your feelings.
I'm not saying.
Number
I'm not
one.
saying
So
you have to
number
convince me.
two.
I'm asking you a logical question.
Wait. Just let me land so I can get my thoughts across.
What you have to do is you have to prove
My brother, please.
why it's irrational to believe that there's a deity controlling.
My brother, I'm not trying to prove Jesus Christ would come in front of Simon and he wouldn't believe in shit. It's not my job. So that doesn't really matter.
If that was
My
to
job
happen,
is
Okay, let's start with that. Simon, what was it?
if reality was I mean, I don't really entertain the idea because like we can play like these logical games, but
it's not honest at all. It's
If
a lie.
I tell you, what would it take for you to believe in gremlins that are in front of you? Okay, what would it take for me to see them? But we're entertaining. Well, yeah, I mean, we're entertaining like non-reality. Yeah, we're entertaining non-reality.
You can't decide it's non-reality. You have to say why you think it's non-reality.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, then okay, that's a different
No,
question.
I'm saying what level of proof would it take for you to believe?
No level of proof. You have to smart out.
But wait a second, Meyer, that's not the task of a person that believes in God. That's the realm of faith.
Negative.
So,
I mean, I can't
but there's
prove
no
negative.
proof as a concept is inapplicable to the nature of
No, I
God.
don't believe in faith.
But the thing is,
You believe in God, but you don't believe in faith?
Correct.
Wait.
I believe in God rationally, not faith.
But the thing is,
Okay,
Simon,
Mr. Thomas Aquinas. Okay, my guy. See, that's why I like Mayor.
You believe in Thomas Aquinas?
Then you don't understand Thomas Aquinas because he never taught. He
Then
never
you don't
said.
understand. You don't understand that if
What?
you believe in Thomas Aquinas, it's a damn lie.
Thomas Aquinas is, I mean, his whole thing was
Bro,
trying to
stop
get to
lying,
God
bro.
through logic.
Just go back and worshiping the goddamn devil with your atheist Kusumko mindset.
You can't tell an atheist to worship the devil because they don't believe in the devil. Like,
Bro, I'm just
This is like
non-words. Where's the syntax here, Diego? Like, you're just saying non-words now? Like, what are we talking about?
it wasn't Diego.
The wasn't Diego. No.
You already violated syntax.
Worship materialism, then you worship the devil.
I'm not a materialist.
Bro, you worship. You think you're such
Ryan,
a
you can say all these
and you don't
random
believe
words,
in
but,
anything.
like,
People like
it
you,
doesn't work.
bro. People like you are the reason why the world is collapsing. You don't believe in anything. you can do anything, and you're godless. You're like the worst form of communism.
So hold on.
Like,
So
you make me
are you
sick to
saying?
my stomach.
So are you saying that I have to believe in something in order for something to
No,
work?
bro. I'm telling you, you don't have to believe in shit.
Okay, so
Like,
then
people like
why are
you-
you resting that position on everything working?
Let me tell you something, Simon. It's people like you, godless people.
It's not people like me, trust me. It's people
You
like
make
that
me
are
sick to my stomach, borderline.
Check, when you talk to people like this, you just embolden them. You're just making him feel like
I don't
he-
like this
like he's-
motherfuckers, honestly. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
It's okay,
these are
it's
the
okay.
form of society. Like, I don't like
It's
these
okay.
people.
You're
It's
just
okay.
encouraging Simon.
I think Christianity, like I mean, it's like explicitly is like an anti-Western remnant of like what you have to get rid of in order for society to progress.
I'm sure.
That's yeah.
Something you
You
can't
know what
call
they're
an
gonna say?
anti-Western remnant when it shaped the West. You can say that you'd rather
No.
not see it there, but it's
No, no,
a
no.
fundamental
Base Meyer,
part of
Base
shaping
Meyer.
the West.
No. I mean, look. If
You know,
I'm
mine
being
is
honest,
not
I don't think.
mine's not the
So
truth.
I
And
tried
it's not even a
hold on,
Christian.
I check. Hold on. Something was just addressed to me. So according the way I'm reading history, historically, is yes, there were people.
Is there
who were
any other way?
Christians, absolutely, but I can say that the ideas that led to but the way I can see it is that Western ideas didn't stem from Christianity; they stemmed from Greece. So you can attribute
What the hell are you talking about?
what?
Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself.
Okay. I don't know why
This
that's
is
so
ridiculous.
funny. I mean, like Christianity is not like okay. So I mean, if we want to play this game, why did it take 1,700 years for Christianity to flourish the way it did in the West when it had a grip on all of society for 1,300, 1,400 years? Because Christianity was the dominant philosophy.
Because there were only Native Americans living in the West. Is that where? I don't know where you're going.
No. I'm saying there are ideas that work and there are ideas that don't. And to the degree that we practice Christianity consistently, everything stagnated. Nothing flourished like the West did, and as a result, we call that age the Dark Ages because nothing happened. Because Christianity had a grip on the West.
That's not why it's called the Dark Ages.
Yeah, no,
it is the Dark Ages, but you're blaming it fully on.
It was only the Dark Ages in England, though. All the other countries were having very high enlightenment times.
Like where? Well, hold on. Like where?
No, seriously, Simon. Wait a second.
Where?
The Muslim
You know why it's called the Dark
countries
Ages?
had the golden ages, bro.
Yeah,
the Muslim
and
countries
we can
were winning.
attribute to. Okay, we can attribute that to why exactly? Because of
No,
the
bro,
influence of
but the Muslim
Aristotle.
countries were winning. You asked what answer, I just told you. At
Yeah,
that time,
and I
the
told you
Muslim
it's
countries were winning.
insufficient. Yes, and it's
How is
insufficient
it?
because
See,
they
you
were
can't win.
introduced
You
to
can't win
Aristotle
communists like you.
in the
You know why?
8th or 9th
Because
century.
wait a second, Simon. You can't run
Yeah.
a communist like you. Because the second we give you
I'm
an
not a
answer,
communist.
you move
That's a
the
logical
goalpost.
error. That's a
No,
logical error.
bro, you move the goalpost. The second somebody gives you an answer, you move the goalpost.
This is very bizarre.
Wait, what
Just because
is
you disagree with
it?
him doesn't make him a communist.
Wait, what is it? It's an incorrect syllogism.
Bro, I'm telling you, the second somebody gives you an answer, you move the goalpost.
No.
You make this conversation not even worth it.
Simon, the problem with what you're doing is you're attributing all of the Dark Ages to Christianity, and I can attribute it much better to the form of governments. So it's not the ideals of Christianity that kept Europe in the Dark Ages. It was the monarchy's grip on society that took the Glorious Revolution to complete.
Well, also the fact that the Christian church, like in like the what is it, 4th century or 3rd century?
Oh my God, bro.
It stifled all other religions or philosophies, I should say.
The Catholic Church did do that for a while. That is the definition of Catholicism is universal. So that is.
But the point is, here's the point.
The reason why there was no innovation, the reason why Baghdad was enlightened as opposed to Europe was not because of the philosophy of the church. And the way I could prove that is the philosophy of the church didn't disappear after the Glorious Revolution. Well, you want to say Catholic Church,
Fact check
the
true.
Church of England. But it didn't take the uprooting of Christianity in the Dark Ages.
It took the uprooting of the monarchs.
Wait, sorry, what was that, Meyer?
It didn't take the uprooting of Christian ideals to get out of the Dark Ages. It took the uprooting of the monarchs.
Yeah, what
the
century was this? Hold on. What century was this?
When the Glorious Revolution was 18th century.
Okay, but
that was
century.
the
Okay, well, hold on.
the 30-year war.
Hold
That was
on,
while the
but-
30-year wars were going on. That was
Okay,
while.
Well, my
But the whole point is that when the Roman Empire fell, the church rose. It wasn't dark for Catholicism. It was a growth period.
It's never been dark, bro. With Catholicism, you have to church to pieces. Wait a
The
second.
Dark Ages or the medieval times because the advances of the Roman Empire went backwards and society went into where cities had open sewage running through them. Aqueducts were no longer being built like the Roman Empire was. There was no forward in innovation, in farming equipment. Nothing went forward. People were living miserable lives until the Glorious Revolution, which came followed right on the heels of the
What you're
American
talking
Revolution.
about, I'm pretty sure happened only in England. The running sewage through the streets, that was in England.
No, that was in Paris. That was all over Europe. That was in Prague. That was in Paris. That was all
It's
Europe.
still happening in Paris.
Okay, but my point, tell me about it. No, my point is just to illustrate that wherever Greek values were practiced, so introduction of Aristotle, every society flourished, and you can trace the discovery of Aristotle to every flourishing society back to Islam in the 8th century, 9th century. The Golden Age is thanks to Aristotle, and then
Islam?
Yes, Aristotle.
But Simon, when are you gonna give
Islam's golden
the
age.
credit? When was the golden age of Christianity to you?
There was no golden age.
Oh, here we go. Another
The best thing Christianity did was the rejection.
They're a one-hit wonder. It was Jesus Christ. That's all he got.
No, what do you mean by the Golden Age, Acek? What golden?
Wait a second. Don't bail him out. He knows what he's doing. So you're giving the golden age of Islam. Wait a second. Don't.
It's a non-question.
So
It's a non-question. Christianity never had a golden
So
age.
you just gave. Wait a second. You just gave unbelievable acquisition to Islam, and I said, when was the golden age of Christianity? And you said
they never had one.
They never.
Yeah, that Vatican thing. It's not a thing.
See what I mean?
Yeah, it's not
the enemies to what these
St. Peter's Basilica. It's not like proof that there was a time where there was like fucking billions.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you know what?
What do you guys call the Golden Age?
Here. I'll call
people like you, disgusting. Like you don't even recognize the Christianity built the West. You don't get
didn't
it.
build the West.
Yes, they did. Who built the West then? Huh? Indian Americans, Africans, black slaves. Who built it?
Well, wait. Let me give something to Simon. To the extent that the Catholic Church embraced Hellenism, right? That's a Greek.
Hellenistic.
That's from Greece. But it was the Catholic Church that spread that style and embraced that style.
Exactly. Let me ask you a question, Simon. If black people built the West, why can't they build Africa?
But he never said black people built the West. That's not second.
Yeah, he did just before. He did just before he gave credit. No, stop protecting him, man.
He said Sparta.
Stop protecting. Man, stop protecting him. I'm telling the truth.
Okay. Oh my God, this guy doesn't stop talking. Look, all I said, I was very clear. I said Greek values. Okay, this is Aristotelianism. Are the fundamental values of Western civilization. Okay, it's not Christianity. Now there are Christians, absolutely, but Christians put aside some of their
Muslims. Go to Pakistan.
What?
Hold on, let him finish his point.
Muslims? Who's talking about Muslims?
Bro, you just gave credit to Muslims and everybody else, and then we talk about Christianity. You're like, don't credit to Christians.
Bro,
you literally just said this, Simon.
If you
I
speak
don't
to
care
Muslims,
what
they
sort
will
of
talk
abuse.
about the golden age of Islam. And I'm telling
Simon,
you,
no. You weren't talking about the golden age of Islam. Simon, I don't care what sort of
you said
you went through the Catholic Church. I'm telling you, stop lying on his. Christian Catholics built the West. This is a fact.
Yes, that is
So stop,
okay. Make
so,
a
so
differentiation
stop giving
between
credit to fucking
Christianity
Muslims.
and Christian Catholics.
And frankly, it was white Christians that built the West. No, but frankly, Simon, it was white Christians that built the West.
Okay, I
It's
don't
true.
deny that.
Actually,
It's a fact.
It's true.
I didn't
It's
deny
a
that.
Fact. So don't come here with the
I
bullshit.
didn't.
It's 100% true that white Christians built the West. What Simon
Absolutely.
is asserting, and we can argue with him, is that he's saying it's the philosophy of Athens that built the West, not the philosophy of the church. He's not arguing the people, he's talking about the philosophy. I am saying it didn't take getting rid of the church in order to build the West. It took getting rid of the monarchs. He's saying no, it took getting rid of the churches as well. So we have to deal with what he's claiming, and then we can refute it or agree with it.
That's right. And look, the distinction that I'm making, specifically when it comes to like how the Renaissance basically came about in Europe, is the discovery of Greece, and specifically ancient Greece.
You can't call it discovery, maybe like rediscovery.
Well, the rediscovery of ancient Greece, yeah, like that. This is where we got like the architecture, the paintings, the philosophy. All this influenced, all by St. Thomas Aquinas introducing Aristotle into the Catholic Church, and then wherever Aristotle was introduced, you see sparks of like elements of ancient Greece pop up, and the rejection of Christianity, and then as a result, you start to see the influence of Greece more and more, and society started to thrive. And then this is what sparked the Renaissance, and then which led to the Enlightenment.
Bro, you lie so much that you.
What did I say that's wrong? What did I say that's wrong?
Honestly,
Give me a specific instance. Okay, stop with your nonsense now. Give me a specific instance that I said that was incorrect.
Stop.
Give me a specific instance. Stop. Give me a specific instance and don't tell me to stop. Just tell me you were wrong.
Let me tell you,
moment.
you're
tell me.
abusing your meat.
Okay, I don't care. Just tell me where I was wrong. Yeah, that's an invitation to go ahead. Fact check true, what a bitch. Okay, cool. If you don't want to tell me what I said was wrong and where, fine.
Don't mute me. Like, just shut up.
Okay, just go ahead.
I'll tell you. For an example, I'll tell you. And don't mute me and don't get so upset. So when godless people like you keep talking about Aristotle, the Hippocratic Oath, the Catholic Church, and everything else like this, like what you went through in the Catholic Church, it doesn't matter. You're allowed to believe in what you want to believe in. But all I'm trying to tell you is that Jesus is Lord, Jesus is Christ. You have one life. You don't believe in anything.
So you have no
You're
not refuting anything I said.
Wait a sec.
You're not refuting anything I said. You're not refuting anything I said. You're just sticking to.
See, you're just abusing your mortals.
I'm not abusing anything. I'm not abusing anything. I asked you specifically.
That doesn't help anybody.
Jesus is gay and immoral. Now, I asked you specifically to cite an
instance. Evidence on that Jesus was gay. You have no evidence that he didn't get married, and you have no evidence that he was immoral.
Yeah, Jesus wasn't gay. He was a virgin.
The way he's described, the way he's described in the Bible is immoral. So, are you saying the Bible is wrong?
I am saying I didn't read the Bible well enough the New Testament well enough to tell you it was wrong. I'm saying that
how
Christians' depiction of
the
Jesus
church
are not
is
historically
gay.
accurate.
Their church how is Jesus described immoral in the New Testament?
Did he not sacrifice himself for everybody else's sins?
Okay, is that immoral?
Virgin?
Yes, that's absolutely immoral. Oh, I'm going to sacrifice and don't punish the rapists and the murderers and everybody else. Right. Punish me for their sins. Punish me.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's definitely moral behavior. That's definitely moral behavior.
Anti-males is immoral, but
That's not what Christians
No,
do.
that's not what Jesus did. That's not what Jesus did then.
That's not what Jesus did.
No, I mean, I don't know what America is saying.
I'm so sorry. Does hell not exist, Simon? I thought sins do.
No, hell doesn't exist.
Well, I guess
No,
in
hell
the Christian worldview, does hell exist?
Oh, were you talking about Christian hell or Norse mythology hell?
Sure, Christian hell, exactly.
Okay, so Christian hell is the same as the hell that doesn't exist.
Sure,
in
Simon,
reality.
but you said that Jesus died for sins and punishment. I'm saying that
Things that don't
his
exist can't be the
punishments-
same.
I'm saying
Wait,
those.
so wait, what's your point? What's your point?
So if I don't break this vase, then he
Are you
died for
saying that
nothing?
if you believe in something, it makes it true? Is that what you're saying?
Whoa!
No, Simon, you're being retarded.
Is this the Matrix?
No,
right
I'm asking you to clarify the position.
Your position, Simon, which is that it's immoral for Jesus to sacrifice his life for a murderer or a thief, and allow their crimes to go unpunished. I said, how are they going unpunished? I thought hell exists. What
does that mean? What does that mean? Did Jesus not sacrifice himself?
But does
for
hell
the sins of others?
exist? But does hell exist?
Why is
America,
hell
Simon, I'll
contingent?
help you. America, that's irrelevant. What the existence of hell is irrelevant. The question is like this. According to your brand of Christianity, if someone is a rapist and they accept Jesus as a Lord and Savior, will they be going to hell or all sins forgiven, no matter what sins they have committed?
No, not all sins are forgiven.
So you don't believe in antinomianism, so that's your answer to Simon. That he's reading the death of Jesus as well. Because now you're saying that Jesus died only for some sins, right?
Okay, so Jesus was selective then. He was discriminatory.
He was selective.
Whoa. Okay, so Jesus was discriminatory then.
Okay, Simon, now you're doing it. You gotta deal with people what they're claiming. America, what are you calling selective? Are you saying it depends on the quality of the sin, depends on the tempting of the sin? Are you a Calvinist that only certain people get? Like, where are you coming from?
Yeah.
He's kind of like a Calvinist. He was raised a Baptist.
Yeah, well, no, Presbyterian, but close to it.
Right.
What's that?
I'm close to a Calvinist.
I honestly don't have.
I'm Calvinist one B.
This is why. Anyways, what the hell is Christianity? Oh, I'm a
Simon, you
pescatarian.
need to get out more and meet new people.
I do get out more.
I mean, you're going to have to get used
learn a
to
little
this
bit
because there's
about the
Christians everywhere.
Presbyterians and their
No, I
relationship to the
I
state of England.
understand. I'm being facetious.
How about if I made a coffee and it came out way too weak? Is that immoral?
Yes.
I'm very upset at this machine.
Yes. I think the biblical prescription is 39 lashes to the coffee machine.
That will not be helpful.
Well, you do have to have the coffee machine first inspected.
Well, I do think that coffee beans prove God's existence. The fact that we have coffee beans in South America, that it fuels my entire life.
That proves what the God's people is doing great. Yeah, coffee beans are kosher.
Oh, so I'm just wondering if you like practice in eating kosher.
You practice kosher.
Yes, we do all.
I do. Diego?
Keegan, you do. I mean, most of your food has the kosher symbol on it.
No, most
Check
of
the
your food is
labels.
not kosher.
Diego's theory is that our kosher food is somehow controlling the American mind because of the symbols on his packaging.
Yeah, so Diego talks so much about economics, but doesn't understand the economics of expanding your market to the kosher market.
Yeah, kosher market.
Yes, the cost of that symbol isn't pushed on the consumer.
No.
The cost of that symbol is mitigated, not mitigated.
No,
it brings more profit to the company by opening up the kosher market. That's classic capitalism. If it didn't, they would stop certifying that. So the cost of the symbol is not being pushed on the consumer. It's being.
So then why don't we put a crucifix on the bottles too? That would increase profitability.
Because you guys don't eat anything. Everyone knows that.
No, they're too busy praying for their
Put it
wealth.
this way, Diego. If you get me a group of people that'll buy my product and a crucifix, I will put a crucifix on that product. That's capitalism.
You think that if you
We'll do it together.
if you put a Christian fix on your product, I guarantee your sale will go up.
You can guarantee it, but I guarantee you that there'll be some people that will buy it sometimes, and there'll be other people.
Yeah, but
that
that's
will
less than
buy it.
2% of the population.
You know
No,
what?
no,
I
that's not
really
your
hope
products.
iCheck would buy my products. I really hope
There are
iCheck would buy my products.
But there are so many leftists in this country that won't buy my product that it's not going to be a net benefit. But if I put a kosher symbol or a halal on it, I open up a market that'll buy my product, and the rest of the market will buy it whether it has it or not. So it's just a win. So now the question is, are there enough customers that'll cost $1,000 a year to get the product on it? And by any mass-produced product, it's almost always yes.
Right. As Howard
disagree
Stern
with this argument.
famously said, if you put lesbians on any product, it will sell like hot.
Right. Especially if you're trying to sell hotcakes.
He was definitely not Catholic. I'll tell you that. That's not a Catholic thing.
He's a secular. He's nothing. He has no religion.
No, Catholics just get really excited and declare an inquisition.
Which is why Spain is still economically behind, because they had
'Cause they're all
Inquisition
gay.
minded until the mid-20th century. They had a very late area to become Western.
Fuck, I was just reading the chat. This guy Remy is based as shit.
Yeah.
Is it the Medzed gay part?
No, I'm just reading that now. It was the. It was the.
Is it the part where it says hates everyone until they hate him back?
No.
You know how I know I'm not gay? I've been married for 15 years. You know how I know the Catholic Church is gay? They haven't been married for 5 centuries.
I love that. The Catholic Church is gay.
Between both of our religions.
That he was so excited.
Simon, don't you think the Catholic Church would be in a better position if they did allow their clergy to marry?
Yes, absolutely. All of that.
I don't know. Just
I'm the
pick
authority.
a random ex-Catholic.
Yeah. Come on.
But would they be more likely to convert back?
Simple.
Oh man, I can't even imagine like having this idea of like, oh yeah, faith, God. Get the demon out, brother.
But there's, I think Brett Weinstein or Weinstein had this.
That sounds like a name.
Conversation.
No, I know what Weinstein is. Let him finish. Andrew, what did he say?
He had a conversation with Dawkins about this, and his argument was that as a meme, Catholicism was actually very survivable, and one of the reasons why is because they designated a specific portion of humanity to preserve the meme itself, which is like the whole idea of priests taking them outside of the society, not allowing them to procreate, but rather concentrating their energy on procreating the meme itself.
Yeah, for a bunch of weirdos.
I think I understood that.
Okay, so you know how? Let me explain this a little bit.
Good way
so
to
Mike,
Can we hear Andrew?
Yeah. So do you know how Dawkins came up with this idea of memology of
memes?
The memes as ideas and ways of behavior, they also act in a very similar manner as genes, but I think more Lamarckian way more than the Darwin way. But
Right.
his argument was that they also there's such things as meme viruses, and there are things like memes that procreate themselves and they're beneficial to the host. But his argument is that religion itself is a virus. It's a meme that's a virus. And Weinstein was pushing back against it, saying that, look at Catholicism, how successful it's been through the centuries. And one of the reasons why is because of a certain structure of the meme itself, being, having this priesthood, dedicating part of the community to preserving the meme and propagating.
Right.
So I've always wondered this. Now we're talking about it. If the Torah is fully incorporated, or they understand the Torah to be the Word of God, and God never put any prohibition in there, are they better than God for adding this?
Right.
To be honest, where do they get off?
It's not an order. I don't understand where you guys.
Hold on. There are 613 commandments. They just added up 14.
Well, they got rid of all
614.
13 and added.
I understand, but that makes them better than God.
Andrew, the problem with this proposition is that you don't need celibacy to propagate the meme. You can still have designated people that are doing the meme and go home to their wives at night. So
it's a weird
setting it up as a
thing
dichotomy
that should knock it off already.
Wait, so where are you getting off that it's not biblical to have the celibacy thing?
Because it's not.
Where are you founding that?
Because there's no prohibition in the Torah.
Right, there is.
Because there's no prohibition.
Yeah.
Because it's not.
Prohibition. They've added it.
Where is it? It's
What about
Don't say spilling the seed.
No, what's
okay,
the
hold
very
on. Let me. I have to.
It's very early on. It's not the first commandment. But very early on, it says, "Be fruitful and multiply, populate the earth."
Right. So they should be embracing that.
I mean, are you familiar with the writings of Paul? That's not the Torah, obviously, but are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
No, Paul.
Yeah, his name is Paul.
Okay. Yes. Are you familiar that he prefers celibacy to marriage?
Yeah, his personal opinion prefers celibacy, but how does
he was
church
a
as an
weirdo
institution?
also.
As an institution.
Diego, I'm not
talking
sure
about
where
the
you're going with
institution.
this. But let him wrap it up. What do you agree with this? The fact that Paul.
He says he who gets married will do well, but he who doesn't marry will do better. Like Simon.
But where did he get that from?
He's a weirdo.
That's an odd.
But wait, but Diego, where did he get that from? Did he get that from like a new revelation?
I don't know. That's it. That's as much as I remember.
So that's Yaakov's point. That's Yaakov's
Right after
point.
he writes that verse, Diego, he says he won't marry his cousin. That's what the Jew.
We don't marry our cousins. Come on, let's stop that.
I don't know about.
Our IQs would be going down.
Well, they are.
No.
Not necessarily.
You marry your cousin, there's I gotta look up the percentage. 400% chance more likely of having birth defects and mental issues. If we were marrying our
heart disease.
What's the relationship with faith in Judaism?
What?
What's like the relationship? Okay, it doesn't exist. Yeah, that's definitely why.
Wait, what was the question, Simon?
What's the relationship of faith to Judaism? People mistranslate emunah to mean faith. It doesn't. It needs to stay true and faithful. It doesn't mean blind faith.
You just dropped out. It means what?
It means true and faithful. It doesn't mean having blind faith.
Mayor wants us to know that the faith of Judaism is not the faith of Christianity.
Yeah, that's my question. But like,
I guess if you're Kabbalist, you reject faith altogether, right?
This is exactly why per capita. This is exactly why per capita.
Yeah.
No, this is why per capita Jews are much more intelligent than Christians because.
Thank you.
Christians are stupid.
Because everything to Christians is, oh, but I have faith, guys. I have faith. Rather than like actually applying your most basic tool of survival to reality instead of like, oh, we just have to pray and just have faith, guys. Let's just hold hands and sing kumbaya. Like, bro, and then this guy is gonna tell me, this is exactly what built the West. It's like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, wait a second. So, Simon, you understand that when Pope Benedict started encouraging the monks and stuff to work really hard, and I think that's the same time when they started doing the vow thing, it affected the creation of the Protestant Reformation, which affected the United States. I mean, these things they have these ripple effects. You wouldn't have a Protestant Reformation if the Catholic Church wasn't already encouraging.
What does that have to do with faith being applied? What does that have to do with faith being applied to reality?
Right.
I think you're on the losing side of his argument. Just let's move
No,
on.
without doubt. Jews I think are very intelligent. They trick God very.
Wait, what? Trick God? What the fuck?
Oh my god! Like this is
No,
what
they don't.
happens.
They
This
don't
is-
touch their light switches. They just cut the circuit, guys. It makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, that could be
What?
a tradition, and
Yep.
I mean, this is the level we're gonna go to when it comes to like actually making argument.
Right.
I prefer logic.
Switches me.
Don't even try. Don't prolong
sense.
the. Don't prolong the argument. It's just like move on.
Yep.
But that's I guess that's the thing, right? Like his pushback is just kind of to make fun of the fact that there's no commandment or order from the Pope or anywhere else that says priests can't get married. It's a tradition.
No, it's an order from the Pope. Yeah, some Pope originally started it. You think it came out of nowhere? All of a sudden, everyone said, "Let's be celibate together."
If you're telling me it's an order from a Pope, I highly doubt that. But if you can prove that, I'd love to
It's
see
some
that.
council, a Pope, somebody. Hold on, I don't know much about your religion, but some body, council, Pope, whatever, started some tradition. Then it became a tradition, but somebody had to make the decision to say, let's stop doing what the Jews used to do, and now let's do something different. It didn't just spontaneously erupt, and every single priest and every single cardinal and every single whatever decided to stop, marrying and have kids.
It's weird.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
still
I mean,
waiting on like coherent answers as to how faith built America.
Do you think that someone forced Italy to become fascist?
No.
Fascist?
So.
Yeah. So why did Italians become fascist? I'm just like trying to come up with an analog here.
Well, I mean,
Analog
usually
is like-
stems from the intellectual.
Analogs tend to not work across discipline.
They decided the time was right for the world to be introduced to Italian fascism.
Exactly.
Julius Evola and the whole thing.
Say what?
You're talking about look, fascism is very different. You're talking about a religion or an institution, if you will, that for, I don't know, almost 2,000 years had a particular viewpoint on this one particular topic. They have viewpoints on others, but we're talking about one particular topic, and you seem to think it was just spontaneous, like spontaneous combustion, all of a sudden, just bang across their entire.
No. What I'm trying to say is, like, for example, Italy prior to World War II was not fascist, but the reason it happened kind of overnight, and that's a figure of speech, is because people recognized that it was a solution to a problem. Now they may be wrong on that, but they perceived it to be a solution to a problem.
Right.
So
Since it was it was only less than 100 years ago that it occurred, or maybe approximately 100 years ago that it occurred. We're talking millennia for the Catholic Church. It's been lost through time. No one sat down and said, on this date and this time, this guy decided to do this. But it stands to reason that idea started with somebody, got validated through some religious council, probably not the Council of Nicaea, probably something after then.
But is it possible that as a community, they did what the Italians did and just started believing that that was a solution to a problem?
It got endorsed, and no one's questioned it since. Not even Vatican II questioned it.
Because there's no catechism rule.
So if there's no rule, where did it come from? What's the theological basis for it? You're talking yourself into a circle.
Bunch of
I
weirdos.
gave you Paul.
Paul's a guy.
A guy.
A very important guy for the Catholics.
Yeah, he is.
He's a saint.
Okay, hold on. You're hanging out with Paul. You're Jewish. Paul was Jewish, right? He didn't even know Jesus because he wasn't alive when he was. He was, I think, 90 years later, correct? Help me with that. He never met him. Never met him. He's a Jewish guy running around, right? And he says, oh, wait, hold on. Let's do this. And everyone around him was having wives and having children and doing something just all of a sudden says, great idea. Let's just do that going forward. First of all, those guys were going to say, okay, I got to get divorced. I've got to, get rid of these wives and kids and everything. It sounds like a heretic to me if he's the only one who starts this thing.
Well, no, Jesus kind of implied it himself, when he said that it's better not to marry if you're considering divorce.
Better, but not like the rule. Better means, preferable. But
I think again, for the sake of the kingdom.
How does an institution as far-reaching as the church come up with this philosophy and extend it to every single corner of the earth where they operate?
It's so dumb.
Sorry. I just invited someone up because I was being called an autist.
What?
I'll just tell you this: the Jews habitually,
Autistic, Simon.
for 1 week out of the year, build a shoddily by design tent and live in it for 1 week every year. They're still less crazy than you idiots that are taking your great spiritual priests and throwing them into a gay men's club, sexless organization like the church.
And here's the argument I didn't want to use with you. And
Don't your women wear wigs because they can't show their hair?
That's right. And they're still getting laid more often than Christian
Why are they wearing
priests are.
wigs on top of their hair?
Because only their husband should be their hair. Prior to being married, no
So
problem.
There's normal people getting laid regularly.
They wear a wig?
I'm American.
Yeah, that's what the wigs kind of commemorate.
Yes, but
hey,
okay, hold on. So
we can just
I
we
don't
can
wanna
play
go
this
to-
game back
I don't
and
want to go
forth,
to this
right?
level of theology, but at the end of Devarim, and I'm gonna paraphrase this as, "I am your God. This is my Torah. You cannot add a letter. You cannot subtract a letter. You cannot change a letter. Therefore, the rules are just done, right?" But somehow, no, the rules aren't done. Everything gets changed. Or a lot of things get changed. So, at the end of the day, how is this rule changed or added to? All of a sudden, there's a 614th commandment. Thou shalt not marry and have sex.
And it's so stupid. Why would men and women
Listen, you guys do stupid things too, everybody.
cut off that natural desire?
It leads
For
to
a higher
unnatural
end, for a higher end, Michael.
No, for a crazy,
How does that
stupid
make you
cult.
concentrate more? I'd be concentrating on, I really need to, have sex. That's a natural thing. We built that way. All of a sudden, you turn it off, something bad's going to happen. Guess what? It did.
And what was right off in your house, you guys invite over Goyams to turn your light
You're a
on.
bunch of crazy yahoos.
That sounds pretty crazy to me because you'd have to convince, man, I really would like to read right now, but I can't. Hey, America, can you come turn my light on?
You don't understand the rules of a
You
Shabbos
guys-
goy. No, the Shabbos goys don't work that way,
Okay, so
okay?
America, so explain to us.
Keep your
the
Shabbos
reason why-
boy out of my Jewish community.
Most Jews don't even understand the rules around Shabbos goy. You're going to try to explain to us?
And then you can critique whether you agree.
No, I'm not going to explain to you.
Yeah, go buy
Yeah, I just wanna
cheaper
welcome-
housing that isn't walking distance from my shul. Go away.
Yeah, I just want to welcome Red Rum to the stage.
I mean,
Red Rum.
we can try to play the ridiculous Olympics. That there's practices that
What's
you
up,
guys do that are pretty. I mean, come on.
Yeah, keep sucking baked blood out your baby penises, you weird exec.
Oh, I didn't want to go there, but okay.
Yeah, is that what they taught you?
I was making.
Is that what they taught you? The choir?
I just
Oh my God.
honestly,
Michael, are you looking for a fight on this? I want to get in on this if we're going there.
Yeah, the
Look,
church
this
sucks,
week,
dude.
We
my
still haven't
girlfriend-
proven why it's better.
My girlfriend was watching an episode. She was watching the Olympics, and right after the Olympics, it was a ceremony of some French church, it's a famous church in France, And all I can think is like all these people who are just like saying the exact same shit, like oh, and then they go amen, and they just keep repeating like what the priest is saying. And in my head, I'm thinking like, isn't this just like a cult? Like it's a cult. It's a large cult. It's a popular cult. It's the most popular cult.
You got to
Let's just say
understand.
that.
Listen, Simon. At its basic in economic terms, widespread religions, specifically ones that are outsourced to multiple countries and languages, all of them are franchise models of a single cult. Every single cult gets like a certain type of a leader, priest, rabbi, imam, and then they find a model, an outlet, a certain book, and then they copy it like a franchise model. And there are three basic big franchises, or really two. It's Christianity and Islam.
Like McDonald's?
Judaism is like the Popeyes of religion.
Judaism is like
No, it's a big
McDonald's is way
McDonald's.
too big.
You guys have no heart.
McDonald's is too big.
You don't even have a play place.
Let me put it simply.
We don't have a what?
Judaism is an old mom and
The play area for the kids.
What art does
Judaism been to the temple? They have children's areas for children's services.
Okay, listen. Judaism is an old mom and pop cult that had excellent legal work and set up the framework for modern religious organizations and their existence inside and outside of the existing legal system. They drafted the laws that set up the franchise model of a cult. Like, if this cult follows that franchise model, guess what? You can be Scientology, you can be Mormonism, you get to be a religion.
But the Catholic Church is like the Trump organization. It's bigger, it's brighter, it's got better art, everything is in gold.
No, the Catholics are a bunch of idiots that are celibate. Like, I could take them over.
That's it, that's all you got.
No, think about this for half a second. I could take them over and manage them like the Smithsonian. With like, translators and people that went home at night and had families and lives. I could do that for cheaper and make more money than the Catholic Church and the crazy stupid gay club. Okay? They're stupid. The churches they've got, that's kind of cool. But the weird celibacy thing, they should acknowledge that they're a defunct organization and be replaced and taken over by museum handlers.
But more, speaking of museums, if the Catholic Church has nothing to hide, do you think that they have nothing to hide, guys?
No, they're shifty as
I know. Hold on.
No,
On the other side of this argument, does the Catholic Church have anything to hide?
You sound like
Well, we
Diego
have a lot
talks
of-
about the Jews.
They don't look into their
Hold on.
secrets. They've been around for millennia, dude.
Right. So why are the Vatican archives sealed?
Because they've been around for millennia. They
Stop.
They have one of the largest collections of Torahs in the world.
Of course.
Dude, they assassinated people back in the day when that was like a healthy
Of course, the Catholic Church has something to hide. Every organization has something to hide. That's not like a conspiracy or a knock on the church.
I'm just
They're
saying
a
it's not
massive
as open as we
organization.
what?
It's a massive organization. It's been around for a very long time, and there's no reason they should air the dirty laundry. Now,
It's like
if you're going to
asking
turn that
the
into
CIA
something
what they did
horrible,
with JFK.
then
I'm
why
not turning
would-
into something horrible. Would it be nice to just get a peek?
But listen, I don't know what's in their catacombs, and I know that they plundered some things, and we know they have a long history, and we know that Pope John Paul apologized for some of it. But to say that they have something to hide is
No, I'm asking the question. If they don't have something to hide, then
Bad
they would open
conspiracy
it.
theories assume that
No,
they-
I'm not trying to make it.
Can I give you the religious answer?
I'm not trying to make it a conspiracy
They have a
theory.
ton of stuff to hide.
Can I give you the religious answer?
Yeah, sure.
The religious answer, it goes something like this. I'm paraphrasing here. There's information which is poison to the mind, which couldn't be shown to people unless it's a person who has high scholarly value to the Catholic Church and can read it without going insane or becoming part of the
So the
deep
Zohar.
BS.
Okay.
They have the Zohar.
They're hiding stuff they did.
Oh, they have temple relics.
Yeah, they have some of our stuff.
What we only can guess that, but it does make sense. And the Arch of Titus showed temple relics being carried into Rome, and then
Yeah, and probably all of it. It was probably all melted down and turned into whatever.
They
But
might
like,
still
if
be
they,
there. I don't
They
think
could
they
still be
should.
there, but candelabra could be there.
Tell
The
anyone about it.
menorah. But
By the way, there were at least 10 menorahs.
I know.
The highly likely there's one in there.
Until it becomes possible for like anyone to see it from a satellite image because of like the rays they can detect through the ground, and then they go, "Oh, that
Space
looks like
lasers.
Pandora."
Look,
Yeah, they get a space laser. Then they'll like be like, "Okay, we can't hide it anymore."
See,
But
like
it's not
we
that they're
have.
just gonna hide it. They're never gonna
Right.
announce. Well, you know what? They might announce it as a gift if the Jews were to rebuild the temple. That I could see them doing because that would be
we
baller.
had the same issue with the Dead Sea Scrolls until someone realized that each of the Dead Sea Scrolls had a number attached to it, and then used a computer to just stitch together all of the parts online. Now you can go online and read the whole damn thing. So
Yeah, we know.
I know. So if there's nothing to hide, then it should be open. If it's closed, therefore there's something to hide. That's sort of my logic. Like, just be forthcoming.
They're freaking hiding.
Yeah, like, why
You
can't
understand
they
how much
light
money
on
and power
German?
they wield in
This
the
is what
world?
they're hiding.
Who knows what they're
Hiding
hiding?
shit.
Why can't
Something.
they collide onto Germany, guys?
What? Why can't you
It
what?
says there are 75,000 codices in the library.
Oh, it's more than that.
Yeah, dude, they're an evil secret gay organization.
That's all you got. That's what you're hanging your whole thing on.
No.
I like the gay one because it brings people's attention. I think it would be really fun if like LGBTQ people petition the Catholic Church to come out as gay.
No joke though, if it was just incidences of well, I don't even want to know that. But you know who would win?
Who?
You know which organization would win on that.
For the most people, the
I
most
mean, we're
children
vast.
rate. Well, let's
Yeah.
I guess the Catholics have the boys and the Muslims have the girls.
What? Explain that.
The Muslims, they marry 9-year-olds.
Oh.
They also have Bachi Bazi.
And you guys have the tunnels.
We have Israel. Just leave us
Tunnels?
out.
Wait, plural? What plural?
Listen.
Tunnels.
We struck this deal like 100 years ago. We get Israel. You guys can do what you want with the rest of this place.
And yes, it is plural tunnels.
Which tunnels do we have?
The one in Brooklyn.
I think that's
well. There's also one in
tunnel.
Ukraine too.
Also, I think we technically
what
have
tunnel in
possession of
Ukraine?
whatever remains of the
Hold
tunnels
on,
in
I'll
Gaza.
post the links 1 second.
Do we get to claim ownership of the tunnels in Gaza?
No, I think they learned from you guys.
No, now they're going to say tunnels under the Western
Oh,
Wall.
maybe the Israelis shouldn't occupy Gaza. They should only occupy the tunnels.
It's funny when we use tunnels against you, huh?
No,
I
see, I
haven't
would
heard
like that
anything.
because, frankly, personally, I want to see the tunnels. I want to like walk through, go like, oh yeah, this is where they kept people. This is the little prison cell. Here they had a kitchen area.
Oh.
They got like the whole thing going on.
Hold on, William Wallace wants to talk about the third temple. What do you want to talk about? Be a man. Come on
Oh, do you
stage
want to build
and
it?
talk about it. Well, Wallace, come upstairs.
You can take our temple, but you cannot take our freedom.
Come on, William. Let's go. Oh, here he goes. He's raised his hand. Now let's talk.
Yeah, but if you did take our lives, you would take our freedom. Just know that.
Oh, sorry, William doesn't want to talk right now. He wants to troll in the chat.
Why? What did he say?
What's wrong with the third temple?
Nothing. It just says, is it taboo to talk about the third temple? No, it's not.
No, we love the third temple. We're building it as soon as we can.
As a Catholic, we're terrified.
Oh, shut up.
You don't want the third temple.
You
Go
don't
follow
care
your
about
gay
the
priests.
temple.
Go cower in your magnificent works of art and your gay leaders.
We don't know they're gay.
They're gay.
McZag, is it more gay?
What's wrong with him being gay?
Oh my god.
McZag?
Say what?
What's more gay? Not marrying or sucking a baby's penis for blood?
Being a cuck is gay, Keegan. Why don't you sit out?
I think being a faggot's gay.
Not as gay as watching your wife get fucked by a black man.
Really?
Oh, who said that?
When did that happen? And can I see the video?
You go to Pornhub.com and I'm sure that's a category.
Whoa.
Type in America 2.0.
We're talking. Everyone load up your search terms.
You guy.
Hold on. William says he's not a troll. Well, if you're not a troll, come upstairs and talk like a real man.
Come upstairs, Sonny.
I don't know that I've ever heard William talk.
Yeah, I don't think he's this. I think he's a bot.
Maybe he's a bot. But William, are you a bot? You can answer in
He's
the
crying
chat.
now. Oh, the bot has emotion. Now he's laughing.
Now he's laughing with tears. Riveting stuff, guys.
What it seems like, Zed, is there's a little gayness in all religions, it seems like.
A little
Where's
gayness?
the gayness in our religion?
You suck
Yeah, we get
babies,
married like
when
normal
you suck babies' penises for blood,
That is pretty
No.
that's pretty gay.
No.
Sucking
Not
a
as gay
baby's
as never
penis
getting
is
married.
very- Yeah, I would say it's more gay, actually.
Nope. I'd say never getting married is pretty fucking
Sucking
gay.
a
you think about
penis is gay.
Hey,
A baby's
hey, wait, hold on.
The parents,
gay
hold on,
kind
the
of
parents
feels.
are right there giving permission, and you've got a problem with something you don't even understand.
Let
me
me
ask Michael.
Watching another penis enjoy your wife's pussy. is
Hold on, let me
pretty
ask Michael. Michael, have you ever heard the Nick Fuentes shtick where he says having sex is kind of gay?
Having sex is kind of gay? No, but that's funny.
Yeah.
Why? Why does he say that?
He's like, I think it's an incel joke that he makes, but it's pretty funny where he's like, if you think about it, having sex is kind of gay.
Right. No, but I like calling the Catholic priests gay. That one works.
Let's just stay away from calling them gay.
You're lucky.
I like the
we
structural.
can take
I
it.
prefer the structural argument better than.
And you're lucky I don't ask you a question like, does the Catholic Church have the right to exist?
Sure. You can form your weird gay organization.
I just want to make sure you're not an anti-Catholic.
No, but I am very pro-marriage. See, my hatred of the Catholic Church comes from a staunch conservative respect for marriage rights, definitions of men and women, and proper roles for them on this planet. So my hatred of the Catholic Church really comes from a deep love of marriage.
So do you have a staunch hate for gay people when they get married? Is that a,
No, just your gay church cult.
But what about like gay people actually marrying them?
No, they're fine. They're not trying to perpetuate this weird gay-centric culture. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Leave them alone. Go pay alms to your gay priest.
But they're spitting and crapping on the sanctity of marriage, aren't they?
Not my marriage.
They're trying
No,
to do
because
best
the
they can.
priests also make themselves the officiants of the marriages. They oversee the unions. They help raise the kids. That's perverse. That guy is like the wrong guy to be leading anyone. That's my problem. My problem is that I think they're weirdos. I think Paul was a weirdo. I think they're all a bunch of incels. And I think it's like an old cult shtick for like training incels into some weird brotherhood, priesthood, monk nonsense. But I think they're weird.
What's the best
Weird.
thinking? Who was Paul? Like, we don't even
Paul
know
was a
who he was.
weirdo.
No, but we don't know who he was.
Can you let Mr.
Biographical information? I always wondered that. What?
Can you let Mr. up?
Mr. I would let anyone up if they raise their hands.
Paul was super into celibacy. He thought it was really
No,
cool.
I did, and he said he didn't want to come. There we go. Nice, just
How's it going? Good day, beautiful people. I had a mouthful of food when you were talking, but
That's disgusting.
So what about the third temple? Wait, what about the third temple you want to talk about?
Oh, nothing. I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, we're on our way to building it.
Rumors, yeah, what are the rumors? What, that you saw that Caterpillar had this huge advanced order for 4,000 heavy machinery? Like, what rumors?
Is that true? No, I don't know.
No,
Some
it
people
just
say
sounds
that
good.
it has been started and it's already going and it will be done. And then the whole...
You realize it would be right on top of...
from Texas is super curious. I'm super curious.
What did you
No,
say about
all
Texas?
these things like new
Heifers
here
from
that are
Texas.
being talked
Oh, the
about.
red heifer.
The red heifer. There would have been 5 recently, but they didn't 4 of them didn't pass the test.
They never passed the test. It's hard to find the perfect red heifer.
I know.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely curious. I'm not a troll on this.
What
Okay,
about the
so what
Indian heifers?
what does
that's
the
on
red heifer
ticket
have to do
because
with
Biden
Building
said
a
no?
temple. Just because you want to select and find a red heifer, if you first of all you can't have a red heifer without the temple, so it's sort of like a.
Yes, you can. That's not true.
No, what I'm saying is it has no purpose. Like
No,
what are you
that's
gonna
not. That's not true.
do? Okay, explain.
The red heifer can be done outside of the temple. The first one was done in the desert with Moses and the Jews and Aaron and I think Eliezer or Eleazar. That's the son's name.
Yeah.
That practice can be done without the temple. That creates like a purifying bundle of ash water. Like special ash water can be sprinkled on people and purify them, and then they can go up
from Tuma, right? But it was, I mean, our modern day notion is it was to purify the Kohen Gadol before he went in on Yom
It makes a
Kippur, right?
special purifying spray.
Correct. Yeah. But its primary thing in the modern era, temple modern era, was to purify the Kohen Gadol before he went in on Yom Kippur, right?
No. It purifies everybody.
Yeah, right. People who are tameh from touching dead bodies or
Yes.
coming into contact with something like that.
Which is very strange because over the course of the process, somebody becomes tameh.
Correct. So
for gathering up the special magic ashes.
So seeing as it's so hard to come by, I mean,
the special magic cow.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's tied to, in my mind, it's tied to the temple. It existed beforehand, but it's tied to the temple
No,
offering.
it's a prerequisite. We need to
Yeah,
have
exactly.
something that
Right, so people are practicing, but they're not exactly tearing down the Dome of the Rock, because that's where it would be. Do you see anyone trying to tear down the Dome of the Rock?
No one's messing with the Dome of the Rock.
Just that's where the foundation stone of the world, and the temple set right above that Dome of the Rock.
Yeah, I know. They're not building it yet.
Oh, actually, I have this really interesting document. Let me put it in the jumbotron from 1925, where the Muslim Supreme Council states that the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa were built on top of King Solomon's temple. Excuse me.
Oh, who said that?
I'll show you. This is just a wonderful document to have.
No, I said,
is that true? Isn't that? And the archaeology.
Of course it's true. I'm asking who said it.
Proves it all.
The Muslim Supreme Council of Jerusalem in 1925. I'll put it in the.
Oh wow.
It's actually 16 pages, but 9 scanned pages. I think pinned link here. Download this, read it at your leisure. Print it for Shabbos. This is great because it could never be printed today because it would be heretical because they say that we have no claim to the Temple Mount. And also look through the Temple Sifting Project. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I know it's where the temple was.
Right. Yeah, we know that. They're the only ones who are saying it wasn't.
Everyone knows that. They
I
just
know,
like
but
to lie a lot.
Right, but in 1925 they admitted it. So
amazing.
Yeah. So look at that.
They accidentally told the truth. Go figure.
So yeah, no one's tearing it down. Maybe an earthquake will come by. God will tear it down, but it's not a policy of the Israeli government to tear it down.
No, we're not going to do that. That's cruel.
It would start a really big conflagration.
No, it's not about what it causes. It's just a mean thing to do. You don't destroy someone's house of worship.
And we leave that to others.
No, the third temple will come how it does. But we're not going to destroy someone's temple for it.
So open that when you get a chance. I think you'll all enjoy that document. It's a tourist guide to Har HaBayis.
and that's what it says in the Constitution. So for them to have slaves is unconstitutional, and the part of the country that believes in slavery, that seceded from the Union, did so illegally, and thus is not a real nation. So they went to war, and while they're at war, he starts working on the back end on the 13th Amendment and creating the 13th Amendment, which freed the slaves. And everybody that was in the Democrat Party at the time was against it. They were saying, nah, us Democrats don't support this amendment. And the Republicans even at the time didn't support it either. And he had a lot of convincing he had to do to basically convince everybody. But I remember the Democrats were saying basically like, listen, if you free all these slaves, you've got, 500,000 to 2 million black people that are going to rise up and kill all of us. So whoever was talking about, I think he left. That guy was basically saying that, whites are afraid of blacks. There is some validity to that, especially when you look at history. Abraham Lincoln had to convince literally hundreds of guys that were whites that ran the Congress on both sides of the aisle that it was the right thing to do and not to fear fellow man. So especially the blacks. So that dude was definitely on point. Now, when it comes to like, you fast forward 100 years, right? That was in 1847. You flash forward 100 years to the 1940s, and blacks still don't got rights. It wasn't until the Kennedy family took charge and collaborated with people like MLK and had discussions with people like Malcolm X. And really, those families, the Kennedy family, Malcolm X, MLK, they all collaborated on getting blacks' rights. And it was the same song and dance then, which was, we're afraid of if we were to give blacks the right to vote, that basically they're going to take over the fucking country and kill all of us, being whites. So you have it, 200 years ago, you got it 100 years ago, well, technically like 80 years ago, but yeah, that dude was on point. What I think about American culture, though, just to branch off, isn't necessarily like black and white. It's more like, the way I look at American culture, I look at it on a global platform. So, like, compare the U.S. to Canada. Compare the U.S. to Africa, to, Italy, to China, to Russia. What makes Americans different than the rest of these countries? I think that's really where you'll find the answer you're looking for. And I don't think it's necessarily, a black and white answer. I think it's more or less like an ideological concept. So one thing is for certain is that we do have rights. And that's something that not everybody else has. And what we use with those rights as tools to build the American empire is crucial when it comes to having a conversation about our culture. Like, look at it like this, bro. Like, in other countries, you could just steal one another's ideas. Here, we can protect our intellectual property. Look at China, right? China is basically taking all of our ideas and then scaling it up and selling it to the rest of the world. I think that free thought. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know. Are you from America?
Absolutely not, but I'm saying you can compare China to a democratic nation.
Well, no, what you can do is when you look at American culture, look at it on a global platform. So, what makes us different culturally than China? What makes us different and unique culturally than another country? And I went and listed a bunch of fucking countries, so I don't know where you was at.
Our society is nothing like none of these other countries.
Can I say something?
I think that we're unique. I think we're unique than all those other countries as well. But how is it that we're unique? Is what I was saying. We've got the ideas. We've got the right to have ideas that are outside of the box. We've got the right to free speech and innovation, and that's really what propels us forward as a country culturally.
There's a lot of countries got that.
Americans. I think American culture is a Black American. We push the culture. What do you say?
I think that really it's the ideas that push the culture, not necessarily an individual or a group of individuals.
But Augustus, you're talking about America is the only free country in the world. That's not true. We can say whatever we have.
I never said
freedom
that.
of speech.
I
We
said
can
we have
protect
freedom
our
of speech.
ideas.
We've got the right to protect our ideas. We have
the right to protect our ideas as
intellectual
well.
property.
Would you
Yeah,
say
we can
American?
make our own property.
Would you say American
But you're not-
passion is what?
Obviously not educated in that.
You're from Britain, right?
I never say this to people.
Are you
because
from Britain?
It's very unfair to say. But
Our country has the right to bear arms.
Yeah, that's different. That's different than it is in Britain for sure.
That's something that is different, actually. That's something you're not about.
Listen, in Britain, you believe in tyranny. In Britain, you believe in tyranny. The British hosted tyranny over the United States for over 100 years.
We know that.
And they were fucking brutal about it.
Yeah, and where did your ancestors come from? Like, the ancestors come from somewhere.
My ancestors come from Italy, and my family's famous for standing up against tyranny. My cousin shot Mussolini's right-hand man in the fucking chest 4 times.
Talk about the gun, because that's a different thing.
Hey, look, so that means your family was connected to the Sicilian mafioso.
Yeah, we are.
You should be proud about that, because
I'm proud that my family stood up to tyranny and didn't bow their head.
do you really think, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get mad. Carl, please, sorry. I'm so sorry, Carl, I'm so sorry.
You're
I'm
just
so sorry,
triggered.
Carl, and I'm so sorry, every
No, I'm
liberator. But Augustus, you cannot be proud about the Sicilian mafia, because have you read the history? Have you been to Sicily? What they have done to people?
Listen.
Okay, I'm just gonna be quiet now. I'm sorry, Carl, and I'm sorry.
Hey, lady, be quiet, lady. We talking about black problem right now. So listen, even if his family is part of the Sicilian or mafia, that's where he come from. So what? I got gang members and drug dealers in my family, but I ain't gonna goddamn, discredit them or talk down on them and say,
That's not
all right then. So if he do come from that, or if his family was part of niggas importing drugs in, so what? The Chinese was, the Mexicans was, the French was, so what?
Thanks, bro.
Didn't you hear him? He says he was
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He wasn't proud. He was proud of what his family member did to stand up against injustice. That's it. You turn it into some craziness.
But what injustice?
That's it. Don't worry about it. It's his personal. And he.
Where the hell are you from?
Me.
She's not even from here.
No, I'm not from here. I have a house there, but I'm not from
I know you're not from here, but where are you from is what I'm asking.
Sweden, and honestly, I have been.
Yeah, people from those countries have this weird view on the world as if somebody has clean hands. Even the country you did something.
I don't think.
Right,
I don't think. I have been very calm till now, but when he says that's triggering something.
All right, don't
so
worry
I'm sorry.
about it, E. Let's get back on point. Thank you, Preservation of the Human Race. I appreciate you, bro. And Jasmine, let's get back on point. Jump in the conversation with the American culture. What we on? What we know? Shout out to Red.
Well,
I was trying to say that it's fashion and music. What you said? That fashion and music, like Black American fashion and music, makes the American culture.
Nah, I mean it's more than that, bro. Because
Okay, so
see, our culture is like soul food. That's our culture. You can't get soul food from nowhere else but in the South. Only in this region of the world, the only place you can get soul food. That's a culture. See what I'm saying?
Black music, fashion.
The way that we do our hair, right? You know how they try to say this African shit, right? Because Africans braid their hair too, but again, that's our culture. Those are things that are, niggas wearing dreads, niggas wearing afros, us having our waves. You see what I'm saying? Our fades, us shaping up our beards. That's culture because every culture don't do that. The Vikings and shit don't do that. Them other motherfuckers around the world, who some of them who got beards, don't, tend to themselves the way that we do. Like you said, our music, every genre of music that you can think of, from blues to jazz to all that other shit, comes from us, comes from the America, come from these niggas.
Barbecues and cookouts and shit.
No, not barbecues, because barbecues were started by white people.
You talking about Black Americans? My bad. They say American culture.
Yeah, I'm talking about when we talk, but even when you're talking about American culture, that's still American culture is still Black people culture, because you have to think about this. 95% of history is our history, and the other 5% we had something to do with. So American culture is our culture. When you talk,
I agree. I didn't know it was making a distinction between black and white. I thought it was just talking about America. My bad.
I mean, because listen to these distinctions. We all know that it's some shit that Black people just won't do. Under no circumstances, is we jumping out of the goddamn airplanes, is we going in the woods hunting, looking for bears and lions and shit. We ain't going to the zoo sticking our hands in alligator mouths and shit. We ain't rock climbing. We ain't walking on lines. We ain't climbing mountains and shit. It's a culture thing. White people do shit like that. Some Black people do it, but some Black people, some people do something out of every culture, right? But when you're speaking to the majority of us, there's some shit that we just won't do. And for us to say, like, that's Black people shit, that's white people shit, then we recognizing what's culturalistic to us as individual, groups of people. You see what I'm saying? Because we all can say, well, niggas ain't gonna do no shit like that. Or, that's white people shit. White people don't do shit like that.
Right, and I feel like it's shit Black people up north do that us Blacks down south don't do. Like, we can even separate furthermore.
Because you know what? Because it's a up north thing. It's a southern thing. The same way they say shorty and we say shouty. It's the same word. It just said different. They eat porridge and shit up north. We eat grits. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, up north, they really don't have a signature dish to where, like soul food in the South. They got all of the different genres of the different people up there, like Jamaican, Korean, Haitian food, Japanese food, Mexican food, because all of those conglomerates of people are in one place. When you come to the South, that soul food been coming from those same Southern people for about 200-300 years. Those are not imported recipes. That shit comes straight from Big Mama, straight out the field, straight from them niggas down there. But all of the dishes in New York from up north come from other people that come from other places.
Wait, hold up, Mr. Red, hold up. Sylvia's restaurant in Harlem was straight from the South. She brought that from the South.
That's my point. That's my point, though.
Yeah, okay.
That's my whole point. Everything comes from. Remember all the migrations of people going to Chicago, going to New York, going to California. Where are they people from? From Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida. Tupac people was from Atlanta, Georgia. Everybody's people are from the South. If you ask anybody from Harlem or from New York where their grandmama from, they gonna say from South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, from the South. Because most people ancestors up north are from the South.
Yeah, that's because of the Great Migration, for sure.
But again, a lot of the things that are culturalistic to Black people in other places come from the South. Regardless of what anybody thinks, it comes from the South.
Yeah, I think what Red is saying is a good point. I think when we identify culture, we have to address it from the beginning specifically coming out of antebellum slavery, and what black people were able to do with very little, from music to jazz music to blues music to food. We took the scraps and we made meals that now people are looking at as some of the greatest meals today. That all of a sudden people are emulating. And like you mentioned about the Great Migration, even as far as California, if you go back historically, look at their ancestral timeline, many of their ancestors are going to come from the South. And so I think when we talk about culture in terms of influence, or in terms of those things that have the greatest impact, not necessarily, let's say, from an economic standpoint, let's say more from a influential standpoint, then you have to look at the culture that came from the antebellum slavery movement that grew and then all of a sudden began to migrate throughout the United States.
Yeah, but there was only like 5 or 6 million people in the Great Migration, wasn't it? And how many million people is in America? And Jasmine, I'm very offended that you said Swedish people have a
It was almost a couple of 100 million of us in the Americas.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay,
And you're not Swedish. You live in Sweden, but you're African.
I'm absolutely not African.
So what are you?
I'm Swedish.
Okay. So you're from Sweden.
I am from Sweden, but...
So do you know, hold on. Do you know Sweden's history?
Pretty good, yeah.
So do you know all of the ancient families that lived in that area? Like, do you know the people that come from the Swedish continent?
What kind of family are you talking about?
The Aryans and the Franks and the tribes that was there in that area.
Do you know the history of those people in that area?
About the tribes?
About the history of that area, period. It don't matter what it is.
Do you know what Samer is? Because they were...
What?
No, exactly, you don't. But Jasmine...
What the fuck that got to do with what he asked you?
Yeah.
Well, that has everything to do with it, because that is the... Okay. Anyway, I'm going to leave this room, so I'm going to let you people from other countries have...
Girl, I said what I said, and I'm not going to take it back. You're wasting your time.
No, but can I ask...
Come on, ladies, where we going?
Can I just say what you want, but I'm not taking it back, and I said what I said.
No, you don't have to
You don't tell black folk what to say. You know you ain't.
I absolutely do not, but I say... Can you please...
I heard you, and I said that I don't take it back. So don't waste your damn breath.
I'm not angry at you. That was...
I didn't say you were.
The thing is, when you say that other countries
we thought you was
have a strange view of the world,
y'all do, because y'all listen.
Ignorant.
Listen. Everybody
I'm going to leave. You don't have to throw me out.
I got a strange view of you motherfuckers too, so I'm not even mad.
No, but...
So what's the difference? And me having a strange view?
Because the only perception...
We should criticize each other like
the difference is I don't go to Swedish rooms and talk about Swedish culture. Like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's the difference.
I was here to learn. I wasn't trying
to learning consists of shutting the hell up and listening.
And I did for a long time, but I was very offended of it. But Jasmine, have a great night, and all of you too. Bye-bye.
Good riddance.
This be entertaining for a lot of people that don't real.
Nah, that shit was like depressing. That shit was annoying. You get on my nerves.
Nah, I'm happy Jasmine is here.
But now, y'all, like I was saying though, you know, like when we look at most of the things that, you know, black people were doing or we do today, or, you know, like, you know, we look at black people around the world, most of, like I said, that culture comes from below the Mason-Dixon line. If you really look at it, where it originated from, where those people come from. So that culture is still like, you know, it's still rich, but, you know, it's mixed in with all of this new age narrative shit about, you know, see, it's different when these powers that be try to add their agenda to our culture, and then we make that their agendas part of our norm. So it looks like these things are essentially a part of our culture, but some of this shit that we doing now was 20 years ago. But a lot of the shit that black folk do, we've been doing for hundreds of years. That's how you know that the shit that we doing now is part of an agenda. Because we can look back 20, 30 years, 40 years and be like, yeah, black folk be doing this shit then. So this shit had to come into play at some kind of point. Something had to happen. You see what I'm saying? So that's how we can see and distinguish, like, what is culturalistic. I mean, you know, what is culturalistic, you know, from black people's point of view and what's been put on us to look like. Because guess what they'll say? Well, you know, that drill music and that rap kill music, and you know how these youngsters be rapping about the ops and, you know, killing their ops and make a song about it, you know, that's just black folk culture. No, it ain't. Because niggas wasn't doing that shit 20 years ago. Niggas wasn't, you see what I'm saying, telling on themselves in song 20 years ago. That became part of the rap culture. You see what I'm saying? Just like this gay shit. That gay shit ain't always been a part of the culture. You see what I'm saying? But guess what it is now? Guess what it's a part of? That gay shit a part of the rap culture, part of the black culture. They making it a part of everybody's culture, period. You see what I'm saying? But you see how once upon a time it only attained to one group of people. It was only one group of people culture. Now they're trying to push it on everybody. This is what I mean by like them trying to push agendas to make them look like, you know, cultural or differences between the people when this is just shit that they imposing on people. And then 30 years ago, motherfuckers would be like, well, yeah, that's just part of their culture. When it ain't. When it, you know what I'm saying? When it never was. So it's like, you know, this weird shit is becoming the norm. And then, like I say, 30 years from now, they'll be saying, well, you know, that was part of the folks' culture back then. When it wasn't. That was some shit that they wanted to push us towards. And that be the difference in shit. Just like selling drugs and being gangsters are not in black people culture. That's shit that we was pushed towards. Being hard and being gangsters and shit ain't black folks' culture. Being warriors is our culture. But you see how they turned your ass, they pulled you from being a warrior to being a goddamn used dummy by the propaganda shit and by the shit that they portray. But what they'll say today, oh, that gang shit is part of black people culture. That's gang shit is not even our culture. White folks started that gang shit. If you ever watched the gangs of New York, that gang shit is their culture. But what would we say today? Oh, we created the gang culture in California. When the gang culture been around 100 years before y'all niggas even created Crips or Bloods or any of that shit. They been had hundreds of white gangs, Irish gangs, Italian gangs, way before the mafia in New York. So we didn't even create the gang culture, but they give credit to us doing it.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
The Italian mafia was American. That was America, and people
Right.
have to understand it still is America. The Italian mob still runs America in quiet sectors. People don't realize, they don't want to understand it to that totality because they don't understand the levels to business. The strong arm that took over America. They ran the fucking whole northeast. From Boston all the way to damn Connecticut to New York, all the damn areas. And the mob still exists, man. They even got their own license plate. In California. They got their own the mob. So yeah, that is America. So we just kind of got influence behind it and they use it as a propaganda tool and we took it and ran with it. You know what I mean?
And I think that's why, hey, on this Clubhouse street, that's why I think the young lady, she was like, well, I heard him in the room talking, and I don't want to talk about it. She left, but, you know, you go to these rooms, and it's toxic, and you're not going to get no good information. and of course, anybody on the outside looking in, they're going to be confused. They're going to be like, but whatever we're saying in these rooms, they're taking it to heart. But, you know, and they're like, well, is that just the way it is? No, it's not the way it is. But it is the way it is. But it's not the way that it always has been. Like you say, it's in the conditions that it kind of roll up on us and we're taking credit for all that crap. So, yeah, in the Clubhouse, you go to these rooms, you'll be really confused about really understanding what's twisted in our community, what's the lies, what's the truth, how it's being molded, whether it's politics or whether it's community, education, that stuff's got us all screwed up, and it'll make other people from the outside look in like, to ask all these crazy questions about us.
Yo, did you guys know that 57% of Americans, black and white, pretty much everybody who's an American citizen, 57% of them can't put their hands on $1,000 right now if they have an emergency? So if it was like an unexpected reason for you to have to fork up an extra $1,000, 57% of Americans wouldn't be able to do that. So
I heard it was $400.
You got $400?
No, I'm saying I heard 50. The number you gave, they can't even get their hands on $400, let alone 1,000. That was the number they had gave during the pandemic. But I believe it.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Like, dude, we live in a fucking poor culture. Like, no matter really where you're from or what you are, like, if you're an American, you're in the fucking trenches, with a lot of other people. And that's
And they call America rich, but it's because of the corporations, right? That's this, like, the people aren't rich. And, all the money that they say comes here, it doesn't trickle down to the bottom. It stays right at the top.
It trickles upwards. It's whatever kind of money that we run into as regular people, we end up having to give it to the people who own all of the energy, the people who own all of the water, the people who own all of the food. And that's just food, water, and electricity. I didn't even mention the gas. I didn't mention your car bills. I didn't mention the education. I didn't mention the fucking rent for your house. None of the other shit that you really need in order to just get by. All of that money goes straight up to the top. During the pandemic, I think it was like something like 1,000 billionaires were created during the pandemic because they shut everybody down. I think it's like 51% of Americans' businesses are small businesses. So that's, bodegas, poppy stores, fucking.
Well, America got the most billionaires per capita. I think it's like 2,000 billionaires in America that actually live in America.
Crazy, bro. Like, well, my point though is just basically right that during the pandemic they shut down all small businesses. Over half of the businesses in the country, which were all small businesses, and then endorsed and championed these bigger businesses ran by billionaires, creating more and more billionaires. And like you said, we've now got the highest rank of billionaires per capita in the world. So,
no, I'm looking it up. It says as of 2024, it would be China.
Yeah, that's the new report, but the one before that, they was in America.
No, I believe you. You. That's why I said the year.
Yeah.
Because it definitely might have changed. But that goes to show you the next world power.
Yeah, all power shift to the east. It's gonna keep going east until, everybody done had their shot. Then it's gonna swing back around. It's gonna come from the east again. Because you gotta remember, if we wanna look at like where power started, actually it started here and it shifted to the Middle East where it is today. And when that power, section leaves, it's gonna shift where? To China. When it shift from China, it's gonna shift again. It always keep moving east. If you look at the shit through history, power has shifted eastward through history.
Yeah, but they lie and they always say they traveling west, which is a misconception because they're coming from the east. So you're right, it's still Eastern power.
Yeah, and all you really have to do is just look at de-dollarization and understand that, like the gentleman was talking about how the amount of millionaires was created during pandemic. Well, if you study inflation, if you study the money printing system, if you study quantitative easing, what does it do? It diminishes the middle class. So you have more lower class and more upper class because the middle class gets tighter and tighter.
Well, your boy did that. Biden did that.
Yeah, I think that the middle class has been completely.
He wanted to eliminate the second class so that there could be have and have nots. He wanted a poor class and a rich class. Him doing what he did was raising the prices of oil and shit, and then he trying to cut out the middle class, the second class family, so that it can only be a rich class and a poor class.
Yeah, dude, and the middle class that used to be is now in the poor class. It is in a state of shock. Like they're fucking.
People who make six figures are poor. Literally.
Yeah,
I live in Miami.
But it wouldn't matter if your 6 figures in your fucking house note is 5 figures. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it wouldn't matter it wouldn't matter if you make $500,000 a year when fucking loaf of bread is $50.
Well, that's my point. It's like people strive for the 6 figures, they got it, and now this shit don't even matter. It really don't. I agree with you.
Because the cost of living is right under what the fuck they paying you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not over that.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. But this is something that we have to make sure we keep in context. And I like what you said. People making 6 figures, that may be indeed in the lower class, but it also depends on their asset participation. For example, what we witnessed during COVID, where you saw two people, you saw a group of people that got money and started spending, and you saw other people that started getting that money and started actually investing and buying property and land and precious metals like gold and silver. So you can make 6 figures, and depending on the amount of debt that you do not have, as opposed to the amount of assets that you own, and the amount of yield that you're getting quarterly or annually from those assets, you can actually be now in the upper class as opposed to someone that is making 6 figures, but they have accumulated so much debt and now they're in the lower class. But you're absolutely correct.
That depends too. You're right. But you see what they just did to the stock market and the crypto. So I feel like they always gonna come after us.
Because see, y'all gotta remember this. Every time they raise minimum wage, they raise the cost of living. That's why it when you get your check, like, yeah, but I got goddamn. But get what? Nigga, they done went up $200 on your new lease on rent. You got that new raise. You got that $2 raise. But get what? Your rent just went up $200. So that shit just balanced out. It ain't like you nigga. You ain't get a cent more or a cent less. You still paying the same amount because they done went up. So that's why I was saying, like, even when minimum wage went from $7.50 to $10 to $12 to $15. Now think about minimum wage is $15 across the board right now, right? That's minimum wage. Now think about $15 an hour, calculate that a week, you see what I'm saying? That's just minimum. Now, everything that equated to what you can pay for by you making minimum wage, all of that shit went up. Because minimum wage went up.
Yeah, but it hasn't even been implemented in Florida. It's still $10.
See, that's
so the fact that they put the shit up and they ain't even implemented is wild.
That shit crazy because nigga McDonald's cookers, fryers, niggas that just drop fries all day make $15. I know here in Georgia, like I said, I don't know about other states, but I know here in Georgia that shit used to be $7.25. In some places it's still on their bulletin board. But by law, that shit gotta be $15. But it's up to the governor in these states to do that. So, our governor, he don't play that shit.
Yeah, there's a federal minimum. You're right, bro. There's a federal minimum wage that all the states have to abide by, but then every other state, all states have the ability to sovereignly determine if they want to increase it from the actual state standard minimum wage.
Yeah, and then if you live in a big city, like I live in Miami, bro, it's sad. Like I'm ready to move to a small one because I don't know. We in Florida, right? But it's like 3 times the cost of living as it is in like Jacksonville or Orlando. And they paying the same fucking wages.
Because you know what? Because Miami is more of a tourist spot now than it was 30 years ago when them down there bitch with drug dealers and bitch little niggas with golds. That's not the same Miami that it used to be with, when the Colombian drug dealers was down there. It's a tourist attraction now. It's just like when you move to Atlanta, you move in Buckhead. Buckhead is only, you gotta only pay that much money because of the real estate and the shit that's on the north side. You see what I'm saying? The money and shit is on the north side. So that's why the real estate is what it is. It's the same thing with Miami. It's a tourist.
It's the same Miami though. Like I get what you're saying, right?
It's a
but
tourist
ain't shit changed.
I know
we
that.
Still got clubs. We still got the beach. It's like what y'all just discovered.
Ain't nothing changed for the people that's from Miami, but for the people that's not from Miami, everything has changed. That's why I said to y'all ain't nothing changed. But for the people that, like 30 years ago, or if you from Miami, 20, 30 years ago, Miami didn't used to look like that. You know that. You see what I'm saying?
It did.
But no.
It did, but it didn't. It's new now, yes.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. As far as like the shit that they trying to implement, shit that they trying to bring because of what they was trying to get away from the old faith that Miami used to have. You see what I'm saying? Because we all know about them Miami boys coming to Atlanta, stealing, killing niggas, taking over the drug shit. Them niggas from Miami. Them niggas ain't from Orlando. Them niggas ain't from Kissimmee. Them niggas from Miami. Man. So that the way that it is now, a tourist place, because I remember back in the 80s and the 70s, that was a place where old people retreated to when they retired.
Yeah, if you didn't live.
That's who the beach was for, right?
Yeah.
So that's what so it transitioned from that. You get what I'm saying? From that shit completely. So that's why I say like Miami is not even what it used to be. Cause like my city is not even what it used to be. They turning all this shit into, if they gentrifying it and if they can turn this shit into a tourist attraction or some shit that they can make money off of people constantly, that's what they gonna do. That's what Miami has turned into.
And we just as dumb because people are paying just to live close to a mall.
Just to live,
like,
right.
Who gives a fuck?
Because guess what I said?
A grocery store.
Guess what I said, sister? I said if Atlanta had the same beach or the look that Miami had, motherfuckers wouldn't go to Miami.
But this the thing though, Atlanta, like I used to go all the time. I was gonna move there, but they rent the same shit that it costs down here.
Right.
Like they have driven the cost of Atlanta all the way up. Like I was surprised.
But that was because everybody from up north started moving back down south. People from Philly, people from New York, and this shit was happening like 10 years ago, almost 15 years ago. People from up north started coming down this bitch in drones because to them it was cheaper to live down here. Cause I done met people who were paying $2,000 to stay in a nigga basement. I said, nigga, you can get you a 5-bedroom house for $1,200. 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2-door garage for that much. And niggas like, nigga, I know that's why we moved to the south. Cause niggas like, nigga, I'm paying $1,400 to live on the other side of a nigga curtain. I said, oh hell nah, y'all tripping. But that's why a lot of people moved to the south. They was like, man, I came down here and I seen like what a nigga could get for the same shit I'm paying up north. Niggas was like, nigga, most of us didn't even have houses, nigga. We paying $2,000 in rent.
Yo, Ray, niggas don't even got backyard,
Then they come down here and pay an arm and a leg for nothing, and they drive the cost up because they like, oh, these bitches willing to pay $2,000 for a 1-bedroom. So fuck it, let's jack the price up.
So that's why
my boy from Flatbush, Brooklyn, came down to South Philly, where I'm from, moved into the trenches down Point Breeze, bought his house 10 years ago. It was like a abandoned house. It was like shot the fuck out. There was like some squatters living in there. He got that for like 30 grand. And then he put like 25, 30 grand into it. So for less than $100,000, he like built a really nice house. And since then, the value of the house
is now close to $1 million in just 10 years.
Yeah. That's how this with my mom here. She
Yeah,
paid
right now.
127, now it's worth 800,000.
Yo, yeah, right now up top, right now in New York and shit, they are giving people money. Like you own a house and certain areas and shit, they're giving people money, try to get you up out of there, and they go boost the rent up, cause they know that like certain areas in New York City is value a lot now, so they trying to get a lot of people out in certain areas so they can upgrade it. You know what I'm saying? And then
You know they're gonna kick them out of there. If they don't take what they taking out, they're gonna undercut their ass at the lowest value and say it's like eminent domain. That shit be real sad.
Yeah, but it is right. It's true and shit. Like, I ain't gonna front. Up top, we do got backyards, but it's too many buildings and shit. Niggas is paying $1,500, $1,800, close to $2,000 living in a fucking building, like a building, and you don't even have niggas don't even have a backyard.
Yeah, that's crazy, Mikey B. Like, you have a backyard and a front yard for that.
Yeah, yo, we gotta do cookouts. We gotta go out. We gotta go to a park. Like y'all gotta go. Y'all go straight to your backyard and shit. Hook y'all shit up. Our shit is nasty, man. It's just backwards, yo. Shit just not with y'all with us, but
it's but you got to look at it like this. That's how they built New York from the beginning. People been living on top of each other since they started constructing those cities around the 5 points.
Yeah.
If you know the history of that, people have always been stacked on top of each other. Like they but that's how they constructed the buildings, and then they just continue that format and let you live out in the rural area somewhere. You see what I'm saying? Like out in the countryside, everybody in the city stack on top of each other. Like even the idea to how in California the projects are stretched out, but the idea in New York was not to take up so much land. That's why they start building the projects up. You see what I'm saying? That's why you have some towers now. Instead of you got 100 buildings, spread it out. You see what I'm saying? Over goddamn 10 blocks. It's easy to just make 15 buildings, use 5 blocks, if that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's the same amount.
Cause I'm from the projects and shit, and us in the projects, we had 21 floors. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like 21
in the
floors.
South, none of our projects look like that.
And each apartment, so like 21 floors, but each floor have at least like 10, like that shit is crazy. Like 10 apartments, 10, 15 apartments, and but going up. Imagine y'all going up.
Yeah, ours don't have more than
one
like
building alone?
4 or 5 floors. I only seen like a 5 floor.
Yeah, in the South we don't have towers for like our projects. We don't have.
And they
towers.
even have 2-story townhouses in a lot of the projects down here. Nah, some of the houses be big.
Nah,
it all
the projects. In Georgia, they got the 2-floor house.
Yeah, I mean, they tore down all our projects like 10 years ago.
No, yeah, they brought them back up. It's brand new.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the apartments that they put on top of them, but we talking about the bricks. We call the projects the bricks. They tore all the bricks down. Ain't no more bricks. They don't even build apartments with bricks no more. You see what I'm saying? Like they don't even use, because even if you think about this shit, all of the projects and all the low income house community homes and shit at the time was built with bricks. That's why we called them the bricks. They don't even build apartments, with those. Everything is brick. They put that fake, that flannel shit or plywood shit on there, all that shit on there, right? But back then everything was built, sturdy. That shit was tornado proof, storm proof, all type of shit. We just in the hood.
All these shits is just modern cave. That's what all these fucking buildings and houses and all that shit. All this shit is modern cave, yo. Shit is a nicer cave. That's all. Everybody living.
Well, if we want to be technical, we really ain't supposed to be living in nothing that has a roof over our head. It's blocking us from the sunlight. It's blocking us from the natural energy. That's why even when you see those temples and those doors and even the early complexes of houses, even concrete houses or mansions, they didn't necessarily have windows or doors on them.
But yeah, not to be funny about like with Africa and all that shit, but and when they coming up and up, right now it looks so nice. It should look like New York City, Africa, but like coming up and all that, they ain't, well, most villas, they still to this day, they don't have no roof over there. They don't have no roof. And this why too. You know why they don't have no roof? Because they want to get that sun, like the sun, all that rain, all that stuff. Or they poor and they can't afford a roof. Because if you have a roof over your head, that's extra money. So they have a house without the roof. If y'all get what I'm saying. Shit. So this shit is like,
Yeah, it's like that in the Caribbean too. A lot of them houses don't have no roof. But in America, they tell us that the sunlight causes cancer, skin cancer.
Well, not
yeah,
for us.
what caused them skin
Yeah, cause them skin cancer, but not for us.
Right, and then they make us put on sunscreen, which actually does cause fucking skin cancer. Like once it bake into your
it causes skin cancer.
To anybody, sunscreen is damaging to
the
anybody.
sunscreen is the melanin of what they take on people and put it into a cream. That's what you're doing. That's melanin.
Yeah, they put melanin on.
They're really not putting melanin on
Yes,
them.
They are.
It's nothing that can block them from the sun. They're not really being protected from the sun.
No, they are putting melanin in the sunscreen. I'm telling you.
They trying to protect themselves from the sun. That's what we saying. We ain't saying
right, but they can't. Right, I was gonna say nothing.
Yeah, we ain't saying
they work. They said they put they.
they said they tried to do it because 2 of them die every day from sun cancer. Sun cancer kills 2 of them every day. That's the numbers of how many people of their species die every day. 2 of them every day.
And I never met a black person with skin cancer.
Me either.
But it is people. It is black people.
Well, but genetically,
but it's not a lot.
They not like us.
It's not a lot. It's not like you know what I'm talking about? Like it's not a thing. It's just like I
they
said,
not Negro. Then I feel them. They're not like
that. Mikey, if they black and they got skin problem from the sun, then
the percentage is very low.
Yeah,
probably like 10%, 20% out of the whole United States. You know what I mean? Black people got skin cancer.
But they got to be mixed in with them.
You mixed in, yeah. That's the only way you catch it.
That's the only way you
mixed in. Like a motherfucking dog, like a month. Then you of course you're gonna catch all kinds of shit. Diabetes, high blood pressure, fucking all kinds of shit going on and shit. Like, there's all that mixed genes. Taking everybody's genes and then they make you. And now you got everybody's genetics. That's why they like, he got grandma high blood or grandpa high blood pressure and she got grandma on diabetes. Like, know what I mean? So that shit is crazy. It's wild. Like, gotta be pay attention. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're mixing with. That's a whole. Your DNA gotta match with her DNA, and her DNA gotta match with your DNA. Or not, the shit would be off. Yeah, but but yeah, these houses and shit, everything, like, this is what they doing. They just, like, in New York, they trying to get a lot of people out of there, so they could basically have people, like, if you want to come back to New York, they got to be with a passport and shit like that. They trying to work on that shit like that right now as we speak. They've been trying to work on that for like a good thing, like a decade and shit, trying to get a lot of people out of here and shit. But a lot of people ain't staying. I mean, a lot of people not gonna stay. I mean, not gonna leave. They're gonna stay because they've been there for eons and shit like that. And a lot of people know what they trying to do because once they kick everybody out in New York, they boosting all the price. There's gonna be a bunch of rich people living in New York. Or,
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. And man, I'm just saying, even about the apartment complexes that they're building, even the ones that they're talking about now, they're building affordable homes. Man, them things ain't made of nothing. Man, these apartments going up in flames so easy, you can't even smoke a cigarette or something inside them, so they're gonna burn down. And it's not just an affordable home. There's one up in Buckhead too. I mean, if you get a spark on one of them suckers, when it burn, man, them things burn, man. They ain't made of nothing. And like you guys are saying, it's all. I got a lot of my friends from New York that came through here through the '80s and all the way up until now. And they, even now, if the rent's gone up, the lease is 12 for a 2.
and they, it's rising up for that. But even the higher it go, they still made of the same products. I'm sucking, they paying 2,500, 3 Gs for them. Man, them things catch on like it ain't nothing. So the materials are still getting cheaper and cheaper, but they're going up too. So yeah, I'm just seeing that also just in construction.
We know about that in Miami with that fallen building. And Dolce and Gabbana just built a condo down here. So they do promote
Hey, let
housing.
me ask you a question since you're from Miami. So whatever happened in that mall where they said the fucking alien or some shit was running free? Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. Nobody talks about that. Somebody just asked me about that the other day, right? And I forgot about it. It's like the Mandela effect. I literally forgot that shit happened.
I ain't forgetting about that shit because there were too many police cars out there.
And nobody down here talks about it. Like, that's not something we talk about.
And for niggas to say, because you know all the videos they took off the internet, they took off of YouTube. Because I remember 2 videos where niggas were like, bro, we seen some shit like some tall shit walking like and niggas were like, nigga, we was shooting at this shit in the mall. Niggas were like, nigga, it was a whole shootout inside the mall because that's what initially sparked the police coming. You see what I'm saying?
You're right. They said it was a shootout, and then they said it was an alien on Instagram.
Because niggas with their guns in the mall ain't going for that. Niggas are like this here, boy. But that's because that's how the police came. Because the police thought that it was niggas shooting out with each other in the mall, and it wasn't. Folks came out there telling the police like, nah, it ain't no shootout between niggas. There's some shit running around in that motherfucker.
And don't get me started. I feel like this land down here is crazy. Like, don't get me started. We got a bunch of Indian burial mounds all over the place. Like,
yeah, what you mean? That's us. The Indians are us. Those mounds are our mounds.
Man,
those mounds. Listen, those mounds are pyramids that they blew and destroyed the top of the motherfuckers, and most of them they built churches on them. Most of them they built shit on top of, or they'll just be like, they'll make a soccer field next to that motherfucker and be like, that's just a big hill of dirt. Like, come on.
They put a Walmart on one here.
That's what I'm saying.
Girl,
they do shit like that. They used to tell us,
because you know how they ride the 4-wheelers? They used to ride it on top of the mounds over here in Miami Gardens. And they was
not even knowing what it is.
You can't ride it. Right. They like, you can't ride over there. That's Indian burial ground. And all of a sudden, a Walmart go on top of the Indian burial ground, which is sick. But yeah. You're right. That's interesting. I know I'm Indian though.
Yeah, we are. That's who we are. That's who the niggas is in America. We them Indians that they won't tell you about. You know how they try to make them Indians look like them Steven Seagal looking motherfuckers? No, them the Dravidians. We are the Indians. Every depiction that you see of an Indian looks like a nigga with an afro and a feather on his head.
I got pictures from Augusta because my family from Louisville, Georgia. And
yeah, my folks from Millersville and Blakely, Georgia.
No Millersville.
God damn.
Yeah, my folks from Millersville, Georgia, and Blakely, Georgia.
Okay. So I went to the museum and they had a picture when the Spaniards rolled up on the natives, and them niggas was black with short curly hair, like from the 1500s.
Buddha is a fat nigga with a curly afro.
Yeah, they just whitewash everything. But when we say this to white people, we sound crazy, and it's annoying as fuck. But I just be like, it's got to be a reason y'all keep telling us we not from nowhere.
Because most white people are unaware of this history, just like white people are unaware of where they really come from. If you ask any white people where they come from, they can tell you they come from Europe, or white people are from Europe because that's what they've been told. But the average white person don't know exactly where even white people come from. They can't even tell you that. Because there ain't nobody living around that can name a white country where white people originated from. Can you? Can anybody? I say where they originated from, not where they conquered.
Yeah, because Europe wasn't even a thing and they wasn't there. So you're right. Like, no, there is nowhere.
Right.
Nowhere.
So then
and I feel like those same people went around to every civilization and like kind of whitewashed
conquered, raped, pillaged, stole, whatever they couldn't use, they destroyed.
Yeah, talk about pyramids. Like again, I'm in Cartersville, Georgia.
Oh, they just found a pyramid down there, a one in South Georgia.
It's two. Well, I'm in Cartersville. It's two. There's two pyramids. They're called the Etowah Mounds, but they're actually pyramids.
Right.
And they're right down the street. They're pyramids for real. And technically, if I send you a picture, I think my house is on top of one.
Yeah, I mean your whole neighborhood might be on top of one.
Yeah,
That's how big they are.
Yeah, I could send you a picture. It looked like a mound, but when I took a picture of it,
It's a pyramid, bro. Because if you've seen it from its earlier days before the vegetation grew over it, when it was at its natural form, before it was destroyed, it was a full pyramid.
Let me see if I can put this.
And then see most of our.
know y'all got a pyramid over there.
Most of our mounds and our this is what those. Let me tell you what those underground mounds are. Those are pyramids under the ground, or castles or mansions inside of those mounds. Let me give you an example. Remember the Hobbit? Remember how the hobbits live in their little communities with those mounds, but when you walk inside the mounds, like a whole mansion. It's climate control, meaning when it's hot, it's cool. When it's cool, it's hot. See what I'm saying? That's what is inside of those mounds. Whole brick mansions. Granite mansions are inside of those mounds.
Yeah, that makes sense because the only place they found the Maya blue that they wrote with in the Maya temples is in Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
They have yet to find that ink anywhere else.
I don't believe that, bro.
You don't gotta believe it.
Yeah,
I mean,
because guess what?
Why you think they blew up them Godstones?
The Yucatan Peninsula, just like the pyramid that I'm talking about, is a Mayan pyramid that they found in South Georgia 2 years ago. They found a Mayan pyramid that was buried under vegetation in South Georgia. You can look that up right now.
This the fact they never could find the ink that they used to write. They kept finding the writings on the temple, but couldn't find the ink. And they found it in Georgia. That's the only place they ever found the ink in the whole fucking world.
Because like I mentioned yesterday, the true Romans come from Rome, Georgia. That's why we have a Rome, Georgia, and an Athens, Georgia, because there are even accounts where the Romans will tell you how they were expelled from their land. Rome, all roads lead to Rome, was in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm South Georgia. My family, Muskogee Creek.
Yeah, my family was Creek.
Cool. I'm Creek too. The plantation my family was on is still there, and they put a plaque there, and it said that the slave owner enslaved a group of Creek Indians.
Because most of the people in Georgia, people either gonna be Creek, like you say, Muskogee, or Cherokee. Either one of those three. Seminole only means runaway, so Seminole is not necessarily like a motherfucker be like, yeah, I'm a Seminole Indian, because again, Seminole only means runaway. But those three,
it's an amalgamation.
Creek, Muskogee, and Cherokee, those three groups definitely are in Georgia, in Florida, and in the Carolinas.
Yeah, and also they migrated to Oklahoma from the Trail of Tears. Same bloodline.
Right.
But they changed.
And those same Romans that was expelled from Rome, you know why all of the Trail of Tears even had to happen? Because they found gold in Georgia in 1823. In South Georgia in 1823. Then they turned around and found gold in North Georgia. So these people had to be expelled and had to be driven off their land so that the gold rush can begin, because the gold rush started in Georgia and moved west.
Delonica.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So ain't nothing about what I'm saying is a lie. It's all shit you can go look up. Now I understand why they burned my city down twice and rebuilt that motherfucker, and why they was trying to hide shit. Now I understand. Now all of this shit makes sense.
But I'm gonna follow you. It's been good talking to you. I'm gonna follow everybody. Get going.
See, I be big on telling people, like, before you start to try to dive into like other people's history and like other people's shit. You should look into the history of your own state and your own city where you live at first, and that shit will lead you and connect you to other shit. And that's how you can follow your own breadcrumbs with your own, starting with your own information first. Cause you need to learn about the shit that's around you, the shit that you can go see yourself, shit that you can go drive to and be like, you know what? I took a drive to that shit and I seen it, and that's what it is. That's what it ain't. You see what I'm saying? That's why I be telling people
That's
that
the
they need to
only
do
way.
their own stuff.
They don't need to do no genealogy tests and all that bullshit. Go to the library where your family from. Go to the plantations where they from. That's the best way.
Yeah, I was kind of lucky to, I could touch my family history from my grandmother. And she came up in Hogansville, Georgia. That's South Georgia. Hogansville, close to Coweta County. And she was one of the first black educators in Hogansville. And still, my granny was an awesome woman. And so she wrote the book about our history of her mother, and her grandmother. And the book is interesting. It's not published. One of my aunties holding on to it. And, it came from my great grandparents owning thousands of acres. And, my granny right now would be probably like 100 years old. So, if I'm going back 2 generations, we're probably in the early 1700, 1800. And during that time, my great-great-grandparents owned thousands of acres. Now, even before that time, kind of like you saying, my man, I'm understanding our history and where it was written. Even if you were slave owners did not own thousands, didn't come over here and own thousands of acres. You had to already own that stuff. And then it was passed down and then passed down and passed down. And again, that line right there told me 2 things. And from what I'm reading is we are of the original people that were here. Now, what other label that is, but I know it's on the Native Indian side, Indian. And I look at my great grandmother; she was blacker than me, And man, but them facial features was like, but they were kind of like dressed up, They didn't. Maybe they had on, not discriminating, India attire. You know what I mean? They would probably look like them. But, they wore something else. But, man, them facial features was like, but just understanding that part, the land ownership part, because even back in them days, you didn't buy during them days. You just straight owned it from the universe. And then whoever was coming, and from them days, that government on that side kept biting and inching and trying to take, but we still own by law. It was first by universal law that they didn't take it. The government itself didn't take it by force. We still own it, and they had to show deed to that. To the point when they had it, there was no deed. It was just their land until the government came and put these imaginary lines on, and then they said, okay, you the deed to that from ownership. Then we have deed to government for ownership of those thousands of acres, which we still own some, but of course each generation owned, sold, until to this day, from those thousands of acres, from my family, we still have some of that. And, and that's a privileged thing, like my man was saying, to know, hey, when I put my feet down, this my land. Dirt, trees, animals, whatever's on it, it's ours. And it's still in the hundreds of acres, which is cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we be using the wrong phrases, and I think we as Black people need to use the phrase like afforded land, meaning as if it's fully paid. We can afford it because we're on it, and that's how we live our lives. We afford.
Who that, Dr. Fox? Foxy, what up? Bring your crazy ass up. Yo, Foxy lady, Dr. Foxy lady, what up? Bring your ass up, crazy ass.
She does seem wild. Are they?
Nah, she ain't crazy. She just be on a higher level. She told you she knew where the portals were that threw y'all off.
Well, I mentioned that's where there's the portals over there in Times Beach, or not Times Beach, Pontoon Beach, Illinois.
Yeah, that's what she is. She's just annoying. That's why I said her little crazy ass.
Yeah.
But she be on point.
We got I'm in St. Louis. We got the Missouri River and the Mississippi River confluence, and pretty sure that was the bottom of an ocean one time with all the shells and fossils and the gravel rivers that we have. But there's a space on the other side of the Mississippi River that's like sort of like above sea level or below. Anyway, it's called Pontoon Beach, and it's just like, I don't know. You drive through there, you can just feel the pressure of the bottom of an ocean from ancient times. And then Cahokia Mounds is right near there. Which I suppose Cahokia Mounds is like the newer, dumbed down first civilization of. No, it's not the first civilization of the Americas. The first civilization of the Americas was Atlantis. Everything that we know about, like
the Toltecs, the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Olmecs, the Wichitas, all of the tribes that we say we come from are all remnants of the people that were refugees of the cataclysmic of Atlantis.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, and then Cahokia Mounds would have been like the remnants of that.
Right.
Because really, where Cahokia Mounds is, was probably ocean before the cataclysmic event, and then once the world rebounded and water went where it was supposed to go,
went back where it's supposed to go. Right.
No, that's not the example. It's like, suppose that I live on the border of two different retaliatory forces, which are
you can live on a border. A border is
okay.
It doesn't exist. It's
a fictitious line.
It's not invisible line, and you can be either one side of the border or the other side of the border. So
it's not fictitious according to Simon. It's real and legal and legitimate according to him.
Okay.
Yes, because he believes in government.
Border. There's one side of the border and there's the other side of the border. And then
there's a fence. Okay. I'll call that a border.
So you live.
Well, there's no fence in Canada. It's just
a fence
trees.
is just a physical object that's on both sides of the border.
There's markers
on one side, why are the borders on the other side of the fence? So you're going to keep going down till you get to like a Planck constant of what the difference is between. So there's no way to live on the border. So the question is, where I live, is that either Simon land or is that the Eagle land? But
right, but here's what I'm saying.
Other countries,
you're
with border disputes.
No, Meyer. What I'm asking Simon is, suppose that I live on the border of Canada and the United States, and I am under Canadian rule. Can I switch sides and make my property? Can I make my property adhere to the United States rules and be protected by the United States government?
No.
So
and he says, no, you cannot. You cannot because when you do that, according to Simon, you become a threat, as if like I had said, I'm going to kill you or something, to the government of Canada.
It's not a threat.
Well, that's not what you say.
You cannot unilaterally decide that my house is now.
But it's my property. And so objectivists believe in unilateral decisions on your property. They do believe in that.
No, there's still a limitation to that. I cannot build a toxic waste on my property that's hurting my neighbors. So there's still a limitation.
Right. That's exactly what I said.
But I can't.
That's exactly what I said his position is.
Capitalism. But you're basically going a very fancy way of trying to ask a silly question of what do you do with border disputes? That's all you really.
And then you make an absurd statement saying I'm anti-capitalist. I mean, like that, like out of all people to say that to.
No. If someone builds a toxic waste dump next to my home and that represents a threat to my well-being, I'm asking the question, Meyer, why am I not able to choose who I want to defend me?
Because that's not what
he can't come up with a coherent answer.
What do you mean? I just told you earlier.
Samir, do you think Marie Antoinette was a capitalist? Like, what are you even trying? This is so weird.
No, you guys don't believe in support, like helping the poor. You and Simon, and so that's why.
That's a total lie.
You said many times. You guys said many times.
Said that. There's not one single time. There's not one single time anybody on the stage has said that.
Diego, I don't know if you did, but Simon literally said, "Well, I'm a capitalist, and I don't need to help people who are poorer than me." And guess what happens in nature?
Literally never
you get
said
fucking
that.
killed. Yeah, no.
Never said that.
You let people get too poor, you guys will get shot.
See, this is what happens when you tell people you don't believe in a welfare state. They take that to say you want poor people to die.
I don't believe in welfare state. No, that's not welfare state. I'm taking your shit. That's what I'm telling you. It's not welfare state. You're not giving it to me.
There's not a single time.
Yeah.
There's not a single time that I've ever said that I will not help poor people. I already do that.
Yeah, I give plenty of charity.
I give plenty of charity.
I don't mean in your personal life.
So what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about capitalism. No, I'm talking about that very like brutal capitalism that brings out the animalistic aspect. Because I will just start robbing if you guys don't believe in. If you guys want to do that, let them eat cake shit. then we're taking it there to nature,
Again,
and we outnumber you.
Marie Antoinette
Will
was
you
not a
understand?
capitalist.
Listen, you rich people are minorities. That's what you don't get. You are a minority.
I'm not
You
rich
guys are
or a
weirdos.
minority. I'm actually pretty
Poor
average.
people.
You've been
That
warned,
is
Meyer.
average is still a
My
minority.
economic
Most
level
people
is very
who are poor.
average. And I give way
Wait,
higher
I'd
than
say
charity.
I'm saying, yeah, I would say I'm a little above average, but like that's fairly recent, and I still give a lot of charity.
I love rich people who are
He's
friendly
average for
and give
the
back.
Kitover.
But that doesn't
What is average?
discount what the role of the state.
What is
Like,
average?
I mean, in Canada, it's like 50,000.
I'm average. I'm not
You live in, okay. Okay, so exactly.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that poor people outnumber you, and
No, they don't.
nature numbers. Yes, you just said that you guys are a minority. You just said that.
No. Poor people in the U.S. are a minority. I mean, you can't say the vast majority of Americans
I don't believe people
are poor.
Sir,
Samia,
I don't consider America poor.
Samia, I don't have time to do a good job in this conversation, but I will. The problem with you and I is that I don't think we agree on what's called charity. If you feed somebody from top to bottom, that's not charity, that's disenabling. If you build a system where everyone can make it and you allow people to learn trade and pull their own way, not only do they feel much better about themselves.
Okay, then I like you. No problem.
Thank you for liking me.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I give plenty
He
of
has
charity,
all the same
and I
positions
try
as
to
me,
give
though.
charity to organizations that do a good job with the money.
Just don't
Giving out
look
free
down
money and
on-
immediately people the problem. If someone
Who looks down on these people, though?
unemployed,
People who are low IQ, for people who are just made that way, don't look down on people who have low IQ, who could not create businesses or do any of those things, because they're not actually the majority. The people who can do those things.
Okay, but I don't. But who's looking down on them? You're changing the
I'm not looking
goalposts
down on
at this point.
anybody. I'm just saying.
No, not you here. It's
Who was even talking about this? Like, what the fuck? You just come off fucking talking about your own fucking point.
I mean,
no
I
one
don't
was
know.
talking about what the fuck it is.
Samia,
You're arguing with
restate
yourself.
your position,
Literally arguing with
because
yourself.
everything you just said that I said, I've never said in my life.
Why is he mad? The Australian guy. I just wrote something in the chat. Like, why is he mad?
Precisely, you were just talking to yourself. Amazing.
No, I wasn't. The one is that's my point. I could be quiet.
Samia, everything you just said, literally, in my entire life, I've never looked down on a poor person. Okay, so as mayor, so
Maybe you
as
should
have I
start.
ever once said that I look down on poor people?
Okay, I don't.
Being poor in America is a choice, and you know this, Simon.
I'm not.
That is for sure,
No.
but that doesn't discount what she's
Not a
saying.
That's not a choice. That's saying people who are ugly chose to be ugly. Everyone would choose to be good looking.
Well, no, you don't choose.
Like, what the fuck?
One is an immutable characteristic. The other is
Okay, I'm gonna
solely
be-
dependent on your work effort.
Do you
he
understand
was
English?
wrong.
Like, is this the same language?
Is this the Australian guy?
It's not her native language.
I apologize, sir. I'll stop talking. I'm not worthy of talking.
I just don't understand.
As a
this
woman,
entire-
you should speak
I
when
don't
spoken
understand.
to only.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
Back in
sorry.
the
I
kitchen.
apologize. Australian dude. Okay. Just make sure you don't get fucked up in the ocean.
I'm
Okay,
not
take
an
care.
Australian girl.
So it's Australian. That was just a really.
I'm gonna send a stingray after you. Okay.
This is how an Australian.
What hateful rhetoric this woman's coming out of this goddamn.
Hey!
I'm not Australian. I'm
British?
Australian.
Oh, you guys have a jihadi problem right now, eh? In the UK.
Yes, and it would have been solved if they had a little racism in their
Yeah, we also
society.
have jihadi solutions.
Oh, the British need more racism. I should know
I mean,
that.
I mean, if they had enough racism, it never would have started in the first place.
You don't have to. You
you're
don't have to be
Australian.
more
You're
racist
Victorian.
to have a
Yeah,
policy
I know what
that
you're
says like you shouldn't make random strangers from other countries citizens of your country. Like you just need a fucking maybe half or a quarter brain to know that.
Well, guess what? The British came to my country. They took over, so
So you're
payback.
admitting that it's a
can-
revenge? Is that what the fuck you're saying?
It's not revenge. I like British people. I don't have a problem with them.
So what the fuck
I
are
don't
you
have
saying?
revenge.
What is your
So why
fucking
the profanities?
What is
Why
your
do you
point?
think-
Oh,
What-
you're
why
so
are you-
upset
are you
with
drunk?
how I'm saying things.
Oh, are you drunk?
No,
Okay, wait,
it's
this is- on.
It's just the
Hold
way.
on.
Hey, you're Muslim. Next
Hold
to
on.
you, we all have a drinking problem.
Hold on. I
Really,
don't
we're
want
back to
this to be
meeting now?
derailed because because I'm just trying to get this back on track instead of just completely being derailed by like
Bro,
a topic.
let the child and woman derail the conversation. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, and I'm taking the conversation back. So
Congratulations on finding your
Go
balls
ahead.
after 10 minutes.
Corrective action. So we're really looking for that line as to at what point we need to create this monopolistic force. I think that if there's two people on an island and you include one person to stand guard and watch your property and stuff, you can have 10 different competing forces to stand guard. You can fire one if you feel like he fell asleep and hire another one. I wouldn't call that government. I'd call that just like private security. And what I'm really looking for is what that delineation is where you go, okay, here, we're going to have something. But if someone tries to compete, that will be deemed a threat, and there will be a preemptive strike. And then how do you justify all of that? I'm looking for that. I've always looked for that, actually. Let me know what GPT says Ayn Rand says.
Sorry, I'm messaging a friend who just saying the most outrageous things right now.
Oh man, he's a communist now?
No, he's just a typical conservative.
Oh, what a douche.
It's even worse.
So since there's going to be a lull in proceedings, can we actually get down to the transaction where you settle your bets?
Yeah,
Ooh,
sure.
Let's do it.
What
That's
bet?
right. So, do you understand how Bitcoin works?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
I think his tribe is more all about the gold and the diamonds.
Nope.
That's kind of their thing. No? The fur trade? What do you guys do?
There are no diamonds in the temple. There are some special stones.
Oh, well, come on. Israel is like the third largest fucking diamond exporter in the world.
No, I'm just saying
With no diamond mines.
No diamonds.
And are there diamonds in Gaza?
I promise you, Michael, if you go to New York's Diamond District, you're definitely not going to find any Shiites or anything.
I used to go there daily.
It's a good place.
Are there Shiites?
Yeah.
What do you think about the movie Uncut Gems?
Good movie. I like that movie. It's a greasy movie.
Is it accurate to your experience at 47th Street?
Oh, to like some random guy living in Long Island with a shop in the Diamond District?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Like, I know some people that have shopped in the Diamond District. They're not like that. It was just a particular story about that one guy, but it was really cool. I liked it.
Yeah, that was good work.
It wasn't like of a type, you know. You couldn't have an entire block of Manhattan taken up by people like Adam Sandler in that movie. That'd just be cast.
In order to criticize a group of people, right, you need to create an archetype. That's what he was representing, no? He was like an enhanced version of all the bad qualities of the people that work there.
No, I don't think that. I think he was showing like a kind of a pure gambler.
Adam Sandler, is he Jewish in real life?
Yes, Adam Sandler is Jewish. in real life.
Maybe. It's possible. I don't know.
He is.
Could go either way. He also might just be Italian or something.
No, he's Jewish. Adam Sandler, in that role, I think what he was trying to show was he was successful as a jeweler, right? He just sold a rock that he found in Africa. Some kid found and thought was cool. And he sold that to like a basketball player for like hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? and he blows it all of the money that he needs to pay back people that are going to break his legs, right? He throws it all to force the basketball player to win the next game because he's that sure that his worthless rock has magic powers and that this guy can win the game, right? As a character, he's amazing because Don Quixote, except he's successful. He believes in his lies so firmly, it doesn't matter what's actually happening. And he offends everyone, including his brother-in-law, who brings a thug that he locks in the security gate, so that once he's freed, he just shoots him and steals his diamond because he was just an asshole the whole time. But he was a Don Quixote. He's like a Pied Piper character. He's able to woo the crowds along and bend.
Pied Piper woos the children. I don't think that's the right
Ew.
metaphor.
Yeah, don't.
Well,
I'm
you have to
saying
realize
he's
that.
a manipulator. He can bend the world to his whim, but he still pisses people off and he gets killed.
Well, you have to realize though, it's a great story. I love Uncut Gems, but it actually, like, the story behind the movie is that it was written by two brothers that they would only do the
Safdie
movie
brothers.
they would only do it if Adam Sandler played the role, and they chased him down for years to play the role, and it was only after like a certain amount of time where he eventually said yes to doing it. So those are the people to blame for all of the Jewish tropes that you're bringing up right now.
But they're Jews.
I know.
What Jewish tropes were brought up? He was just buying. He was just selling jewels.
No, I mean, I'm half joking, but talking about what Diego said, where he was like, is that what it's like with all the Jews and the
No. I actually
shops?
really believe that if you're going to write a story about a particular type of person, you don't try to make it accurate to that person's idiosyncrasies, but rather you heighten the things that you want to accentuate. So, like, you end up creating a character.
Like a very particular type of guy, a Long Island, Manhattan, scummy kind of a guy. And like,
but those guys exist.
Yeah, no, listen, the beauty of the character is that he was real and lived in. Adam Sandler knew enough about New York and about the business and the communities that, like, he could pull off this weird, scummy character. And it was great to watch. Love that guy.
Yeah, it was essentially a sequel to Big Daddy.
Like, if it was a stereotype, it would just be some, like, kitschy thing where it was just, like, Jewish things thrown in there, like Yiddishes. It'd be like in the movie Snatch, where those guys are, like, acting Jewish because they're in the diamond business.
Right.
I've never met a Jewish person in the diamond business. That's what I mean. I don't
go to the diamond district in Manhattan.
Go to 47th Street.
Really? I thought Jewish people they didn't.
Yeah, it's where they were thrown.
After World
War II, they were all sold.
Just get a second opinion on the price of the diamond.
They're gonna put special diamonds on the street lamps and just like take over this one block and sell whatever. And it was just tenement housing with whatever weird labyrinthine elevators down to stairwells, up to shops where you can sell whatever diamond for whatever business.
The diamond from the movie apparently.
It's such a Manhattan thing, the diamond district.
Yeah, it's an Ethiopian diamond. Did you? Because I didn't watch the movie, but it says Ethiopian diamond. That's horrible.
In the movie, yeah, I think so. I mean, it was just a pretty rock. It was a fucking pretty rock, dude.
Why would a Jewish person steal from Ethiopia?
No, he didn't steal it. Someone sold
I got a few ideas.
There was some like customs guy. He had some guys in, and he found this rock. He was like, "Oh, this is great. I know the guy who'll sell it. This scummy Adam Sandler diamond dealer in Manhattan sells it. He sells it over to him for like, I don't know, 20 grand. He immediately flips it for like 200K to this basketball player, but the guy doesn't have the money, and he like takes the rock because he wants to feel the power over the weekend or something." And Adam Sandler's just running away, like screwing over people that he owes money. Gambling that he can make it back somehow.
Yeah. I used to think Adam Sandler was like a dumb actor, but he actually is a good actor.
I mean, sure, he's a goofy, dumbish kind of guy. Like, so he's not usually good. This was great because it gave him a chance to be like really loud and obnoxious in a very New York way. It was great for him.
Yeah. He showed that he actually is a good actor. He's not like dumb.
Yeah, I've seen his other stuff. He's not usually great. I liked him in 50
Punch
First
Drunk
Dates.
Love.
No.
Yeah.
I don't like people sometimes use him for his anger. I feel like he gets too cartoonish like immediately with his anger.
I feel like that anger is it's kind of a particular type of Protestant outburst for holding things in too much.
I don't know. It's just a little too much. Sometimes it works. Like I liked it in Happy Gilmore. For the anger in Happy Gilmore to me was sold well, but like the anger in Billy Madison was like unjustified. The guy was like a jerk, and I didn't like him.
I didn't think he's angry. I always thought he was like a comedian.
Yeah, it's usually that's what I'm saying. It's cartoonish immediately when he gets, which is why it's not like dramatic. It doesn't carry well, except in Happy Gilmore, where I felt like it made sense that he was just an aggressive guy, and he didn't like that he was in this snooty golf world. Like it had a natural Caddyshack kind of vibe.
He reminds me of the
not
other Jewish
respecting the
actor.
sport.
You know the one that was the sidekick for Leonardo DiCaprio, and he was also in Wolf of Wall Street. I really like him. What was his name?
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. Yeah, Jonah Hill never shows himself as like he's also cartoonish like Adam Sandler, but he really is a great actor.
Yeah, he can be.
Yeah, but he's always doing the
Moneyball.
cartoonish. Exactly. I thought he was better than Leo in Wolf of Wall Street.
Interesting.
You guys?
I thought Margot Robbie was better than both of them.
Oh yeah, yes she was. She was. She carried it.
She's amazing. She's just like
that New York accent was crazy.
Yeah, she's good with accents.
And she's Australian. I didn't even know that
Probably
she's
good with other
Australian.
things too.
Yep. Yeah,
you could tell by her look.
Got her. That's the star of Barbie, soon to be 2, 3, and beyond.
They're making another Barbie?
Of course they're making another freaking Barbie. Why wouldn't they?
Oh God.
Come on, think like a studio executive for all of half a second.
If I can sell one diamond,
honestly, the stupidity
I should sell more.
I'm
You
gonna
got,
go
like,
watch
the
Uncut Gems.
Barbie franchise that's going to continue producing its dolls. Got a young.
So they're gonna make
audience.
another Oppenheimer?
They're not gonna have another Barbenheimer, but like I don't know.
How?
Maybe
He made the bomb.
they can
That's it.
have.
The hell are you gonna do after? What would they do after that?
Well, they can time the coming out of the Barbie sequel with the biopic for Heisenberg, and then they can call it Barbieberg.
You guys know that Japanese people were pissed off over, not all of them, but the government was pissed off about Oppenheimer. Did you guys know that?
They never really made an atomic.
Yeah, they could shut up, or we'll shove another one up their ass.
Okay, that's not nice.
Well, they shouldn't wage war on our Pearl Harbor.
Actually, have you seen this interview, McZed, where they interview these Japanese girls and ask them, what do you think about American soldiers? And these girls, in the cutest Japanese way, say that they're very happy and that American men are much taller than Japanese men, and they're all like giggling.
Yeah, of course.
That's fucked up. What the hell?
No, it's that's how the world works.
Yeah, but the bomb killed them too. It's not like it didn't kill the woman. It was retarded. It leveled the cities.
Do you not understand how warfare works? You think like they take it personal that their ancestors picked a big fight with our ancestors and our ancestors kicked their ancestors' ass?
Yeah,
but here's the thing, McZed.
They lost.
If we hadn't dropped the bomb on them, since we were winning the war anyway, they would have killed themselves.
Yeah, they were
It's an honor thing.
Yeah, they have like kamikaze.
We reformed them. They're like westernized now. They're chill.
No,
they're like
you think
they pay us for this.
One second. Your Somalian theory is that the Japanese should hold a blood feud against all of the Western United States.
What? Hold on. I said that their government were mad about Oppenheimer.
The Japanese.
No, I'm saying they were mad at Oppenheimer. It's the truth. They were.
I don't give a fuck what they're whining about.
It's not nice to show a movie like that.
Oh,
What?
dude.
What do you mean it's not nice to show a movie like that?
She's like upset that the atomic bomb happened. It makes her feel sad inside.
No, I'm
Well,
just saying, like,
listen, if you're
there's no
upset about that,
sensitivity.
you will have a lot of issues. During all the years that you're alive, because there's nothing you can do about it.
But it didn't
That's right.
happen to her or her people. It happened to other people.
That's
Me saying that they got
Black
upset
Hawk
about
Down happened to
Oppenheimer.
her people.
This is the reason why empathy. This is the reason why empathy is so dangerous.
No, I don't have empathy for them. I said they got mad at the film.
No, she just
I
said a
don't
fact. Fine. Let's move on.
Yeah.
But Black Hawk Down happened to your people, right?
Yeah, and I watched the film, and it was,
Her
yeah, I
ancestors
was,
were the badasses that stole a helicopter for.
Could you get behind the heroic American characters in that movie?
no, that was a horrible situation, and that man who did that, it screwed over my tribe, so don't say that. I don't support that.
Oh, is that like your uncle or something?
He's like
They're all
a distant uncle. Yeah, but
Did you like the action at least?
I wasn't there when it happened, no. I left 3 years before.
I mean, in the movie, did you like the action? In Black Hawk Down?
No, she
Yeah, Black Hawk Down was good.
Oh,
if America were to stabilize the country, it would be better.
If we wanted to.
We tried, but that was what Black Hawk Down was.
So good, Biden. I think it's time for you to.
Hey, what about Captain Phillips? Do you like that
Hold
movie?
on.
I Am the Captain Now?
I think you should change your name now to Thugger Harris or something. Biden's gone, dude.
Oh, okay, we changed the topic.
Oh,
No,
I
maybe
think it was
Thug-
I
Thugger
Am the
Vance.
Captain Now.
Maybe Thugger Vance. He's on his side.
But that
Harry's Ho.
Yeah. What's going on with the manga? What are you saying, Issa?
Nothing. I'm talking to Thugger Biden that's down there before he leaves. But you guys can go on talk about movies. That's all Diego talks about.
Right.
Yeah, the guy they picked for the movie was like one of the most unattractive Somali guys
Movies
I've
bring
seen.
people together.
Oh, you mean that guy they found in a cab and threw onto a pirate ship?
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of attractive Somali guys that they could have picked. Like, that literally is the least attractive Somali
Yeah, but
guy.
I think the
honestly, Somali people, Somali men look almost identical.
I love
They're
that.
crazy.
I love how she doesn't
Somalis all look the same. Like, that's not racist, but
Somali man.
Wait a second.
if you
But
ever
Samia,
watch
are you saying that the
Phillips, they
pirates
literally
that are
all look
like
like the pirate? They
Does
all look
exactly,
like
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Like referred
Y'all
to
have, like,
Somali
these buck
as raisin-headed.
Exactly. You've never seen Somali people. So. Diego, let me ask you a question. Captain,
Doesn't refer to Somalis as raisin-headed.
Captain, I mean, Jewish people are not really people good. Diego.
Yeah, you're a devout Muslim. You know the answer.
Hold on. Let him finish while I'm talking to Diego. You asked me a question.
My question was, are they a bunch of Somalian Chads as pirates in real life?
Chads?
Like, all the
Why
good-looking
is it that
Somali...
you guys use Johnny Depp as a pirate? Why couldn't you pick
the word Chad? Makes you sound very.
That's a different type of movie. He's a
Yeah, I
ghost.
know. Well, why couldn't they use attractive Somali guys? They picked Captain
But
Johnny
it's an
Depp.
authentic film. It's not
Are
a
there
fantasy.
It's not
Are there any
Pirates of the Caribbean.
good Somali guys?
That's not authentic because Somali. I've never seen Somali guys that look that bad. That's what I'm saying.
You can't trick us, Samia. We've had Somali taxi
Do you live in New
drivers,
York?
and they
Yeah.
all look gross
She's
like
not
that guy.
condemning the fact that they commit piracy. They just have to look good while they're doing it.
That's
No. So like
He wants a
some that
nice
look good, some
Somali
that don't.
hunk of a man.
That's what Hollywood shows. Good
Hey,
looking. You guys all
Samia,
look like
maybe the
Leonardo
reason you
DiCaprio.
didn't see an attractive Somali pirate is because
You
your
know
country
men look like
is in
Adam Sandler.
shambles, and very few people get out of there and learn enough art to develop an acting career and then get a role alongside Tom Hanks. And instead, they'll just pick some yokel out of a cab.
Yeah,
They
that's
pick
because
them
we
up
don't
from
do acting.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, because we don't act. That's why.
Well,
But
he wasn't
let me
an
ask you a
actor.
question.
He played it so naturally.
He wasn't.
No, he was
He was
literally like taking Tom Hanks in a cab to
We like Tom Hanks.
the
La la
screening.
la la la, don't butcher it.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. It's a true story. And I'm glad he got the role. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying the perception is always weird. Like
Weird.
Where's the
Jewish.
Somali representation?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do most
Instead,
Jewish
she
people
gets a
look like
fake country
Anne
club.
Hathaway? Adam Sandler?
No, not really. More like Adam Sandler, yes.
Okay, that's a normal looking Jewish person. Okay, so do you guys tend to not notice they show really good looking people in Hollywood for all the races? You guys
No,
don't
not
notice?
always.
No,
But that was the Jews you can thank for that. They actually
Okay,
selected
fair
those
enough.
people.
All white people look like Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie.
It's
Okay.
really just a
not all
question
of them look
of
like that.
which skeevy Hollywood producer slept with which skeevy Hollywood starlet and was able to make some formula and turn that into a career for somebody.
So you said the pirates slept with someone to get there?
The pirates?
Maybe he
Yeah.
did.
No, they just didn't have anyone that was authentically Somali better
These
than
pirates
Who
Jackie
knows,
guy.
who knows what Tom Hanks did in the back of that text?
He is a nasty guy.
Maybe Kamala knows.
Why Tom Hanks? He seems like the least pervy.
Okay, to be honest with you, it wouldn't be appropriate if Captain Phillips was replaced from Tom Hanks to Brad
Please
Pitt.
don't
You
be
understand?
Paul speak. Please.
It's not that type of movie.
No!
Tom Hanks is a national
Hanks is
icon
cool.
and treasure. You can't sully his image.
No, come on.
No, but it's supposed to be authentic.
So
People
he-
that are being pirates and people that are driving ships are not attractive people.
That's
What?
not
That's
true.
weird.
That's
That's
not
a
true.
weird, dumb, mean thing to say.
Yeah, that's like saying like guys who
Are they?
gangsters.
Can you prove me wrong on this?
Who?
Yeah,
People on
I-
47th Street are not attractive people.
I was recently on some boats that had some captains that seemed
Good
like
job,
strapping
good.
young men.
Yep. A profession doesn't make someone ugly. Just like a
Usually,
profession.
have you seen Jaws?
Well,
Was
a
the
profession doesn't
pirate
make
ship?
someone ugly, but there are professions that won't let you in unless you're not ugly.
True. That's true.
No.
Yeah, like modeling. She's right.
Well, yeah, you gotta be pretty with modeling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or to work, I don't know, in a reception of a high
There was a hot
consultancy
criminal.
company or whatever, like you cannot be
Right.
an ugly bitch if you're
Okay.
gonna be the face of it.
Apparently
Yeah,
this isn't
toots.
work, right? Name one hot
Grab me a
Somali
coffee.
guy, right? Like, where do they?
We're not celebrities. We live real lives. The hell
So
are you
they-
talking
so
about?
they
That's
don't
not a
exist.
real job.
Celebrities
No,
live
but that's not a
lives,
real.
too.
No, listen. In
Celebrities have
Somalia,
to
it's
poop all the time.
survival. Celebrities are blessed. I'm happy for them, but I'm just saying
Yeah, but
the
they're
celebrities
blessed
are.
with the ability to poop.
Wait, there are Somali celebrities, but it tends to be like female models,
they're
like
ugly.
David Bowie's wife.
But they're all pirates.
No, the piracy didn't happen that time. It happened after the war. Their timeline's off.
Leave pirates.
Just like you guys are in a war now, not like 5 years ago,
It's
right?
inappropriate.
Oh wait, you were in a war 5 years ago.
You guys?
You guys
I'm
in
not
America,
making
we're
that.
in a war all the time.
You're not American.
I'm not American.
You're Jewish.
Who is you guys?
When I mean you guys, I mean.
I think I understand.
Because I'm Jewish, I can't be an American now.
No, you're Jewish hyphen. I mean, so you bring up my Somaliness. I can't bring up your Jewishness.
But
He got you there. He got you there.
I
No,
think it
where
is
were you
probably
born?
disgusting when these African people try to pretend they know how American identity
Which
works.
country were
Maybe
you
in
born?
Africa you don't
American.
consider yourself to be the same identity easily because of
I'm
a
not
different
American.
religion. That's
I'm not
what we're
American.
here in America, sweetheart. Fucking.
I'm not American.
You were born in Somalia, correct?
Doesn't get it. Wait, who said the N-word in here?
Ishmael.
Not in here anymore.
Why is there a prophet name and saying those bad words?
Samia.
No, listen, I don't care about the word. I care that he called you something.
Yeah, it's
That's
rude.
fine.
Somali pirates lives matter.
Samia. So you were born in Somalia, correct?
Yes, but I'm not American. I never
Okay,
said
so
it.
I was born in America, correct?
Correct, but I know you're Jewish.
So
'cause I've been
just like you are a Somali, I am an American. See?
No, wait a second. In most countries, citizenship is determined by blood, not by where you were born.
Okay, my parents were born in America. Her parents were born in Somalia.
I was born in Somalia.
I know you were born in Somalia. That's why I'm saying you are Somali and I'm American.
I also like to think of Americans as the idea.
Well, see, that's the part that
people.
He's not wrong.
Where does like Judaism come into your understanding?
I'm
Your status as an American citizen.
No. You guys are the oldest. You don't have a land. You guys never had a land till now. So what you should claim is Israel. You shouldn't claim America.
I shouldn't claim America. I was born here.
Are you calling him a wandering Jew?
I was told like from birth that I am a citizen of this country.
And he believed it.
And you're saying I should have refused all of those documents, the birth certificate, the driver's license, the passport. At every juncture, I should have said, how dare you try to represent me?
No, take all of it. You have the right to take both. You're privileged.
I'm privileged. I get to exist as both a Jew and an American.
Like,
but you're a Somali. I'm an American, but there's an asterisk because, hey, don't forget, I'm Jewish.
There's a similarity. Hold on. Because if you commit a crime in America and you go to Israel, they can't extradite you. If I do a crime where I am and I go to Somalia, they can't find me.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're saying because you believe there exists some kind of bureaucratic escape hatch for me because the world acknowledges me to be Jewish, that means that I'm not an American like the other Americans?
No, you're American and you're Jewish. And Israeli.
Okay, so where is the Jewish part coming up at all in me calling you Somali and you acknowledging that I'm an American?
It's in your blood.
You wouldn't say it if you looked like Paul Newman, Michael.
Paul Newman is Jewish.
I think this entire concept of like saying you're Somalian and American and all this shit is complete nonsense. And
I'm not American, so I know.
I know you're not.
I live close to you.
My point is race. My point is race.
You're a
is
type
a
of an American
construct. I am definitely an American at heart.
Race is not a construct. It's so full of
So wait a minute, you dismiss it on one hand and then you self-identify as something that you're not from another.
So Americanism is an idea.
So is this like 2024 Kamala Harris Americanism, or what type of?
You guys have no border, you know that, right? Like I could go to America.
Kamala Harris is America, is not America. It's
Well, why not? Why is it not?
Because your borders are the Constitution. I could go to
ideas have been practiced.
Decide what is American and what is not.
Because
American.
Okay, Samia, holy shit! Why are you yelling? What the fuck? Okay, relax. Number one, America is an idea that's never been tried before.
No, America is a place.
What?
Well, I mean,
I thought America was an Italian map designer.
The whole world is a place. Now, in a specific geographical location, there were specific ideas that were practiced, which resulted in the greatest outcomes in all of human history.
It's not an idea. It's a place. It's a fucking. How is
it's a place in
my
heart?
Just an idea.
You wouldn't understand because you're not an idea, you moron.
Okay, shut the fuck up. If that idea was transplanted somewhere else in the world, does it also become American? Fucking retarded.
Yes.
Okay, you're retarded.
It's the American ideals. Yes. That's why.
Incredible, Michael. You still haven't paid back Tim. He's still right here.
Everybody say goodbye to Simon.
Bye, Simon.
Bye-bye.
Simon. Sayonara.
No, yeah, so like that. Hold on, Samuel. I need to do this before I lose one of the two. So, how is the payment going to take place? Where is Samia?
With Bitcoin.
Right there.
Oh, right there. Okay. So, like that, how are you going to pay Tim?
I'm not paying in Bitcoin.
No, I'm asking you, how is the transaction going to take place?
What do we consider legal tender then?
I don't know. Give me
PayPal
thing to send.
Exactly. You can Venmo me and I'll send it in Bitcoin.
No.
Yeah, there you go. Venmo. Yeah. Venmo is Ego. I trust Ego.
Do it in shekels. The ultimate FU.
Okay, I'll give it to Diego.
Okay, and then this is very honorable, actually, Tim. I wish that Soren was the same with Daniel.
Did they lose a bet?
Yeah, honor amongst men. You could have known.
Yeah, this is good. I always thought Max that was
It's
honorable.
also not a life-changing amount. So if Diego fucks me over, it's a small price to pay to learn that it's not different. So.
Diego what?
If Diego fucked me over, which I wouldn't think that he would, but if he did over $150, like that's a small price to pay to learn someone's true color. Right?
I'm only offering because Mixette. We've communicated before.
Well, that would be amazing. So, give him your Venmo details, Diego.
Everything Diego believes in.
Diego,
I mean,
give
if
him
he
your
fucks you
Venmo
over,
details, and then let us know when the transaction has been done, so that we can all call it official.
Okay. And if Diego were to ever fuck you over, that is like the only ammunition I ever need to tell him that anarcho-capitalism will never work.
Yeah, yeah, because he's not
Plus, you have nothing to worry about because the government like all they do is enforce individual rights, so they'll come after me, right?
Yeah, but not a betting, dude. So
does anyone else want to
This
please
is a great thing because we're gonna try here. Maxette's honor, Diego's integrity, and Tim's acknowledgement of both.
Wait, I just have a question. What currency was this in? Was it in pounds or $150?
Dollars.
I tried getting him a bit more.
Dollars.
Yeah, those Canadian dollars aren't going to work, bro. That's less.
$150.
150 pounds. I want some pounds.
Always use American.
Yeah, I get paid.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
I like getting paid in pounds. That's why I try getting a lot of work.
Right, come on, make it happen. I'm going to buy some alcohol before I go home.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, Jakob is back.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how
I'm
are
going
you?
to buy myself a solo.
Hey, I'll make it nice. I can make fun of your accent, but I don't.
Do
Yeah.
Nobody can.
Ethan doesn't have an accent.
My accent.
Yeah,
My accent is.
Mixette, I sent you a message on Telegram.
The only people who don't have an accent is to themselves. Everyone thinks they don't have an accent, but other people do.
Well, actually, the problem there is I'm the main character, so everyone else has the accent.
Tim doesn't have an accent.
No, I
at all.
No, it's not an accent, it's a mental infirmity.
Elle doesn't have, what Elle doesn't have is a good microphone.
I don't have an accent.
No, people, hold on. People from Nebraska, that's why Omaha is great for call centers, because they have no accent. You cannot place them in the United States.
Okay, Elle, I have to talk to you about your microphone. So you have had the same microphone for years.
No.
I think it's her internet. She has just
No, it's not internet.
Hold on,
location-based problems.
It is location-based. I was without power for a week and a fucking half.
Okay,
And a fucking, no. I have 3 houses. How am I fucking poor?
Where's your third one? You have 3? Hold on. When did you get another house?
Well, I've got a lake house near my main residence at home, and then I'm up at the cabin.
Compound.
5 hours there right now. I'm actually driving in the. If you Google Cherry County, Nebraska, it's the middle of fucking nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
I've had Starlink there.
Are you like connecting? Are you connecting like an AM radio microphone to your fucking?
In the car.
No, bro, she's actually in the back.
But the car means the horse.
That's what it is.
No, Al, like I'm 100%. I love hearing you speak, Al, and I totally agree with everything that you have to say. But like the thing is that you're.
I'm still gonna speak though. That's the problem. You can't.
No, but I can't even understand it.
Cherry County is bigger than Rhode Island and probably Delaware.
And there are more cows than people. Amazing.
You got.
Wait, how am I branding? I'm literally saying that Al needs to upgrade her 1920s fucking microphone.
iPhone there is. Now what?
It sounds like the 1920s.
It is
okay,
not the
this
microphone.
was funny the first time you said it. Okay.
If you knew where I was right now, it's amazing I could even talk to you.
That's amazing. Wait, why don't you get like what is it called?
Starlink.
Elon Musk internet. Starlink, yeah.
Why don't you be about
She's in her car.
the
They don't
goddamn
have
car.
Starlink that moves its
I know,
antenna.
Don't talk over her house. Starlink does not work in the goddamn car.
It's for a fixed point.
Ah.
It doesn't move to track satellites. It's fixed. It stays in a fixed point.
Now, when I get back to my cabin,
It does work. It
It'll be
works in
amazing.
motion. It does work in motion. I've tried it.
I'm not
It's
driving
not
around with the
recommended.
fucking Starlink. It's in my cabin, but I'm not driving all around with the Starlink in the fucking car.
Plus, you look like a freak show.
Just something interesting. You can actually see how many satellites it's connected to. It's usually 5 to 7.
Have you guys ever
at any
seen
given
Starlink?
time.
Have you guys ever seen Starlink? It's amazing.
Yes,
Oh.
it is great.
And it
That's
does
pretty cool.
adjust, right? It actually self-adjusts to the.
I know, but it's meant for a fixed
yes,
location.
It's ideal for a fixed location. And when I'm fly fishing, I really don't give a fuck if you can't hear me.
So you're basically fly fishing 24/7 now.
Wait.
No, I have been without power. We had a big storm. We had a big storm. I actually came up here because it's that bad. So
It works really well on boats.
San Diego, the storm system is larger than some countries.
No. I was just saying, Al, like, I'm a big ass brand noser, and I like what Al has to say apparently, and that makes me a fucking cock. But whatever. No. I was just, simp, whatever. It's just every time I hear you over the past. I mean, I guess it's the summer, so it's fair.
Because it has been, yes, we haven't had fucking power at all. I mean, it's been 100 degrees and no air conditioning, and I'm grumpy as fuck.
No, I get it.
Can't you get like a whole mess of solar panels and generate your own?
We got a generator at the main house because, I mean, it literally was 100 degrees. Now it's better today, but I'm on vacation now, so
For the first time in a year, we had to use our generator last week for an hour and a half. We lost power.
Yeah, that was the biggest power outage in the state's history, in the city's history. It sucks.
Oh, now you sound fine. It's crazy. You sound perfect now.
Because I'm nearing a cell tower.
Oh,
It's amazing.
Nope. Now you're broken up again. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
because
going on.
I'm in the goddamn country. There are 10 people that live here.
Do they use like cows as antennas out there? What the fuck is going on?
Well, there are more cows than people. That would make sense. I'm not even kidding. That's the funny thing. People think I'm kidding. I'm really not.
No.
It's a huge county.
There are more cows in Australia than people, more sheep than cows.
Now, when I get to my cabin here in 30 seconds, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, sounds good now.
I'm getting close to my house. I just got a new garage outbuilding built. If you could see it on Yucca, I don't know if you can see it.
You mean from the satellite?
Yeah.
No, we haven't gotten to that resolution of friendship yet. Text me the address.
Exactly where it is.
Yeah, I know within a few miles, but no, I don't know the
That's a great quote. We haven't gotten to that resolution of friendship yet.
Oh my god, I told him literally where it is.
I know, I didn't write it down because I didn't think that was appropriate.
Oh shit! If anybody can find me out here, good fucking luck. Plus, I'm carrying.
I think within 24 hours I can find you.
Yeah, but I'm carrying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no. I'll come with a tank, APC. I'll come with an armored personnel carrier. See whose house last.
Oh, hey, look at this. Here we are.
Hold on, I'll use the new Clubhouse triangulation service. Oh, hold on, it takes 20 seconds.
So I'm currently putting a piece of furniture together, and is it sad that the instructions are so bad that I wish it was an IKEA piece of furniture? Oh, trust me, for this desk? Yeah. It's a studio desk. It's for recording studios.
Yeah. What are you doing reading instructions? What's wrong with you?
You're in a mind if you're looking at the instructions.
We need your
Okay, I'd love for you to put this desk together because it's a recording studio desk, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah,
It's not a 4-leg table.
Oh,
It's not a 4-leg table, so.
that makes it special from every other 4-legged table.
Yeah, it does actually.
Oh yeah, there's 5-legged and 6-legged ones. They're so shocking.
Do you want to see what it looks like right now?
No, we don't.
Because I would love for you to tell me how to put the rest of this together.
Okay,
Please.
but you can send it to him in private, and
Yeah, you can Venmo
because nobody else cares in here. Okay.
Oh no, but sorry, I'm just arguing that I'm not man enough.
Get a
Here,
room.
PTR.
Apparently you've
Nobody
reproduced. Apparently you've reproduced, so you're man enough in some regards.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
Unless
Oh,
Sarah's
it's alright. You just gotta screw it all together. Just get the drill and just.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys understand exactly what has to happen in the picture that I just fucking
Yeah, you pay
posted.
Randy to be
Stop
stood.
it. Just tape it up.
James, how's it going? Why am I left here on my own with Diego?
I'm good, Lisa. How are you?
Because they can't handle the truth. By the way, who was the weak ass bitch that they admit to it? Who kicked me? Who moved me to the audience that kicked me yesterday?
When?
Whatever, that other room. You modded me, then someone took me to the fucking audience and then kicked me.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was.
I don't know. She probably said that Hitler was misunderstood or some shit, and then he got kicked out. So.
Okay, that's me.
I don't know who it was. I really
Isha
don't
also
know.
cared enough to mod me to do.
But I modded you because you were fighting with someone, and I just wanted you both to be on the same level so that you could defend yourself. And
I can defend
I
myself.
didn't have to do it for you, and that's the reason why I did yesterday, same with Diego. But
But the difference is in these, I forgot, but actually, because we have so many friends of different, but in a house you can actually use. I actually assumed it may have been you, but
No.
No, other people, no, that's because it didn't make sense to me in my head, but then again, we've been hosting so many friends of friends rooms where you can't do that. That's why we mod everyone in the friends of friends rooms. So it's,
no, but no, in the friends of friends rooms, no one could have kicked you because nobody can move you to the audience.
That's what I'm saying.
Would have been me, but
the starter of the room can still kick you.
Yeah, but I didn't. No, the one where I modded you, but not everyone was a mod, was a Make Awareness Great Again one.
I know. So someone didn't like the truth.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. We've agreed now that the moddings will be limited to people that are not too reactionary. And yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, frankly, I didn't give a shit about the money. In fact, if he didn't pay me, I'd have just milked the life out of it forever.
Who wants to come to a fish fry? Come on over.
To a what?
Fish fry. Come on over. I'm cooking.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Wine and fish.
Wine and fish. Absolutely.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and Elle, you have the cutest hat.
Oh, thank you. You gotta have a cute hat when you're fishing. I mean, you can't look like you belong up here.
Yeah, for all those cows that are going to see you.
There are cowboys, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, I want to go on a cowboy trip from
I thought
years
you were
ago,
a-
remember, Al?
I thought you were a Tegan really.
I still want, I
No,
still
I'm
have
not.
on my bucket list, and I want to do it.
Oh wow, is that news? I thought, is that news?
What? There's a rodeo here tomorrow night.
Oh my God, I want to go.
I know.
Something like that. Oh, these cowboys, all manly and sweaty and hairy, and oh my God.
But here's Issa, but you just don't want them to, like, shh.
I don't want him to what?
No talking. Tell them no talking. They don't have a lot to say.
But they
They
don't
have a lot
have
of
a lot of action like that. I don't know, like.
There's not a lot of deep thoughts, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true.
So they're not all dumb. I'm not
But I
saying.
mean, but for a rodeo night, I mean, who wants intellectualism?
Right. See, Issa, I feel like you get me. I did the most redneck thing. I don't know, maybe it was about a month ago. They had what was 4th of July weekend. They had a demolition derby. Oh my goodness. That is definitely the most redneck thing I've ever done in my whole life, and it was a freaking riot.
Sounds great.
You have to Google it. It's hilarious.
We should do a clubhouse gathering in a cowboy place.
I would totally have you guys here. The nearest kind of reasonable airport, probably 2.5 hours.
Wow, that's far.
So you have to fly in and then.
No, that's too far, El, because I
It
mean,
is.
I cannot imagine a clubhouse gathering and not have some sort of issues. So we need to have quick access to any emergency services, you know?
Yeah, we need to hire a security service if we do have a big clubhouse gathering. So just
Yeah. Can you imagine? Who kicked me out of the room? Someone's blocking me. Yeah, it could be fun, but once everyone is starting to like drink and whatever, I wouldn't trust people.
No, you gotta have a select group.
You got what? What group?
You need to form a select group.
Oh, I thought you said
Yeah,
a
of
select group. I was like, what?
Yeah, you cannot mix everyone. Like you cannot put, for example, Tim in the room with Jewish people because
they'll kick me.
Well, or you will go crazy, dude. So yeah, that wouldn't be wise. Or you cannot put, for example, Jacques in a room full of women. You know, like that wouldn't work.
Yeah, and you can't put Marvin anywhere near children or touch them.
What? What are you saying? What are you implying about Marvin? Do you have beef with Marvin?
Yeah, he thinks he has beef with me because, you know, anyone with a counter-narrative opinion. I wish I could meet a bet with him. I'm pretty sure he was sure Biden was going to be the candidate as well. They don't even exist.
No, I think that, I mean, he was one of the first ones after the debate saying, yeah, it's over.
Oh, they're losing their minds, right? But it's not the
He
same.
never lost his mind. Did you ever lose your mind, Marvin?
I literally just got off the phone, so I kind of heard a little bit, but what's that discussion? Just give me the update. What are the points?
I don't know. First, Tim said that nobody should you close to children, and then he said that you lost your mind when Biden was out of the race, and yeah, that's it.
I didn't lose my mind. I was like, it was over. I said it was over for Biden.
Yeah, that's what I said. And I said, oh, you have beef with Marvin? I said, no, he has beef with me.
Yeah, but losing your mind in the process.
I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, it's very easy in hindsight just to play it down. You know, we remember.
Well, my hunch was right. Oh, Biden did step down, right?
So if you can't have a cowboy-themed meetup in person, you should do the next best thing and have an asynchronous cattle auction where the members of some room all vote on how much should be paid for a certain cattle, calf or
Oh, the
cow
happens tomorrow morning.
Who is this? I know this voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said you and I have talked ages ago. But I came back to say that if you can't have a cowboy themed auction, you've got to have a remote cattle auction. And
But
see,
hold on. What was your name before?
Is it Joe?
Jim.
Oh my God, it's that retard, I guess. The computer
But
science
what was his
guy.
name?
Jim something.
Yeah, Jim.
So what I'm saying, little lady, what I'm saying is if you can't arrange to have a in-person cowboy meetup, then you got to get cattlemen, and the cattle women who want to vote on actual cattle.
Come on, Jim. What would you like?
How many cocktails have you had today?
Oh, he's a drunk? I thought he was just.
That's an excellent question, and I would counter it with my own question. How much coke have you shoved up your nose today?
None. Zero. Now time for you to answer my question.
And so you think I'm going to trust you as much as you're going to trust me on whatever I decide to answer?
Talking like this, you see what he's doing right here? He's trying to be a cowboy. Isn't that cute?
I grew up on the high plains, Missy. So if you think
Texas?
High plains of Colorado.
Oh, that ain't cow country. This is cow country.
You think we don't raise cattle? I think we need to look at a map of the land allocation.
You're like the
literally 75% of all the land in the United States of frickin' America is devoted to the raising of cattle. 75%.
You're sitting right now on my cowboy dream right now. So please stop. You're ruining it.
Are you saying you don't want to have a meetup in person with cattlemen such as myself?
No, like you.
I don't know.
Here. So what do you think your skill would be voting on the price to pay for calves, heifers, steers, and cows at auction?
Oh my God.
Let's meet up at a European beach.
Let's see my dog.
Help.
Here.
We want to explore Italy. Let's go to the Italian beaches. We'll meet up there.
Oh, that would be amazing, especially right now that it's so hot.
Anyway.
Oh, Bernard, I don't think I did a good job of supporting my heritage.
No.
No.
Simon, what the hell are you doing?
Yes, Simon. Frickin' Simon.
I don't know why that guy was saying that I was.
So what do you say, Marvin? Do the Dems have a chance now with a clean ticket?
Because he likes to trigger all of you, just like Diego.
Okay. Do they have a chance now? No, I think they'll win.
You think they're going to win? The anti-Trump sentiment is strong enough, and Harris is enough of a nobody that they'll just carry through with the deep state.
No, that's not the reason why. I think the reason why is because everybody just likes the concepts and the emotion around it. That's all.
But Harris is different.
I don't think so, Mister. There's going to be so much upswell for the United States of America that there's no chance Trump can lose.
What is upswell?
8 years of Kamala.
Upswell for you city slickers. Obviously, Marvin, I can tell by your voice that you're. Is it true, Marvin, that you live in a major urban area? Yes or no?
No.
Kamala.
So you're not a city slicker.
Well.
You're not a city slicker, Martin?
I'm not going to say I am or I'm not.
Okay, well, I can tell by your voice that you believe in inclusivity, that you believe in equity, diversity.
We can say
and
in
that's
your
the kind of
voice,
thing that
your voice,
does not
you
fit
have
America
to
fully.
it.
Because America has a certain particular perspective when it comes to ethnicity, race, gender, and gender differences.
And what is that particular perspective? What is the?
Are you able to not
It's
slur your words?
It's a perspective that if you put America first, you vote for Trump. There's no other question.
Well, according to all of the polls, your theory is not true.
Well, it's a toss-up. It is statistical science. If you flipped a coin 100 times, you get about 50 heads and 50 tails. Am I not correct, sir?
Well, that's not exactly how it works.
Exactly. Because if you actually flip the coin 100 times, you probably not get exactly 50 heads and 50 tails. You probably get some difference. And that's why we call it a toss.
Don't vote for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. That guy's a retard, okay? So vote for Kamala! Woo! Kamala, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Thank God you're in Germany.
Anyway.
Yo, I'm thinking of voting, Isa. I might actually put in my very first vote for this moment.
You're gonna do your official vote?
I'm half American, so there you go.
Which half? Left or right half? Top or bottom?
The father was American.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I really, back to Nick said, I really do believe that the Democrats, whether it was strategically planned out or whether it was a complete pulling something out of their ass, they have re-engaged in this fight and are showing signs of, especially yesterday, right, with Trump saying what he did in that hour presentation from Mar-a-Lago. You know,
I don't care about you. I just want your vote.
He's not really winning anybody's hearts and mind.
But that's because Democrats will just take whatever you give them. Just vote blue no matter who.
The real question is it too big to rig? That's what everyone should be asking.
Is it too big to rig? Is that what you said?
That's what I said. Too big to rig.
Okay, let's walk through that.
I love that.
What is the big? What does the big represent, and what does the rigging represent?
Well, the lead, because Trump has so much support, so it depends. Can they stuff enough ballots to surpass Trump, and then also flip Trump votes?
Okay, so you're saying there's a lead? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Trump's easily the lead.
Okay, and that easily, can you help me understand how you come to that conclusion?
Well, I mean, you can look at polls. There are polls that say that Trump is easily up in points. Also, just look at the rallies. I mean, Trump is selling out stadiums.
Okay, so in both those examples, I actually believe that they're not true, and I think that's actually the opposite.
I think they're true.
Okay, so if you think they're true, let's go ahead and give me some receipts. Let's go look at it right now, and I can show you.
You're gonna go Google it. I'm at work right now, so I'm not gonna provide those. But
okay.
You can go look at that.
Okay, so let's just Google it right now. Don't go anywhere.
Yo, is Bernie Sanders? Is he in the game?
No, he's not.
No, remember the Democrats pushed him out too, because that was the people's choice, and then the Democrats pushed him aside and pushed in their own candidate.
Wait, no, you can't vote. Marvin, are you going to vote for Colonel West, the Green Party?
Colonel West.
Marvin is gonna vote for Kamala Harris.
Criminal Harris? Is that what you said?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
When I walk into a voting booth and I pull that curtain behind my back and I look at those two boxes,
You need to make sure, Jim, that you don't drink the day of the elections, okay?
I'm thinking of one thing, and I'm thinking of that being the one thing that I'm thinking is my daughter and what her life is going to be 50 years from now. And that's going to decide which box I check. Not some polls, not some people's opinions.
Well, that's for you.
What about your cocktails?
We're talking about...
I'm not following the crowd. I'm checking the box that makes life better for my daughter 50 years.
Thank you.
Why are you picking up a fake accent right now? Like, what the hell? What in the tarnation's going on?
Trump is selling fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Okay, your daughter will survive. Okay, it's gonna be fine.
I just put in the chat a little.
Don't be afraid.
Okay, can you stop talking for a second, please? What did you say, Marvin?
Look at the chat.
Uh-huh.
These are poll averages.
So they're skewed.
Well, no, they're.
Well, average. What does average mean? They're taking the middle ground of it. So yeah, so it's all fucked up.
Well, take a look. No,
You said average. Why didn't we go average?
Would you please look at the fucking list?
Don't be triggered. Drink some water.
Oh my god.
Marvin,
James.
Marvin,
Edmund,
you gotta get that
tell Marvin
wool
what's
out
up.
of your eyes, Marvin. Those poll numbers are national. What you want to be looking at is the stuff that Nate Silver charges for behind the poll. He's going to be wanting to
Okay,
look
what should we be looking at? Hold on.
electoral college.
Slow down. What's
It's
the
electoral college. The electoral college polls are the ones that decide state by state who gets the most votes.
Let's go.
And you know, in the United States, if it's a close race, the electoral college, if you don't get to 270, that throws it to the House. And you know who's in charge of the House right now? It's the Republicans.
Okay, so let's
So y'all better get ready for Make America Greater Againer.
College poll.
Greater Againer.
Oh my God! Elon Musk and Donald Trump are gonna do a space.
Yeah.
An X space.
Yeah, nothing's going to go wrong with that, I'll tell you. That's going to go smooth as a cucumber on a lady's butt.
Okay, you need to control yourself even if you have been drinking, because otherwise I will have to move you to the audience. And I don't want to do that to you, James Salzman. But I will, if I have to.
Wait, Marvin, I have a quick question. I just saw the poll that you posted.
Yeah.
Do you think that, I mean, it's so close. Do you think that it might end up being like a Hillary situation where, you know, Harris gets more votes, but
Yeah, I get it. Let me say this. Today I had that thought. Like that thought started creeping into my head as I've been watching. So the main stations I've been watching, I'm watching the top three, right? Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. And I started thinking about Hillary and how that whole thing went down. So I do think that is highly likely.
Highly likely.
Highly likely.
Spit it out, son. You're trying to say highly likely.
Yeah, thank you, Dad. And so obviously, you know, I by the way, I put another link in the chat there for the electoral polls. Let's see what this maps. Oh, this is a good one. 2024 RCP Electoral College map.
But wasn't Hillary Clinton also doing much better in the polls than Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And then it happened what happened?
Yeah. But, I mean, look, again, highly likely that something like that can happen, but at the same time, we are now in the wake of his 4-year presidency. January 6th, the vote was stolen, and then...
But none of that has worked.
Well, no, you don't know if it has or it hasn't. Oh, wait. What do you mean that it hasn't worked?
I mean, you know, like the justice is in the end on the side of Trump. And a lot of people, if anything, I think that a lot of people have waken up to the witch hunt that this has been. And so everybody has been talking about this for the last 4 years. And now that they thought that they finally were going to put him behind bars, the Supreme Court said it's not proceeding. So
well, no, you're confused. The Supreme Court didn't say that.
Well, but they gave him immunity.
No, they didn't. Again,
What do you mean?
Well,
Everybody is talking about and complaining about the
what
immunity.
people are talking about and what the Supreme Court said are two different things.
Okay, please tell me, correct me, because I have not, I will say that all I am talking about is through what I have heard, but I have not read it.
What the Supreme Court said was, in order for us to make a decision, you need to go back to the lower courts, and we're going to give you some architecture so that you can come back if you think it's worth coming back. And that is the architecture of, was he doing work on behalf of the United States of America, or was he doing things on his own personal time? If he was doing things on behalf of the United States of America, then there is a highly likely chance that we have to go into it with a presumption of immunity. If he was not doing the work on behalf of the United States, it was for his own personal gain, then he has zero immunity.
Well, but it will be the first one because, I mean, the claim is that he wanted to make sure. I mean, like, listen, if he is trying to
and then, so well, I read up on this. I read up on this.
If he's trying to demonstrate that the system is flawed, it is a thing for America, even if the result could have benefited him, but in the end was something for not allowing the American voting system or election system to be violated.
Yeah, let me share something.
Isa, would you vote?
If you read, hold on. If you
100%.
read it, the actual issue is that the vice president, when he is in his job as the president of the Senate, has no direct chain of command to the president of the United States.
Okay.
Okay. So when he was, this is the question. Okay, this is what needs to be judged. Was President Trump trying to influence Vice President in order to get him to make a decision that benefited Vice President, that benefited Trump?
Well, the way I see it is they were against time, and they put in place this thing where they had alternative electors with the alternative result because they were waiting on some sort of result. And so the fact, I mean, like, Pence was there not on the orders of Trump. Pence was functioning as his own role, as you're saying, as the president of the Senate, right?
Yes.
But the whole point is here that if the proof or whatever was happening, you know, could have shown that something was happening, it was the duty of Pence. He was the only one that could have done that and say, yeah, we're not allowed to serve, I'm not going to certify the election because I just received this proof and this needs to be seen.
Well, hold on. Think
I'm
about
not
that.
speaking to, no, you're going to the audience, I told you. So the fact that there were the additional electors was not to confuse, was not to obfuscate, was not necessarily to try to manipulate Pence, but they just had everything in place in case there was the opportunity to actually not certify the election with the proof that was coming. Now, that didn't happen. So the electors there in the end, the alternative ones, they were just like, yeah, they sat back, you know, and that's it. They were just there in case they were going to be needed, just ready to give the other results.
Right. Well, I think you're also wrong in that, by the way. So I would argue with you that the court has already ruled on what you're speculating on, and that those electors were illegal electors. They weren't valid. And so I would caution you from going further with that
Courts never heard evidence. They didn't go to trial. They milked the clock. What they did was they stalled the clock during the discovery proceedings, and then they said you ran out of time.
Correct. And so my understanding is, and again, I am not as well versed as an American in American politics, but it is what I read and what I understood. And it's not recent, you know, it was back then, back in 2020, is that I was like, while all of this was happening, I was reading the Constitution and the articles and the processes, and I was like Google and everything, and reading on the official government pages and all of these stuff. And I understood that there is a process in which the elections are able to not be certified, and they were following that process. Now, what needed to happen? Well, the let's say Trump and the people that were trying to help on this. Correct. So they never violated that process. They used a process that is available for this type of issue, and they were following it. Now, the trigger, let's say, that would have enabled the process to complete never happened. So there was never, let's say, like an actual danger, to have everything lined up in case that whatever James was saying, those are the words I'm missing, would have come in place. So I don't think that there was any intention of subverting necessarily the vote. They knew that they wouldn't be able to do that. Cuckoo, I'm going to move you to the audience if you continue with this, because what you're saying right now is not contributing to anything. Saying that Trump, giving your opinion that Trump cheats, gives nothing to the conversation if you are not putting some, if you are not giving me any type of evidence. This is just an opinion that is not adding anything to the conversation. Cuckoo, stop. This is nothing to do with the election. Stop.
It is.
Stop.
That's how he has the justice on his side.
Anyway, so that is the thing, Marisol. My understanding of it is based on what I read, and this was 4 years ago, so it's not fresh in my mind. So apologies if I'm not being too clear or if it doesn't make too much sense. But I'm trying to explain as best as I can remember and make sense of it.
Well, let's take it in the perspective of the current Supreme Court ruling saying that any official duty is immune from prosecution. So if Trump truly believed that, hence ignoring the official electors and instead deciding to recognize the forged electoral certificates that have been presented, was in the interest of the United States.
That's not his constitutional role.
It is not his role, but I'm talking about scienter. I'm talking about his state of mind.
You are misinterpreting.
The state of mind.
There were state legislatures that didn't follow their written laws. They have staff
was that he truly believed that overturning the official results of the election was...
Use the right words, dude. Because you're not using the right word.
Okay, I will use the right word for your request. If he decided to, if Trump decided that recognizing the forged electoral certificates of electors who are
That's not the vice president. Let's be clear, that's not his role as the president. He can talk all
that wasn't his argument.
That is fine, but he was
I know,
not.
but the language you use.
He was not. Jacob, he was not the one acting, but of course he was the one also, let's say, leading the process, making sure that it took place. But he had the right roles or right functions, actually being the ones executing this process. It was not.
But he
Trump.
said accept.
It was
he used
not
the word
Trump.
accepting.
It was not Trump taking the paper. It was not Trump, going to the court. No. He had the right people executing the actual functions that specific process required. Now, because he was behind it and he was trying to make it happen because he had limited time to do so, that's another thing. But he was not executing it himself.
No, what I meant was he used the word accepting, as in the role of the vice president accepts and then certifies the electors, on that day. So specifically to the word accepting.
That's the job of
That's what I'm saying.
But there is a process. There is a process available. There is a process available for the vice president to not certify an election. yeah, there is a process available in the statutes or constitution or whatever it is where you have this process. The United States has it, and they made use of it. They didn't take it out of their asses and said, "Oh my God, let's try to gaslight them, and let's put these other 4 electors and just swap them." And
Yeah.
that would be.
But the issue isn't whether it's not.
Happen.
The issue isn't whether or not the process worked or existed. The issue is, was President Trump trying to use his power to influence Pence? That's the question.
But at the end of the day, Pence, who is this vice president, which one would think was normally sorry, my brain doesn't work sometimes. Normally aligned or had loyalty. That's what I'm looking for. Loyalty. He ultimately said, "No, I'm going to do this. I'm going to count them. I'm going to."
Yeah, correct. But that's not my question. The question
what happened was the Capitol was breached and they totally overthrew the proceedings and said, "We're just going to push this through." That's exactly what happened.
Well, whatever happened. Again, the point.
No, it is. Don't skip over this point. This is really important. There was a.
But it's not that point. But that's not the point I'm not trying to highlight that point. The point I'm trying to highlight is whether or not President Trump tried to influence Pence into making a decision.
And successfully look at alternatives.
You guys are looking at it as in like trying to influence, as in like trying to manipulate. No.
Yes.
Pence. No. Pence had the role and the responsibility.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
But he had the role and the responsibility to certify an election if there have been something fishy.
Correct. That's all right.
What they were trying to do is to put all the evidence together so that Pence could have it in front of him and make the decision to either certify it or not.
Again, that's not what's in court. That's not the issue at hand. Everything you said is true. That's not what I'm trying to point out.
That wouldn't be in court. This would be taking place during the certification of the election.
Correct.
Well, even that. Again, the issue is,
don't skip over
whether it is or it isn't. I'm not trying to make that point. The point I'm trying to make is, did Trump attempt to influence that process?
No, he probably did.
You can call it influence, but I mean,
sure that he did.
In order to be able to do this, in order to be able to do this,
accent,
oh my God, you're gonna go down to the audience. In order to be able to do this, of course, he would have had to send something that communicated something to.
Okay, well, then that's illegal. That's the point.
No, because
it's not illegal. The Supreme Court.
That's the point that I'm trying to make.
The Supreme Court has made it quite clear. If Trump believes that he was doing something in the interest of America, then it's illegal.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna put him down again. You're going down. Sorry. Anyway, yes, it has to go to court, but in the end, there was also a process that is in place and available for the vice president.
Again, you said it multiple times. That is clear.
Okay.
We understand that.
Good. So my point is that whatever he needed to have in order to make that decision never happened. So he would have never just make a decision based on like, oh my God, he's not gonna like me anymore. No, because it's his responsibility. So he decided to go ahead and certify the election, and that's it.
Okay, and that is the issue at hand. Did Trump try to influence that?
Again, it doesn't matter.
Okay, it does, but you said that's the issue. That's why they went to court.
Because he's not trying to manipulate him.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, you're trying to assume that.
No, I'm saying that's the reason. I'm not trying to assume. I'm trying to say to you that that's the issue. That's why they're going to court.
Correct, and that is the reason why there is another way to interpret it, and my guess is just that this is going to be proven as, there is a process, they follow the process, there is no evident intention, of like manipulating something
let's see what Pence says.
way Yeah, but that's what's going to happen when they discuss it, right? So
we don't know. Again, how do you know it's gonna? How do you know that that's gonna happen? How do you know that Pence isn't gonna say?
I said that is my hunch. That is what's going to happen.
And my hunch is that Pence is gonna say.
Of course, I don't know what's going to happen, but yeah, I mean, let's see what Pence says.
I think Pence is gonna say
that it was not dodgy, you know.
Well, I think it was.
I mean, I see it from the perspective that it was not dodgy because there actually is this process, and in my way.
No, again, the process isn't. The process is not a debate. Everybody agrees with you. Don't bring it up again. I agree with you that a process exists.
Good. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Yes, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. Again, I agree with you, okay? We don't have to talk about the process anymore.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is Trump's intent.
Correct, and that is something that I think nobody is sure of at the moment.
Okay, then that is why it has to go to court.
Good, yeah, but it's not going to happen until probably after the election.
Well, okay, right? That's a different point. Okay, fine. But the point had nothing to do with whether the process existed or it didn't. It had nothing to do with
Good, but I'm glad that we are at least agreeing that there is a process and
but everybody
where
agrees.
is the question.
Nobody has to
Darwin, because a lot of people that I have discussed this with, they do not agree on that.
Well, they don't understand. They don't understand.
Yeah, but that's the reason why I was trying to make the point of this, because then, I mean, you're just, you know, but like other people, you know, they're just like trying to, I don't know, like demonize Trump and whatever, and this doesn't help the conversation, you know? So it's just to try to understand what is actually the issue and what is it that we're waiting to hear.
Yeah, that's stupid. If people don't understand that the president of the Senate has to, validate the electors, then they don't understand the process, and they don't know what they're talking about. That's not a valid position.
Yeah, he has the choice all the time. Of course, he has to have valid reasons.
No, they don't have a choice. No.
Yes, he has a choice. If there is something fishy and he has proof in his hands, he has the constitutional responsibility.
That's not a choice in that case. No. Listen. If he thinks that there's something fishy, that's the big
That's a choice. That's his responsibility.
So it's not a choice at that point. If you say something fishy, he's obligated. He's obligated. No. He's obligated if he sees something fishy as part of his responsibilities. But absent that, he's required to certify the vote. That's it.
So he has the power.
Unless he has a reason for not to do it. But that is what Marvin and I were discussing. So yeah,
anyway, I don't know how we got there, but it's kind of a trivial point. I don't care. What I care more about is that.
Why did we get there?
I'll tell you why we got there. I think that Harris has a very good chance of winning, whereas I thought Biden had zero chance of winning.
You know,
I think
in
it's
a way.
important to read from the Constitution, just to make it clear. The president
In a way.
of the Senate.
Sorry, go ahead.
The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be president. This is the original Constitution, and it was amended. Person having the most number of votes shall be president. Person having the second number will become the vice president. And then it was amended, like the 12th, 13th, something like that? 12th Amendment. And it says the same thing, just shall look at them and certify them.
I already have read that, but anyway, I think that as much as I like Trump, and I think that the world is in desperate need of someone with the strength that he shows, whether you like him or not. Sometimes I'm just wondering whether it would be better if Kamala and this other guy, both super progressive, would just take take power and just accelerate the end, so that they burn it all down and then you can start rebuilding quicker, because
It's not
they're
going to burn
not,
down in 8 years. That's the problem.
no, but they're not going to provide solutions. Anything that they do, I think that is just going to maybe attack the symptom, but it's not going to fix the problem. And so people are going to get poorer, more desperate, more angry with each other, like immigration is going to get worse, taxes are going to get worse, all of these kind of things.
Only the rich
in a
will
way,
get
I
poorer.
prefer
Only
that
the rich
they
will get
win
poorer.
so that there is an
Kamala
acceleration of the end.
Isa, the rich can get a little poorer so that the poor can get a little.
Yeah, Kuku,
more,
I know you're in Germany. I know it's one of the
I'm for
socialist
helping
places.
the people
It's
at the
one of the
bottom,
most socialist
not the
countries
people
that
at
I've
the
ever known
top.
in my life. I know I have a lot of German friends, and they all think like you. And it is not a coincidence.
Well,
I know about
There was
German
a socialist.
politics. Yeah, I know about German politics, and it's impossible for a German person to actually understand individual rights and capitalism. So between you and me, it's never going to be an understanding, right?
Nonsense, Isa, what you just said at the end. That's really, that was.
It's
But
true.
what
Between you
about
and
the
me,
people
we're
at the
coming from a
bottom? What about the people at
we're
the
coming
bottom?
from a very, very different point of departure in terms of values and understanding of the economy and the individual rights.
Listen,
And
Isa,
so
I'm Bavarian, okay, just for starters. Very inventive.
You're what?
Okay, I'm Bavarian. Yeah, that's like.
Okay, so what? It's still.
No, it makes a huge difference, okay?
I don't care.
No, that's basically, Bavarian means like you come from Harvard. That's the German, that special part of Germany.
I don't care. I think
Every part of Germany is a special
what
part.
you just said about like
Every part is
don't
special
understand it. That's
in
not
its
true.
own way.
Okay, then you're special and you're.
No, it's not just me. There are like a whole bunch of us.
Okay, so me, you are especially wrong, and that's it. I don't think that we will ever part from the same root of values because we don't share the same values.
Well, I'm for love,
the
peace, and harmony. Okay. So
I'm also for peace, love, and harmony.
Yeah, me too. But
that capitalism will help the people.
Wait, why do you say me too?
I like love. I like
Lisa,
love,
if you
peace, and
want
harmony.
to accelerate, if you want to
I like
accelerate
love, peace, and
I
harmony through wealth and
it's peace,
personal
love, and
and
You
individualism.
can be healthy and
Peace, love, and
wealthy
harmony.
I like peace, love, and harmony through a strong military.
I love peace, love, and
Oh, and
harmony.
Issa,
I
if
like
you
to
want
totally be carried as well, Margaret.
Issa, if you want to see the acceleration, then you want the House of Representatives to change at the same time as
Correct.
as
I
the
want
president.
everything to be Democrat.
Well, right now the
Everything.
Senate is in a
All of
Democrat's
it.
hands. All three.
I want
branches.
everything to be Democrat.
Historically
What was that? The last
speaking,
time
the
was
best.
Clinton, right? Was that
I don't know.
Remember?
Historically speaking,
Caleb?
the best economies are always under Democrats with Senate controlled by conservatives.
No, Congress conservatives, and President and Senate.
Well, Congress is both houses, so
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
It-
Because
it's-
they are like
it's
the ones that don't
Democrats
pass the laws.
have the executive, and everything else is conservative. That's where you have
I
like
think
the best economies.
the U.S. people tend to like that. If you look at the last, how many presidencies, it tends to be that way.
Yeah, at this point, I just want a healthy recovery where the government doesn't intervene. So I'm an accelerationist. Just tank the economy.
Accelerationist.
Yeah,
Tank the
because
economy
that's
as
for
soon
me.
as possible. Yeah. No,
You
I
guys
guess
are
that's
within,
other
what,
people.
1,000 miles of each other?
Probably.
What?
Missouri?
I don't know, you're within a couple hundred miles of them.
Oh, I don't know. I'm like an hour away from him by plane.
Oh, by plane, yeah, I'm talking distance.
You're in Zurich, right?
Yes. Oh, are you checking? How far?
I'm gonna say 800 miles. Maybe
Jesus
that's...
Christ, I can't get a fucking map.
Yeah, he's autistic.
Hey, Isa, do you think if Switzerland would have been situated somewhere in the middle of, say, Asia or Africa or Latin America, that it would still be the same country that it is today?
Of course not.
Oh, that's actually not bad.
What is not bad?
It's a 7-hour drive.
That's horrible. You're closer than I thought.
Wait, what was the question? if what was in Asia?
If Switzerland was in Asia, would it be the same? No, it wouldn't.
Who cares? What is?
What's the point?
No,
if
because
Guatemala happened in Europe, would it
because
have
they're
been
situated
Guatemala?
in Europe, and they're like smooching off the other countries essentially, and they're enjoying something that without the rest of them it wouldn't have been possible to get there. Okay, so it did be in other countries where they have less freedoms. Then Switzerland would not be so high and mighty, I want to say.
But it is. But the problem is, it is.
Yeah, it is.
So,
it is exactly. That's
so the what if doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, but it's trying to show you that it's not right, certain things, you know.
Well, if I was born to the royal family, I would have a very attractive wife and a lot of money.
Exactly.
Yes, but my point is.
And if I wasn't this intelligent, I would be married already.
Yes, okay, but my point is why not give off so much that the poverty is gone? I mean, it can be done.
The poverty will never be gone. That's what?
No, it can be done.
No, it can't.
No, poverty is never gonna. You see.
Let me show you a really good example of that. It's the successful Russian Empire.
Yeah, but they have a lot of poverty, you know.
Well, no, they don't. I'm never gonna
Yeah, I've lived in Moscow, you know, so I've seen the beggars. It's pretty fucking awful. Yeah, so I mean, that's just another example of it doesn't work the way they're doing it, you know. So that's.
It doesn't work, and nobody has done it. Show me one example of where it does work.
It's just because nobody's doing it. That's the problem, because the system isn't fine-tuned in such a way to help these people. You know, it's like they're just talking, making money, having a good time. All these people sleep on the street. They have shitty lives, you know.
Yeah, they should be doing what you're doing. Just connect to Clubhouse and solving the problem.
Don't you understand? Like, some people weren't born lucky to be living in fucking Switzerland, you know what I mean, or Bavaria. That's my point.
So what?
Life
why should I feel bad about the opportunities that I have?
Look, it's like you're playing poker and you have 2 fucking aces and you keep winning because you keep getting good cards. You know.
Good. So what? Why would it be my problem? The luck of other people. I don't care.
And you win the jackpot, okay? So are you just gonna have fun by yourself?
Yes.
No, you pay taxes, and those taxes go off to them.
Correct.
Okay, so then just have your party by yourself with the other rich greedy bastards, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to have party with poor people. Look at what happens. Then like Elle, they don't have good internet.
Isa, I really hope that one day you're not gonna wake up poor. You know, really.
I've been poor in my life, and I have gone out of it by my own effort.
Have you slept on the street? I'm just curious. Ever?
Oh no, I would never, because I have worked hard. Now, what other people do, that's their business. You know, that shouldn't be my problem. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you've had certain opportunities, right, in life that you've taken advantage of in order to get to where you are.
Yeah, right? Opportunities that I have provided to myself.
Okay, so your parents were not like beggars, essentially, and they had a child.
They were not wealthy either. I looked for my own opportunities, honey.
Yeah, my point
Nothing
is,
was given to me.
A beggar family. Okay, you didn't have the misfortune, essentially, to be born on the streets.
No, I'm not gonna talk about what was and what not. That is my business. And you're not gonna make me feel bad just because I have a strong family and a supportive family that did the right things. Yeah, that's not. It's not my problem. If you don't have it.
You either don't want to get it or you cannot get it. That the system.
No, it's not that I don't get it. I'm gonna tell you the last time. Okay. It's not that I don't get it. I don't care. Is it clear? I do not care.
Are you saying that you actually do care? So something deep down inside of you knows.
I help people with whatever I can, but they are not my responsibility. I do not care about the luck of other people.
Okay, Isa, so let's imagine we have an app where you pay one.
I'm not going to play this because I already told you. I know the answer. all different intellectual exercises I have. Oh, my love is here. Hi, Daniel. Oh my God, left. Amazing. Anyway, I'm here.
Just imagine for 1 second.
Oh, he's here again.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, Cuckoo is trying to convince me that I should care for the poor people in the whole world, and that I should be giving up, and I should feel guilty. I should feel guilty for my intelligence privilege, for my pretty privilege, for my family privilege, for my everything privilege. I should basically feel bad about myself because
Mal privilege es un poco tan mala.
how dare I be so lucky?
She reads books.
I have like 700 books.
Nice. That's pretty good. Pretty good list. Mine is I'm a cat, so.
You see? But you should feel fucking guilty because you're a cat. How dare you?
I'll never
You have
do
7
that.
lives and you're living no lives for other people.
I was talking about the system being fucked up, not you feeling bad about your amazing, life. So you see 2 different things, okay? So please get it right. Thank you.
So you're saying you need to rebuild the system? Is that what I want?
Yeah, a little bit. Like change a few things. I was talking of a.
So are you a communist?
Yes.
No.
He's German.
Listen, I'm basically for progressive change that helps.
So are you a socialist?
Communist.
As I said,
Germany
I
is
just
closer
want
to communism
a
than
good,
to socialism.
chill community where nobody sleeps on the streets.
I can tell a socialist. I agree with you.
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, you want to control the outcome. You can't control the outcome. You can do things to try to make the outcome better, but trying to control the outcome is to control people's freedoms, and that's just not right.
Yeah. When in the name of someone needs, so this is the thing that Simon always says, when in the name of someone needs, you feel that you can take from another one, then you are already forfeiting on their personal or the individual rights. So you cannot have individual rights and socialism at the same time. It's not compatible. It's not existent.
It doesn't work. Anybody, and I'm simply relegating $1 per month into an app where you all can vote on certain projects that you yourself put forth, and then we vote on them. Then we build them, and then we create our own community.
I have a question for you. So most people that are socialists, just like you, or believe in the things that you believe, they support Hamas right now. A radical jihadist.
Are you crazy? I do not.
Wait. I have a point.
Please.
I have a point with this. They have fucked up moralities. They don't quite understand things and the relevance of moral clarity.
That's not me, Captain.
Let him
finish. How is it that you right now you have the correct opinion on Israel, but they just on this one thing they're wrong? And you know for a fact that Israel is right, but just on this thing that they're wrong. How is that possible?
Bro, I'm simply saying, like, let's look at Israel.
Let's put it another way. The people that support, I'll land my plane if you give me 20 more seconds. The people that support Hamas are David Duke, the KKK, radical jihadists, Arabs, socialist communists. So obviously, that's the baddest of the bunch. And you are part of that bunch by being a socialist.
Donald Trump, bro.
But you're not part of that bunch because you support Israel. So the question is, why are you a socialist?
Because he's German. I've been telling you.
Well, how do we know he supports Israel? Because if he has to be German.
Yeah, that's actually true. If you weren't German, you'd probably support Hamas, to be honest.
Yeah, well.
That's actually a good point. Great point right there. Yo, I'm killing it on Twitter right now, by the way. I have 160 followers, and I've gotten 400,000 impressions the last
What
week.
did you do? Did you post a nude?
I just always end up at the top of the bunch when I reply on things. And so I just try to be really early replying on some stuff, and I just farm impressions, honestly.
You're chasing cloud?
I just say Trump 2024, essentially.
What's your? Am I following you?
I could link my Twitter on here. Why not?
No. Just if you can just follow me. I have my Twitter linked here. If you just follow me, then I will notice.
Oh,
and
we
I will
can't
follow you
link our
back,
Twitter.
so I can see.
What? If I just search her name, will you come up?
No. Well, I think so. Yeah, I think I put Isa Watermelon as well.
What? Nothing. What?
Watermelon.
Oh, an A. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just curious about what you're posting. I'm not that active really on Twitter. I just use it to see what's happening.
You're not coming up.
Just go to my profile here on Clubhouse. It is there, and click on it.
Oh, it's in your bio.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Oh, I can link it. Okay, there you go. Oh, you see, you have the same amount of followers.
Oh, really? I think I know how many followers I have there.
Yeah, look at my replies, for instance.
Let me go open it.
These replies have not fucking landed. You have to go pretty far down. Yeah.
Are you Jodi's?
Yeah, I'm Yodi's.
So, I have this Twitter just for Clubhouse because it's political. Like my proper Twitter, the one that I have like years ago, I used it just for my industry, for sports. So, but this one I have it apart because I don't want to be seen political.
So let me give you an example. I got one that got 2,000 impressions. I'll if you open this in the chat, it's like an account or a tweet from an account that has more than 1 million followers, and then you filter by likes.
And you make a comment on that.
Yeah, do you see me? Do you see me on there?
Yeah, I am looking right now at your profile, on your wall or whatever, your feed.
Oh, well, I'll just, if you go back on Clubhouse and then go to the top reply, or the bottom reply from me, you'll see, I'll give you an example of a tweet that I have that got a ton of impressions. It'll probably get 10,000. That's pretty good, I think, for somebody with 100 followers.
The breaking Reuters reports that Biden has decided to lift the ban on U.S. sales of offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and then go to the most liked replies because you can sort that.
I see it.
That's the new. They came out with that on that.
Did when he entered office was ban weapons to.
There we go. That's my reply.
Of the terrorists. You have 71 likes and 2,000 views.
2,000 views. That's pretty good.
Essentially, Biden has walked. Well, the 2,000 views and only 71 likes. You need to make yourself more likable.
Bro, come on, man. No, that far more. It's gonna go up. It'll probably go up to at least 10,000. But because they posted this article.
I just did it 2 hours ago, so it's not too bad. 5 have reposted it. Okay, I'm gonna retweet.
Sounds good.
There you go.
Appreciate it. That's all. That's good for the algo. It'll get me more. You'll get me more. I appreciate the algo boost.
It's just one. Everybody, please go to the chat and click on the link and give him a vote.
I got this, guys. Don't worry about it, man. I will those impressions. I mean, my goal is just to be a big account by being pro-Trump. And that's kind of all you need on Twitter, honestly. If you could just do that and be charismatic, you can get some. That's what I've realized, because I was stuck at getting 10 followers a week for a little bit. I got 100 followers in a month, but now I'm getting 10 a day. If I could get to if I could find a way to up that another
No, I
go
have
from 1 to 10 to 100.
153 followers. I really have not really. Well, I think that they're all Clubhouse. Must be all Clubhouse. Because I opened this account probably a year ago.
Oh shit! I guess Clubhouse would give me free follows.
Yeah, just link it to your.
Yeah, I'll do it. That's a good point. Wait, how do I do that? Because it says
Hi,
add
Daniel.
Instagram and add.
Oh, Aya's here. My best friend. My best girlfriend.
What are some news updates? What's going on?
Yeah, Daniel, what's going on?
We're waiting.
Still waiting? This is worse than giving birth.
Right?
Yeah.
It's already 3 fingers.
What do you mean 3 figures?
Fingers.
Ah. Well, I don't know if it is so weird that you know that
It will
much
take a
about that more than I do. Yeah, can you imagine? It's like Sarah. Sarah is also waiting for a baby.
What is the...
Imagine it happen at the same time.
Yeah,
What do you think will happen first?
Hey.
Let's make a bet.
I think Pink wants something. Or
You
she's
what?
Pink is marking SOS with her mic.
What are you doing, Pink? Who is Pink? Somebody. Eli. Is this your friend Eli, Ryan?
Ellie? I don't think
Ellie,
so.
yeah. Look at the profile.
I wouldn't be able to tell because this isn't my main account.
Okay.
Every angel wishes to be human, so be the best you can. That's not Ellie.
Okay. Oh, it's a girl. Hi, Pink.
Hi, Angel.
Where are you from?
I'm from Africa.
Are you from Egypt?
Yes, I am.
Are you AAA?
Yes, we are.
I don't know. Was always your name Pink?
My name is Ella Ibrahim. I for Ibrahim. And EL is my family.
No, but I thought that you were another one. Are you a girl that was telling me that Egypt is really nice and that I should come to Egypt? I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing you with someone.
No, actually, this is my first time in your room.
Okay.
I surprisingly, I agree with Google.
With Google?
Yes. I'm not a socialist or a communist or anything, but
you agree with Google?
Yes.
Yeah, you should move to Germany.
No, I don't speak German and I don't like German.
Google, are you single?
No, it's not like that, Isa. I just want.
Are you single, Pink? Because
No,
maybe we can work something nice here. Because
thank you so much for working this out. But I just wanted to say that in chemistry, there is something called equilibrium, and equilibrium comes when there is a very good balance in the titer, in the solution. Okay, so. For example, I have heard you saying you're looking forward for democracy, which is something I really agree with. And I just want to say capitalism is not unhealthy, it's healthy, but I think there is always a way or a methodology to put something good into application. So, as well as socialists are the the other concepts. But if, for example, Isaac, you have a nice house and you're satisfied and everything, and you have money, but you don't care about others, and so they will have an envy towards you, okay? And when they have an envy towards you, they will not let you go with it in peace and just have a very good life. So, in order to make the equilibrium and keep the community healthy and safe and not full of
Stop
fears
Zionism!
and
Stop Zionism! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
so I think
Wow, that was.
you should.
And I think Palestine is now free.
Did you move him or did he leave?
So I think
But that was
I
funny.
think when people having the essential service to live, or just the standard services to live, like health, food, and health, food, and education, that will keep people who has money safe, and this is going to help to apply a healthy capitalism concept.
Listen,
Thank you so much.
I agree with everything you're saying. I'm not saying that you shouldn't care about your society. I'm saying that it's not my responsibility to what happens with them. But I do help people. I do have a couple of children that I help. I pay their schools. They're super intelligent and they're going to school and they're going to be hopefully successful, you know? But that doesn't mean that it's my obligation to do it. I am doing it because I want to, and I think that they are very, very appreciative of it, you know, and yeah, why not? But
can I ask you a question, Aida? I'm just curious about it, and if you don't feel like go on, yeah, thank you. So I wanted to ask. It's a question I think through our years hit to anyone's brain, is that why we are here and existed? Why do you think that you are in Earth and having this experience of living with other 8 billion person?
Oh, I think I am here. I think that the purpose of my life is to improve myself and to die not in the same form that I came to this world. And so it's about, in my opinion, self-awareness and self-improvement. And you do that through what is presented to you in the world, whether that is people or opportunities, or you challenge yourself and you go out of this world having learned something and having improved yourself. That is my own perspective. And my purpose of life is not exterior to me, it's interior. So I'm not looking for any, like, how to say, like, too materialistic stuff, I mean, through the materialistic stuff, I will be able to achieve the things that I need in order to gain that what I'm looking for, but it's not my primary purpose.
Philosophy 101.
Oh, yeah. Imagine that. And I'm a woman.
Yeah, you said you were going to metamorphosize into something else, or we're just going to evolve?
Yes.
You tripped me up when you said you were going to be something different.
Yeah, I am going to
metamorphosis.
I'm striving to be better when I die than when
Okay, so that's improvement, but not a change. Not a, like, I don't know. The word you use has made it sound like you were going to, like, you go into a chrysalis.
That's not for you to decide. Maybe I am trans and you don't know.
No, maybe you have the ability to form a chrysalis and come out a butterfly.
Correct.
Like the lark, whatever.
Okay.
Carl Gustav Jung called that individuation.
I mean, look, again, this is all, aspirational. It feels good to have these views. You know, a lot of people who don't have much experience in operational anything tend to have very philosophical, like, hey, well, why can't we do it this way? And why
So
can't we do
since
that way?
you've been a soldier and have done operations, you can tell us what to do?
Of course.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that those people that have those visions are telling you what to do, and they haven't had any experience. What I'm saying is that,
Are you calling me naive?
I was just about to go there.
Just a bit. I mean, we love your naivety.
Marvin, I love you,
It's
but-
endearing. It's endearing.
No, but it's not
endearing.
naive. In fact, I would say that it's completely the opposite because I don't want. I would say that it's completely the opposite. That I'm being realistic because
no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
expecting
Kate. I'm
more.
talking about what she was saying.
Yeah, but let me explain. So I am not hoping to improve the world. You know, I am hoping to improve my life. Now, in my personality, is also involved ambition, is also involved experiences that I want to live, is also involved intelligence. I want to develop my brain as much as possible. If I have the opportunity, if I ever have the opportunity, I would want to at some point, hold on, to like have a family or find the love of my life. I mean, like all
You're
of
gonna take care of yourself.
all of that is part of the experience, right?
Yeah, you're gonna take care of yourself, right?
Correct. But through my own growing, I will be able to maybe influence and have an impact on other people's experience.
Maybe.
The way I see it is
For sure.
the way I see it is this is my movie, right? And all the world is my stage. And all of it are tools for me to improve myself. Even you guys are my tools to improve myself.
How's
Now,
your level
I
of
am also
empathy?
at the same time.
How's your level of empathy?
No, she doesn't.
Oh my
she's
God.
not empathetic.
I am also.
I'll happily be your tool.
Oh my God.
Look out for people like.
I am also at the same time a tool for the people I cross paths with, because either they will grow through something of me, or they will realize something, or I will reflect something, whether that is anger or kindness or whatever it is. But everyone is their own star in their own movie, and everyone is trying to accomplish something, right? And then through the things that we do, we have an impact in other people. But it is very arrogant to think that your contribution to the world will actually change it. I mean, and I had like this epiphany one time when I was in Tanzania, and I was just sitting looking at the sea, you know, like it was like hypnotized, because I was seeing the water go out and come back into the rocks and out, and you know, I'm like, oh shit, like this thing never stops, you know? It keeps doing it over and over and over again. It has done it for potentially millions of years, and it doesn't give a shit that I am here or not. It will keep working like that. It doesn't depend on me.
Clubhouse has been around for that long?
Well, whatever amount of time the world has been there with water. So I was like, yeah, well, actually, I'm not that important in the world. I'm important for my own experience. Now, I need to make the most of the time that I have here to make sure that I am able to learn as much as I can. But in 100 years, even if I am super relevant, I will have no family anymore that will remember who I was. 100 years, 200 years, there will barely be any photographs of me, you know? So it's almost like humbling knowing that we are not that important, and that the growth that you experience in this life is mostly internal. And even though we are all looking to find some meaning externally, but I think, I don't know, and again, it's just my personal view, I think that it's the wrong focus. Yeah, through the external, you grow the internal. But I don't know, maybe you call it naive. That doesn't mean that I am not ambitious or that I don't know anything about operations. It's like I have been working 24 years.
I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about
He was talking about pink, but that's your view and that's your philosophy, and actually that's pretty cool to hear.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I am all woo-woo.
way
You
you
know,
see
like I am very attached to reality.
Well, everyone's got a subjective view of reality.
That's what they all say.
Well, either they're like aware of that or not, right? So a lot of people will say, well, everyone else is just tools. I know the way that you said it meant more about human relationships that you hold, but there are literally people that are out there that actually just view their human relationships as like tools and all just about themselves and getting themselves where they want to be. And they have no empathy for another person, right? So that's the only time that I piped up, but it was beautiful to hear your philosophy. I just have to say, like Marvin was talking about. So.
Is that Kyle? Is that dude? Are you Kyle?
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude. The
What?
dude
Are you
about
calling him a cow?
The dude
No,
about
I said Kyle. It's Kyle.
Yeah, it's Kyle. I thought you were calling him a cow. I'm like,
No, but anyway, back to the not to deviate too much.
Okay.
Back to kind of like this. Again, we all have these imaginations and these philosophical beliefs, and I guess you can share them and stuff. But I don't think people should criticize others because they may not share in the same philosophy.
I agree.
That's my point.
You just got rid of most of politics.
Listen, in the end, I am no one to tell someone how to live their life or how to live their experience in this life, Everybody's doing what they think it's going to fulfill them and what they want to achieve. It's not up to me to tell them what's right and what's wrong. That's the reason why I always feel a little bit, it's not that I feel that I cannot share the way I think, it's just that I know that it's not, let's say, too common, or that it might make me look like, oh yeah, I am just an isolationist bitch, that it's just selfish and just care about me. Not necessarily. I mean, yes, I care about my experience, but through helping others, I am enriching my experience. I'm not doing it out of altruism, but out of like wanting to grow my own, But I don't see it wrong if still you are having an impact on other people's lives.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Hey, Abby.
Hey.
Hey, what's the news from the underground?
The underground. I don't know.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
have much to tell you.
You always have some news story when you pop in. What's going on? It's always something good.
It's hot here in Vegas. That's all I can tell.
Oh, I'm supposed to be in Vegas this weekend. There's
Bring a fan.
There's the show for the 2025 line, like the new line for the next year of evening gowns. And I was supposed to go to Vegas for that one, but we couldn't make it, so we're gonna go to the one in Chicago. Too hot anyway. Sorry, Issa, but yes. Personal growth. I feel you. Woosah. I mean, I would love to personally grow, but I'm already a fully grown cedar tree. So I don't need to personally grow. But, I feel for that, like for others. I'm just joking. You're always growing. I'm sure you're growing even at 60.
Yeah, until you die. You should be curious until the moment you're dying. Otherwise, it's I don't know.
Bugs stop growing. I'm trying to figure out how to get them out.
Well, my vet said 1-year-old puppies are then adult dogs.
That's it. So when they hit the 1-year mark, they're not going to get bigger.
Yeah, at least for my breed.
7 human years for 1-year dog?
But I'm just trying to figure out how much
we're trying to equate lifetime of one animal to our lifetime. We have to equate them within their own lifetime. So if the average lifespan is, let's say, 14 years, then...
But that depends on the size of the dog.
Correct, that's what I'm saying. It depends by breed. So my dog is a smaller Havanese, and it's 1 year, but my mom had a golden retriever, and it stopped growing at around 1. Was fully grown. How old is Pig?
Someone do the math. He was born November 18th.
He's 9 months.
6 years and a half. No, 5
Same day as my birthday.
Months. Sorry.
So it was same day as my birthday.
So he's still going to get bigger is the question that I have.
No, after 6 years, no.
He's got a few more months. He's only, you said November?
November 18th.
No, but 18th. I thought 2018.
Yeah, he's only 8 months old, so he's got 4 more months to go. But the rate of growth slows down within the year, so he's going to get marginally bigger. He's not going to keep on growing at the same rate. Like there's a huge growth spurt from like 0 to 2 months, and then it continues, and then the rate of growth starts to diminish, although he's still growing to a year. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was just trying. I mean, he's definitely not full-size lab yet, but I was just wondering if there's a rule of thumb for dogs. So it sounds like there is.
Yeah, I'll Google for labs. I think it's here.
You said you have a dog?
No, I can't have animals. I wish I could.
Get a turtle or something.
No, it's just that I travel a lot.
Oh, so here's the answer.
It's such a responsibility. Don't keep an animal. What do you need an animal for?
And every time I travel, I don't know, I travel probably around 200 days a year or something like that. So it's a lot.
So
It's like having a baby at home. You have to come home, feed it,
I think it wouldn't be. I think it wouldn't be fair to the dog.
Labrador retrievers typically reach their full height and weight around their first birthday. Larger labs may need up to 18 months to fill out their chest, but any weight gain after 12 months should be minimal overall. So yeah, 12 months.
I want to find a boyfriend with a dog, and that would be better because then
2 in 1. You get 2 for the price of 1.
He takes care of the dog, and I can enjoy the dog. Yeah.
Get a baby? Wait, who's that?
So you could also just get a husband and then have a baby, which is a lot like having a 2 puppy.
Yeah, but then I will not. I will completely stop traveling. So that would be a different.
You was completely what?
Yeah, then you would definitely miss out on traveling.
Oh yeah, I would enjoy that, and yeah.
Yeah, but then there's cute things that like my friend.
Yes, Simon says that it's gonna happen in 2025.
My friend just came back from her baby moon trip. She went to Malta.
The hell's a baby moon?
A baby moon is the trip that you take right before you pop. So when you're 5 months, 5 months.
I thought it was after your kid turns 18.
No, it's the trip that you take right before you have it. Because once you have it, your
whole life sucks.
You have babies?
Your whole life sucks.
You have kids?
No, I don't. My friend just came back from Malta from her baby moon trip, so that's cute.
Oh, nice.
That's cute. See? Listen, you could take your baby with you. Who cares? My sister-in-law takes her kids everywhere. She's always out. I swear, she's always out. She's at the pool. She's at the country club. She doesn't work.
Wait, you said this is like a dating app now for you?
This is like a what?
A dating app? So we have to vet them that they have a dog. What else do they have? A decent bank account?
They have to be very masculine. I need someone that has a strong personality, strong character, that wants to lead. Hello.
Do you care what their first language is? Do you have a preference?
No, I don't.
Well, languages
he cannot be Muslim. That's the only thing.
Well, you also have to communicate, don't you?
Obviously.
Yeah, of course. But as long as he speaks English, I speak German and Spanish. So as long as he speaks one of those, but I would prefer if he speaks English as well, because that way we can travel.
Right.
Wait, what if he's an atheist?
Yeah, that would work as well. I'm not a religious person. I am Catholic. I would prefer if he's Catholic, but I'm not gonna get picky on that, because I'm not a religious person.
Just hang out in church. You might have better options, right?
I'm not sure, because religious Catholics are very annoying.
So where else do Catholics hang out other than church?
Man, evangelicals, impossible to speak.
Everywhere. We're at
the fourth word is praise Jesus.
We're at the
You know what, Issa? It's big here in the U.S. We have Catholic charities, is a really big organization
Yeah,
in the US. I wonder if you have it there, you can get involved with them. You could, hedge your bet a little bit.
Yeah, Abby. That's a really good idea.
That could be nice. Simon has his hopes on because he wants me to get a boyfriend that is an objectivist. So he wants me to go to Ayn Rand's to the objectivist convention. And he's sure that I will find there the perfect match.
Simon, are you an Ayn Rand fan?
I'm an Ayn Rand fan. I'm a huge Ayn Rand fan. I love
More
that.
importantly,
I
what
have a
does
funny
his
thing
political
to tell you.
persuasion have to be?
Tell me. I love Ayn Rand. Tell me. Fountainhead.
It's not about her books, but this is kind of a funny story. My daughter is like crazy into it. And we had a property here that we were building, and we were looking what to name it. It ultimately got a different name. But my daughter kept pushing the Aquatonica. And you'd have to be an Ayn Rand fan to know what that is. But I have been, so we didn't use it, we used something else, but I'm waiting for someone to open a bar or a restaurant with that name. I can't believe I've not ever seen.
I want to name my son Rourke.
That's fucking legendary.
Such
That
a
is
strong
fucking
name. My
legendary.
son's name is going to be Rourke. No one steal it.
But
Don't care.
I'm in love with Rourke.
What about a place called the
I wouldn't mind an
Aquatonica?
architect like that.
Rourke is the hottest character ever written. He doesn't sacrifice. He doesn't move an inch. Doesn't move a millimeter.
And you know what? That's the type of man that I like. The masculine
There's
man.
no man
not,
like Rourke. You think there's
not
men
like
like
that.
Rourke walking around? There's
But
no
you
men
know,
like
I'm not, Pearl, I'm not talking about the masculinity that is like fake, like the type of Andrew Tate, that is like, oh yeah, I am the man. And,
Tate is a fucking douchebag.
Not exactly. I hate that guy. But I'm talking about the masculinity that they don't need to make the claim I am masculine, but you can sense
It's
it.
just the
It's
parents,
just like
right?
they
It's
just
the parents.
impose with their presence.
Thank you for letting Lisa, where does he
Yes.
need to be politically? Like, so you talked about religion, you talked about masculinity. What about political spectrum?
Definitely not a lefty, and he needs to believe in personal responsibility and that's the reason why I want you to be masculine, because a man that is masculine is also a man with values, and it's also a man that likes to have a purpose that is driven, a man that.
This is what I'm saying. Like now you're going to a conference where like every man there is striving to be Rourke.
Yeah.
Like who the fuck doesn't want that? Like the ideal man is Rourke.
I think you need to go to a Republican weightlifting contest.
Seven, you're so wrong about that because you assume they've read the book. Okay, most haven't read the book. Most can't even read.
If you're paying like $2,000 to go to an objectivist conference for like
Oh
a few
yeah,
days,
I guess so. Yeah, sure.
yeah, trust me, like you're invested in objectivism.
I think that that's the point with
I don't know if
that,
I want an Ayn nerd. I don't know.
No, but he has a point with that because at least he would be sharing certain values that are.
Where is it? Is it near you? Is it close to you?
Well, next year it's in Boston.
Oh.
So I might go with my girlfriend.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to in Greece.
Because I'm going to.
I want proof of life of said girlfriend.
I'm not doxing my girlfriend.
What?
Just know that she has Jewish blood in her.
She has Jewish blood, so it sounds partial.
Well, it's her grandfather. Her grandfather was a Russian Jew.
Grandfather, so what's the rest of it?
Wait, on the mother's side or the father's side?
Oh yeah, fair enough. On the on the father's side. Her mom was on her mother's side. They were Spanish.
Catholics?
Yeah.
Mm. Was she baptized?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's French, so I think that she is as Catholic as.
Yeah, she's a mutt. She's like Russian, German, French, Spanish.
can't relate, but yeah, cool.
Well, I did need a proof of life of that girlfriend. You don't believe him? He has a girlfriend.
It's because I spent too much time over here. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know how he fits her into his life.
Do you think he's too autistic to have a girlfriend?
No,
I mean, that is for
he's
that
far
is for
from
damn sure.
I can't say he's far from autistic, but no.
No, he's not
It was
far
a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Hey, Lou.
No, definitely autistic.
Lou. Come up here, Lou.
Rhodey, come on.
Rhodey?
Oh my god, I haven't been looking at the audience. I was playing.
Why aren't you inviting them? Invite them.
I did. I invited Rhodey. He said he couldn't come up. Now he's gone.
Bye, Rhodey.
But they can also raise their hand. Actually, all they have to do. Oh no, they have to raise their hand.
No, but you see
Yeah,
the
but
difference between.
why would you make someone raise their hand? It's such a.
Because it's a house. They have to.
No,
but it's just a voluntary thing, you know. If they want to come up, they just.
Or you could invite them up, right?
I did. That's why I invited Rhodey. I invited Rhodey, but he couldn't come. Hey, Jules.
Oh my god. This is
Hey.
insane.
What's insane?
Who's saying hey?
That was Jules.
Hey.
All right, Hampton.
Hi.
Hi.
Hampton, today I saw a baby, a black baby with gray eyes. It was the most beautiful thing, and I think that that's what you wanted to be, right?
Why do people think that just because I wear blue contact, or did 3 years ago, that I wanted to like have these eyes? It was a fashion statement. Like people dye their hair. I haven't worn those in like 2 years.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Actually, I think I took a screenshot. Let me see if I have it so I can PTR it. He was amazing. That kid is gonna be super attractive when he grows up.
Who's this?
Oh, just a kid that I saw on. I think it was on Twitter. It's a black kid with gray eyes, but it was such a. Here it is. I think he's gonna look amazing when he grows up. Okay, PPR. Look at that.
My dog keeps getting.
He's a little scary.
Well,
that looks scary as fuck.
No,
Yeah, like a little bit demonic.
Yeah,
Demon possession. Wait.
Baby, I don't know if you
has the body of a
zoom it
Greek
in.
god.
Screenshot and zoom it in. He's got beautiful eyes.
Yeah.
For sure.
The devil came in pleasing forms. I don't know what to say.
Yo, this kid is gonna be the biggest fuckboy ever.
He's going to be, exactly. He's gonna be super handsome. He's got a beautiful face.
But I mean, it'd be different if they were green. It's the gray that is throwing me off. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Yo, that's so scary to me. I don't like that.
Do any of you have dogs?
But, you know, God bless the baby. Sprinkle some holy water on him.
What did you say, Hannah?
I was asking if anybody had dogs.
Yeah, Abby was talking about her dog a moment ago.
What type of dog?
Her mom is 8 months old.
What kind of dog is it?
Abby?
Okay. Hi.
What kind of dog do you have? Is Simon asking.
It's a chocolate one.
A chocolate lab. Oh, that's nice.
That's him in the.
What is yours?
Mine's a cocker spaniel.
Oh, those dogs are beautiful, but they're super electric.
It's pretty much the same color as yours, but if the dog in your PTR is yours.
PTR, yeah. PTR. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do mine.
Where's my phone?
I just saw there's an Instagram account. This guy goes all around the country and takes pictures of people's dogs and puts them on his Instagram. He's called like the Dogster. So he just did one with a spaniel. It's weird that you say that. It's a chocolate spaniel, so it looks like my dog, but like a cocker
with hair. With hair.
And it was Stephen Colbert's dog. He just happened to stop. That's who was walking down the street. But I wonder. It's called. If you Google this, it's the state dog of South Carolina. Whatever the state dog is, it's kind of spaniel.
Didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, evidently states have dogs, so it's a state dog, and it looks like a Cocker Spaniel, only chocolate color. So I wonder, Simon, is yours definitely a Cocker, or I wonder if it's one of this, like another one? Because they're usually more golden color.
Yeah, no, this is yeah, but she like her parents are like special, like specially bred and like all this fucking bullshit.
Look at this.
But it's definitely Cocker.
These brown spaniels.
Like everywhere I go, I see these Cocker Spaniels, and like I'm just like, these are fucking ugly ass dogs, like really ugly. And then I compare, because I'm comparing them to like mine, and like some of them are like these fucking skinny, like rat looking things with this ugly fur, and then like they see my dog. By the way, I PTR'd it on my other account.
So, I'm not feeling comfortable when I have like 3 Simons instead.
Right, yeah.
That's really cute.
Alright, I'm putting this thing in the chat. This is called the dog. This is you gotta follow this account on Instagram. Like he's got a gazillion followers.
Yeah, your dog is pretty cute, Simon.
Yeah, he is adorable.
Thank you. Yeah,
Abby's dog is so regal looking. Abby, he looks like a little prince.
My dog's name
Or
is
something.
Jake.
Like I went into town yesterday.
Jake.
I went into town yesterday, and I'm sitting down. I'm sitting at in a restaurant, and like right next to us, there's like a couple that walk by with this like with a Cocker Spaniel, but it's like black and white, like Oreo. And like I just see like this like sad looking dog with these massive ears, like it's like super disproportionate, like ugly fur. And I'm just like looking at my dog, and I'm like, fuck, this is like a beautiful dog. And then like the husband of this woman like sits down and like sees the dog, and he starts like freaking out, like he must have said like she's beautiful like 25 times. And I'm just like, by the end I'm like, okay, yo, like I got it. Like, it's a beautiful dog, I got it.
Okay, so it's
yeah,
called a Boyton Spaniel. Spaniel is the chocolate
Boyton.
colored Boykin. And if you look at this Instagram account, if you follow it, like recently he was walking down the street in New York and saw a guy in a suit with a gorgeous dog. So went to take a picture of the dog, and it turned out to be Colbert, and that's his dog. But they're when they're chocolate.
What's the name of the account?
The doggist.
The Doggist thing.
Oh, but these are gun dogs though.
Yeah, they're hunting dogs, right?
Yeah.
I got my dog from a breeder in Georgia. I had to fly to Georgia to get him, and the breeder breeds mostly hunting labs. So in the litter, I asked him for like not the reject, but the one that like wouldn't be the hunting dog, because the more manic they are, the better hunting the hunting dogs they are. So I found like he chose the one in the litter, but normally this particular breeder, they all go up to like Montana, and they have a lot of energy.
This is a beautiful dog though.
Thank you. Got green eyes.
Oh yeah, I love when dogs have.
Oh wow, Adrian Dittman is here. He's like quite a thing on. You guys know who he is? He's like an Elon clone on.
And on the doggist.
I don't know what the dog. No, he's in the audience here. He's Adrian Dittman. He sounds just like Elon Musk. Like a lot of people think he is Elon Musk, and like his like troll alt account, but I've been convinced he's not actually Elon Musk. But he's become famous just for sounding exactly like Elon Musk and talking and kind of shilling for Elon Musk.
Who?
The guy in the audience, you see him, Adrian Dittman?
Adrian? Okay, let me put him on.
You guys like my little doggy?
Sorry to put him on the spot. I'm
But
a little bit like, oh, it's a celebrity.
Is he the guy or is he
It's a
just
fake
called like the
celebrity.
guy?
Wait, where are we looking? Wait, where are we looking?
In the audience of this
In
room.
the audience, I just invited him
Friends
to
with
come
this.
up. Adrian, come up.
He might not come up. It's cool. Sorry to
What
put you on
about
the
him?
spot, Adrian. You're cool.
What about Adrian?
Just I'm like fan.
like
I'm a little bit like celeb, whatever, starstruck because he's like kind of semi-famous on Twitter now.
Okay.
He sounds exactly like Elon Musk. Like if he started speaking, you would be like, "Holy shit, I'm talking to Elon."
Adrian, you have a fan.
My dog
if you
Oreo.
have noticed.
What's her name?
Just be
Oreo.
careful, Adrian.
Oreo.
Don't share with
Yeah, she's so
him.
cute.
Hold on.
Adrian
Don't add
Denton
him
with one
in
T and one N. That's
social
me,
media, wherever he
Adrian
can send photos,
Denton.
because Agent is known for sending very indecent photographs.
Lies.
Yeah. So if you don't
Issa
want
likes
dick
them
pics
though.
in your...
Issa likes them.
Oh, wait, is
You know,
Agent the
I've
one?
never received a dick pic in my life.
Okay. I can fix that.
No,
for you.
you just asked for it. You just asked for it.
No, not because I don't add people that easily to my media.
Wait, is Agent the guy who says that he used to be a libertarian?
No, Agent was a communist. Slowly he has moved. Slowly and quietly he has moved to the right. I mean, more to the center, but leaning a little bit right in certain things. But I'm saying he has done it quietly because he's like, oh, please don't say that I think like this. But yeah.
Every day I become a little more radicalized on.
Agent, you're Canadian, no?
What, to the progressive side?
Oh, he's Canadian.
Are you Canadian, Adrian?
Yeah, he's Canadian.
I'm a dual citizen.
So,
where in Canada?
What do you think of Stephen Harper? Did you like him?
Well, I wasn't a citizen at the time, but I actually, I immigrated under Harper, and I was grateful that they let me in under his watch. He was really boring. So the thing was, I guess here were the two things. Like once Trudeau was running against him, Trudeau was saying, I will legalize marijuana. And Stephen Harper was saying, we're keeping it illegal. And so at the time, I mean, based on not knowing anything else, and Trudeau not really distinguishing himself all that much, or anything he did just was noise to me. Really, he was running on I'm a pretty boy, and I have good energy, and yay Canada, and I'll legalize pot. So I was like, yeah, hell yeah. He supports my values, so I want Trudeau to win. Then I became a citizen after Trudeau was in power, and then finally after a year or two or whatever, we finally got our legal pot, and I was like, okay, we're good. I mean, you did all this feminist budget, you've done a bunch of virtue. Every way we've looked askance at any indigenous or minority group, and at the time they weren't going so hard on because we're white, but now it's he's gone just full steam ahead on all the woke bullshit, and the guy likes to role play and LARP. He has a fetish for non-white victim. It's not just oh, I support this woke religious stuff. He's he has a literal fetish. The guy, how many times has he dressed up in black or brown face, costume?
He was talking about Trudeau too much. He's getting scared.
Yeah, we lost you. Agent, you know that Harper was very popular in the U.S. People really liked him, and he was very, very respected when he was in office. So I was just curious, but it sounds like you weren't in Canada when he was in office. So I was curious how he was received there. But he was popular in the States. He had some great people in him.
He had some very good people. He understood economics well.
He does not understand economics, and he is deeply unpopular.
And look at his color choices. Look, his suit is beautiful. That blue. The shoes phenomenal, really expensive, and look at the socks that he puts together with them. This man has no taste. That's Trudeau meeting with
Yeah, he used to wear
Biden.
like Star Wars socks, and he every day was like some new like I'm
He's
a
a
child
man-child.
socks.
Yeah, he's a man-child. Yeah, I just fucking hate everything about Canada, to be honest. Like,
I mean,
literally everything.
aren't you thrilled that they have not won a Stanley Cup in so long? I mean,
Yes.
happy about that, truthfully. Let's keep the cup. Let's keep the cup in our borders.
What,
Listen,
Marshall?
I'm Canadian, and I'm
Canada
saying,
has
like,
the record for
let's
the
go.
longest
Wait.
sniper shot ever
You're
recorded.
Canadian?
2.5
You said you were
miles from
Italian.
American Cal.
Yeah.
No, I talked to
But
my.
Simon, do you want to explain that? Like why all the hockey players come from there, but they can't win a cup in their own country?
Just they all get exported to the U.S. for high-paying jobs.
That's right.
I mean, they came close this past year.
It's
but...
true. All the high-skilled Canadians go to the States.
Yeah. I have a friend who plays in the
We're even
NHL.
importing Russian hockey players and Eastern European hockey players.
A lot of Swedish too.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of Swedish, yeah.
We pay the most money, so we get the best players.
I met a lot of Swedish people who used to play in the not a lot, but I met a few people in Sweden that they played in the NHL, and they loved their experience in America.
Do you know who played in Sweden? Do you know the guy that's after October 7th? He's in the Israeli high level at the IDF, but he was the spokesman. They used him a lot on CNN. And
That guy Jonathan, the English speaker. Korvala. Yeah, he's now a war commentator. He works at the.
But listen, he was from Sweden, and he was an ice hockey player before he immigrated to Israel.
He works at a think tank now.
Is that where he is?
Yeah, he's like it's the equivalent of the American Enterprise Institute, but for like war college studies or something.
Can you say his last name?
Corvallis, or here I'll look it up. Yeah, he was great in the beginning of the war, and then he was gone. I don't know what happened.
He was on every day on CNN.
Yeah, he was great.
Fox. I mean, even on the networks, they had him.
Jonathan Coricus, Conricus. He's on X. And he's at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. He was Lieutenant Colonel, of course, retired. Jonathan Conricus.
Conricus.
Yeah, he's a senior fellow at FTD. Focuses on the Middle East. I think that's the Washington D.C. based. Jonathan Corricus is a senior fellow at FTD. He served in the IDF for 24 years as a combat commander in Lebanon and Gaza Strip. He also served as a military diplomat, foreign relations expert, and international spokesperson.
We met him, this is before the 7th. We were there right around the time when it was the playoffs. So we were all wearing Knights jerseys. And he thought it was great that this whole group he was meeting with, we met him on the border, had hockey jerseys on. And then he told us that he grew up in Sweden and he was a player.
Sorry.
Oh wait, are those the guys that played for or someone else? It's not the guy who plays for the Canucks, or used to play for the Canucks. There was some Swedish twins used to play on the Canucks. I don't know if they still do that. I'm really bad. I lived in Vancouver and
I mean, we have Swedish on our team. Carlson. It's like one of our best players. There's a lot of Swedes, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot.
A lot of what?
Swedish people that play hockey in America.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Swiss people as well.
Their hockey facilities are huge in Sweden.
How much does a Trump 2024 cost the United States?
What, Philip?
How much does a Trump 2024 head cost you outside the United States?
It's different based on if you're a blue state or a red state.
I didn't understand what he said.
How much did your hat cost, Isa?
My hat. Well, that is a 2020. I just put a 4 on top of it. And a friend that was, well, my CTO in my previous company, he was, he's a lefty, and he was always making fun of me. And so he thought that I was going to get all offended, and he gave it to me for this Christmas, this Santa thing, the secret Santa stuff. And I got really excited. So I don't know how much it cost to him. But he got me the hat. Yeah, he's Irish. He bought it for me.
Have you offended anybody with your hat yet?
I don't know what you mean. I don't offend people. People choose to get offended. I don't know if they are getting offended or not.
That's a good response.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good response. I admire that response. I don't know. I didn't offend them. They got to choose. I just said I don't think I have the courage to wear a Trump 20. I don't think I have the courage to run a Trump hat in any of the states that
Are you for Trump?
I'm not going to vote for either one of the idiots.
Good for you. I like you.
Philip, I'm seeing more people wearing them around
Nice,
here.
Philip.
I'm seeing more people on.
I think it could be dangerous to wear it outside. I don't know.
I see it.
I think we're wearing it down here for sure.
They're definitely wearing it on the strip. I see it in the casinos.
Philip, what about our?
Well, I live in a very democratic part of Texas. It's been that way for a really long time.
That doesn't matter.
It's like it is surprising that we are getting more people wearing Trump hats where I live.
You could wear a Trump hat in Austin. Agent RFK is an anti-Semite, so that kind of makes it a no-go.
Depending on what part of Austin you're in, Philip, sure. But there's some part of Austin where you're going to get massive amounts of shit for it.
He's a huge supporter of Israel, Philip. But
That doesn't
he might also be anti-Semite, but he loves RFK.
Yeah. That Nazi sure loves Israel.
Well, yeah, RFK. That's what
a lot of Nazis do like Israel. That's true.
That's what got RFK killed was his support of Israel.
Is that right? Is that what you think?
Yeah, read the speeches that RFK gave up until. Yeah, he was very we have to stand by Israel. I can send them to you, Philip, if you want.
I believe you. I remember some of this.
Yeah, he was a very strong
I'm just curious,
Zionist.
For the other Jewish folks in the room, have you heard that RFK Jr. is an atheist?
No. He's a good supporter of Israel. His father, obviously.
It's like his father.
I thought, well, the issue is that he says things that are pretty horrible. I mean, I'll pull some of these things out. Hold on.
Being an anti-vaxxer doesn't make you an anti-Semite.
No, but dropping a dead bear in the middle of Central Park is a little odd.
Being an anti-vaxxer makes you an anti-Semite?
No, he said
he said doesn't. He said it doesn't. I'll tell you what's weird. His proposal that you should receive a $5,000 ticket for denial of climate change. That is like you would get shot down in federal courts real quick in a hurry. But the fact it's a good idea. Insane.
Okay, here we go. Do you want to look? If you want
He's a
to,
rabid leftist when it comes to environmentalism. He's a rabid leftist.
I would like people to tell me if this makes you an anti-Semite or not. Hold on, I'm gonna read the quote.
Makes.
Let's see. Hold on, real fast. Okay, here we go. He made comments about RFK. This is a New York Times article. Do you want me to post this before I
put it on the chat so we can all look at it.
Read us the highlight.
He basically said that. No, I want to make sure I'm accurate because I guarantee if I'm not 100% accurate, people are going to say he didn't really mean what he said. Hold on.
Oh, it's behind a paywall, so you're gonna have to read it.
No.
I don't give them my money.
Capitalism at its finest. Good for you, Yakov.
Well, if they're gonna call terrorists since 1987 militants, then I'm not gonna give them my cash.
I think we're fixing I think we're fixing Yaakov.
What do you mean fixing?
He's pretty free market. It's just
No, I've been free. Look, I got my economics and business degree in 1991.
We're making you tougher. We're making you more tolerable. We're making you. I don't know. Like I like the Yaakov.
Okay, thanks. It's in a free market, guys.
We're making you to say sorry less times. You see?
And that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. My dad actually used to tell me that don't say sorry, it makes you look weak. And I used to say, oh my God, what a jerk, but maybe he's right.
He's absolutely right.
Is NBC News good enough for any of you people, or would you rather have Jewish Insider?
Look,
actually, Jewish Insider would work.
Look, as long as it's a quote, it's in quotes. That's what I read. I don't read the stuff before and after the end quote.
Yeah, any adjectives, just ignore them. You know.
Exactly. Just only look between the quotes.
There you go. Throw that in your. I haven't read the article, but I'm pretty sure it's in the exact same place.
Okay, let's
going.
check it out.
Also, it's also hard for me to read because I'm driving right now, so it's a little bit hard to be accurate. But anyways, this is one of the many things you said that is problematic.
Oh, is this the ethnically targeted COVID-19 thing?
Yeah.
All right. So
I'll be honest with you.
less likely to get it.
Well, hold on.
What if I have 4% Ashkenazi Jew?
There was a room in the first year of Clubhouse when we were talking about COVID, and I raised the idea that if you look at China, it's kind of homogeneous DNA-wise, the Han people. So if you wanted to, you could try to create a virus that targeted non-Han people. The problem is like the U.S., we're mutts. We're like all sorts of different things. So they would have had to figure out a thing that spared them but attacked everyone else. And I just think, I proposed at the time that maybe just got out of hand and, got released. But I've read since then that, people have tried to figure out how to target, a virus with one person. So it's perfectly possible. But I wouldn't go on record as a politician saying that it was. Like, unless you have proof,
it makes him sound crazy.
Exactly. Look, it is eminently possible to have something latch onto a certain genetic type.
Oh, but wait, because if that were possible, then the theory that race is a social construct, then it wouldn't
be problematic
speak anymore. Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, here's the quote. COVID-19. There is an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and Black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. We don't know whether it was deliberately targeted or not, but there are papers on there that show the racial or ethnic differential and impact. And then he says later, I was just citing a peer-reviewed published paper. There are certainly some nations that did a lot better, but we don't know why. I wasn't saying the paper was true.
Yeah, but
once you open your mouth, you can't take that back. It's like once you see something, you can't unsee it. So it's.
No, the problem is that you're putting it out as your opinion, right? Because otherwise, just don't mention it. If you're doubting it, just don't mention it, or say that you don't think it's true. Or you've read.
This is like the time that Yaakov said that all the banks are owned by the Jews. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
Yaakov?
Yeah.
We do own all the banks.
But we all know that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the media as well. And what else?
And we're doing a terrible job. If we do on the media, we are doing. That's what I love against
the
people who say we control everything. I said, if we own the media, we're doing a really bad job. Anyone want to buy it at a discount?
It's so amazing. I mean, it's so amazing like that. And I'm not. Like, this is the issue when you get people like him, is that's just one of his conspiracy theories. We can go into his other conspiracy theories, too, down the road.
What other conspiracy theories has he had?
Oh, he said several.
He's an anti-vaxxer. He's not, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll just research it. Hold on. RFK conspiracies.
That might be for
respond to this one about COVID?
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Oh, yeah. Yes, what's up? So, listen, I don't like RFK, and I think that he spoke in a fairly casual way because he was speaking to people who aren't scientists, whatever, and his argument probably could have been framed differently in a more concise way so that it couldn't be taken out of context. But as much as all of that's true, for him to be citing a paper and talking hypothetically or theoretically about gain of function and what can happen because of it based on a study, whether one agrees with the study or not, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Maybe the setting was the wrong one. Like I said, maybe he could have been more concise, so it wasn't so easy to take him out of context. But the fact is that certain viruses attach to things in our body, and depending on, oftentimes you can correlate these, like the presence of, I think it's ACE2 receptors might be the paper that this was talking about. You can look at strong correlations between ethnicity and the number of these receptors that you have, and the more receptors you have, the worse of a response that virus you're going to have. So, I think it's totally okay to be critical of him, but when we start saying that, once you're talking about things that are in, research studies or whatever, and that you just shouldn't do it, that's, to me, that's kind of capitulating to the environment that we've created in a way that I'm uncomfortable with. I don't think there's anything wrong with people talking about this stuff, because it's true that you can find correlations and you could look at what the outcomes might be. Maybe it's not true that they've advanced to the point where they could create these viruses, but I don't think that because of cancel culture or the way that people try to negotiate with words that come out of your mouth in order to make you look bad, that's the reason for us to say once he's addressed this, he can't take it back. He just shouldn't speak about it. We should be pushing against people who mischaracterize people in his circumstances. And I'm saying this as someone, I also think that he's a conspiracy theorist. This I would not label as a conspiracy theory. I would just label this as something that seems to be possible through science based on how a lot of these viruses work. And we should push back on the people who try to think he is something that he's not, when there's no proof of him being that thing, especially based on this situation.
Well, yeah, before you came in, we did say it was possible. We just didn't have the evidence to prove it. But here are the conspiracies that he's talked about on the campaign trail. COVID-19 targets certain races and gives others immunity. We talked about that. Mass shootings are linked to prescription drugs.
What? Can you do it?
Mass shootings are linked to prescription drugs. Kennedy Jr. blames school shootings on drugs like antidepressant Prozac in a recent Twitter Spaces discussion, telling owner Elon Musk, quote, prior to the introduction of Prozac, we had almost none of these events. And then in parentheses, there's no scientifically established correlation between psychiatric drugs and mass violence, according to experts cited by PolyFact.
But even that, according to what Kelly was saying as well, it doesn't mean that it's a causation, but there might be a correlation, right?
Correct, but correlation does not always mean causation.
I get it, but when you have other points of reference, let's say, for example, Switzerland, which is also full of guns, but you don't have mass shootings here, then you are able to take some point of reference, like what is different, what are those things, that maybe Switzerland has lower than the US or whatever it is.
How about I read all of them and then we can talk about them?
No.
You want the list or you want to talk one at a time? Your room.
Is it just me, or listening to RFK for longer than 2 minutes is really hard?
It's me too.
It's me too. I think once you have your mind made up about it, it's really hard to actually care what he has to say. It's kind of like listening to Joe Biden. You don't really need to listen to him because you're better off just finding out what his people are going to correct his words to be. Because
I don't know
So
if
this-
it's in the Matrix, but yeah, that's a fair point.
So there's a couple more till we get to the best one that's most personal to him. So
Keep
the
going, keep going.
the 2004 presidential election was stolen. Okay. The CIA was involved in the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy. A lot of people have said that. This is the one that the wrong person may have been convicted of killing his father. RFK Jr. cast doubt on the conviction of Sirhan Sirhan in the 1968 assassination of his father. Sirhan Sirhan confessed days later, though his lawyers have claimed in recent years that he was hypnotized and coerced to kill Kennedy. That's an interesting one. I have read that separately, not from him, but from his lawyers. Pharmaceutical industry is throwing money at Democrats. I think they throw money at both parties. That's something good.
That's true.
Gun ownership in Switzerland is similar to the United States.
Not really.
While vowing not to take away anyone's guns if elected president, Kennedy Jr. made the debunked claim, despite data that shows U.S. civilians possess an average of 120.5 firearms. We looked at that a couple days ago on this.
Yeah. Per
100 people, exactly, the highest per capita rate in the world compared to 27.6 in Switzerland, according to the Small Arms Survey. So yeah, he got that one wrong.
Yeah.
The COVID-19 virus was genetically engineered. Yeah, that's possible.
But these theories that you're saying, they're not that far-fetched.
No, they're not.
Just talking about, he's just talking about what people have been talking about in the past 4 years.
Exactly.
And there are, I'm not saying that there is evidence, because if there had been complete evidence, then it would stop being a theory and it would already be a crime. But there are indicators that make it plausible. So I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see, a couple more. I mean, a lot of these, are based in some form of reality. It's just how he says them that are difficult. The COVID-19 virus was genetically engineered. Oh, sorry, I repeated that one. Former White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci and Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates sought to exaggerate the pandemic in part to promote vaccines.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
What else?
Vaccines can cause autism.
Yeah.
Okay.
These things are not too crazy.
No. On the surface, they're not. It's just the clips are crazy. The clips make them sound crazy.
Did he just say that the vaccines can cause autism?
Yeah, for years, Kennedy
Can't
Jr.
cause autism, yeah.
For years, Kennedy Jr. has promoted the theory that the preservative thiamycin, I don't know what that word means, which has largely been phased out of modern vaccine formulas, appears to be responsible for a rise in autism diagnoses, and that the government knew but, quote, knowingly allowed the pharmaceutical industry to poison an entire generation of American children, end quote. He wrote in Rolling Stone and Saloon in 2006.
Correct.
Despite consensus among a number of certified health organizations, including the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the World Health Organization, and more than that, have found no credible link between vaccines and autism.
Correct. And this is the issue, right? Like, if you're going to have somebody run for the president of the United States and he's going to discount every institution that America has.
Well, here's the problem. There has been a rise in autism diagnosis because how we diagnose autism has changed. And our ability there's been a rise in cancer diagnosis is only because we've developed technology to find cancer earlier.
That's true.
No, bro, don't talk no type of stupid now that I'm in the room, bro. Anybody say anything stupid, I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
All I'm
You're
saying
not
is
gonna do
our
this.
ability,
Keep going.
our ability to detect things is not the causal relationship in the percentage increase. It just means in the 50s, we had X percentage likelihood of finding cancer before someone dies. Now we have X plus 12 or whatever. We've gotten better at detecting it. Doesn't mean that the percentage of people that are getting cancer is increasing. It just means our detection has gotten better. That's one explanation.
Also, we have more ways to we have more diseases now these days that we can diagnose because we're more minute in the things. Like if you look at like something I have, a rheumatoid arthritis, and you look at the different types of autoimmune diseases, if you look at how many different autoimmune diseases we have today, it's not like we haven't had these in the past. we know more about them, so we can actually subcategorize them even better now. So I mean, like, this is like, I think people think that, you know, like, we had the same sense of knowledge 50 years ago or 100 years ago. It always throws me off when people don't understand, like, we are actually more knowledge today than we had 100 years ago. Our science is better as well, but it doesn't mean that we didn't have those issues 100 years ago.
He also has a 9/11 conspiracy. I need to find that. It's hard to. Oh, here's what he said on 9/11. My take on 9/11. It's hard to tell what is a conspiracy theory and what isn't, but conspiracy theories flourish when the government routinely lies to the public. As president, I won't take sides on 9/11 or any of the other debates, but what I can promise is that I will open the files on, and then sorry, it gets cut off by Twitter. That's all I have.
That's good. I mean, like, I would like him to open the files.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanna
let
see-
him open the fucking files. That's why I want Trump in office. Because last time he was in there, he the reason we know all the shit we know about UFOs now. When he put out that COVID bill shit.
No.
I'm not going down the UFO rabbit hole. Calm your fucking vagina down.
Hey, you know what?
Hey,
respect.
watch out, because if you go there, you're not gonna be in the room, dude. So
There's only-
choose the way that you talk, okay?
That's right, man. Show some respect. But hey, listen.
Yeah,
What?
so you in jail.
This is a question for the room. What does the top 10 poorest cities in America have in common?
They're all Democrats.
Say some racist shit.
They all have Haitians. Haitians.
Nope.
No? Oh.
Somebody got close.
News
Somebody
break.
got close.
Israeli-
They've all
Each prison,
had.
all of them.
Hold on, listen.
They all have what?
They have all had Democratic mayors since 1989. The
Wow.
top 10 poorest cities in America.
Wow. Oh, major breaking
Hasn't
news. Hold
changed
on.
at any time for
Hold
our
on.
Republicans?
Nope.
I need my major breaking news, please.
Okay, an
Israel-
Israeli airstrike deep inside Lebanon on Friday evening killed Samir Mohammed al-Hajj, a senior Hamas commander. What he was doing in Lebanon is interesting. That's my parenthetical. The strike targeted his car on the outskirts of Sidon, about 40 miles from the Israeli border. Al-Hajj, who oversaw attacks against Israel and commanded Hamas forces in An al-Hilwa refugee camp and was responsible for recruiting and training more terrorists there, was killed while his bodyguard was critically wounded. This just came over the wire.
Hold on.
Can you do me a favor? Can you say his
You
name?
said, hold on one second. You said Friday night. Does it say
Yeah.
any time? Because right now it's 2:30 in Israel.
Right, so it was like in the eve, because I'm looking at the photos and it was still daylight, so it was probably about 5, yeah,
Probably
sometime
like 5 hours ago
5,
or
6,
something
yeah,
like that.
yeah. But it just came over Jewish breaking news.
Okay, sorry.
What did you want, Philip? Philip, what?
Can you say his name 5 times, please?
That's going to be kind of hard. 5 times. Samir Mahmoud al-Hajj. Samir Mahmoud al-Hajj. Like, this is like unique New York. Samir Mahmoud al-Hajj. I can't do 2 more of those. Thank you, you asshole.
Those with really Arabic accents.
Oh, it's so good.
Very deep with the.
Thank you for that, Philip.
Yes, I could.
Alright, but look. Shout out to Israel. They the big gangsters of the Middle East, respectfully. Okay? Because they're saying when them little...
I can't wait for this.
What anti-Semite shit? Jesus
When
Christ.
he
this is
feels
Nazi
that they need to
propaganda.
say respectfully, a bomb is coming.
At the end of the day,
At the end of the day, actually, you know what? We've been missing you, dude, because I was actually wondering where you were because people were
You did,
coming
she was worried.
saying at the end of the day, and I was like, oh
no
my
doubt,
God, where
no
is
doubt.
this?
At the end of the day, no doubt, no doubt.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
You know, brother, keep his catchphrases and all that. I know, I'm a trendsetter. It is what it is.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
feel you.
Where were
I'm
you?
glad.
Were you in
Yeah,
jail?
were you in jail?
Yeah, I was
Terrible.
Hold on a
You
second. I have a question about Jellish. With the new bond policy, or is it? I'm sorry.
What did you say? What did you just say?
He said with the new bond policies.
Man, these motherfuckers. Very funny, brother.
Ish, how many times a day do you say MF? How many
Wait, so
times
is
a day?
that yes, ish or no?
What is MF? Come on.
Motherfucker.
Okay, say it.
Okay, motherfucker. I'll embrace the motherfucker.
All right.
Just embrace it.
So I'm gonna refrain from using the word MF.
You can.
No, don't say MF.
No, just be yourself. I just
you guys
asked the-
sound like kindergartners. Oh, the F word,
No,
the P word.
Oh, give me a fucking break. Just be quiet.
I mean, I don't know anymore what you guys are talking about when you talk like that.
We don't know what we're talking about either. I'm still waiting for him to drop his bomb on us.
Okay. So look, respectfully, right?
Respectfully, go on.
This can't be respectful.
At the end of the day, no doubt,
I'm an American.
respectfully.
Look,
No,
I'm
you're
an
an
American.
Asian.
That is the most
What are you
gangster
talking about?
thing
Yes,
I've
I'm
ever
Haitian
heard.
ethnically, but
You're an
we're talking about
import.
my nationality.
You're an import.
Okay, go ahead.
Beast. Yo,
At the end of
Bucket
the day,
was
go
fucking
ahead.
beast today. What the hell?
It's so
Okay,
good.
so
This room is so good.
look,
This is
my
all
government,
us.
right? My government apparently
Which
they
one?
crying broke.
Which
Okay. And mind you, whilst crying broke, they begging other nations to produce the money that they were supposed to come up with, that they agreed to come up with, like Canada and, you know what I'm saying, a lot of these European countries that wasn't putting up their little 3%. I think the brother Yaakov said it was like 2.2%.
Hold on, what are you talking about? What kind of
about
fund?
NATO
Is it
now, all of a
the
sudden.
aliens? Are you talking
Well-
about aliens right now?
I'm a little
No,
lost,
I'm not
so
talking about aliens. Why y'all cut me off? This is the problem. This is why y'all never learn anything, because y'all don't have the patience to learn. This is a fucking
Because I'm a woman.
ADHD-like disability.
She's the woman.
No, for real, you have to have the patience. You gotta sit still in your seat and absorb these lessons. Absorb this knowledge.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
She doesn't have a husband to discipline her, so
Correct.
she has no self-control.
It's 2%. That was off by
Control
0.2.
issues.
It's
Anyway, go
2%
ahead.
of GDP.
What
That's
are
a
you
real quick
talking about?
insert
What-
here. I've never heard a better excuse for Philip to have a husband.
It's really so bad.
That was funny.
That's so
Thanks, Mommy. I appreciate that. Oh, she's
But
kind of
so you're talking about NATO? Are you talking about NATO-ish, or are you talking about something else?
See, you'll learn what I'm talking about if you're patient enough to listen to what I have to say.
It's just that you need to and listen, Meyer has always asked you to do this. You need to first drop your theory and then break it down. Because what you do is that you start from the bottom and you start building up, but in the building up you go to many places and then you lose us.
Hold on,
So-
are we talking about, when you say you're starting from the bottom and you're building up, are we talking about gay stuff here, or are you saying?
Maybe. I don't know.
When did you turn into such a jokester?
He comes out every once in a while. It just, I'm not allowed to in other rooms. Jeff stops it.
You see, you have the opportunity to be yourself. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Ish, there's your card at the top.
To make the puns.
Okay,
Listen,
go ahead.
I think Israel is in a nice little situation. Okay? Turkey perhaps being a glitch in that little matrix. You know, time will tell that tale. But the fact of the matter is, okay, security is the pretext for expansion.
Oh my God.
This is the blatant truth.
Do you
Okay.
keep believing that Israel is doing this because they want to expand?
All right, love.
No, I'm
Can I
not
share?
your love.
No,
But
why
you've
you
said
not my
this
love?
many times, because you've said this many times, and I think it's crazy. Israel has no interest in Gaza, dude.
All right,
We withdraw from
You-
Gaza.
you guys don't watch anything. This is how I know you don't watch anything. Look, I was watching Netanyahu's 1996 address to Congress, right? And this guy's actually a comedian. He had me dying. You know what he said? He said, look at all of these countries in Africa, okay? They have military bases there. The government hosts the military base. You don't see anybody crying occupation, okay? It's not occupation. what the fuck are we talking about here? Okay? Israel needs to be in this part of the region for security issues. All right? Otherwise, we don't see how we can exist in relationship to these people. So it's not occupation, which is a military base. That's it. Why can't we just see it for what it is?
Why do
you do such a
use
high
the
accent?
high-pitched voice?
Yeah, what's up with it?
Are you drunk? Or are you
What's up
high?
with that?
Well, you guys did
Listen, it
just
don't
ask
matter
if he
what
was
I-
recently incarcerated.
It don't matter if I'm drunk.
Which region are you referring to?
It don't matter if I'm drunk. It don't matter if I'm high. What matters is if I'm making sense. That's what matters. And I'm making all the sense in the world. The problem with some of you guys, right, is that you live in fucking North Korea. You don't know from the sky from the ground, all right? You live in a fucking bubble. So you need folks like me, all right, who are outside of your bubble, who are outside of the box, to come in and expose you to another side of the world, to help you see
What will
the
we do
light and
without
step out of
you?
the dark.
We were
Have
completely
you ever,
lost
have
the
you ever
past 3
traveled
weeks.
outside the US?
The last 3 weeks, we didn't know what to do. We were completely lost.
Yeah, have
3
you ever
weeks?
traveled outside the US?
Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, why did you have such an extended hiatus? We don't agree on politics, bro, but miss hearing your voice. What's going on?
I've been chilling, bro. Like I told him, what you call it? I hit Pumalu up, and I basically let him know he got to talk with the higher ups. One of them is here right now, and the higher ups, they've been getting me shot. I got the Mossad on my ass and shit. It's a little internal squabble right now. Us as Zionists, we having a disagreement kind of thing.
Oh,
So
so
they've
you
been
got
trying to get
clipped?
me shot off the ass.
Ish, I'm super curious. Have you ever traveled outside of the US?
Yeah, I've been to DR Haiti.
Okay,
What's
nothing.
DR Haiti? Is that a country?
Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic of Haiti.
Yeah, I know. DR. I know Dominican Republic. I know of Haiti, but not DR Haiti.
Come on, Jaco. But whatever. Fuck it. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Give me a hard time. Because you like to be so precise.
Yeah.
Nah, I try to be. Look, I'm working on my speaking shit. All right, because
What is your speaking shit?
Just talking.
Talking.
He's the guy that's getting us out.
TAWKING.
Talking.
He's talking. See, this is the guy that's taking us out of our bubbles. You see.
No, absolutely, brother. I'm helping bring you to salvation. Okay, the truth will set you free. I promise. I promise.
Right.
Because Americans, we really are just fucking so lost. We're just so lost.
You're lost.
Really...
Ish.
From what?
Ish, do you accept
About what?
Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior?
There's no way. This guy's Christian.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You read me right.
There's absolutely no way.
Rastafarian, maybe?
Now that's possible. I spoke enough legally.
That's my point.
That's just racist.
That's not racist. It's across all skin colors.
I'm kidding.
I know.
If you go, well, this information is irrelevant to you guys. In any case, what's up, guys? Come on, what's going on? Let's talk about it.
Did you miss us?
Of course I did. Come on, I love hating on y'all.
Yeah.
This is hate. I'd love to see your love.
Yeah, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I missed you calling me a white devil.
I used to call you a white devil. That's fucking.
Wait, hold on fast. Marshall, why are you acting so gay today?
He always is gay.
Oh,
I'm happy. What's wrong with being happy?
He's gay, yeah.
I genuinely happy. I'm not always happy. Or at least not happy most
Have you
of the
been
time.
drinking?
Do you guys say gay?
hold on. I gotta ask.
Hold on, I asked a question. Have you been drinking?
That is a fair
No, I
question.
smoked so.
Marshall,
A
I have
little
a question.
bit.
I have a little bit of a question too, and I think this is a very fair question. You voted for Biden the last time around. Are you actually capable of voting for Camilla? Like, are you actually that?
No, dude, I'm running in Chuck Norris.
Are you serious? You finally got your sense together?
Yeah, you know, I'm voting for Chuck Norris. Like, I don't want to vote for Kamala. That's terrible.
I'm telling you, he's been drinking.
He's been drinking.
Yeah.
No, I've been smoking weed.
Yeah,
And-
you're slurring your words.
How many?
I tell you what though. I tell you what. I could drink a whole bottle of whatever the fuck.
Nobody cares.
I know. But the thing is, you can't tell. Because I'm drunk right with Marshall. Okay? And it's like,
I know.
I'm
And
the
that's
most
reason why I
sensible
asked you,
person.
how
but
much have you been drinking?
I'm the most sensible person here though. This is the crazy part. That is the most baffling part about this whole
Did you
experience.
just say that you're the most sensible person here?
Yeah, amazing. It's amazing.
Did you guys hear the news that Trump's plane had to make an emergency landing in Montana?
Really?
Another mechanical issues on his plane.
Yeah, I read that,
Forced
but-
emergency.
Oh, tell us about it, James, please.
I'll drop this CBS. I got a CBS article here.
Happens all the time.
Please.
Yeah, no, it's just mechanical
Oh my
failures
God!
in
Did you see the
No,
plane
Philip, it
that
doesn't
fell?
happen.
Hold on. Did you see the plane that fell in Brazil?
No, it happens all the time. It's
That's what I said. Yeah, okay.
No, but
really.
a
It actually
plane
gets checked
fell.
out. You would think they would get checked out
Like,
before.
there is footage of this plane like falling from the sky in Brazil, like going in circles. It had like 765 or so passengers, and it just booms in the floor. And all of a sudden, the black cloud of smoke. It's horrible. Go watch it.
Go
Yeah,
watch it. It's horrible, so go watch it.
Right.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
ATR 72, Phil.
I have a
The
question.
piston plane.
Yeah.
Or
many
turboprop,
people-
I should say.
Oh, where?
In Brazil, ATR 72.
Brazil doesn't have. I would never get a piston in another country.
No, it's a turboprop, not a piston.
Oh, it was okay. Okay.
Did you see it, Jakob?
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
It's horrible.
Yeah, these things happen.
These things happen.
They do. I mean, like how many plane flights do you think there are in the world each day?
I know, but
Thousands.
I don't know. Did I just fly a lot? I mean, I freak out with these things.
I think that his plane though would have like an extra, like specialized crew that like checks that stuff on a regular basis. Like that shouldn't happen. That should be prevented. But
What are you talking
Maybe
about?
what the controls are.
Normal maintenance.
Like
right, preventative maintenance. So you're supposed to prevent that
Every
from
plane
happening.
gets preventative maintenance.
They are trying
Right.
to
So then why did it have to make it? Then why did it have to make a?
Because like
emergency
an
landing?
APU could die in the middle of a flight, and that's
You
requires
could
them
have
to land.
You literally could have a trim control. You could have a trim
If
control.
it fails in flight, then that's not preventing it.
No, what I'm saying is
my
there
gosh.
could be a non-redundant system that
Hold up,
fails,
but
and then
if
you
you
have to
think-
land.
Listen, Fest, as somebody that actually has a job as a pilot, if you think you haven't been on an airplane with an emergency, if you've flown more than 100 times, there's a good chance you've had an emergency you didn't even know it.
Exactly.
Like, just so you know, like, every day, like, it happens. Like, things happen, and a lot of times, you can have engine outs, and you probably never know it. So,
Dude, they're trying to kill Trump.
That's what
Okay.
well,
Yes, it's
There are 100.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's from
there
the
are
Blackhawks performance.
100,000 flights approximately every day worldwide. So if 0.001% of those have an issue, that's still a lot of planes.
Jakob, okay, but the guy just got shot like 2 weeks ago, and now his fucking plane has to land because of an
What are
emergency.
the odds for that?
What's gonna happen
It's a
next?
25-year-old
It's gonna-
757.
Fine, I don't care, but the point is that it's just too much coincidence. How many lives does he have?
I'm
It's not
hoping
like
no
the
one's-
plane crashed. It made a standard diversionary approach to a different airline than if a different airport than the one that it was supposed to go to. Happens all the time, as Philip said. I'm not a pilot, and I
He
know
got
this.
shot at once, so he has a total of 8 lives now.
That
Yeah,
has
not to
happened to me
mention-
a couple of times. That's true. I have
Yeah.
had to land in our airports. But
Yes,
not my
I was on a flight from Boston to Miami, and we had to divert to like someplace in Virginia because something happened. They fixed the plane. Actually, no, they took us off and got us on a different plane. Took a couple hours, but shit happens. Like they're mechanical things. You know how many parts are in a plane?
I know. I get your point. All I'm saying is that I hope death doesn't get rich him yet, you know?
And plus, it's really hard for one aircraft technician to do something because there's, you know how many people service a plane and how many computerized checks there are. I mean, it's.
Jacob, can you please just not ruin my conspiracy theories? So
No, I'm just sorry. You're just that one was just too far fetched. I apologize. You went overboard. And planes are a great love of mine. So.
Yeah, my best friend is an aircraft mechanic. He told me, he's like, there's like 1,000,000 ways for a plane to go down, but there's like 100,000,000 ways to fix it. And he goes, I think it's like 90% of like all crashes are caused by the actual pilots. Yeah.
Correct. Pilots are usually the reason the airplanes go down. We make bad choices and you die.
That's
He used to have,
Don't be concerned with the aircraft, be concerned with
you
the
guys
pilot.
know that he used to have an airline called Trump Airline.
Really?
Yeah, he bought
I
an
didn't
shuttle.
know that.
Yeah,
He also had
guys, we used
expensive
to
real
fly
estate.
it. It was the shuttle. We used to fly it on short trips on the East Coast. He also had a helicopter company, but then he lost his 3 top executives from one of his properties in Atlantic City in a crash, a horrible crash. I don't know.
You know what was the most disgusting part of Trump Air? He bought the Eastern Shuttle, which
Trump
pretty
Air.
much went New York to Boston and New York to Washington. That was essentially the shuttle. Every hour on the hour. You didn't need a reservation. Just show up at the airport. This pre 9/11. You just get on the plane and go. So he bought the airline, painted the outsides of the planes, and in the bathroom, all of the fixtures were gold plated or looked like gold. It was the most god awful, ostentatious bathroom you have ever seen. Have you ever been to one of his properties? You know, he's fixated with gold, but to see
Like the
gold in
Vatican.
a 727, that's what, at the time, they were 727s back and forth in the Eastern Shuttle.
Didn't he buy like the most expensive property in Vegas?
In Vegas?
Yeah, wasn't it in Vegas?
No, he's got a property in Vegas. It's across from.
No, but this is like 20 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago.
All I know is my brother-in-law made
I
it.
mean, in
Atlantic City, a
in
lot of
Atlantic
properties.
City, but he didn't have a house.
Oh,
Steve
yeah.
Wynn did.
What, 4
You're talking about
hotels?
Wynn?
Now you're just making things up.
No. Like it was apparently a massive flop too.
Well, there were, I want to say, Abby, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 or 5 casinos he had in Atlantic City. My brother-in-law bought them. He had them. My brother-in-law bought the debt when they went bankrupt and did
He
really
had
well.
Trump Plaza.
Mhm.
He had the castle. He had the Taj Mahal,
Oh yeah, the Taj Mahal. That's it.
which he had gotten into a fight with Merv Griffin, and he won that one and ended up with the Taj. But it was a very, very expensive property to run. It's now the Hard Rock. Plaza closed, and the castle became Harrah's Marina.
Everything I learn about Trump, the more I like him.
Well, like literally like five years old watching Trump. Like I used to watch The Apprentice with my mom all the time growing up. Like I love this guy.
I thought you said you were 29.
And I saw you were an
Yeah.
anti-Trumper.
I said I don't like Trump's policies. I have nothing against him personally.
It's so funny.
personally.
Most people are the opposite. They love his policies, but they're not crazy about him. You're like one of the first people I've ever heard say the opposite.
Well, I'm not saying I like him. I'm just saying I don't have like I think for the country he's not very good. But like, he's an American at the end of the day. I don't really care what he does.
You were fat.
You're a what?
No.
I do love
No,
Trump. I mean,
with that.
I would marry him if he
Hey,
came.
Daniel.
Daniel, I
Didn't see you
didn't say
there.
that.
Wait, back to blue. I like to not blue.
Daniel, do you have any news on what happened with Hamas tonight?
What happened with Hamas tonight?
Oh my God! I thought you were here to
I read it. You want me to read it again?
They caught another Hamas.
Caught? They killed him. They didn't catch him. They killed him.
No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They got one more.
Whenever y'all talk about
in Sur, right? In Lebanon.
Al-Hajj.
Lebanon, yeah.
No. An Israeli airstrike deep inside Lebanon on Friday evening. Samar Hamoud Al-Hajj, senior
Say it
Hamas
again?
commander.
Who?
I'm not saying it 5 times again.
No, but just who?
Samir Mahmoud Al-Hajj.
Al-Hajj?
Yeah, but
near Sidon.
yes, this I know. I know. Yeah, this happens all the time that we kind of eliminate people.
Oh, you see, he's saying this happens all the time. We were talking also about planes falling from the sky, and everybody was saying this happens all the time. It's like you've been listening to us.
So my little brother he works on the Hill, and one of his portfolios where he was sitting on the Commerce Committee is airplanes. He does spaceships too, but airplanes are a big one. So when the 737 Maxes started falling out of the sky, he calls Gary Kelly, who I guess is the CEO of American Airlines, who has the largest number of not American Airlines.
No, that would be Southwest Airlines.
Oh,
I'd just like to make sure that anyone playing Clubhouse Bingo, Marshall just mentioned his brother that works on the Hill, so make sure you
Name drop.
Dogs. Bingo Loop. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Everybody, make sure you tag Bingo Butt.
Dogs.
Anyway, he called the CEO of Boeing, and the guy was like, I don't really want to come to the Hill. He's honest with it. And my little brother's response was, you're coming to the Hill, or we're going to put you in contempt of Congress. I'll personally send the House. What?
U.S. Marshal Service does.
Simon, can you click harder, please? Simon, we cannot hear everything.
Oh, sorry.
We'll call the Marshal Service and have them escort him personally to D.C. Which I've always thought was funny, only insofar as, the guy should have come to the Hill in the first place. That's part of his job.
Well, he's no longer. They just announced a new CEO with an aeronautical engineering background. The current one is primarily accounting background.
Well, yeah, I'm glad they picked that dude.
They should have done it a long time ago.
Well, the fact that in last November there were issues with bolts on doors.
Well,
right? Apparently they didn't strap the bolts into some of these doors. I was appalled. How do you not secure it?
What happens? Here's the deal. They outsource the major wing components and fuselage components to Spirit Aerosystems in Kansas City. I think it's Kansas City, but in Kansas. And they just repurchased it. They just announced in June, I want to say, a couple weeks ago, that they were going to buy it outright so that they can control. They did it to save money, which is never a good thing to do when you're building planes. But so they just announced that they were going to purchase Spirit Aerosystems and make it part of Boeing.
See, them pussy niggas. I'm going to tell you what, though. When you got enough money, right?
At the end of the day.
Respectfully. At the end of the day, like Daniel said.
No doubt.
Great minds think alike. I don't even got to tell him what the word is. He know. But you can get away with anything. You really can. Money, I'm telling you. You don't even need Red Bull. Money can give you wings, nigga. Because the Sinaloa. Look, real quick.
In Brazil, it didn't really help them.
Yeah, they should have drunk a little bit more of Red Bull.
Yeah. Look. That's not funny. People died.
Yeah, people died.
The big pharma motherfuckers. Just giving you a little example.
EFM.
The big pharma guys.
Speaking of pharma,
No.
They just rejected the use of MDMA for post-trauma. Sorry, go ahead, Ish, talk your balls.
Thank you. All right,
He's drunk, by the way.
I'm not drunk. I'm fucking perfectly fine. In any case,
not drunk.
Respectfully, okay. Look at the big pharma guys. All right, that was out here convincing doctors to overprescribe the opioids and created all of these dope heads that's overdosing on fentanyl now. You know, them motherfuckers had to pay a fine. They moved on with life. What you call it? HSBC. You know, there's a reason we don't got that Bank of America no more. Them motherfuckers got caught laundering billions of dollars for the fucking cartel, the Sinaloa cartel, the same cartel that's causing all of these white people over here to drop like flies. And they paid a fine.
They captured El Chapo's kid. So really, the Gulf, just so you know, the Gulf is moving in on the Sinaloa.
They didn't really, what you call it, stifle the progress of drug production. There's a lot of actors out there that's still keeping shit pumping. CJNG being one of them, but nonetheless, okay.
Which we represent.
When you got enough money, you could really get away with anything. Look at fucking Jeffrey Epstein. That motherfucker, they locked him up.
Totally get away.
No, he got the.
Yeah, you're right, Agent.
But he didn't kill himself. You read.
You know what's interesting is El Chapo had so many.
Yeah, he got the last laugh too, right?
So again,
Totally said Epstein, El Chapo, they got the last laugh.
Look.
I mean, El Chapo is sitting in a white-collar prison, so yeah.
No, El Chapo, El Chapo, but no, they are safer in prison than they are outside because they don't have, I mean, they still have to worry about their security because they have people infiltrated that want to kill them. But as soon as they go out of jail, they are more in danger because they have more people that want to kill them. So for them, it's perfect to be in prison.
I mean, a guy like that can hire a lot of security. He doesn't.
Yeah, they have even security in prison, but what I mean is that when you're in prison, at least, well, they can go out whenever they want, actually. They're just in prison.
I think the justice system, when you have money, right? Because I definitely didn't mention anything about a last laugh. I heard someone suggest something about that earlier, right? But I think the justice system has a way of being very lenient upon those with money. Because that same individual, Jeffrey Epstein, all right, despite the fact that he did die in a jail cell, okay, this motherfucker got to leave jail. This is unheard of to, you know, a small-minded peasant like myself. He got to leave jail for 8 hours a fucking day. 8 hours a day.
You're upset that they didn't let you out of jail this time?
But who does that though? Who leaves jail for 8 hours a day because he has to go to work?
There's a lot of criminals that get furloughed and get time out of jail if they're not violent. That's what's so uncommon about it.
All right, well,
what's so uncommon about it? Do you know how they treat white collar criminals?
See, you could educate me, okay?
No,
because
I just read about it. Just why don't you read about like places like Allenwood and different facilities for white collar? It's not that uncommon.
Yeah, non-violent offenders, I know, don't get treated the same.
Well, why
right?
should they be treated the same if it's non-violent crime?
Well, I don't know.
Are they the same risk?
When you're committing sexual assault, right? You're considered a predator.
Yes.
So, yeah, I agree with you. But what was he charged with?
He wasn't charged with that, right? Thanks to an extremely lenient justice system. And according to Alex Acosta, right, he was told that certain individuals were protected by intelligence from the Attorney General himself.
That's true. Yeah. Are you talking about Epstein?
No. Yes, we're talking about Epstein. So I'm not per se sure what exactly is responsible for all of the leniency that he received, okay? But we do know that when you have wealth, all right, it just plays a role in how justice tends to get served. And oftentimes, rich folks, I know for a fact that they are brothers and, you know, non-brothers, outsiders, that went through experiences perhaps that, you know, one might even be able to say, hey, I can understand how you made that mistake, right? But they're doing time in prison for that. Hard time in prison. And some folks, they might not even did shit, right? And they still doing hard time in prison. Motherfuckers knew Jeffrey Epstein was a pedo. They knew it. And they said, listen, we're going to let you leave jail for 8 hours a day. They said, we're going to let you leave jail for 8 hours a day so you can fly young bitches in and fuck them while you're quote unquote working. And then come back to the jail to sleep off your
So
fucking...
what was his job? Malcolm, he was at the center of one of the biggest, most far-reaching intelligence operations, at least far-reaching in terms of like people with power. One of the biggest intelligence operations in history. So of course, like he's going to be treated in a whole different way than your average poor,
Then he had a lot of
violent
information.
criminal. Yeah, poor, unintelligent, violent criminal is going to be treated way differently than like the top spy, the top like spy man.
No, thank you for acknowledging that, agent, because you know some folks they just are delusional. I don't know, they living under a rock. But you know, when you got money, I just feel like justice.
I would say it's not
serves a
even
little
money,
differently.
it's how valuable you are for what their interest is. So they will treat you differently because you represent a lot of information.
I agree with that. I think what's that mobster's name during World War II that they sent back to Italy?
I don't know.
Lucky Luciano. I think he's a great example of that. When the Japanese bombed the fucking Pearl Harbor, and this guy was deemed a criminal, just out here, you know, doing God knows what. They said, "Yo, look, we'll send your Guinea wop ass back to Italy, all right? And you can run the Costa Nostra over there. But we understand you got a bit of control over the docks, okay, with the whole mob thing you got going on. So yeah, we'll engage with you on the basis of our interests. You help us keep the docks secure, and you know you can send your wop ass back to Italy." And he, you know, successfully kept importing douchey into the United States of America. So the justice system, it bends. It very much so bends.
You know what's interesting is he was second generation.
That's nice.
Luciano didn't directly come out of Sicily. He came out of... Well, no, he came out, like his family came out of Sicily, but he himself was second generation American.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So he was like a migrant child.
Basically, yeah.
That's rare. That's rare.
No doubt.
No doubt, no doubt.
No diggity.
That's why I need to get money. That way justice can't touch me. Fuck a justice, bitch. You give me...
Just be good, and so that justice won't touch you, won't want to touch you.
Yeah. You can also just don't do crime. Don't do the crime. Don't do the time.
You talking about be good. What the fuck is good? All right?
Like, be more me.
Listen.
This is trying to get philosophical now.
The state, their primary function, right, is to preserve they self. Okay? So,
themselves.
at the end of the day,
what?
Look.
Themselves.
At the end of the day, when it comes to the state,
what is that? They self?
They self.
What did you say?
They self.
That's cute. I like it.
Look.
And what happens at the end of the day?
You feel?
We missed you, Ish. We missed you.
Yeah, actually, Issa asked about you a couple of times. Ish.
Yeah.
A couple days ago, we were figuring out what happened.
We had
But
some
nobody would
assumptions.
say anything.
Yes,
I was
we
like,
did.
yeah, where's Ish? Where's Ish?
yes, I'm glad to be missed. Trust me, I miss these spaces as
Oh my
well.
god, you're
guys.
smoking right now. I can hear it.
What? And we're over it. You can go now.
Or knee pads can get you the Dem nomination.
I can hear his smoking voice.
That's it. The one that you hold it inside and then you wanna talk.
Yeah.
I never understood why people like all they do is just like smoke weed like all day, every day. I never understood that.
Smoke weed.
That's
Do you
because you
ever
don't
smoke
smoke
weed?
weed. That's because you don't smoke weed. You couldn't understand it.
Yo,
Do you
brother
ever
man,
smoke
brother man,
weed,
brother man.
Simon?
I mean, I used to, but like, I used to smoke weed, but then it's like, yeah, I want to just kind of grow up and be an adult.
Simon, listen, I respect your accomplishments in life, cause you a real nigga.
Accomplishments?
But at the end of the day,
I didn't mention any
mentioned them.
accomplishments.
I
I just
spoke-
said I wanted to grow
He
up.
could be a street sweeper for all you know.
And also, I don't think Simon is a real nigga.
He's a very accomplished street sweeper.
yo, Daniel, don't say that word. Don't say that
It's
word.
a professional
What did
job
you
in
say?
some
You said it.
Don't say that fucking
Daniel
word.
is a minority.
Okay, don't
Why
say it.
cannot you say a word?
He
Hold on, you
ranks
said
pretty
it,
high on
Malcolm.
intersectionality.
All
stuff.
right, listen.
Nigga is just a word, and you can say it.
And you said it, Malcolm. You said he's a real
I don't
nigga.
care.
I
I'm
don't
not
think he's a
afraid
real
of
nigga.
saying words. I don't
Issa,
care.
what? So say kite. Say
I am-
kite. If you're not afraid to say
Kite.
a word, say
You want me
kite.
to say the
Here.
word
That's
kite?
probably not a good
Kite.
thing to say. That's
No,
probably
but
not
just say
not a
it.
good
No,
thing
but
to
just
say,
say it.
and it's
Just
pretty
say it.
offensive. So I
She's
would
not
tell you
afraid
not
of
to
saying
say it.
words.
But if you keep saying
I want to hear what
you
Abby
end
has
up
to say.
no,
Let that
if
be
you
said.
keep saying it, you end up getting reported and thrown off the app. So I would tell you not to say it. It's not something that we want to hear, and it's very offensive. So stop.
Well,
What is the origin
Tell
of
you
this?
that,
What is
and
the
if you keep saying it, this is rooms
What
are
is-
recorded, and that's what's going to happen. So I suggest you stop saying it.
And if you don't think
Abby,
they
what is
have-
the origin of
you
the
don't
word?
think they have
Do you know?
technology to identify specific words and then have counters next to people and then they ding you automatically?
Listen.
But what is the origin of this word?
And Abby, do you know why?
No,
Because
they
she
don't know what the origin
discourages.
is of the word.
I-
And we were
I'm
just
telling
I
you,
also don't know.
Just stop saying it, and if you want to say it,
Okay,
don't
but it
come in
wasn't
the
said
fucking room.
again.
Go
It
somewhere
wasn't
else.
said
Because
again.
it's
Okay,
not
the
what-
fact of the matter is, though, you discourage folks saying that
Words will
word, right?
offend
But you don't
You
discourage
say
folks
words
saying
to
the other
offend
word.
us.
So what's up with the double standards? What's up with
Malcolm.
Double
Okay,
standards.
that's it.
Double standards.
You're the one.
When have you heard anyone in this room use derogatory language towards you? When? Have
Listen,
you ever heard anyone
the
say
word nigga may not have
I
been
don't
directed
use that
at me,
word. Never use that
but
word.
at the end of the
And I
day,
don't
it
like
was
the
said,
other word. And you
and
wanna
you don't
use it?
agree with the usage of that word, hence you not using it yourself, right? So when you see others using it, right, at the end of the day, you should, encourage the morals that you conduct yourself with among those others. And tell them, listen, nigga is not a word you should be saying, but you're only
You're the
saying
one
that
saying
about
it.
the K word.
But Malcolm, you're the one saying the word.
You're saying it. Don't try to.
Hold on, nobody
It doesn't work.
talking here.
It doesn't work. It's a recorded room, and you're saying something that you shouldn't be saying, and that's it.
But I don't get
End
it.
of conversation.
Ish is the one saying the word, and then he's complaining that others are saying the word, and then he's also complaining about double standards. Like,
It's not
I
going to
guess,
work.
to say
Twisting is not going to work because everyone
I
heard
guess
it and
Errol.
it's recorded. And twisting it isn't going to work. No one uses those words. We talk to each other. We come from all different places, but we don't use words like that.
Listen,
Unacceptable. Not going to happen.
Issa
Not gonna
applied
happen.
the very hard
Read
R
my lips.
to
Not going to happen.
emphasize
You're not
my
using that
what
word.
was said.
Okay, the soft
Now
R is
listen,
okay.
Issa, I'm not crying racism. I'm not crying racism,
I'm
right?
trying Jew hatred
But
with
what you did
I'm
say,
trying big
following
time
that
Jew
hard
hatred.
ER,
If you're
right,
using that word,
was that you are not scared to say anything. You're not scared to say any word. So I encourage a word since you're so unintimidated by the usage of a word.
I am.
And here
I am. It's
you
Jew
are
hatred.
not
And
saying the
it's
word. All right, very hypocritical of you.
No one is your bitch here, so no one will be like.
It's not about being my bitch. It's about being a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Well, she's not barking because you said to bark. I mean,
Correct.
The etymology
she
is
said
on
a
the top.
word.
if
She's
whoever
fine
wants
with
to
it, and she said it's okay. You
But
have a problem
nobody
with
is
it.
here.
Don't cry.
Your little bitch to start saying what you want them to say. That's it.
Listen, you said you're not scared to say any word. Obviously, you
smoking
are.
again.
Yeah,
it's not going to work. You don't come in a room full of Jewish people and use that word. Just doesn't work. And if you do it, you get thrown off this app, and they've thrown people off the app for saying things
If
like.
I went into Lonzo's room and used the N-word, how quickly do you think I'd be like?
Issa removed
Lonzo
The
from
N-word was used in this
Do you use
room,
derogatory words
okay? And
for
no one
Chinese, for
discouraged
Asian
the
people too?
usage of the
Do you
N-word.
use
I did not
derogatory words
direct
for
the
Asians
K-word
as well?
at
Is that gonna
anybody,
come out?
okay? So let us not act like someone was attacked
Issa
here, all right? The
removed someone's
K-word
name.
was directed
I
at no
removed
one,
someone
just like
today
the
when I
N-word
called.
shouldn't be
Yeah,
directed.
they
Yeah, they called
insulted.
me.
They insulted. Samia today.
Yeah,
And
and she
Malcolm,
I
removed
you,
think it was Ishmael.
yeah,
And I
and
said,
Ish, you're the one
everybody
that
say
used it.
goodbye to Ishmael. And he sent me like a million messages.
Ish, you're the one using the N-word.
Say goodbye.
So I'm not sure
Listen,
why
listen.
you are the one also being triggered. That is so
Bingo,
weird to me.
I want you to know something, right? I used to be on stages with Pepe. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that individual.
Dude, but
I'm
this
not-
is not Pepe's space.
Okay, I know it's
Even
not
Pepe
Pepe's
has
space,
his
but that's
pronouns.
beside the point. Allow me to finish my point
Doesn't
before you decide to
justify
cut
you
me off,
using that
okay?
word. None
Because
of it
now
justifies. It's
it's just one of those
unacceptable.
situations where
Unacceptable.
no one is really arriving at a mutual
Not cool, not gonna
understanding, and
happen.
everybody is just
Not
throwing
gonna
shit out
happen,
there.
Van.
You understand what I'm saying? So let's not talk together. Let's be reasonable adults here, okay? I love y'all, and you know, I think that respectfully, you know, I just want fair treatment. I just want fair
Then
treatment.
don't
I want
insult people.
to be treated fairly,
So do
all right?
I.
And I feel
Don't
like
insult
hold
me
on,
and
hold
use
on,
a
hold
word
on.
like that.
Listen.
I don't use
All right,
derogatory words towards you. You don't use
Listen,
it towards us.
Abby.
Somebody is telling you.
You're gonna
listen,
hear it if.
You might not get upset by someone using the N-word. That's fine. But somebody is telling you right now here that they don't like.
Wait.
Hold on.
What do you mean I don't get upset at the use of the N-word? I just told Daniel not to use the N-word. I just told Daniel not to use the N-word.
Nobody in this room does. You're the only one.
You're the one using it, Ish.
Somebody
I can't use it. I have rights
to
to use it.
Are you able to do that? Somebody is telling you that they feel offended by it.
But wait,
So
here, Ish, I have a big question. You have license, but you don't want other people to use
That's
it.
right,
Therefore,
Ish.
shouldn't the group not use it in order to not promote the usage of it by the at-large society?
It's too late for that.
At the end of
There's
the
a whole
day,
rap song.
wait. Right. At the end of the day,
Samir, you weren't
these
explaining
folks,
to him?
look, these folks that's out here in this planet, right? They have been, you know, seduced by niggeristic culture. They're Asian, they're fucking Latino, they're all races but black, and you can find them saying the word nigger, all right?
No, that's not
Up
my
and down.
question. That wasn't my
So,
question.
No, hold
My
on.
question was, if you find such offense,
Yes.
even if we use it, you're offended. Okay, I understand that. But why within the black community is that word thrown around with more cadence than motherfucker? Like,
All right,
why?
so
We don't want other people to use
Ooh,
it.
yeah, I feel like
You
you
know
know.
what?
Why?
Sorry, Jeffrey, just hold on. Everybody. He is deflecting. This is not about any other word.
I'm getting jumped right now. I just want to throw that out there. I'm getting jumped right now. I'm getting jumped.
He's
Yeah,
deflecting.
okay.
This isn't about any other word. It's about the word he used, and it's not cool, and you don't go in a room with Jewish people on the stage and use that word. Not going to happen. I don't want to talk about any other word but the word you used, and I want you to understand.
Right, because you're not concerned with the word nigga. You're not concerned with any other racism.
That's what this is. Don't deflect it. Don't talk about anything else because it's not anything else. It's using something that's offensive and it's Jew hatred, and it's not acceptable. End of story.
No, that word is rude. Right?
And
Yeah.
the reason why she doesn't want that specific word is because that concerns her.
All right, but
No,
why are
but-
we acting? Hold on. Why are we acting as though, right? I find this to be a problem. You know, I'm not sitting here a serial user of the K word. Okay,
Don't use it once.
The fact of the matter is, though, right? You know, Issa made a statement. I just was challenging her. I just was curious about whether she was consistent about her views. She said that she's not scared to say any word, and I challenged her to say a word, and she proceeded not to say it. This is hypocrisy. That's all I wanted to point out. That's it.
You realize, like, I'm not afraid to say a single word to anybody, and I'll accept the consequences. But if I'm in a room filled with Jewish people, then I there's no reason for me to say the K word. Now, Isa said the N word, and you just said don't use it, and she said, okay, I'm not afraid to use it though. What's the issue? Did she direct
used it
towards
again.
you?
She applied and even more emphasized nigger. Okay, so that she could. Yes, she sure did. She sure did.
Again,
She sure
it's
did.
irrelevant, and you're deflecting. You're asking.
Look, it is irrelevant to Abby. She's showing how inconsiderate she is. She's showing how careless she is. She doesn't even care about the plight that affects other people. She only cares about the plight exclusive to her people. All right? This is crazy.
And you have
This is
learned
crazy.
by now that it's offensive and it's Jew hatred. That's all I care about. Everything else is deflecting and it's irrelevant. I'm talking about using a word that's offensive in Jew hatred. Please stop using it. If you can't get that through your head, then I don't think you should
But
go
was
and
it
see
used
Jewish
again?
people.
Why do you keep stressing the same point? She's acting like I said the word again. I keep saying
I'm
K
gonna
word,
apologize
and
to
she keeps
Jewish
stressing the
people
same
and
point.
say I'm sorry. I won't. use
How
that
about you
word. It's
suck my
offensive.
fucking dick? How about that? How about you suck my fucking dick? Okay.
Bye, Felicia. Bye.
It's
Sorry,
Abby,
guys.
I thought
I'm sorry,
you
guys.
were
But you
referring to
got
the use of
it.
the N-word.
I'm sorry, guys. You have to draw the line sometimes.
Yeah.
And I apologize, but you have to draw the line. It's just really offensive, and people that think it's comfortable to just do that when there's a room full of Jewish people, he probably says, I mean, who knows what he says to Asians? I mean, it started coming out of his mouth about other minorities. It's not cool. And if you don't call them out on it, then it's going to continue, and it's just going to be more hatred. I'm sorry I stay constant on it, but it's not about anything else except saying the wrong thing just now, and that's what someone has to be accountable for.
I agree.
Sorry.
I thought you were referring to the N-word, not the K word.
Abby, I'm not an American. Can you explain to me what is the origin? Like, where does this word
It's at
come
the
from?
top.
Because
Look at the top.
There's
Read
a
the
whole
article.
history
No.
for it. There's a whole history.
no, that's a different word.
You can
No,
read
no.
about the history. It's not a cool word to use. It's
No, I know.
offensive. We don't
I heard
use
it the
it.
first. I know. That's not
You
my
want the
question.
etymology of it, or
Oh my
it's
God,
I wanna-
can you speak, please?
Well, yes, I'm not American. Okay, it's an American thing, and I'm trying to understand it
from,
because the first time that I
It came from.
experienced it is that I was in New York, and someone told me this, and I was like, "What?" And then I understood that I should be insulted, but I don't know why.
It started probably when most of the immigrants came in the turn of the century. I think it tracks back to that. There's different ways that the word appeared, but it always has been a derogatory word. And now in our world that we live in, especially now, it's got to be called out when people say it, and you just can't tolerate it.
Again,
There are
call
two
Italian
stories on
wasp.
how it entered the English language. One was Eastern European, Germanic Jews saw Eastern European Jews who ended had Polish and Russian who had a ki at the end of it, and then it was a diminutive for something that ended in ki, kaika, and then another
like
etymology.
Like Boldeski, and stuff like this.
The pronunciation.
And then there's
that
another
they had for the
another
names was
thing
similar,
that's
and so they started saying it. Yeah.
right. Another thing is that in Ellis Island, those who couldn't write because they had to sign their name, they were requested to write an X. Supposedly, and I can pull the reference for you if you really want. The Jewish people didn't want to make an X because the X, for some reason, reminded them of a cross, so they wanted to so they wrote a circle. They drew a circle, and they said, "What is that?" And I think in German the circle is Kaikala. Kaikala.
No, in German it's Kreis, but there was in Yiddish, I think it is.
And they said Kaikala, so then that got shortened to Kaik. So there's one of pick your story, whichever one you prefer. Who knows?
But
It's been lost to antiquity.
We don't use
It's
that
just terrible. It's just a very vulgar term. You know, I
I'm
have
just
no.
saying that it's very American. By the way, also the N word.
wow.
You know, in Hebrew we have like kushi. Now, when Facebook started banning the N word, they also banned the word kushi. Now, in Hebrew, it's not derogatory; it's an actual place, Kush. It's a land of Kush,
Right.
and we know. So it's kind of like we we're kind of forced to align with the American kind of mentality, even though it's not derogatory in Hebrew.
Oh, kush, yeah.
And we don't.
That's
Exactly.
exactly
In
that.
Hebrew, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a place. It's not derogatory. It's actually like
It's
they
well
come
done.
from.
Yeah.
Exactly. But but Facebook is banning that word now because it's the equivalent of the N word.
I can't even paste in the Wikipedia link
Well,
for KIKE because it says it's an offensive term and Clubhouse will not.
I would search it myself.
Okay. In Spanish, we just call black people negro, you know, and actually we use it also as well. That's un negro, you know, negro, and we just say it like that. And also we use it as like how do you say, a nickname for your friends. So always in your group of friends you have a negro, a gordo, which is like fat. You have Chino, which is like Chinese. I mean, it doesn't have to be Chinese, but just if he has got the eyes slightly like this, you call him Chino.
The squinty eye.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly.
French.
And it doesn't matter even if he is from Guatemala, you know, just if he has got like slightly closed eyes, you call him Chino. Yeah, so Chino, Negro, Gordo.
In French, it's noir. Noir in
which
French.
is no hair. But yeah, also in Spanish, it's like for us, like negro.
Did you hear what happened in England a few years ago to Cavani when he said like negro because of his friend on an Instagram post? It went super viral. Everybody in the UK was like, "Oh my God, why is this guy saying this word?" Blah blah blah. And like everybody flipped the fuck out. The club like didn't play him for like 2 games. The guy's like, "What the fuck is happening right now?" I make an Instagram post with a friend that I'm saying he's my friend, and like you go and ban me. I don't understand this.
Who is
this?
I have a few friends that I call negro, and it's just difficult for me to call them their names. I have never called them by their names. They are negro, and I call them sometimes negrito. You know, but they are negro to me.
Isa, that's not a bad word though. The word people hate is the Nigger.
I know.
Exactly.
Was that what he meant by the hard R?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't even talk like that. I don't even say never. I say never. You know,
so what's the
say,
soft R?
I speak like that.
The soft R is
It's the is a never instead of never.
No, with the N word.
Nigga.
I can say I'm black, but
instead of nigger.
But is that a more colloquial? Is that a
yes?
More...
So the hard ER is supposed to be offensive, and the is supposed to be like casual, like street slang or whatever. And so for whatever reason they find the ER more offensive.
We're gonna own what's offensive.
For like feminine and masculine, do you discern feminine and masculine when you use that?
Negro?
Yeah,
negro and negro. Yeah, negro.
Negro.
Guys, we're gonna own what's offensive to us, and I'm owning this, that it's highly offensive. And that's the first time I've heard that dude say it, so I just jumped on the opportunity.
Is the K word, one second, I want to understand, it's an American thing. Is it also like in the UK would be, is it a thing? Like
I don't
K
know,
word?
I don't know, Daniel. I live in the U.S.
No, I know. I understand this. I understand this point. I'm trying to kind of go like I get it, and
I think
I'm trying to understand.
I think it's an American thing.
Yeah, it's definitely an American thing. I just want to know if it kind of spread out to other English-speaking countries like UK or Australia or whatever.
Maybe a couple of years ago here in Clubhouse. When I was living in the UK, I have never heard it.
Oh yeah.
All you have to know about is you have to be offended when you hear it.
Well, it's in the Cambridge Dictionary, so I don't know what that means.
No, but
like the word fag or faggot is in England. It's like nothing, you know. You always
cigarettes, no, it's cigarettes.
That word is mean. Are you serious?
I'm gonna go to the alley and have a fag.
Fag, yeah. Fag is
I'm
a cigarette.
going to the alley and have a cigarette.
Say that here, and it means you're gonna strip somebody.
It's a cultural thing, and it's always depending on the region, you know.
The difference between Daniel and American Jews is fucking hilarious to me. It's two different different planets.
Have some colloquialisms
It's an amazing
that
thing.
Americans sometimes find.
Yo, Israelis, though, I think Israelis would probably shoot anyone that just said anything to them. Maybe that's the difference. Like, they're not
What?
like American Jews.
Whoa, walk that back. What?
No, okay, because I'll say it from my experience, I could be wrong. I find American Jews to be nicer than the Middle Eastern. Like, the Israeli Jews are aggressive.
about, you bitch? I'm kidding.
You see? You see?
Wait, what was your point about Israelis shooting everybody?
Samia, we can be
No,
nicer
I don't
until,
mean it
until
to Hamas
someone
or-
crosses the line. And then we're not so nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now everyone knows. But for the longest time, the type of Jews we were used to was like Jerry Springer and like, not Jerry Springer, what's that guy's name?
He was Jewish, by the way,
Seinfeld.
Samia.
Oh,
Or
he was
Tovich?
And Maury.
Exactly, Maury. And then now we're seeing the Israeli ones that, oh wow, they're crazy. Like they will just
What?
Wait, why are they
What?
crazy? Because they protect.
Because we uphold our borders?
No, Israel.
No, it
She's
just-
talking about
they're
me.
aggressive.
Like what? Why?
She's talking
That's
about me.
aggressive. I consider my people aggressive. I consider Middle Eastern people generally aggressive.
Where your
too.
people? When you say your people, where are you from?
Somali, hyper aggressive, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Somaliland?
Yo,
Yeah, but
Samia,
a Somali that's like very
Samia.
friendly, I'd be shocked by it. I'd be, well, where is this coming from?
Wait, like, so
Yeah,
is your
Somali
only experience with Jews like Jerry Seinfeld, Maury Povich, Howard Stern, and then the news on Israel?
This came out of
Sounds
nowhere.
like it.
Yes, yeah.
Did you live in Somalia?
No, I live in Canada, and the
So
Jews
you never
that
like
are
met
around
any Jews
here.
there?
No, my doctor's Jewish. That's why.
Oh,
I
therefore,
Oh,
okay.
nice.
You good doctor?
My lawyer's Jewish.
My lawyer, yeah.
Did
that's-
you ever
that's
see
My
My
friend
God.
Carl
when
is Jewish.
the Golden Girls episode when Blanche says, "Oh, he's a doctor. That's great. He's a Jew. That's great."
It might be wrong for saying they generally come off like polite.
Yeah, you're being stereotyped.
No, we'll take polite. We don't get that much. We'll take polite.
Like that's the top hat guys. The big hat guys with the long jackets. I've never seen them cause any problems.
No, they don't.
Or-
They're very peaceful.
Right.
They're a very small percentage.
But
Yeah.
they're bringing it now. They've had enough. I think that they snapped. It's a wrap for them.
Those are not the people
When you
who are out there
bully anybody enough,
protesting
they're
with Molotov
gonna
cocktails.
you know?
Okay.
They stay to
Fair
themselves.
enough.
They're not protesters.
Clubhouse.
Who are not protesters?
Look at radio.
The Hasidic Jews are not.
Well, maybe not in the United States. In Israel,
Yeah, well, that's just about
very
the army.
much.
That's just about the army service. Let's be real.
And not just
Prior to
about the
that,
army
they weren't
service.
exactly
What's the
protesting.
difference?
No.
Daniel?
What's the
They
difference?
protest also about things that are. It's easy to mobilize them. You know, it's not just about the army.
But you
So.
really, I know, but you really got to encroach upon things that are really near and dear. They're not.
Yeah.
They're
So,
not
like,
gonna-
So what do they do? I don't understand. Someone can explain what
They're
they
not.
do in
They're not mandated.
In Israel, they are protesting.
They're not
I
They
think
mandated.
used to have
They don't
exemptions.
protest.
They used to have exemption for military service, so they
Oh,
could
okay.
study in yeshiva. Now they.
But why is that? Is that because like they are more dedicated to the?
It was an agreement that Ben Gurion.
Religion and stuff. Or
It's something that Ben Gurion already started, and it kind of grew out of proportion because at the beginning there were few, and now there's like many, and not all of them are sitting all day and studying Torah. Yet they are exempt from military service.
But
We
not,
start-
not
they were-
only.
Wait, I have a
Is it true
question.
that? Is it true that like they get like huge subsidies?
They get subsidies. I don't know if
I wouldn't say huge. I wouldn't use the word.
Yeah,
huge.
exactly. I would say huge at the end. Like on the personal level, like it's huge if you look at the collective, but on a personal level, it doesn't come out huge. But if you don't work and you need to be funded, it comes and you kind of put the
Like
What's
Simon,
the
you will never get rich in the
It's
U.S.
not
on
that getting
welfare.
rich.
It's kind of like the same.
what's the
Yeah,
percentage
but still, like you're getting welfare simply because you're practicing a religion. Like that's kind of crazy to me.
What's the percentage of Hasidic Jews in Israel?
You percentage of Jews that are Hasidic?
Yeah.
Like religious, like ultra religious.
4%? Yeah, I think it's 4% or something. Let me check. Hold on.
Yeah, I would
Wait,
like
they don't need to go to work. They don't go to work.
No.
No.
They're exempt.
Oh, I would claim to be them. I would wear the hat and everything. Could the girl get done then too?
I would wear a hat and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of their uniform.
there any like?
I was wrong. It's 13%.
Oh, 13 is not bad. I mean,
That's fucking
it's,
huge.
it's significant.
I just have a question for Samaya. Samaya, so like
They're
you
like
met
basically
Daniel,
like the black people of America.
you're meeting Daniel here. Do you think of him as like one of those scary Israelis, like that you're talking about? You know, the ones that.
Yeah, Daniel can be aggressive. Yeah, I've been in, and Norm. Yeah,
So he's intimidating.
Some.
Norm is not acidic. Norm is not
Norm will
acidic.
cuss you out.
It's estimated
I'm a
they will
snowflake.
be 16% by the end of the decade.
He's
They
assertive.
grew 509% since 1979.
I love Daniel.
Yeah, I'm not aggressive. I don't curse.
I think
don't
it's
like.
Daniel's accent that intimidates Samaya.
No, I think
Chucky's accent
Daniel.
that is more intimidating.
Abby, remember when you asked me like what else do I look for, and I said masculine?
Yes.
Daniel has that. He is a very masculine guy,
I'm feeling love is in the air.
Oh yeah, but it's impossible.
I see it
Anyway,
too,
so
good.
but this is what I am meaning, you know, like he's assertive and masculine. He's just comfortable in his masculinity. He doesn't need to say, "Oh, look at me, I am an alpha, and I'm gonna show you how to be a man." You know, like no, he's just natural. He's calm and gentle, but he's assertive and tough. You know, so that's what I mean.
Yeah, certain is more accurate than aggressive. I wouldn't call myself aggressive.
Yeah, I'd say you're.
Have you hurt yourself in some of these rooms?
No, but that's just because it's the
I said, have you hurt yourself battling against some of these obnoxious leaders? Come on.
He said his confidence is sexy to you.
Yeah, it is very much. And I already said that if he ever changes his mind about his relationship, I call dibs. You know.
You call dibs. Oh, I like your English. I like your vernacular.
Will you convert and move to Israel?
I don't think I need to do that, do I?
What the first part?
Oh yeah, if he has, for the right person, I just leave everything and
Remember, I told her like I'm married, but if I will convert to Islam, I can have like two. Like,
yeah, but then that would be a deal breaker.
Yeah, that was only for male husbands.
No, and then she said like, okay, being gay is not a deal breaker, but being Muslim, okay.
How many years have you been married, Daniel?
Now that is where I draw the line, you know. I think
married?
If you're gay, it's okay. Married, it's okay, but don't be.
Mazel tov.
No, Muslims. Yeah, I think you would like a Muslim guy, Lisa.
No.
There's no.
You know they can marry you without.
I don't care. No.
It's just it's a.
Okay, would you?
It's a principle.
Would you date the guy from One Direction, the one that got Gigi Hadid? What's that guy's name?
If he's Muslim, no.
I would date the guy dating his sister, Bradley Cooper. Like I would do that.
Hands off, bitch.
Bella's girlfriend.
I have Muslim friends, and some of them are actually very good looking. And just back in December, like 6 months ago, I had a Muslim asking me out, and I said no because you're a Muslim. And yeah, I mean, he was very handsome, tall. I couldn't, but it's not because I have some sort of rejection that I feel disgusted. No, it's because I am aware of the incompatibility. And so why would I open myself to a situation that I know that I wouldn't feel comfortable with? That would just be stupid of me.
That's right. That's like saying like me going out with a leftist. It just would never happen.
Correct. I would a leftist either, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it, I'm a
I could ever
leftist.
date like an actual religious person, to be honest.
Have you ever dated a leftist?
Not that I was aware of.
Why not?
I could never do that. That's a no-go.
KK, could you imagine what that would be like?
Oh my God, he would be my cabana boy by end of one.
Liberal men are like actually like the fucking worst.
It could also be your girlfriend after a couple of weeks.
I know, that would be the scary
Have you guys seen like any of those videos of like liberal women crying out for like conservative men because of how much like how cucked liberal men are. They're like, on one hand, like they stand for everything that I hate, but they're the funnest to be on with. Like I just don't get
But that's the
why,
reason why a
though.
lot of liberals keep coming to rooms with conservatives, because they actually find more stimulating conversations as well.
You guys wouldn't date Trudeau? Just tell the truth.
Oh no.
Are you kidding me? You can't.
Everybody say goodbye to Samia.
He would use up all my maxi pads. No, Trudeau is.
Oh my god.
Trudeau definitely like fingers himself.
Ew.
Are you a lefty, really, Samia? I thought you. I don't think that you have lefty tendencies.
It's
Well, yeah, I have
not
not paid attention
I'm a
to you,
refugee.
but
I'm a refugee, of course. I'm leftist. So I
no,
don't know
that's
what
not an of course.
No.
No,
That's
what?
an excuse.
Yeah,
My
that's
sister's
an
conservative,
excuse.
but
Like,
no.
look, I remember.
Okay, Samia, tell me that you would date someone who wears socks like that.
Trudeau?
That's men.
He's a fucking man job.
That's Trudeau, no?
Yes, exactly. Daniel knew exactly.
You know,
But
I
what
used
is
to like
gay?
him. But
He has great suits,
No,
great
no.
socks. I mean, great socks, great shoes, but not all together at once.
Who?
It's the shoes.
He looks better than
The
Trump.
shoes are beautiful. I want shoes like that. The shoes are wonderful. The suit is impeccable.
It's
The
always
socks are
been the
nice.
shoes.
It's the shoes.
Oh,
What is that? Your gaydar goes straight for the shoes, Daniel?
No, that room was amazing. That was so
What do you?
funny because everyone was
What
just
tips you off the
flowing.
quickest? The hairdo?
Everybody was just flowing with the story. We were talking about 9/11 and how because of that then came all these rules in the airport about the shoes and then I don't know how it turned out, but it was like, yeah, it's the shoes. It's always been the shoes. And then I don't know where we continued, but then it was like, instead of saying it's the Jews, it was the shoes. The shoes have been the problem all this time.
But the flight personnel don't have to take off their shoes.
Who was in that room? It was Norm.
I was there. I was there.
You were there?
It's the shoes.
Yeah.
Daniel, I remember Daniel, Norm. I don't know. It was like 10 people, but it was
It was fine.
so funny.
It was a whole routine.
Well, I can't
I think
stand
Dad was
that.
there too.
I mean,
Nikki,
I remember being 18 years old, and it was like the first election that I got to vote for. I had no idea who I was voting for, and
And she voted for
I just looked at my mom. Yeah, I just looked at my mom, and I'm like, yo, who do I like check off this box for? And she's like, in this house we vote liberal. I was like, okay, like what the hell does that mean?
So I move out.
Because I grew up like literally like apolitical. Like my parents never spoke about politics and nothing, like ever. So like my mind was blank. So I just take that off, and I remember absolutely tabula rasa till this day. And after I voted, I was like, I have no idea what I just did, who I voted for, what the policies are, nothing. I'm like, let me not vote until I actually understand what this is. The first time I voted in Canada was like 3 years ago.
Oh, you took a while.
You wait, hold on. You were Italian, but you then moved to Canada, now you're in France? It's like, did I get that right?
Yeah, Bob, I lived in like 9 different countries.
Okay, take me through the life.
Oh my god.
Born in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
My entire family, born in Canada. My entire family is Italian. Like,
born Italian or Italian in Canada?
No, so I'm second generation. My parents are born in Canada. But my grandparents immigrated in the 50s, 60s. Then when I was 18, I moved to Czech Republic. Then I moved to Turkey. Then I moved to Italy. Then I moved to Sweden. Then I moved to Canada again. And then I moved to France.
How'd you get into a Czech
How many
Republic? You had
languages
an EU
do you
passport?
speak?
Yeah, I have an Italian passport.
How many languages do you speak?
I used to speak 5. I speak 4 now.
You got rid of one?
Swedish.
What, you get rid of
Yeah,
English?
no, it was Czech. It was Czech. Yeah, I lived in Czech for like 8 months, and I learned it pretty well. But then, like, I haven't spoken Czech in like 10 years. And so I speak Swedish, English, French, and English.
You working on your Arabic? You're gonna need it.
Maybe if I see the oh no, I'm in 2 years I'm moving to the US.
Well, you're gonna need it. Either way, you're gonna need it.
You know, Simon, I had, my kids were little, I had au pairs from Sweden, and I mean, their English was just incredible.
Yeah, very
And,
good.
you know, everyone, all the other au pairs that I met, their English was stellar. So I asked them why in Sweden they mastered English so well, and in places, you know, other countries, let's say Italy or France, it's much more broken.
Can
And
I
they
guess?
said-
Can I guess?
I'll tell you. Okay, you can guess. She gave me the answer.
Okay, the guess is because it's like Norwegians. No one else speaks Swedish in the world, so they have to learn English.
Okay, that wasn't her answer, but that's a good answer.
That's a great answer.
Her answer was kind of interesting. She said when they grew up, television had no subtitles and was never dubbed. So she watched American TV and didn't have, like, you know, the learning aid of dubbing, and she said in the other countries, like especially like in Italy and in France, they dub the US shows.
Horrible.
Same as when Israel. This is it's also when we don't dub. In Germany they do it. In France they do it. In many countries, and this is why they don't.
It's like why no one speaks Danish.
But that's the reason why they don't speak English. In Spain, horrible English. In Germany, well, no, Germany they do speak
No,
English.
but everything is dubbed. It's almost.
That's a
In
really
Sweden
cool observation.
specifically though, like they have like very like if they were to speak to you, you wouldn't. Like,
You don't know there's an accent.
You don't notice an accent.
Which
Yeah,
country?
it's very good.
Also, if you learn a language, if you learn a second language before the age of 8 and as much as 12, you won't have an accent in that second language.
Yeah, my German is rusty at the moment because I don't really like. I mean, I didn't speak it for a long time, but when I speak German, I don't really have an accent. They tell me I don't have an accent.
Yeah, meaning that
Right, it's too bad.
if I were to speak to a Swedish person, they'd just be like, yeah, this is like another Swede.
Yeah, I speak Somali fluently. Like people from Somalia think
What's
I
it
sound
sound like,
just like them.
Samia? Tell me, like, what kind of language is it?
Yeah, people
My name is
Say something in Somali.
Say something.
I don't know word Somali.
Speak Somali.
I will. People think it's Arabic.
I am
but
the
it's-
captain now. So,
The pirate. Oh my god. Say I am the captain now in Somali.
Oh, okay, fine. أنا هذا مركب حكمه. لا how do I say it? مركب كان أنا هذا حكمه.
It sounds like Arabic.
Yeah, it's
sounds like
descended from a
Ethiopian.
Semitic language.
Yeah, it sounds easy. Do you speak Arabic also?
No, not
No,
oh, I
no,
know
it doesn't
Quran.
sound like Arabic at all.
Exactly. She knows. Nora would know that. Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
Nora speaks Arabic. What other languages do you speak, Nora?
Arabic sounds okay. Just a little bit of Spanish.
Oh, what?
Spanish.
Arabic sounds like Klingon. It sounds like
Oh,
Klingon.
this is. Oh, this is Nora. She changed her name.
Yeah, this is Nora. She has two
Oh,
accounts.
It's funny that it says princesa because they don't have a P.
Is that the name of the Jordanian person?
This is
And Palestinian. What country are you from, though?
Palestinian.
Yeah, but where are you from? Where are you from?
What do you mean? I'm from Shukba, Palestine.
What city?
Please. No.
In Palestine?
What city? Yeah.
Shukba.
Where is that?
It's
it's all
I'm
of
not
Israel
good.
today.
but it's where
You
can see Tel Aviv's parking. You can see the Tel Aviv airport from Shukba.
So it's near Lod?
to Ramallah.
It's near. I've been to Ramallah. Last 2 trips ago, I went to Ramallah.
Yeah, it's closest to Ramallah. Who
near there?
What is it?
Because actually, you can answer a question, or I was trying to remember the name of this place. When I went to Ramallah, when we came out, there was this.
Abby, I've never been.
What's the
Okay, so here's the question. There's this incredible complex of these tall, beautiful high rises and a mall, and it's right by Ramallah, and but we went to see it. It's like something very new in that area, but it was kind of empty.
Are you
No
talking
one
about
was
Segov?
living in it.
So I have like some of my father's uncles. I know that they built big towers in Ramallah. I can ask them.
They're
Because
kind
it
of
might be what you're referring
they're
to.
outside of the city of Ramallah, and it's this like unbelievable development. You know, it looks like 5 big high rises and a mall. But we went to see it, but it was like no one was living there, and they said that the starting price was very expensive. But it's been driving me crazy the name of it, so I thought maybe.
Wait,
Okay,
I found a mall north
I'll
of
ask my
there.
cousins.
Is it the Noor? Is it Noor?
Say the name?
Noor, because there's a Palestine mall there. North of Ramallah, like 10 miles north of Ramallah.
What's the name of first city or village?
But
N-O-O-R.
but Daniel, I have also family in Birzeit, and I have family in Tiro, not the Biro, Tiro.
Yeah, Tira.
Yeah, Tiro. Like it's more a privileged area.
Are you there?
There's that.
And
There's that
then it's a little bit
university.
more privileged as well. Shukba has
Right.
been developed throughout the years.
Are you there now, Princess?
No, I'm in America. I've never been to Palestine.
Shukra, near the
Shukba,
airport.
what's that near? Is that near
Shukba?
Yeah.
I said the closest like major town is Ramallah, but like my relatives say that the airport of Tel Aviv is nearby, but there's not
But
a
that's
roadway
Lod.
there.
That's the city of Lod, which is a mixed city of
Like
Arab
Col-
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean Birzeit
Jewish.
is 50% Christian, 50% Muslim, but
Do they have Jews there?
where?
In the city that you're talking about?
Oh, it's a village. It's not a city. It's a village.
Or the village, yeah.
No,
There's settlements.
Shukba-
There's settlements nearby, but not in the village. I think it's under Area C, if I understand correctly. But Israel still has like a lot of authority in there. They demolished
Yeah, and
home
the
guard
Zit had the
villages there.
university. We just arrested like 8 terrorists in the Zit university, like I think 2 weeks ago, something like
But
that.
is that already in the side of Gaza or the?
No, it's
or-
No, West Bank.
No.
Oh, the West.
No,
Sorry,
no.
the West Bank
A,
or
B, and
Gaza?
C is West Bank.
Yeah, but I don't understand the A, B, and
I
C.
gotta
so
find
sorry.
the name of
A
it.
is Palestinian control, civil and police. B is a mixture of
Yeah, Daniel
and C
explained
is
it the
all.
other day, but my brain is not.
Hardcore, it's ABC, it's like 2 copies.
But
And I
see, the
put
thing is-
the Shukba at the top if you wanna see.
But so this is on the West End, right?
West Bank.
Oh, West Bank. Sorry.
West End, yeah.
Sorry,
That's
it's not
in London. That's
yeah,
in
it's not
London.
London, yeah. So on the West Bank, but is it on the in the West Bank area or already in the Israeli side?
No, it's all in the West Bank.
West
in the,
Bank,
in
okay.
in disputed territories.
Okay. So that's close to Lebanon then.
No.
No, Israel proper is close to Lebanon.
Isa, click the link at the top. There will be a map, and you will see exactly where Shukba is.
Where did you put it? It's not
At the top. At the top.
See the yellow area? That's
Yeah.
the West Bank. The gray area is Israel, and that line at the top, that's Lebanon. So
Oh,
Israel's
that
stuck
close.
between the West Bank and Lebanon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I saw it now. Yeah,
that
yeah.
little
Now I get
blue
it. Yeah, now I get it.
Little is the Canary.
So my father's uncle, he is the reason why I went in Kentucky actually. God bless his soul. He passed away a couple years after my father. But he went to school in Jerusalem. And I used to sit with him and like record historical things that had happened in our family. And he has his diploma from the school from Jerusalem is both in the Coptic language and in Arabic. I still have a photo of it. So he went to school in Jerusalem.
When did the family live and why?
So I still have family in Palestine. So what happened was, even when they were growing up, they would some would go to school, some would herd the sheep or take care of the sheep or whatever, etc. And so some of my family members, they would go and try to find opportunities wherever they would be able to send back to their family, and they would build their homes. Like my uncle, my great uncle, Ami Omar, my great uncle, my father's uncle, he said that the goal was always to go back. But ultimately, when they came to America, he said that the life here was better. So my elders, and he brought a lot of my family. I have a very big family. I have probably 700 in the U.S. And I have a very big family. Yes, and I have a very big family in Palestine still. And what I lost my train of thought. So my elders, because of the privilege of the American passport, they would go back and forth. So my grandfather, my mother's father, and like my grandparents on my mother's side, I grew up with. However, my grandparents on my father's side were in Palestine, and I did not grow up with them. And so my grandfather and my grandmother, they built a home in Palestine with what they were able to do here, and they would go regularly. And my grandmother passed away while they were in Palestine. So my grandmother, my mother's mother, passed away in her sleep in Palestine and is buried there. But my grandfather, my mother's father, passed away in Kentucky, and he's buried in Kentucky.
Also, they're separated.
Yeah.
And how many people do you still have got there?
So my brother's sister, his youngest sister, she lives there. And some of my really older, my father's older uncles, they've since passed. I really like to ask questions and record my elders, but I never got a chance to visit them. So from my direct family, I have from my dad's side mostly. My mom's side, her sister's in Jordan. They were in Kuwait, and then during the Gulf War, they went to her sister went to Jordan, but my mom was already in America. She came here in her teenage years, and then so for my dad, and then a lot of my cousins and my aunts and uncles' children and their children, and then I have a very extended, large family.
When did they live? Do you know what year? Like
Yeah,
before
so
67, before 48?
My great uncle Omar, who was in the U.S., they first went to South America. He went to Germany and South America, and then some of my other uncles, my mom's side, they went to South America, Colombia. That's how I have Colombian family. Also have Honduras family and Nicaraguan family. And he was in the United States in Chicago during the assassination of JFK, because he was telling me about that. So he himself there, my mom in the 80s, my mom and dad in the 80s. But it was all through my dad's uncle Ahmad that they were able to come to America.
No, so
Immigration was a lot easier then.
When did they leave the village?
They're still in the village, but I'm telling you that to the best of my recollection, like you would JFK, because he was here when JFK was assassinated.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I found the place I was talking about.
Oh, what is it called?
I put an article in the chat about it. It's pretty wild. It was built with Qatari money, Rawabi, and there's 640 units. It's like this whole beautiful upscale city that they say will house 40,000 the article says upper middle class Palestinians. Qatari company.
Huh?
Yeah. But when we went to see it, nobody, I think people can't afford it, so it was kind of empty. So I was just wondering, that was driving me crazy. Yeah.
Let me check.
Shukba is, by the way, it's C, not A.
Is it
Area C.
What did you say? Oh, nice.
Area C.
Guys, I'm off.
Area B.
Good night.
Oh, Area B.
Yeah.
I don't
Shukba
think
is
the
Area B.
Qataris would invest in Area C.
Where
I really like how it looks.
it looked like like a really high-end, new project, like mini city.
What did you say, Daniel? Sorry, my phone was acting up. What did you say?
No, I just said it to Jakob. It's not area A. It's Shukba is area B.
Oh, area B. I thought it was area C.
No, I didn't say
But
it was in
I,
A.
Yeah, sorry, you said C. You said C. Sorry.
I said it might be. I guess I didn't know.
Yeah. I'm not blaming you. Just.
I mean, in October, they demolished a home in our village, and when I was talking to my relatives, I was like wanting to know, because it was pretty traumatic for me, even though I not lived there. My father's home was demolished, so I kind of felt like I was living vicarious, like just experiencing my dad's trauma, like pre my existence. But they, I was like, I kept asking him, why did they demolish the home? Why did they demolish the home? And they're like, he's like, because they could, because they could. I'm like, well, what was the reason that they gave? And the reason that was given was apparently it was built without a permit in 2008. And I don't know why, like, there would be a permit necessary to Israel for them to build a home. Like, I don't understand that. And so he was like, and I have videos of them demolishing the home. My relative sent to me it. I don't really communicate with him anymore because he kind of started being weird with me and kind of hitting on me. Like, so I kind of was like, okay, this is weird. I don't want them to be like the American girl is like doing stuff like, you know what I mean? But it was really sad because it's like an entire home like family of like, and they were like, well, we'll just help rebuild it. But what do you think about that, Daniel? Why is Israel controlling whether there's a permit in the village and then demolishing the home 16 years later?
Basically, I mean, I don't know, but usually it takes a lot of time. It's usually because there's legal proceedings, and a lot of times those things go to court. This also happened in Jerusalem. In some court cases last for decades, by the way.
But like a legal case for what? Like why?
Okay, so because when the Zionist movement came, they bought land, and then during the war of 1948, the Jordanians took the land, and they kind of resold the land. And then when we got it back, there was like basically two ownership on the same land because both. Yeah.
Daniel, our village in 1948 was not impacted. So there's like different reasons why people stay. Why
no, it was
going to get impacted?
It was.
We were not expelled from Shukva. We didn't.
No, not expelled. Not impacted. Not expelled. Jordanian took over the area.
Jordan annexed.
It was annexed.
It was annexed by Jordan, the area.
1948, from the War of 48 to 1967, Jordan occupied, annexed, and gave citizenship, Jordanian citizenship, to that area.
I'm hearing what
Okay,
you're
but
saying.
let her explain first.
I'm hearing what you're saying. What I'm saying is there were other villages that the people were expelled. That expulsion, those armies did not get to our village. That did not get to our village. So I understand that you're saying, okay, I don't even want to contest it whether it became occupied by Jordan or not. Fine. But my question is, why then does Israel have any authority? It's not like this land was like where any Jewish people came to settle. So why is there any right of Israel to go and demolish this home in October of 2023 when this permit was like over an alleged permit?
Also,
There was no
recently.
Nora, just to be a lawyer here for a second, you'd really have to get all the facts. You'd have to see documentation that gives the reason. You'd have to see if there was legal proceeding, if there was a court proceeding, or if it was coming out of an emergency military reason. Like, you'd have to have documentation showing, just listening to this and how I'm digesting it, you'd really have to have the evidence showing the specific reasons, not, what you think someone thinks might have been the reason. But normally in Israel and definitely in the U.S., if you build something without a permit, usually you'll go into court. The party that might be burdened by something that was built without a permit would go in for an injunction to stop construction if it's already there. Buildings have been removed. You know, if something is built improperly or is in violation, but you'd have to have more facts and you'd have to get more evidence on it.
And I hear you.
So, but it might be interesting for you to explore that. But it might be
citizens. So why?
But because I'm answering you, you'd probably want to get more information and more facts, and then ask that question. That's how I would approach it, because there most likely, if it was done for civil reasons, then there's probably most likely a legal proceeding. If it was done for military reasons because someone was occupying it, or there was a different reason coming out of security, then that's a different reason. But you'd have to investigate more.
Okay.
That helps.
Okay, I hear you, and I appreciate you coming from a legal angle. Do you understand why despite which, if I'm able to, I will. If I can get, I will do the best that I can. But the fact that Israel has any authority to do this on Palestinian land, it's not like that. No, let me just finish. That they have any authority on this. That this is not done by the quote PA. That this isn't run by this fake government called the Palestinian Authority. That's what I'm saying. It's the fact that it's even under Israeli control at all. And Daniel says it's Area B. So I see that it's
which is self-control.
Which is a mixed control, right? Under the Oslo Accord.
One question. So Daniel mentioned
Yes.
something after you were explaining this, Nora, that there was some land that Israel bought from these territories, and that then Jordan sold them even though they had an owner. And so that's the reason why there has been court cases or whatever. Could this be a reason? I mean, is this area part of what you're saying about the buying of land?
I mean, I don't know specifically about any, that is something that happened. I don't know about Shukba specifically, if this happened there or not. No, I don't know.
But so you guys also bought land?
Yeah, of course.
So my father passed away. I have land in my name in Palestine, because I have. So when my grandmother passed away, many years ago, she had land in her name, right? Because we have inheritance for women in Islam, and that land, when she passed away, went to her children. But my father is the only one of the adult children that has passed away. So that land went to his children, myself and my brothers, and it was divided, of course, equally among us, because that was the just thing to do. People would be like, "Oh no, you're supposed to get half," but no, it's divided equally among us. So Shukba is what Daniel's saying about these things that are happening. For example, the case of Yaakov from New York, when he was telling that Kurd girl, Mohammed Kurd and his twin sister, if I'm not going to take it, somebody else. He was literally in her backyard.
No, that is exactly, by the way, this story is exactly what I was talking about. I can run you down what happened.
That's why I'm citing it.
But why don't you look at the Oslo agreements and understand the control of Area B? Because it's a joint control. Civil matters are controlled by the Palestinian Authority, and the military control is by Israel, and that was part of Oslo. So if you're asking why, then look for the legal authority and the jurisdiction, and then after you see the pursuant to that jurisdiction.
I will, but I will say pre-Oslo, and I kind of alluded to it earlier, that my father's home was demolished. So there is exactly. So I know why my father's home was demolished, but this is a form of collective punishment. And why was my father's home demolished? It was because my grandfather was imprisoned by Israel, and when he was imprisoned, the family was to be taken out, and they demolished that home. So
What was
this
he in
whatever
prison
law,
for?
they accused him of killing or conspiring to kill a spy.
What?
And this was, you said this
Who
was,
did he conspire to kill? An Israeli citizen?
No, a Palestinian
A
spy.
Palestinian spy. But they accused him. Was he convicted of being part of the conspiracy to murder? Was he convicted?
The uncle that I was referring to, that's his brother, right? So that my grandfather's brother is the one that came to America. He hired him actually, because I have this conversation recorded. I had enough, like it's about like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And he said that he hired him, a Jewish lawyer, to help him, a Jewish female lawyer. He said the name of her. And they had made a deal with him. They had made a deal with him that if he were to be exiled, he would leave. He didn't take the deal, and so he stayed. He stayed in the, and he was convicted, obviously. I don't know what his sentence was, but he was released in the mid-'80s. I was trying to confirm the things that he was saying, so I was like doing some research on a Palestinian-Israeli exchange. So my grandfather was released from prison on a Palestinian-Israeli exchange, and died in Palestine. But
Was it murder or conspiracy to murder?
I don't know. So I asked my uncle, do you think he killed him, or do you think he like had anything to do with it? He paused and said, I think so. But I don't know. And so either way, he was like he was in different prisons. He was like in the prison near Ashkelon, I think. Ascalon, or however you say it. And he was like in different areas there. But my point is, my father, who was 6 years old at the time, and had his mother, who like had a very difficult life. Her brother was shot in the 50s, and like over 50 times. So they already had a lot of trauma. Then they demolished their home. I think this is a unjust practice of collective punishment. Imagine, Abby, in the United States of America, that something like that were to happen. That a father gets accused of a crime, and they're like, get out, and then they demolish the home of the family. This is completely unjust, and we would not see this happen in the United States of America.
But we have a constitution in the United States. Israel doesn't have a constitution. They have different, they have a set of laws that are what do they call it?
Basic laws.
The basic laws. But, remember, it's kind of hard to compare any country with the U.S. based on how our Constitution works. But they have a law over there, and they have a policy with respect to demolition of homes. Whether I agree with it or not, it's not. I'm not a lawyer there. If it happened in the U.S., it's not something that would be constitutional here, and we don't.
Well, you cannot also compare anything to.
But the
You
U.S.
also
is
cannot compare it to Israel.
The U.S. is also not being invaded by Mexico or Canada on a regular basis, and has
Or
those
internally,
issues.
or people internally committing terrorism.
Yeah, we have internal terrorists.
Right, but Israel will
right now, but
in order to deter some of this, they flatten houses for
their policy.
That's their policy, and it's meant to apply pressure to the families to prevent them from aiding and abetting terrorists.
And not only this, because the PA is paying the families sometimes, so in order to make it not financially profitable to go and blow stuff.
They lived in complete destitution.
Was it in 85?
Did you
That's what question is. It was 85 that he was released?
In the 60s, the late 60s.
No. When he was released from prison, was it 1985?
84, 85.
In the
Yeah,
Supreme.
but I was going to ask
okay.
her about the year of the demolition. Did you say that was last year in October?
Yeah, it's confusing. So it just got demolished. You're saying now, but the crime, Nora, it doesn't make sense. The crime occurred in the 60s.
So, Abby, you're listening to two different things. I said that there was a home in our village that was demolished in October of last year.
Not your family. Okay, sorry.
I said, for me, like, that was very, I had a complete nervous breakdown. I completely lost because I felt like I relived my dad's own, it's like, wow.
I understand what you're saying.
Later, and homes are still being demolished. You know what I mean?
Yes, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So hold on. So so the story of your uncle, he was freed in 1983.
Not my uncle, it's my great uncle, it's my dad's uncle.
Or your great uncle, 1983, and there was a demolition then, and you have. So you're talking about different demolitions, or you're talking about?
No.
She's saying it triggered her, the recent.
I'm
in that neighborhood.
saying that I referenced two home demolitions.
Oh,
The one that happened recently was in a village in our family. A village in our a family in our village.
But it's not your family.
The woman is from my
It's not
family.
your. Hold on, but it's not your family's property.
No, it is the woman's side, but it's from my village, right? And so it happened in October. I think we had some children get killed in our village too, so I don't know if I'm getting the dates wrong, but October 18th is the date that comes in my head, I think. My father, when he was 6 years old, my father was born in 1963. My grandfather in the late 60s was accused of killing a spy.
Yeah.
Either conspiring or killing a spy. I don't know which one it is. During this time, when he was released, so my great uncle hired a Jewish woman for him to try to help him. When they tried to get a deal where if he leaves Palestine, he would be free.
Yeah.
He refused. So he went to prison, and when he went to prison, he was released on an Israeli-Palestinian prison exchange. It was either 84 and 85. I believe it was 85, maybe 83, 83, 45. Daniel just looked it up. He said it was like this thing that happened in 85. He was released on an Israeli-Palestinian exchange. That's it.
Noah, just so you know, generally speaking, the policy of demolishing houses is only when there is a death, meaning only if I don't think it was just conspiring or anything.
No, the man died, but I'm saying I don't know if he was the person that killed him or if somebody, like, if he was part of it. Like, the man was, there was a death. Like, somebody.
No, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
So
I don't know the charges, I'm saying. Like, I don't know if my grandfather was accused of killing the spy himself or if he was part of a group of people that killed him, is what I'm saying.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
I just try to be as accurate as possible.
Yeah, I understand what I'm saying.
I try to, you know.
I don't know the story. Yeah.
Like, for example, when I said my grandmother, her brother died in the 50s. Was shot. He went into a no man's zone. Boom, 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 boom. I think over 50 bullets in him, and the UN took his body to our village. The reason I know this story is because somebody who is a witness there lives here in Lexington, Kentucky. Well, I guess where I live. Lives here in Kentucky, and I sat with him, and he told me that, and he relayed it to me. So I try to get like my sources from as direct as I can from like firsthand, but like that's why I don't want to say anything like this inaccurate because I don't want to take away or be like, oh, you're a liar. I just don't know the exact details. So that's why I'm saying either one.
No, I'm just trying to provide you with context. I'm not trying to catch you. I'm trying like with the dates that you're giving, the location, to try and give you information that maybe will help you to kind of.
Yaakov said it was. Yaakov says that it acts as a deterrent. Well, now my mind goes to what's happening right now when I watch that guy, Yehudi, what's his name? I just wrote it down because I looked him up. That guy let me look him up. His name is what is his name? These people send so many messages. His name is.
KK, when you have a minute, I have to ask.
Sure.
I used your argument with somebody about stolen service, but then I couldn't remember all the facts, how to back it up. So I need you to run me through that again. I sounded so smart, and then I wasn't so smart because I couldn't remember everything.
Yeah, I don't want to derail the conversation. I was looking.
So his name is Yehuda Schlenzinger. Do you know him? Yehuda Schlenzinger?
Yehuda Schlenzinger. What about him? He's like a.
Did you hear what he said?
No, but he's like he's a nobody from he's like a
television. What did he say? Similar to what Yaakov said.
Who was the guy?
What again? Yuda Schlesinger, he's like not a journalist. How would you call it? Like cloud chaser.
Provocateur.
He's not a journalist. He's not a journalist.
What
He's how would you call it?
Provocateur.
No, he's not. Yeah, provocateur. He's like he's not. He's
like a
just a
Nick
radical.
Fuentes type, like that type.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like this. Yeah.
Drums up
Like
stuff.
an influencer.
Not really. Yeah, like someone that was. No, what did he
Aspires to be an
say?
influencer.
But I guess, but no, like he probably said something stupid because he says a lot of stupid stuff. But what did he say?
He used the same logic of Yakovlev's quote deterrent. He said that they should institutionalize the rape or the sodomization of men and Israeli prisons.
But he's an idiot. I mean, that's
Stupid on its face.
That sounds
Okay.
like Nick
Just
Fuentes.
but-
So no, but he said it. So what?
Nora, it's Israel, just like the U.S. What is similar is the freedoms as people speak and people say stupid ass things. So as we have to live in the U.S. with the Nick Fuentes and the people that are full of hate and say horrible things, they have idiots over there too. I mean, it's not the word or the spoken word of the country. It's some wackadoo that is getting.
Doesn't represent it.
Yeah, I mean,
Everyone has a whack.
listen. Yeah, I mean, if people listen to America and they thought Nick Fuentes spoke for us, like that would be pretty scary.
No,
So I'm not justifying. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that like these people should never be, you know, the voice
and I
of.
hear you. I hear you,
That's
Abby.
all.
I hear you. However, Daniel can please correct me if I'm wrong. It wasn't like on a YouTube channel. It was on something equivalent to Good Morning America or CNN or Fox News.
Yeah,
So
there's
it was on.
probably 12.
No, he's a provocateur that he's on Channel 14 and Channel 12, but this is his job to be
Okay,
a
but we don't
provocateur.
have that in America. You
No, you do. Oh, you do.
You do.
You have
Oh, wow.
peers.
Every day.
Peers
Channel
every
14.
day.
Nora,
Have you not seen The View?
Yeah.
Nora, Channel 14 is like Haaretz. They'll publish anything to, get at the infrastructure of Israel. It's a leftist leaning.
No, 14 is the far right.
Yeah, sorry, the far right one. Who's the far left one? I'm getting my numbers confused.
Haaretz. We don't have a far
I
right.
said Haaretz. Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna go work out real quick, so I'm gonna leave. But before I leave, Abby, since we did engage in a back and forth yesterday, I don't know why. What's his name? Harry was accusing me of stuff. I've never engaged him. Then you kind of co-signed it. What is it that you feel like that I said that was anti-Jew?
You know what, Nora? I apologize, but I'm in so many freaking rooms. I can't remember. If I did something, I apologize.
No, it's fine.
I don't know.
I mean, you
And I have
to
to tell you that it's really nice to be able to engage and talk to you. We've had so many people from both communities that just go at war with each other. And it's a pleasure to be able to have a conversation with you. And I hope we have more in the future. This is what's the beginning of dialogue that's important.
I agree. Unblock me, but I do want to say you threatened me as well.
I don't threaten. I'm very careful not to threaten.
Okay, hold on. But what you said, in the chat, is because you found out I was in Kentucky, and you said something. I mean, I took a screenshot of it, but I don't want to.
I probably told you not to. If you said something.
You said you're worried about your rabbi friends.
Yeah, because we have a rabbi that's on the app that's in Kentucky.
I know Shlomo Litvin, right?
Yeah. Do you know him?
I know of him, but he's not the rabbis that I have connections with. I have connections with rabbis on when I used to be engaged in some stuff here in my city. We would visit synagogues, and I have connections. They would come to some Muslim things. So I have Facebook friendships with some rabbis and their wives, and I engage sometimes here back and forth. I see what they say.
That's great. I didn't know this, and thank you. And it's really great that.
But I will say Shlomo Litvin has harassed me on my Facebook. So I have never met him, but I had tagged maybe somebody that I had met. I guess he saw it and he started harassing me, and I felt like he was basically trying to imply something. And so I went to my state officials because I have connections just as he has connections. So I went to the state senate and I spoke to President Stivers. I spoke to I don't know if you're familiar with President Robert Stivers, not specifically about that, but just, well, I did a little bit, and they all know who Shlomo Litvin is because he's always there, and I think even our state senate was privy to this October 7th film that a lot of people don't have access to. I think some of the people in our state senate watched it, if I can recall correctly. However, he harassed me. I kind of said, I see what you're saying to me. Like, you're basically trying to get, like, law enforcement. I'm gonna, like, you can't, like, he was threatening me, and I wasn't even doing anything against him. About a month ago, and I've never interacted with him in real life. It was so funny. I'm, like, walking in my city, and I walk into an establishment, and he's standing there, and I'm like, and I look at him, and I'm like, Shlomo Litvin. And he goes to me, and you are? I'm like, it doesn't matter. And he's like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, okay, and I walked away.
So I didn't know if you knew him. He was on Clubhouse for a long time. Do you know he was on Clubhouse like almost every day for years?
Yeah, and then
Clubhouse
season 1. Yeah.
Nora.
President of what, Nora? You went to someone that was president of what? Oh,
president of our state senate. Like, now you have a president of the senate, state senate, President Robert Stivers. You can look him up.
Noah, just one sentence about like while you were kind of chatting about this, just if it kind of helps, or I don't know what, he was suspended after saying what he said on Channel 12.
So he was immediately. I think the Channel 4. So he was suspended.
No, we don't have Channel 4. We have Channel 12. It was Channel 12, and he was suspended because of what he said. And then he also wrote, I guess maybe on Twitter, a criminal
I can't hear
you.
Can you hear me, sir?
Hello? To the law.
Hello?
So
you cut out.
Yeah, Daniel, we lost you.
Okay, I'm saying that he was suspended after saying what he was saying, and then he also later said that he shouldn't have justified the criminal action. We shouldn't do anything criminal. It was wrong of me to say what I said on the air. I was wrong. The terrorist should be executed according to the law, which we actually don't have a law to execute. Well, we do. We do have it. We do have it. We never did it.
Listen, I'm gonna take things one step at a time. I'm gonna take things one step at a time. Like I said, I need to go work out, but I don't think it's fair to automatically refer to a Palestinian as a terrorist. Because
no, we're talking about no. We're not talking about Palestinians, and you are doing this now. You are comparing Palestinians. We are talking about terrorists, and what he was talking about, he was specifically talking about the Nukhba terrorists. Nukhba is the elite unit of the Hamas, and they're specifically talking about terrorists, not Palestinians, terrorists, meaning people that actually kill people. The Nukhba terrorists.
Okay,
Palestinians can be terrorists, but not all terrorists.
We'll work
exactly.
Then what is it, Yaakov?
I'm just saying, terrorists don't have to be Palestinians. I mean, it's not. He's just referring to a subset of Palestinians that happen to be terrorists.
Daniel, is your position that everyone that is in Israeli prisons are there because they should be there, or do you?
Again, the topic was about the Nukhba terrorists that were arrested and they went to Sde Teman. This is not the Israeli prison.
And ended up dying from these complications.
We don't know, we don't know.
That's still under investigation.
We heard, so there's also stories that he stuck a cell phone up his tush and smuggled it in.
And now there's a report. I mean, I think we should all wait for the investigation to happen.
Not like to see evidence on all this stuff.
Yeah. No, I would suggest like either way that there is an investigation ongoing. Israel exposed the investigation. This is why everybody knows about this story, because Israel kind of broadcasted it and said that there's an investigation going on. And I think that instead of jumping into conclusion that they raped or didn't rape or he did it or he didn't do it, because there's also not. I have more information that I see from the doctors, but that is not really good for him. But I would rather again wait for the investigation to end.
Daniel, that's fine. Daniel, what kind of work do you do? And you said you live in Tel Aviv, right?
No, I live in Berlin.
Don Dodson.
I live in Berlin.
region where I live
I'm
now.
good with that. Daniel,
He
Paula
works,
V.
he's the
found ya.
Mossad agent.
And that's what I know. That's why
And he's in Kentucky.
I'm born and raised in Tel Aviv, but I live in Berlin now. And I'm in high tech.
No,
No, no, no.
you literally have a family village up there.
No, no, I'm serious. I'm serious.
He lives in Berlin, Nora.
Maybe it's even in my, hold on. Maybe it's in my profile. You can see that I'm, if you go to my profile here, you can see that I'm learning.
Wait, I actually have a
German.
Kentucky
No, no.
question for you.
Yeah.
I chase Pappy. I chase it like crazy.
What is it?
I chase the Pappy Van Winkle. I love it. The Kentucky
Okay, yeah. Bourbon.
Yeah.
And
And
I know because it was all around me at my place of work. I don't drink, but yeah.
yeah, it's really hard to get. Like where I am, this part of the country, it's really hard to get. But that was part of my question, like if they've loosened it up at all. People in Kentucky.
Are you going to ask her to traffic alcohol?
Yeah, I would like to get your hands on a 23-year or a 15-year. I'd be happy. I was just curious, but if you're not, yeah.
I mean, I try not to touch alcohol in general, but I can look around for you and let you know.
It's pretty.
So you cannot drink it, start from the bottle directly.
Oh my
So
God, you have just the same thoughts as I.
Where she lives is like the heartland of bourbon. It doesn't get any better. And this is like the bourbon.
But Daniel, to give you an example, one of my friends, she's a Pakistani Christian girl, one time was visiting and she came into my house with alcohol and I was like, you can't do that. Just having the bottle with her, I asked her to put it in the car.
Oh, come on, Nora.
What a party pooper.
Can she put it on the patio?
Oh, don't talk to her.
Don't
talk to her about
yeah, so you know. I mean,
Okay, so
don't talk to her.
So that's so you don't drink.
If it's not against my religion, if it was not against my religion, I would drink bourbon and I would drink it straight.
No,
so we can bring weed, right? We can bring weed.
When I went to Saudi, they don't drink there, but in the Emirates, clearly they do, and in Bahrain they do. So just try to understand like how that flows. Is it just being more religious than other places, or is it what sect of?
No, I think in the UAE they just lax laws for like the non-Muslims.
Yes, Bahrain too.
Probably for Bahrain. I mean, Bahrain is one of the first people that have relations with Israel. If I remember
I
correctly.
went to synagogue there actually in Purim.
Yeah. So I think, and even like Saudi Arabia, horse racing is really big there, but I don't know how they go about what they do about betting or not, because like gambling is haram in Islam. So.
Okay, so that's a little crazy, Nora. I live in Vegas. If I tell you how many Arabs from Saudi come here, and also from around the Gulf region.
I mean, people sin. So
Let
and
me
then
tell you
people have
something,
their
Nora. You and I have not had a really good past, but I will, engage with you on this. The Qatari royal family, they have a house up here in Bel Air. And the shit that some of their kids do around Beverly Hills and up in Hollywood is laughable. In context as to what you said, because of the fact that they just don't even follow the context, like they don't even follow really their faith, and that's royalty. Like that to me was very surprising.
Okay, I believe it. I mean, I remember many years ago, some Saudi girl was hanging out with one of my like family members or friends, and I was tagging along, and she was smoking a cigarette, and I was like so confused. It's not haram to smoke a cigarette, but it is like makruh. It's like something that's disliked, and I was like, but that's a different culture than my culture. It's not the same culture. So.
Nora, wait, so you're saying it's haram to gamble, but
yes.
These are friends of mine that are building in the Emirates a very big casino project, and there's 2 other casinos opening there.
It's probably for non-Muslims.
Huh?
It's probably for the non-Muslims. If I understand correctly, the population there is like increasing a lot. It went from like just from 2% to 12% like Christians in UAE. So they're probably
but they find ways to do this. I work in sports. There are definitely like super big projects right now. the golf area, they're investing so much money in sports, and yeah, they are also involving a lot of betting. So, but I don't know exactly how they do it. I'm gonna find out.
Guys,
But yeah, I mean, they are involved in betting.
if I tell you the budget for this one casino project, I'd blow you away. I mean, it's
No, I
massive.
agree. Like I met Prince Bandar bin he's the head of the equestrian like thing in Saudi Arabia because he was here when we had the Breeders' Cup back in 2022. Met with him, talked to him. He was really surprised that there were Palestinians in Kentucky. Very, very kind
Eating
guy.
fried
But like,
chicken.
what is it?
No, I said eating fried chicken.
Yeah, but like I was kind of alluding to, because when you go to Keeneland, I don't know if you're familiar with Keeneland, like that's a betting place. Like you can go without betting, but I don't know if they have other people bet for them. I mean, that's not. It's still like you can't do. But it's between them and God. Like I'm not gonna judge them.
Nora,
But
if you go to the Baccarat, the high rollers, Baccarat areas in any of the bigger Vegas casinos, it's mostly Arabic. It's Arabic and Chinese.
I
Those are the
completely.
two.
Unless you, yeah, I mean, Arabs kind of can blend in. Sometimes you might think they're Arabs.
No,
Sometimes.
I know the Saudis because they're big players here.
Saudis are distinct, yeah.
And I go to Saudi. I mean, I've been a couple times now. And
No, I believe you. I think that's a great point to show that being Arab doesn't mean that you're practicing Muslim.
Well, yeah, no, that of course, but I don't know. It's just that Islam is not a religion that is a pick and choose, but it's more strict. So they might not practice it strictly.
In
but
which
that
country,
doesn't
though?
mean-
They're so
In
different.
Emirates.
Turkey.
Emirates.
Well, I mean, like Turkey, Albania. I mean, it's like they're.
No, we're talking about the Emirates.
But like Abu Dhabi is like the difference between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Like
Yeah,
Abu Dhabi's more conservative than Dubai. But this particular casino project that we're building is like right near there. I mean, it's going to. I don't know about a prohibition for locals. I did not hear anything like that.
I'm gonna
So
say something.
They don't do
Have
things
you-
small.
Abby, have you ever been to Newport Beach?
yeah, it just went last month.
Do you remember where Nike Town used to be, off of 19th Street in Newport Boulevard?
I think I go to that Hot Cakes, which I think is 17th near there.
Yes, that's further down, like closer to the beach. But
Okay.
there's this place. It was a nightclub called Sutra, and it was opened in like the early 2000s. And then it shut down, and now it's like Time nightclub. But I'm telling you, like during the summers there, all of the UCI students from Qatar, from freaking all over the Middle East, they get shit-faced drunk. Like absolutely shit-faced, cannot stand up drunk. Okay? Like it's crazy to me how people just want to say, right. Like, I mean, come on, these are kids in college. Like I used to oversee the campus housing over at UCI like years ago. And the shit that these kids used to do in the dorms. Same thing with USC. So, I mean, Nora, I hear where you're coming from. Well, when these kids are out here going to college, regardless of whether it's haram or not, these kids are busting it down. I'm telling you, they're busting it down.
That's what secularization does, and that's just like the part of society, right? If they're not, that's just a product of the secularization of our societies. But when you do drink, it invalidates your prayer for 40 days.
Shit, 40 days.
Yeah, I may be
Just
a
for
little
one
bit-
drink?
Yeah, so if you become intoxicated or
If you
drink,
take
it
a
invalidates
take a
prayers.
shot, is it worse if you take a shot?
Yeah, so whatever you drink. So if you already have drunk a little bit, just get smashed because I mean,
well, just drink a whole bottle of wine.
Exactly.
When I did
if you're gonna be invalidated either way
But
for one
what
shot.
I saw in
just
Saudi
do
though, people had it in their homes in Saudi. You can't buy it anywhere, but they go over to Bahrain and then they drive back to Riyadh with it. But they're building a city that's one of the newer cities that the $50-60 billion cities, and this one will be down towards the Red Sea,
and it will have like a free
Neon.
zone
Are you talking
or
about the
an
Neon
international
project?
free zone that'll have.
Are you talking about the Neon
Nice.
project, Abby?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the project down by the beach, like, well, part of that project is the line. That 100-mile long city, like that actually looks pretty good. I wish they would build that between like Nevada and California.
Oh, amazing! Get rid of Barstow, man. That was and Baker.
Yes.
Oh, I went to Diriyah. Diriyah, I think I'm saying it right, which is the new city they're building in Riyadh. It'll blow you away if you see how they're designing the city, and it's a $53 billion project.
I want to see how they're going to do skiing in the mountain.
I mean, they're spending it on development
No,
there.
but they do have cool places.
Getting
as well.
involved in these projects? Sorry to interrupt you, so it's really like, how did you get involved in these types of projects?
We were invited by the Crown Prince, a whole group of us, to go over there. I was with people my one girlfriend has 3 restaurants. I have another friend, actually someone who has a hotel in where we were just talking near Newport, that's building a hotel. There have been like 14 hotels in Diriyah alone. The guy that is running that project, his name is Jerry. He's a Italian guy. You spent some time here in Vegas and brought a lot of people into that project. But I went with a friend of mine is for the Saudis. His law firm are their lobbyists in Washington. Just sort of.
Did you meet from the family from the royal
Yes.
court? Did you meet Prince Bandar?
This is who I met. Well, I've actually been to her home in Washington, Princess Rima. I've met her a few times. I could PTR a picture with her. And she's amazing. She's like my most favorite of everyone I've met.
I want to see if I
She's
I only
beautiful.
really talked to Prince Bandar, but I saw other people around him. She wasn't veiled. She was like.
She's not veiled. She said she wasn't veiled in Washington. And so I'll tell you something that this is Emmis, we say, and it's as true as can be. We had dinner at her house. There was about 20 of us, and she koshered her kitchen for us to have dinner there. It was pretty incredible. But I met the foreign minister, and he used to be the ambassador to the U.S., and I'm blanking on his name right now. After her father left, he was the ambassador for a number of years. We met with different people in the government.
Sorry, just moving to listen more.
Honestly, it's the same. You know what's ironic is she was unveiled, and at the time I was veiled.
I walked around Saudi in a t-shirt and jeans. I went to the malls. It was fine. It was perfect.
Yeah. But I want to. I think I know who you're talking about. But PTRing.
Hold on, I'm trying to multitask here. To find a picture with her.
Meanwhile, I'll say good night. I'm moving to listening mode.
No, me too.
I'm listening, but I'm just I will not be able to speak anymore.
I do have to tell you a story though. I gave a gift when I went to her house for her to give to the Saudi athlete that was a woman judo player, I don't know what you would call it.
Player.
Yeah, that had a match with the Israeli athlete during the Olympics in Tokyo, and they took their arms and put them in the air with a show of solidarity that the countries will not boycott each other and that they will respect each other. So when I went to dinner at her house, I brought a gift, a pair of earrings that looked like peace signs with a heart to give to the athlete. I just thought that was like, they don't believe in boycotting. And that's MBS. He's just moving that country in a really good direction.
Did you meet
No,
MBS
some of the people I was with went to meet him. I don't rank
I
to
really
meet him.
I really love King Faisal, which would be his grandfather, I believe.
I did meet MBZ.
King Faisal was killed by his nephew, FYI.
So I met MBZ though when I was in the Emirates. He's really interesting guy. Then we met his brother, who's very outspoken, ABZ. They all have these 3 initials.
And he has a lot to say how pissed off he is about the US. But interesting, the families over there. I kind of think those two countries are joined at the hip.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I haven't been to either.
Well, Saudi
But-
just opened really for tourism in the last few years.
If I go to Saudi, I would go. Like whenever I would see something on YouTube, I would send it sometimes to Prince Bandar and be like, "Is this true about Saudi?" I would send him this stories like, "Is this true?" And but I kind of said something embarrassing, so at this point, I'm not trying to like interact anymore.
The changes for women are pretty dramatic there, and you see
But
it when you talk to women.
King Faisal was good with that too, but he also was behind the oil embargo. I don't know if you're familiar with. Some people believe that his killing was not just random by his nephew.
But isn't there a big Saudi community where you are because they own?
No. I just met the Saudi prince because he was here. He was here for the breeders.
But I thought that a bunch of them live there because they have horses.
In Lexington.
Yeah.
Maybe I remember back in the day there were some students. There were some Saudi students, but nobody of like high influential status that I could recall.
Do you go to the Derby?
I have not been to the Derby and I have not been to Keeneland. I should start with Keeneland first. So.
I went once. The year that Orb won, I went and I did that whole thing, like the whole weekend, the Oaks the night before and the wine dinner. It's amazing. Such a beautiful place that you live in. I mean, that's a gorgeous part of the country.
It really is. It's underrated. We had some people filming a movie here from California in Lexington, and I was telling them that Lexington is the best city in America, and they were like, I was talking to the photography director about it, and it was like, oh, it depends on what you think. I'm not a big fan of Louisville, but there's some places of Louisville that's nice, I guess. But
have you ever gone to Ashford Farms and see the way they breed the horses?
Yeah, so one of my goals, I love horses. I live in like the horse capital of the world, but I haven't immersed myself in it. So that's actually my goals is to be more active within the horse industry and be around it a little bit more. So
it's weird.
So the answer is no, but I'd like to be more familiar with it because we get a lot of people. We get a lot of people from Ireland here because they buy. There's like a lot of the buying of the horses is at Keeneland.
Yeah, that's what they told us when we went. I did a tour, but that one place, Ashford, is where they breed them. So you actually you watch a little more than you might want to watch.
Oh my god, that would be so amazing.
But
if the entertainment what's up?
I have to find all my pictures. I have pictures of that too. They have this horse that's called the Fluffer that comes out. Do you know about this? The Fluffer?
No, I want to learn about. I love horses, but I know very little. Whenever I like see people that are in the horse industry, I'll have conversations with them. I'll ask them like the difference between the Derby and the Breeders' Cup. You know, which one is like a bigger one? What's the difference? But I know nothing. But I do. I mean, it's like when you're driving on the scenic roads, you see the beautiful horses and the fences and the green. Oh, it is a fluffer?
Okay, so I didn't know about this, but it's when they're breeding the horses, and the studs come in, they bring another horse in to kind of get the female horse ready to go. So it's called the fluffer horse.
I was gonna make an inappropriate joke.
No, I swear to God, I'm not making this up.
But no, that's a real thing. Like when it comes to pornography, a fluffer is like somebody if you're before a shoot or whatever who's like arousing somebody, but they're not a main character. I didn't know that was like it came from breeding. It's interesting.
Jesus.
Look it up, fluffer. But this place where she lives is like where secretariats,
foal, like all these famous horses after they raced would, be sold as studs. And there's a whole I don't know, lineage chart when you go to this place and you see Man of War, all these famous horses and all of their foals.
I see. You just taught me something. I didn't know Man of War was a famous horse. Our main road here in Lexington is called Man of War.
And
and I'm always on Man of War. I'm always on Man of War.
But you should go.
I'm about
you
to go
can
run on
tour.
Man of War right now, actually.
I mean, you can tour this place and see it. It's pretty cool. But most of the famous Triple Crown winners all track back. Not all, but a lot of them track back to that one. I don't know what do you call it, stable breeding.
See, I'm familiar with the Ashford studs from Ireland. They come, is it all connected? Are the Irish the ones that are going to this farm? Is it their farm?
I think they have maybe something in Ireland, but this one has been in Lexington for.
No, I know, but I'm saying they come from Ireland to this farm.
Well, people send horses from all over the world to.
Yeah, but the thing about
basically.
Yeah.
The thing about Secretariat was we were going through Prohibition and also in 27, the Great Depression. And in that time, we have everybody.
It wasn't the Prohibition. I was around when Secretariat ran.
Yeah.
Secretariat
on
had
the long horse.
Didn't he have a
Secretariat was
heart
from
and lungs that were
It
twice?
was nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Go check it out, and then we'll talk again. And I apologize for any misunderstanding.
I'm glad that we could reconcile, and I look forward to hearing more, and maybe trying to get involved in some of these business deals.
It's fine.
Well, the movie with Secretariat was the guy that played
Dr.
Spider-Man.
Doc, what year did Secretariat run?
I think somewhere between 29 and 31.
No.
Somewhere 29 to 31.
No.
What's her face? Nora's not bad. I've talked to her a bunch of times. She's kind of chatty, but she's not a mean-spirited person.
So I was alive when Secretariat ran, and it was in the 70s, not in the 20s. Okay.
An idiot. You're an idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I know when Secretariat ran. I think you might need to check your facts. Are you thinking of a different
He's
one?
drunk. No, he's drunk all day, every day. I'm being serious.
I agree with you, Pepe. That was the most we've been able to engage.
Dude, they made a movie with Jeff Bridges and a kid that played fucking Spider-Man, dumbass. It's about the 30s.
Secretariat raced when I was in the 70s. I'm not crazy.
No, you're just a fucking idiot.
Well, since Secretariat was born in 1970, how did Secretariat race in the 20s?
What?
My scholar friend.
Are you trying to pick up somebody that renamed another horse Secretariat? Because Secretariat was an American fucking icon.
Right, they raced in 1973.
This bitch doesn't know her ass when I'm on the ground.
So rude.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll. Daniel, nice talking to you today.
Yeah, roll out, you dumb fucking cunt.
I've noticed that in the morning California time, this room is much more to the left than in the evening California time. It kind of bounces back and forth. The healthy debate.
There's no particular angle for this room. Like we got Brand, who's a originalist, I believe. I might be saying it wrong. We got Kelly. I'm not sure her ideology. We got Roger, a libertarian. We got Jay. I believe he's left leaning majority. Then we got Dr. Jordan, who's definitely left leaning. So it's not a particular.
Where are you?
Yeah. Jay opens the room.
I'm a libertarian socialist. So they call it a lib
Dirty commie. Dirty commie.
And you know, I found out that like the opposite of a commie is a fascist. I just realized this, that Donald Trump is a fascist. 100% he's a fascist. Like you go to the ideology, he's a fascist, and they love to call people commies. I'm not calling you a fascist, Brink. I don't think you are, but Trump is definitely a fascist.
So you're a libertarian socialist. You must be arguing with yourself a lot.
Oh yeah, I live in a weird world. Yeah, it's
I
weird.
mean, Hajima thinks the Earth is flat, so you know, there's things in between us. Great.
It's kind of hard to argue because like you live on the ocean almost, Brent, I believe, and like when do the curves start? Like, cause all I see is flat. I just want to know when do the curves start? I don't, cause water don't bend. Water is always flat. I'm sorry. No more flat earth.
Well, when you go on the cruise, you'll see a point of no return, and that's when you'll see that they're going to be there.
But I'm going to return, though. There's no such thing as a point of no return.
Anyway,
that way and come back.
You're going to see the curve.
Yeah, leave it there. Yeah, leave it there.
You'll see the curve.
All right, cool. Yeah, we leave it alone.
Have you ever been in a fucking airplane? You can literally see the curve.
Yeah. No, you can't. I flew to Miami. You can't. Let's end it, but you can't. Though. Like, no one has ever saw
you actually can.
Move forward.
That's because they keep the nose of the plane on a certain angle while they're flying, because they have to keep the buoyancy of the plane.
Not true. Let's stop, though. Let's change the topic. Please, let's go somewhere. That's not true. Let's go somewhere. Please.
Yeah, I live super close to a lake, and I have a boat on it.
Okay, let's please.
And it looks very flat.
Let's talk about strippers or something. Let's talk about strippers. Gay porn, anything.
So to touch on what David did.
So when you fall off the side of the earth.
Am I not fucking talking?
Oh, sorry.
I'm pretty sure I'm fucking talking.
Sorry.
I can hear me. But maybe I need to scream for certain people to hear me and mute themselves. Mute button, it's magical. Mute yourself.
I thought we started talking at the same time. Sorry.
There we go. I'll just mute you so that there's not an echo, because nobody wants to hear me echoing. Yeah, no, it happens. But to touch on what David was saying, I think it has more to do with who opens the room, to be honest, and the time we open it, because Jay and I will both open rooms at like 5:30 or 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and the rooms populate kind of the same, but depending on the subject and depending on who's modding, they'll shift a certain way. Like my morning rooms can definitely have a relatively heavy right lean to them. Jay's don't usually pick up some of those same people. And then throughout the day, it does shift based on time a little bit. But if we leave a room open and it's like the natural transition of mods with Rowan and Kelly and me and Roger and everybody, the room will have periods where it's further right and periods where it's super far left. It's kind of funny, but it's the nature of how broad the house membership is. But depending on who opens the room, you kind of get a bit of a tilt. Dr. Jordan, it's a crapshoot because it depends on what he puts the time.
Anytime Dr. Jordan opened the room, it's based on his brain. and but he don't stick around long. It's always about narcissism or. But I get it though. Like, why would you talk about what you relate to? I get it.
I mean, I'm not talking shit. That's why we used to have Gay Power Hour. I'm not on enough anymore to do Gay Power Hour.
Hey, don't bring it up, Brian. Like I don't. I've been captured in the room too many times. No more Gay Power Hour.
Hey, those were some of people's favorite rooms.
Sorry, Brad.
No, you're good. I was gonna say those used to be certain people's favorite rooms, Hakima. I'm just not on here long enough to justify doing Gay Power Hour. Gay Power Hour used to be when certain rooms would get too intense and people wouldn't chill the fuck out. We would switch to Gay Power Hour, and it would run out most of the people who were causing problems.
And I'll be just sitting there stuck in the middle, just sitting there. But I always start with Nicholas. And oddly enough, I might meet Nicholas. And that's odd. So let's do a Gay Power Hour with Nicholas, me and Nicholas face to face. That'll be awesome. Kelly, are you there, Kelly? I'm trying to find solidarity with Kelly. Like she's been upset with me for the last few weeks, and I want to be on Kelly's good side, not the bad side.
Well, if you limit the flatter and get out of your feelings, I think you'll be good. I think you'll be good.
I don't deal with feelings though, Brian. I don't. I mean, like I get passionate every so often. Every so often, I will engage like that though. But like most of the time, I don't have feelings about it. But I do get passionate at times, but it's rare though. Like, and it's only for minutes. It's only for spurts. I'm not long-winded. I don't have a lot of. I'm not gonna go for hours about my meeting. But at the end of the day, I want to be okay with Kelly though. I do.
I'm just gonna make awkward dolphin sounds.
Yeah.
So Hakima, throughout the day, this title, what's the maximum number of people that it attracted? Now we're down to like 10 or.
I'm from the school of brand where we can have a good conversation with 4 people. So it's not about numbers at all.
No, that was just a question. I wasn't questioning.
Oh, no, I wasn't attacking you. I was letting you know I'm okay with 5 people in the room. Except Abby. Abby, I can't take Abby, but I'm gonna run from Abby. But other than that, I'm okay. I'm messing with you, Abby.
I know. Hakima, ever since you changed your profile picture,
So you're okay with Kamala, but not RFK? That's kind of weird.
No, I'm joking with you.
No, I know. I'm messing with you.
I actually liked the RFK. I think you were the only one I saw on here. I thought that was actually pretty.
I wish he would grow up and stand on his own 2 feet. Like he hasn't lost my vote completely. I can't go back to him, but you have to think he can win at least. You can't be looking for a job.
I have a fear of cyborgs, so until that voice is dealt with, I can't, Hakima. I can't.
Hey, his voice is better than Trump's voice. I'm sorry. Like Trump's voice, not saying his voice, but him complaining, playing victim all the time. I don't get like, how are you a billionaire, but you're just a victim about every fucking topic?
Life is tough at the top, Hakima. Life is
shit. I would like to see you there. Let me get there, and then I might can have some empathy there, but right now I can't because I'm at the bottom. Not necessarily at the bottom. I'm in the middle bottom. But I saw that picture that you posted, Abby, your PTR when you was shaking hands with Trump.
Yeah, I was
Hey, I'm in Miami, so I'm on vacation. I did have a drink, but you were pretty high on that picture, Abby. I hope I'm not coming. You're pretty high, Abby.
Thank you. Thank you. I was actually giving a speech and I introduced him. That was just a screenshot and he was walking onto the stage. But thank you. That's very sweet.
When I saw that picture, I like Abby can holler at me anytime she wants. I was really accepted.
What were you guys talking about? Just came in.
This is a room that had like gone on and was on life support, and we were just kind of rebooting and finding a new topic. Hakeem is about to go on a cruise. I'm jealous.
Ooh, where are you going?
I'm in Miami now. I'm taking off in the morning to Bahamas and Turks and Caicos for the next 5 days.
Nice. Have you been before?
No, I never been on a cruise before. I've been to the Caribbean. I've been to the Caribbean before, but not those particular places. I've been to Belize before, Mexico, of course, but no, I've never been to Bahamas or Turks and Caicos. Hopefully, we don't get on hurricanes.
You're going to go to, you'll have a day to go to Atlantis when you're in the Bahamas? You're going to?
I have no idea how this works. I'm just, actually, I'm on here to take pictures. My only goal was to take pictures of the sunrise and the sunset. That's the only thing I want. Other than that, whatever happens, happens.
They usually go to NASA or Freeport.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you go to
probably
NASA,
so.
check out Atlantis if you can. If they let you do like a day pass at the pool there, it's pretty.
Is it the real Atlantis or the Jew polar bear Atlantis?
it's Kerzner's Atlantis. Saul Kerzner came up with that.
Nice.
I know the Bahamas really well because my ex was involved with a company that owned that island before Kerzner came in. It was Paradise Island. And you know what's cool? They filmed a James Bond movie there. But it changed so much when Kerzner came in and built out that resort. It used to be.
Abby, just so you know, you're not helping Jewish conspiracy theories when you say your friend owned the island prior.
No, we didn't know. It wasn't Jews. It wasn't Jews at all.
I'm just joking.
It's a Jew now. It's a Jew now that built the hotel, but it wasn't. Paradise Island was owned by Resorts International, which is a company that also owned a casino in Atlantic City. And it was it was the biggest casino in the Caribbean. But Kerzner came in and just built this crazy mega resort that's got a lot of facets to it. So if that's where you dock, it's worth checking out.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, and it's a walking distance. You don't have to get a cab or something, from what I recall.
Yeah, it's under the straw market, right? If you like markets, there's the straw market too.
I was saying, you mentioned casinos. When I was landing, I'm at the Embassy Suite right by the airport. There's a casino called Magic City Casino. Well, what I know about Magic City is like a strip club. So I'm like in Atlanta. I'm like, is this casino a strip club casino? If it is, I might go.
No, where you're staying, if you feel like playing tonight, go to the Hard Rock. That's the big casino near where you are. But you have to get it's outside of Fort Lauderdale. It's west.
Oh no, I'm not a gambler person. I know gambling is a fucking it's bad. Like you set up to lose, so I don't partake in it. I'll play around a little bit, maybe $20, but I'm not really going for it though. I would not lose my little wealth I have in the casino.
He wants to have money when he gets to Bahamas.
Yeah, but there's probably a casino on your ship too.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna avoid it. I'll be in the gym, but not the casino.
Also, when you go take the pictures of sunrise and sunset, you'll be able to possibly see the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, stop it. Hey, Coolsey, stop it. You would not. Stop it. Just stop it. You won't see the curvature. You cannot see. Show me a picture the curvature, Kusi. Please show me a picture of curvature, please. Show me where water is curving.
Well, that's why the one question
water fans is,
that's the one question that Elon Musk asks when you get hired. You go so many steps out or so many miles south, come back up north, and come back to the same position. So that's part of his question is.
Who cares about Elon Musk?
I don't know the exact question.
He's a billionaire,
but the direction.
but he's not. I don't put faith
you
in
could
him.
go there, then come here, and then come right back to the same spot, something like that.
And you can do that on a flat surface. And you don't need a ball for that. But let's get away from flat Earth, please. No flat Earth, no polar bear Jews, no space lasers, none of that. Let's go away from that. I just want the sunset. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. I just want a good picture. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. I want a good picture. Because in Chicago, you can't get a sunset or sunrise unless you're downtown in the right spot. So that's my purpose. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. I want some good pictures.
I'll agree. Good luck.
So has anyone told you about the midnight buffet? Do you know?
Please tell me.
So if this is your first cruise, one of the things that's very famous on going cruising is after you eat a huge breakfast, a ridiculously huge lunch, you eat dinner either in their big dining room or one of their restaurants. Then at midnight, they take the big dining room and they open up a massive buffet of food, and it's the midnight buffet. So plan on being in that gym.
No, it's not for me though. Like I might eat a little something. I'm a fruitarian. I'm only going to eat fruit. So I'm looking forward to get to Bahamas or Turkey Caicos, get some real fresh fruit. Like that. I'm looking forward to some fresh fruit. Not anything.
Do you like cigars?
No, not at all.
Kima doesn't enjoy fun. I'm just gonna.
Hey, fruit is fun, Green. Fruit is fun.
People are like, do you want to get a cocktail? No, liquor's bad. Do you want to smoke? Nope, smoking's bad. Do you want to gamble? No, gambling's bad. Do you want a soda? No, do you know all the poisons that Monsanto put in that?
Hey, Greg, hey, stop it. That is me, though. That is literally me. Just go away, Greg, please.
But I love it because I have friends who are like that. I have you as a friend who's like that. But it makes me laugh because when people lean into the stereotypical fun shit to do on vacation, people like you are a pain in the ass because like Abby's just trying to lean into all the good shit everybody does on holiday, and you're like, nah, I don't do that. I don't do that either. I don't do that either. Number 37. I don't do number 37 either.
You know, I'm an odd human being, and that is me always. I don't do that. And I should. I'm on vacation. I might try a little bit. I might go out my norm though. But I'm living.
Odd, but you are the coolest kind of odd.
Thank you, my brother. I'm definitely looking forward to some fresh food.
You might find love if you're not already in love.
No, I'm not. I have a girlfriend, but I'm not in love. I bring know my situation where like. I kicked out the house not long ago, but we have a kid. No, if I find love on a cruise, I'm not looking for love, but I will smash, but not looking for love.
Hakima has 11 kids. He don't need love. He don't need sex. He needs to find something. I don't know what he needs to find, so I'm not going to say Jesus for obvious reasons. But Hakima needs to find,
No, hey, Brent, I'm okay. I just need to find out. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm okay. I have no quarrels. I found Jesus and all. But yes, I'm okay.
And I don't take the route down the rabbit hole. Don't take my bait. But I heard an argument about skip off in the atmosphere for spacecraft. You and I like to talk about it privately one day. But it's one of those conspiracies that I figured you would. It was along the general line of the stuff that you thought. So we'll have to talk about it. It's a really cool argument. It basically says spacecrafts bounce off the atmosphere, and so it doesn't work. But yeah, so don't go down the rabbit hole, but we ought to talk about it sometime.
I'm all for it. I love a good rabbit hole, but we can't do it in a healthy debate. No, we don't do conspiracy theories in a healthy debate. You have to go somewhere else for that.
No, we do conspiracy theories as long as they come from you.
But they rarely
we
come
fucking
from
love you. We love you. We know who you are.
I love you. I love you all as well. But I usually do not start a conspiracy theory topic. But it depends on it.
Antarctica is really the secret city of Atlantis, held by the Jews for centuries and guarded by polar bears. I wonder who was in the top left of that room? Who was in the top left of that room?
Now I'm about to go down. I'm gonna unmind myself now. Hey, Brent, that's called entrapment.
Were you not in that room? I'm pretty sure you were top left, Marshall. I don't think you were in that room, Marshall, but it went, I will say, in defense of Hakima, we were talking about the most minor concept of conspiracy, and Hakima opened the door for 2 or 3 conspiracy people, and it dove straight into the reason you can't go to Antarctica. And the reason there's the global treaty about Antarctica is because it's actually Atlantis, the ancient city of the Jews, guarded by polar bears with lasers.
No. Kima, I hope you don't believe this, but people actually believe that.
No, I don't believe that. I believe a lot of weird shit, but I don't even believe that shit.
You're out about it. So I always.
That is not my hill that I'm down on at all. I'm not down on that hill.
Oh, that is hilarious.
That was one of the worst but best healthy debates rooms, because I just ended up having to boom it because we couldn't save it, we couldn't redirect it, but it was like somehow it turned into a thing where people were dying on the hill of 1 or 2 of the points. But yes, apparently it's Julantis guarded by magical polar bears with lasers. And I'm like, here's how I know that's not true. I would be there. I would be there right now. I would be there right now in charge of the army of polar bears. I would be there right. I wouldn't be talking to you people. I would have retired already. I would be on top of the largest polar bear. And it would be happening. Like you think the Israelis, my people, would be fighting with the Palestinians over Gaza if we had the ancient Jewish city of Julantis with magical polar bears? No. We would suddenly not be desert people anymore. We would be in Julantis.
I don't get how they got tied to the Jews, because the whole the Antarctica thing, it came from Hitler. Like, I don't get how Hitler was in Antarctica doing whatever he was doing, but I don't get how they got tied with the Jewish people. It's totally the wrong direction. I don't get it.
Yeah, so that wouldn't have been Hitler himself. It would have been Himmler, appointed by Hitler to come back and find artifacts that verified the quote pure Aryan race. So there's a lot of archaeological digs and making up of shit that they're like went along for their purposes.
Yeah, that room was priceless. It's now, I bring it up about once a month to make fun of Hakima, because that room was the epitome of what happens when you let true conspiracy theorists just go with each other. It goes to a hole of like, what the fuck are you talking? I promise you, if we have polar bear armies of laser bears, you would know about it. Some motherfucker. You don't think Putin would be invading? You don't think Putin would have ridden into Kiev, ridden into Ukraine on a giant polar bear if they had polar bears with lasers? Come on.
Just be nuts.
Talk about iconic. For anybody who doesn't know how big a polar bear is, do yourself a favor and go look at a video if you've never actually seen one. They are fucking enormous. This is not a bear like a bear cub you see in the woods like a normal bear that maybe is where you live in the world. These things are fucking giant. And if you ever see one getting medical treatment at like a zoo when they shave them, they look like fucking werewolves. They're enormous. And every now and then, every couple of years, you get some idiot, and I say idiot because, I believe in Darwinism. Every couple of years, you get somebody who got too close to one on some sort of research venture, or they're taking photos. And there was a girl, like 2 years ago, she got off the little boat and onto the ice and was getting too close to this male polar bear to take pictures, and it was fucking with some sort of sea lion, and then it changed its mind and went for her. And it tore this bitch up while all of her colleagues watched her from their little dinghy boat, those inflatable boats that they're all on. And there's nothing anybody could do about it because polar bears are fucking enormous. So if anybody managed to harness that with lasers in an army, you would see it. You would see it.
That's just ridiculous. Hey, I don't know, like, how they linked that. I don't know who came up with that thought. Though. Like, people, there are crazy people in the world. That's just a fact.
I mean, I'm just saying, just as a matter of war, if somebody managed to figure out how to train fucking polar bears into being ridden into war, there's a lot of cold climates. You talk about something intimidating coming into your town down the road. It's a giant fucking polar bear with a 50 cal attached to it.
That's pretty dangerous. If the Jewish people manage to control polar bears, that's pretty awesome. That would not be a knock on the Jewish people. But I feel that didn't happen. But if you guys put it off, that would be pretty fucking amazing. We killed the room, Brian. I knew it was going to happen, but it happened.
I mean, this room was on life support with like 4 people talking when I got in it. It's got more people than it had at that point. This was a Dr. Jordan room where he talked for like an hour and then left. And then the room never really died or never really restarted. But it worked for me. I wanted to come in and chat while I was doing some, dinner time chores around the house. And, I don't care if there's 500 people or 5 people, as long as everybody who's chatting is enjoying it, it's fun. And it's a Friday night. I did not know you were headed on a cruise, so I learned something new. I'm excited for you.
I told you, well, of course, it's minor details, but I talked about it a few months ago when I first booked it. Yeah.
I can't remember my own medical treatments and work schedule of this week. I don't remember shit.
That's what you got all
live in a world. I live in a world of electronic calendars, sticky notes. Like, everybody laughs, but I have a wall of sticky notes in my house, and I have a wall of sticky notes in my chambers. And both of them, I live off of the wall of sticky notes. Because I don't take them down until I've done something, and they sit up there, and that with the e-calendar keeps me pretty on top of things. But, as far as remembering shit people tell me about their schedules, nope. The brain fog has murdered my ability to do that.
100%, I definitely understand. Hey, do me a favor, Brand. Hey, talk to Kelly. Like, I do not want to be at odds with Kelly.
You're not at odds with Kelly. You and I are in a different room, but you're not.
Okay, cool. Okay. Same subject, cool.
No worries. I think, though, actually, I'm going to kaboom this, because this room died ages ago, and we're going to let it just die. And I am sure someone, whether it's me when I'm done eating, or Rowan, or Kelly, someone will open another one of them. So, say goodbye to this room. It has passed. It is deceased. We will see you all in the next one.